Thank you.
Orders of the day.
Privilege, resuming consideration of a motion respecting a question of privilege and on the amendment of Mr. Garrettson.
Thank you. The floor is free, and the honourable. Oops, I've got to read this first. Before I even get started on this, it's my duty to inform the House that a vacancy has occurred in the representation. Mr. Blakely, member for the electoral district of Elmwood, Transcona, by resigning effective Sunday, March 31st, 2024.
Pursuant to paragraph 25(1)(b) of the Parliament of Canada Act, the Speaker has addressed a warrant to the Chief Electoral Officer for the issue of a writ for the election of a member to fill this vacancy.
And like I said, the floor is free. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think everyone here sends their best to Mr. Blakey and his family. Now, Mr. Speaker, just before the 2-week period where we were in our constituencies, we had been discussing this question of privilege. And I'd like to say at the outset that the NDP was upset by the fact that Mr. Firth had not responded to questions when he was asked at the Government Operations Committee to answer questions. He refused to do so. And that is something that is unacceptable in our Parliament, Mr. Speaker. That is why we find it important that Mr. Firth come to the bar of the House of Commons so we can ask him questions. And now, Mr. Speaker, what is problematic, I think, is that the initial motion didn't set out all of the procedure on how we could question Mr. Firth. The Conservatives offered something that was a bit of an empty shell. It didn't explain how we would proceed. Last time we used this process was in 1913, Mr. Speaker. 1913 was a long time ago. It's before we had simultaneous interpretation in the House. It's before we had microphones in the House. Before we had television, of course. So, Mr. Speaker, it's not acceptable that with the Conservatives, there not be a framework for this. And that's why the NDP attempted to hold meetings of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee during the past 2 weeks, because we thought it was important to provide a framework for this issue. Mr. Speaker, for now, we don't have that framework. There are discussions ongoing with leaders in the House, and I'm optimistic that we will find an agreement, which is important. At the end of my speech, Mr. Speaker, if we don't have that framework, I will put forward what the NDP will contribute to the debate. But we find that it's important that Mr. Firth come to the bar. But second, Mr. Speaker, we saw an amendment from the Liberals just before we rose for those 2 constituency weeks. And this amendment is not acceptable either, because it sets out a period of a few weeks before we come back and we have the opportunity to question Mr. Firth. So on the one hand, we have a total lack of procedure from the Conservatives, but from the Liberals, we have too long of a period. The NDP wants something that would shorten that process if we don't reach an agreement by the end of the day. Because it's important that we ask questions, Mr. Speaker. The fact that it's cost so much money to taxpayers means that we need to set out this period to ask questions. It's extremely important. And also, Mr. Speaker, to say that someone who was before a committee, and I'll explain in a few minutes, in other committees, how we've managed to require answers and obtain answers In Mr. Firth's case, he refused to provide answers, which are extremely important for the committee and for Parliament and for Canadian taxpayers. The fact that Mr. Firth didn't respond calls for a response so that he is obligated to provide those answers, to provide answers to all of the questions asked.
$60 million is a lot of money. And the ArriveCan app is a controversy that we have been struggling to get to the bottom of. And our representative on government operations, the Member of Parliament from Skeena-Bulkley Valley, has done an extraordinary job. When you see all of the articles that have come out about ArriveCan, the questions that he has been asking have been questions that everybody asks. We have seen in the past, Mr. Speaker, these kinds of scandals. I remember under the Harper government, the ETS scandal, which cost Canadians $400 million because it was a majority government. Mr. Speaker, there was no opportunity for parliamentarians to get those kinds of answers. It was basically shut down. In this case, in a minority parliament, this $60 million charged to taxpayers needs to be fully investigated. And the fact that Mr. Firth appeared before the Government Operations Committee numerous times and refused to provide the answers that are so important for Canadians to obtain is something that does. As you have mentioned, Mr. Speaker, in your ruling, just prior to us rising for the 2 weeks in our ridings, the fact that you saw this as a question of privilege, that this is showing a profound lack of respect to parliamentarians. But it's not the parliamentarians that count. It's a profound lack of respect to Canadians. Right. When a witness comes before committee and refuses to answer those questions, it is our obligation to put in place a process so that those answers are obtained. Now, Mr. Speaker, we support the question of privilege. We support the idea of bringing Mr. Firth before the bar of the House of Commons to oblige him to answer those questions that are so relevant in this scandal, as it was relevant under the Harper Conservatives and the ETS scandal, $400 million that just basically disappeared. The fact that in a minority parliament we have the ability to do this is fundamental, Mr. Speaker, and that's why New Democrats believe minority parliaments simply govern better, because there is more of that ability to get the transparency and to get the answers that so many Canadians are asking for. So we have a $60 million scandal. We have the owner of the company, GC Strategies, the half owner of the company, coming before committee, refusing to answer questions, including from my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley, that were relevant and pertinent and extremely important overall. And yet, at the same time, we have, Mr. Speaker, if you perhaps just ask my colleagues to order, I would appreciate that.
Order. I know there's a number of conversations going on in the chamber, so I just want to make sure the ones that are as close to the honourable member speaking would maybe take their conversations outside or try their best to speak as low as they possibly can. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So this is extremely relevant. We need to bring Mr. Firth before the bar, but we need to do it in a way that is structured, not a free-for-all. Now, in 1913, we did this at a time when we didn't have simultaneous translation in the House of Commons. The French language was not recognized in the way it is today. We didn't have microphones. We didn't have television. In all of those evolutions over the course of the past century and more, we have put into place a variety of procedures that help to carry the message and the discussions that we're having in the floor of the House of Commons right across the length and breadth of this land. Now, Mr. Speaker, the idea that the Conservatives had simply to put it in front of the House of Commons, but without any sort of framework, we can't agree with. We agree with the principle of bringing Mr. Firth before the bar. We don't agree with the idea that it be done without any sort of structure, and that's why my colleague from London Fanshawe really pushed to have meetings of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee over the 2-week time when we were in our constituency so we could have a framework in place. And that hasn't happened yet, Mr. Speaker. Now, there are discussions that, amongst the House leaders, who are all honourable colleagues, and I'm hoping that we will come to a resolution through the course of the day, and that is a good thing. But the reality is, if we don't come to those discussions, if we don't come to that resolution about putting a framework in, the NDP is then faced with what we saw originally, a motion that didn't provide for any sort of procedural process for Mr. Firth to come before the bar, and then the Liberal amendment that essentially puts it off for a couple of weeks. And given our House calendar, it would actually be a month delay before Mr. Firth would be brought before the bar of the House of Commons. That's not acceptable either, Mr. Speaker. And so what the NDP would do if we can't come to an agreement is shorten both periods. So give Procedure and House Affairs a very short period, 4 days, to come up with the procedure so that we can have Mr. Firth before the bar next week. And shorten the period that the Conservatives were asking for, in their motion, it's a 3-day period before Mr. Firth is convened. We would shorten that to 48 hours. So in both ways, Mr. Speaker, we would be putting in place that framework, doing it in a short time frame that is required, given the extent to which Mr. Firth was uncooperative to government operations, and ensuring that Mr. Firth comes before the bar and provides those responses that are so vitally important. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is not a process that has been used often. Since 1913, we haven't seen somebody brought before the bar to answer questions. We had the president of the Public Health Agency who was brought before the bar to be admonished. This is a step up in terms of procedural complexity in ensuring that Mr. Firth can provide those answers that Canadians are looking for around the ArriveCAN app. And this allows us to get to the bottom of things in a way that we were not able to with the ETS scandal under Mr. Harper, the hundreds of millions of dollars that was wasted at that time. Because of a majority at the time, the Conservatives simply did not want to get the answers that Canadians were looking for. Now, in a minority parliament, we have the ability to get those answers, Mr. Speaker, and that is fundamentally important. Mr. Speaker, the role that the House of Commons plays and the powers that we have are extensive. It is unfortunate that often with majority governments, we don't see those powers exercised in the public interest. And I mentioned the ETS scandal as one example of that. But with the ArriveCAN app and getting to the bottom of those questions, we have the ability now, in a minority parliament, to decide as members of parliament to convene Mr. Firth before the bar of parliament. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm familiar with another example where it didn't come to that. And it didn't come to that because the people who were convened, subpoenaed before committee, were actually understood the importance of responding fulsomely to the committee and to not try to hedge or stonewall for any protracted period of time. And I'm referring, of course, Mr. Speaker, to the Hockey Canada scandal and the Canadian Heritage Committee. And Mr. Speaker, the reason why I reference this, last Saturday night I was fortunate to be the keynote speaker, the guest speaker for the Burnaby Minor Hockey Association in Burnaby, BC. And they wanted to know about all of the details around the Hockey Canada scandal. Now, Mr. Speaker, you recall that Hockey Canada was convened following the horrific revelations of sexual assault in the spring of 2022. The Canadian Heritage Committee, and all parties agreed to this. It was an all-party agreement. This is, I think, one of these times in the moment in parliamentary history where that consensus showed parliamentarians all working together in the public interest. On June 20th, Hockey Canada was convened. Scott Smith, the former CEO, and other members of Hockey Canada, and they were asked to answer questions, and they stonewalled committee. But further revelations came out, Mr. Speaker. For example, the fact that there was a national equity fund that was being used to provide funding not for supporting the growth of hockey, but rather to pay off with non-disclosure agreements many of the victims of horrific violations of sexual and physical nature. And the fact that that information came out after that appearance on June 20th, it meant that the Canadian Heritage Committee then reconvened those same witnesses on July 27th of 2022. And at that point, we asked for and received answers that allowed us to identify that that National Equity Fund had actually identified 20 victims and had made payments to 20 of those victims. Now, Mr. Speaker, there were further revelations following that meeting on July 27th. And you'll recall on October 4th, we convened Hockey Canada for a third and final time. We had that ability as parliamentarians to do that. It was an all-party consensus. We subpoenaed, we demanded that they come and demanded that they answer questions. And they were forced to reveal the information not only of the National Equity Fund, but also the Legacy Fund, which was a second fund which used the funds of hockey parents across the country who scrimp and save to put their daughter or son into hockey, sometimes $1,000 a year. It's a lot of money. And yet those funds directed to Hockey Canada were spent in a very inappropriate way. All of that came out on October 4th, Mr. Speaker, and you'll recall on October 11th, the entire board of directors of Hockey Canada and the CEO, Scott Smith, all resigned. That is an example of parliamentarians coming together in a unanimous way in the public interest to assure that answers are provided to Canadians. What happened with Mr. Firth at Government Operations is the opposite. He has been convened a number of times. He has simply, systematically refused to answer the questions. Why? One can only speculate, Mr. Speaker, but in the example of Hockey Canada, it was because answering those questions fulsomely ultimately led to the demise of the CEO and the board of directors. The fact that they were making those decisions were untenable. And that's why it is so important that Mr. Firth be convened before the bar of the House of Commons, be obliged to answer those questions, whether or not they reflect on himself, whether or not he is concerned about somebody else. For whatever reason, he has refused to answer questions that are absolutely fundamental. It is important for Canadians to get those answers. And it is important that we exercise the powers that we have as parliamentarians. Speaking with one voice, as I believe all members of Parliament will support this question of privilege, provided that we have the right framework, and hopefully we will be able to, working with the government House Leader and the House Leader of the official opposition and my colleague from La Prairie, working together, we can come up with a framework that makes sense in terms of how we structure this somewhat historic precedence, not used since 1913, extremely important to use today. And that is why putting in place that structure is so fundamental. Canadians were shocked by the Auditor General's report, shocked about the $60 million. We've had a number of members of Parliament, the member from Edmonton-Griesbach, the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley, have all contributed to the important work that Government Operations and other committees have undertaken to get to the bottom of this. But when we have an uncooperative witness, it is difficult to get the information that Canadians need to have. And that is why this motion today, with, if needed, an NDP sub-amendment that cuts all of those, the procedural times considerably so that we can do this as early as next Wednesday, is an important step forward. And provided that we have all of that consensus, we can move forward with alacrity and we can move forward getting the answers that Canadians are looking for. Monsieur le Président, c'est...
Mr. Speaker, this is something that is extremely important. If we want to get answers, if we want Canadians to be able to get the answers that are being asked to GC Strategies about this ArriveCan app, then it's very important that we all work together. During the day, There will be points of debate raised. People are going to ask questions. Obviously, there will be a debate, but we hope to reach a consensus one way or another in the end in order to put in place a procedure that is so unusual that it dates back to even before we had interpretation in the House and even before television, and obviously before microphones as well. People simply had to raise their voices to be heard, which was easier for some people and more difficult for others. So all of those things must be taken into account, and now we need to modernize the procedure around that, but especially, Mr. Speaker, we need to summon Mr. Firth to hear his answers to the questions put to him so we can get the true information and be transparent with all Canadians so that they can draw their own conclusions around this scandal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I suspect those that will be following the debate can appreciate that the government is just as anxious as any other political entity inside the House of Commons in wanting to get answers. And I think that we have seen a great deal of transparency coming from the government towards ensuring that there is a higher sense of accountability. The question that I have for the member is, as he's familiar with the amendment that was proposed by one of my colleagues the other day, it talks about PROC, and we're not saying that it has to be PROC. We're very much interested in regards to how it is that the House itself best ensure that there's a sense of that accountability and that members' privileges by individuals that come to committee are in fact compelled and being straightforward and more honest with the committee members. I think it's a fundamental necessity in terms of our parliamentary system. And if the member could just provide his thoughts on that aspect, the parliamentary success at being able to deal with issues of this nature, it depends on honest, straightforward answers coming from committees, and his thoughts in regards to that.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. And there's two parts to it. The first part is putting a framework around how Mr. Firth comes forward. I think there's unanimous support for this. Parliament rises to the occasion. It certainly did in the Hockey Canada scandal that I mentioned. I think it is here as well. I think there will be an all-party consensus to convene Mr. Firth before the bar. And I would hope that we have a consensus around how to do it. As I mentioned in my speech, the NDP, the member from London Fanshawe, tried to convene Procedure in House Affairs so that we were actually ahead of the ball, and Procedure in House Affairs could have presented a framework for how Mr. Firth would appear. That didn't happen, but I'm hopeful that discussions today will lead to that agreement, unanimous agreement, on how to structure it. Where I think I would be in disagreement with the Liberal amendment is the period of time. 10 more days. In real parliamentary terms, that puts off for the month. I believe, and I think all members agree, we need to do this as quickly as possible. I'm suggesting next Wednesday, and I believe we can meet that. And this is something that would allow us to get those fulsome answers that the member is speaking to. I think we all want the answers from Mr. Firth, and this is the way to achieve it.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. One of the key concerns that was raised by the Auditor General in the ArriveCAN report was the lack of documentation. The Governor General herself, or the Auditor General herself, said that the most surprising thing for her was the complete lack of what she didn't find. She didn't find documentation. She didn't find copies of contracts confirming this. But the other thing that's come out of this investigation is the idea and the concept of double dipping, where public servants, active public servants, are also securing contracts, sometimes with the departments they actually work for. And last week at Public Accounts, we heard from CBSA, who said that yes, they had contractors working for them who were also public sector employees, but couldn't really give us an answer. So I want to know if the member from Burnaby, New Westminster, shares our concern about double dipping and whether we need further answers from the public service on the number of double dippers in the public service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague who I've worked with before for his questions. The concerns around double dipping is something that the member from Courtenay Alberni, the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley have raised and raised repeatedly. That is a concern. There's a broader concern as well, and that is the extent to which we are with a dedicated public service, people who are very qualified in their positions, that do terrific work on behalf of Canadians, and yet we are increasingly contracting that out, and that's certainly something that started with the Harper government, has continued under the current government, and seems to be increasing every year. And what we see with that is, I believe, and the Auditor General, I think, has pointed to this, often money that ends up going to the corporate sector when it should be more properly invested in building the kind of public services that Canadians can depend on. We have a public service that is incredibly dedicated. I think the member would agree with me on that, that we show people each and every day that are profoundly loyal to this country and put in enormous amounts of time and effort and contribute to their talents and labor to the country. Well, why are we farming out those functions that should be properly done by the public service to corporations that often are inflating their prices, and we are not getting value for money for the taxpayer? I thank my colleague for his question.
Mr. Kamal Tyre, questions and comments. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Cowichan Malahat.
Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for New Westminster Burnaby, for his intervention today, and particularly for highlighting the ETS scandal of the previous government, a $400 million scandal, which dwarfs this current one by a factor of 6 times. And I think it's important to underline that because the Conservative Party likes to just look back 8 years, but during their time in government, they demonstrated quite clearly that they were just as capable of running roughshod over basic principles of parliamentary democracy and basic accounting principles and fairness and accountability for taxpayers. I mean, he was here during that time, so he has a first-hand account knowledge. And I'm glad during his previous intervention he touched on the problem that this government and many governments have had with consultants. We do have a dedicated public service, but we have all of these consulting firms that are really acting like vampires, leeching off billions of dollars every single year for items that the public service, a very dedicated group of people, could do. So my question through you, Mr. Speaker, is I was hoping my honourable colleague could expand on that a bit further, because this is obviously a systemic problem that both Liberals and Conservatives have had to deal with and have not properly fixed. So does he have any ideas on what an NDP government would be able to do and the principles that we bring forth when dealing with this very important issue on behalf of taxpayers?
Hear, hear. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. And I wanted to just sing the praises of my colleague from Cowichan Malahat Langford. He has been dogged and determined in every role that he has taken on to ensure that Canadians get value for money, and that Canadians get the services that they really deserve. And I wanted to congratulate him. He's been our longtime agriculture critic, and also has been fighting the good fight against corporate CEOs that have been dramatically inflating food prices as our food price critic, and has just been named as public safety critic. So he's now got 3 hats, but I know that he'll perform each role extraordinarily well. And coming back to the issue of food price inflation, I know that we've seen both with Liberals and Conservatives their tendency to rely on lobbying and their refusal really to call on the big supermarket chains for the grossly inflated food price gouging that is taking place. And I know that he's played a preponderant role in fighting back against that. In BC, of course, Mr. Speaker, we have a expression, liberal Tory, same old story. And tragically, the ETS scandal, which was one of the most egregious scandals in Canadian history, was never really fully investigated because Conservatives had a majority. Now, I think it's fair to say Liberals have been, in a minority parliament, more amenable to getting to the bottom of the ArriveCan app, and this is really important. It is $60 million, it's not $400 million. It is still important. Every $1 million that is misspent is $1 million that can't be spent on services to provide support for seniors and for families with kids and a wide variety of people with disabilities. We need to ensure that we are effectively using our resources. And this is where my colleague from Cowichan Malahat Langford hits the nail on the head. More and more, we are farming out money to corporate consultants at massive expenditures. And we see this when the corporate sector takes things on. We see wildly inflated prices. We see this with food price gouging. We see this with gas price gouging, 30-cent a litre increase over the last few weeks, unjustified. But because there's only a small number in British Columbia that actually provide gas to the market, they can do it with impunity. And he asked what an NDP government would do differently. We're not beholden to lobbyists, unlike the two old parties. What we believe in is absolutely ensuring that the public gets the best possible services and the best possible supports, including consumer support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before proceeding to the next speaker, I just wanted to make mention that on Friday, one of my old colleagues, the Speaker of the Nova Scotia Legislature, has decided to announce her retirement. So I just wanted to wish Carla McFarlane, Nova Scotia's first female Speaker, a happy retirement and for the hard work that she's done for Nova Scotians in the beautiful riding of Pictou West. Resuming debate, the honourable member, or the honourable parliamentary secretary, to the government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to kind of approach today's privilege in a couple of ways. First, to deal with just the seriousness of what it is that's been raised over the last couple of days. I like to consider myself, first and foremost, as a parliamentarian, someone that truly believes in the parliamentary process, Mr. Speaker. You know, Winston Churchill often talked about how difficult at times things can be in a parliament, but at the end of the day, I do believe, as he believed, it is the best system in the world. And when I think in terms of what it is that we do here in Ottawa, it's not just what takes place on the floor of the House of Commons. We have a number of standing committees that meet on an ongoing basis, doing a lot of great deal of positive, encouraging work quite often, not all the time, but quite often, I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, and through that doing a great service to Canadians. The NDP House Leader made reference, for example, for the groceries and the price of groceries, and as a government, how much concerned we are on the issue of affordability for Canadians. And one of the reasons why we wanted the groceries, the Big Five, to go before a standing committee. Standing committees is a wonderful mechanism and can be utilized in many, many different ways. Whether it's budgetary issues or legislative issues or issues of interest of a particular standing committee, Mr. Speaker. Now, let's put this thing into a perspective of what had taken place during the pandemic itself. When we had the worldwide pandemic, the Prime Minister made it very clear to all Canadians that we would have their back going through the difficult time of a worldwide pandemic. And there was a great deal of money that was being spent, of tax dollars that was being spent. And you will find at the beginning there was virtually unanimous support for the government on a good portion of that expenditures, Mr. Speaker. We have arguably, I would definitely argue it, the best civil service in the world. We were able to put into place programs such as CERB, to provide disposable income for Canadians in every region of our country. We were able to develop programs such as loan subsidies, wage loss programs, supports for seniors, supports for individuals with disabilities, supports with organizations that were helping Canadians through a very difficult time during the pandemic. There were literally hundreds of millions going into billions and billions of dollars that were being spent, Mr. Speaker. That's a whole lot of money in ensuring that the civil servants and the contractors and the places that we were acquiring the products from, whether it was vaccines to masks, so that Canadians' interests, their health and otherwise, our economy, were actually being protected, Mr. Speaker. And an overwhelming majority, vast majority, I would argue well over 95%, was actually done in such a manner in which we can all take a great deal of satisfaction in terms of how it is that the Government of Canada stepped up to the plate, and ultimately, by doing that, Canada was one of the first countries to really not only get out of the pandemic in a pretty decent shape, but also rebound, Mr. Speaker, to the degree in which we've seen well over 1 million jobs that have been generated that are higher than the pre-pandemic levels, Mr. Speaker. And that's because we had the backs of Canadians. Now, when you spend that kind of money, and when you have to develop those types of programs, one could anticipate that there is going to be some mistakes. And we have before us an excellent example where there has been abuse, Mr. Speaker. So we now have, through ArriveCan, a high level of interest from members on all sides of this House. I'm concerned about it, and I'm a Liberal. All members are concerned about tax dollars, Mr. Speaker. And quite frankly, if you read the member from Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes speech, you would think that it is the Government of Canada, it's the Prime Minister and the ministers, 100% fault, and that's where the blame, and they like to tie the word corrupt to it, Mr. Speaker. If you read his speech, I would argue that he does a disservice to the House. And let me give you a good example of that. I wanted to talk about the ETS scandal that the NDP House Leader had raised, Mr. Speaker. The ETS scandal, for those that are following the debate, we need to appreciate that within the civil service there's protocols and processes that are put into place to protect the taxpayer. There's nothing new there. In fact, Mr. Speaker, not only did we have those type of protocols in place, so did Stephen Harper, Mr. Speaker. And what you'll find is that those are put into place to protect the interest of the taxpayer, in fact, all Canadians, not just the taxpayer, all Canadians. And what happens through the ETS scandal, that had taken place in and around that 2007 period of time, Mr. Speaker. And we're talking there, through public services, a contract again, in the tune of $400 million. I liked it when the NDP House Leader made reference to the fact of a majority government under Stephen Harper versus a minority situation that we are in. In a minority situation, you have to have a majority in order to get things through. It doesn't mean that we're not interested in getting accountability, whether we had a minority or a majority, Mr. Speaker. I think the interest level is still there, but I think it's a good comparison to look back at 2007. Where were the Conservatives back then when they had a $400 million, and using their words and the words at the time, a $400 million scandal? There was one company in particular had thousands of dollars in bid rigging fines. That was a Harper scandal. And I guess if I stood up and I just said Harper scandal, Harper scandal, Harper scandal enough in hopes that that gets portrayed, I think it's a little unfair, Mr. Speaker, quite frankly. I do believe there should have been a public inquiry on the issue, given the very nature in terms of what had taken place. When you get some companies being literally fined thousands and thousands of dollars, and there's admission of bid rigging, well, I think there is some justification. But the Prime Minister at the time rolled over it. Well, here's the reason why I want to bring that up. Because if you take a look not that long ago in our history, because the current leader of the Conservative Party today was actually the Parliamentary Secretary for Treasury Board during that $400 million scandal. Imagine the leader of the Conservative Party today, who's being critical of the government today, was responsible, at least in part, in Treasury Board as the Parliamentary Secretary, and chose to do absolutely nothing on $400 million. $400 million back in 2007, Mr. Speaker, is worth a lot more than $400 million today, I can tell you that much. Take a look at the overall expenditure in terms of contracts back then to today, and take a look in terms of what we were doing during the pandemic, and that's when this issue came up as a direct result of the government genuinely concerned in providing the types of services that are necessary to have the backs of Canadians, and then they find this issue in which we want to get to the bottom of it, and we will get to the bottom of it, Mr. Speaker. But at the same time, the lead critic, the leader of the Conservative Party, feels that he can go out and about saying, here's a $60 million scandal, and trying to tie it directly to the Prime Minister. I would suggest that the member is living in a glass house, Mr. Speaker. He should go to the washroom where he might find a mirror and take a reflection in terms of what did he do when he was Parliamentary Secretary of Treasury Board, when those are the individuals that provide the rules, at least in good part, to ensure that things of this nature don't happen. What did he do, Mr. Speaker? I would love to hear Conservatives talk about the ETS scandal and remind the House in terms of what it is that their leader of the Conservative Party did and what was his contribution. Now, I did not get the chance to look over Hansard for back then, Mr. Speaker, but I would not be surprised if you had the Conservative leader of today saying no to any form of looking into the matter at hand, that he supported it going through the court process, no doubt. Now, I don't know that for sure, Mr. Speaker. As I say, I have not gone back into Hansard. But based in terms of what I have seen, time and time again, and Hansard will reflect that, how many times I stood in the chamber and I said that the Conservative Party's sole focus is not about Canadians, not about having the backs of Canadians. It's about character assassination and looking for bumper stickers for votes. That's the Conservative Party of today, Mr. Speaker. So, if you doubt what it is that I'm saying, read what the member from Leeds and Granville had to say, and Thousand Islands had to say, in terms of when he's talking about this privilege. I think that what we should be recognizing is, unfortunately, sadly, at times, Even though, as I said earlier, we have arguably the best civil service in the world, many countries around the world come and look at Canada in ways in which they can duplicate many of the wonderful things that our civil servants provide to our citizens. But there are some bad apples, and we see that every so often. And at times, unfortunately, it leads to a substantial cost to the taxpayer, Mr. Speaker. And then the issue becomes, well, what are you prepared to do when that information becomes available? Well, what I have seen is a government, at least in good part, wanting to get to the bottom of the issue. Whether it's the individual ministers, whether it's the many different caucus discussions that take place, the debates that take place, whether it's here on the floor or inside the standing committees, I can tell you that the interest is there. That's why when I posed the question, and I started off by talking about what I believe is a parliamentarian and the importance of the institution. When you have a guest that's been invited to come, or someone's invited to be able to provide testimony before a committee, the expectation of every member inside the House, all 338 members, should be that the witness will tell the truth, that the witness will avoid the games. We all know politicians will play the games in committees, Mr. Speaker, but at the end of the day, we want to ensure that those that are coming before the committees are providing nothing but the truth, Mr. Speaker. And there is clear evidence that that has not been the case in this situation. So what is it that we should do as a House? You know, the motion, and as I indicated earlier, you know, the government is genuinely open to how it is that we can best resolve the issue. Unfortunately, once again, this is costing taxpayers a great deal of money, and we want to see justice to the issue, Mr. Speaker. So it goes beyond even the issue of the day to include where we go from here. The last time something of this nature was brought up was over 100 years ago. And as has been pointed out from the Democratic House Leader, we didn't have the modern chamber that we have today. And it is important that you afford an opportunity for questions and answers if you're calling someone to the bar in a situation of this nature, Mr. Speaker. And that is the reason why, ultimately, what we're looking for is a way in which we can ensure that there is strength in precedent that we are setting. So whether it's for tomorrow or 10 or 15 or 20 years from now, that we have a process, a much more modern process, in order to ensure the importance of our standing committees and the House itself, Mr. Speaker. So I want to see Mr. Frith to the bar. I want members of Parliament to be able to ask questions and feel confident that those questions will be not only answered, but the answers would be truthful, Mr. Speaker. You're saying I only have a few more minutes to go. Mr. Speaker, I would argue, and I'm going to miss you, Charlie. No, I'm sure I shouldn't say that. Mr. Speaker, it was the odd heckle, what can I say? Mr. Speaker, I just want to emphasize that at the end of the day, unfortunately, things of this nature do take place, and there is a need to have corrective action, and that's what we're looking for. On the issue of contracting out, for those that are following the debate, all legislatures, every province, all political parties, whether it's the national government, provincial governments, rely in part on contracting out. We all have mechanisms in place, protocols, and so forth that need to be followed. And when there is a violation that takes place, there has to be a certain level of comfort in knowing that there's going to be accountability for what has taken place, Mr. Speaker. And that is something in which I want to see, I know the government wants to see, Mr. Speaker. And at the end of the day, we look to you and hopefully the House leadership teams of the respective political parties, maybe to come up with some sort of a consensus. Let's put the Parliament and the interests of the Parliament ahead a lot of the politics. Even given my earlier comments, Mr. Speaker, I do believe that we can do that. We need to start on this particular issue, focusing in how we can improve the system. Because I can tell you, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, that things of this nature have happened in the past, and there is no absolute guarantee to prevent them in the future, but there are actions that we can do to ensure that any future non-compliances or violations can be marginalized or minimized. And that is something in which I'm very much interested in, because every tax dollar is an important tax dollar from my perspective. And at the end of the day, the expenses that the government went through during the pandemic were well justified, and that is even recognizing that some of that money hopefully we'll be able to get back, Mr. Speaker. Other aspects, I think that Canadians as a whole have been a benefactor because of a government, and I shouldn't just say a government, because we did have the support of other political entities for much of that expenditures that we put forward during the pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the chance to speak.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, it's kind of confusing to me in a way to hear the parliamentary secretary talk about, you know, perhaps moving this into different areas. It was in front of a parliamentary committee. The parliamentary committee exercised its obligation and its will to get to the bottom of what Canadians are now seeing as a significant and gross misuse of public funds. And public opinion is in agreement with that, Mr. Speaker. So failing the fact that even during committee and the obligations of committee members to get to the bottom of this and the privilege that they've exercised in committee to get to the answers, we heard that Mr. Firth didn't respond. And so what was the next step? It was an unusual step. It was a historical step, and that is to ask the Speaker to rule on a point of privilege. The Speaker did. And now the expectation is, based on not just the debate that we're having today, but also the ruling of the Speaker, that we will have Mr. Firth come before the bar. I'm not as confident, perhaps, as what the honourable member is, that we're going to get to the bottom of this and have Mr. Firth answer questions, unless he is brought to the bar and he's answered those questions directly. So my question to the honourable member is, does he feel parliamentarians on that committee exercising their obligations to have those questions answered is best answered here in the House of Commons, as Mr. Firth would be called to the bar, or would it be back at committee?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I would look at it in the sense of the broader issue, and ultimately, Mr. Firth has not only insulted a particular committee but all members of the House of Commons by the actions that he has taken. I think there is a great deal of merit, and I suspect that Mr. Firth, it's only a question of time before he will appear at the bar. The real issue is how do we design or have a mechanism that ensures that when we have Mr. Firth at the bar, that it's not going to be a wasteful venture, that we can ensure that we're protecting the parliamentary institution, and we're getting a higher sense of accountability on an issue that we are all concerned about. As I pointed out in my comments earlier, Mr. Speaker, I suspect that there were many parliamentarians that would have liked to have seen a different level of participation in committees when there was a majority government back a number of years ago during the ETS $400 million scandal. But in a majority situation, it was actually quite different. Today, I think that we have an opportunity through the Speaker's chair to ultimately develop a process that would do the Parliament and the institution a service.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Torres de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to make a comment about the situation with ArriveCAN. I'm wondering if the government right now, Mr. Speaker, raised their indignation if they had and the opposition before the AG raised that there was an issue, that there is a devastating impact on management. When I hear the parliamentary secretary who says that we want to strengthen and improve the system, does the parliamentary secretary and his government, Mr. Speaker, through you, have they set aside money in the next budget for this rather than putting money on affairs that don't concern them? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the government very much supports the initiatives and thoughts that are coming through the AG's office, and I would be very surprised if there were not already some actions being taken place to protect the taxpayer, looking at the ArriveCAN issue and how it is that we can learn by it and look at ways in which we can ensure that there's justice, a sense of justice for our taxpayers. But again, I would emphasize that we have to put it in, when you take a look at the overall contracting out that was done, you have to put it in the perspective of time. There was a great deal of money that was being spent, vast majority of it supported by the Bloc Party, because we wanted to have the backs of Canadians in every region of the country. And unfortunately, there was things at times that went wrong, and the ArriveCAN is an excellent example of that. We need to learn from that and to fix the problem. It's not the first time that we've had something of this nature take place. I made reference to the ETS scandal, $400 million, and at that time, the leader of the Conservative Party, who was the parliamentary secretary to Treasury Board, chose to do nothing. So we are taking action, and we will see more justice on the issue.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's often the case in the House when we get into these debates regarding scandals, we're always talking about people and particular situations, but I would put to you, as I'm sure my honourable colleagues, the members from Barrie Innisfil and Brantford would attest to, that our committee, particularly at Ethics, we're seeing a very troubling trend. We've seen the same trend and witnessed it at the Emergency Act Review Committee, where people have seemed to lost the seriousness of our ability to call for people, evidence, and documents. And in fact, I would put to you, this Liberal government has been one of the least transparent governments in recent histories. You only have to look at the way they use secret orders in council and redactions and all types of other things, Mr. Speaker. And in an age where our democracy is undermined, our institutions are under attack, where conspiracy theories and misinformation and disinformation run rampant, it is safeguarding our democratic institutions and indeed our parliamentary privileges to call for people to get evidence to do the work of our standing committees. So I would like, through you, Mr. Speaker, to the honourable member, who uses his parliamentary privilege, probably more than most, to speak in this House, to reflect upon and to comment on why this particular instance, this egregious refusal to provide testimony at a committee, given how serious the nature of the allegations are, how that not only undermines that committee, but in fact the collective parliamentary privileges of all standing committees, indeed all parliamentarians, and as reflected on in earlier debates, the Canadian public at large, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess if I was had the opportunity to sit down with some wise people to talk about how it is we could reform our standing orders, one of the standing order changes that I would love to see would be how parliamentary committees need to work more on a consensus basis as opposed to a hard vote. And the reason for that is there is a completely different attitude in a majority situation versus a minority situation. And I suspect that, in minority situations, opposition will often combine, work together on issues that ultimately, as I point out, you have to be aware the conservative leadership in that regime have been on character assassination since our current Prime Minister was first elected back in, I think, 2014 as leader of the Liberal Party. Take a look at even when we were a third party and the criticism that went over towards there. Character assassination has been their primary objective, and a lot of that objective is carried out through some of the standing committees that take place. And that's why if you really want to see more positive outcome out of standing committees in a modern era, I think we need to look at how you build a consensus as opposed to hard votes.
Well, apparently, one very short last question from the Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre. A very short question.
It seems like the Honourable Member is very confused because just a moment ago he talked about how he enjoyed minority settings. So this idea of consensus, Madam Speaker, I think is completely irrelevant to the discussion because at the end of the day there needs to be accountability out of government. There needs to be accountability at our committees by the public, by people providing testimony. So my question through you to the Honourable Member, does he not agree that in minority settings, accountability, the checks and balances in place, need to be protected by our parliamentary privileges so that people like Mr. Firth can thumb their nose at Parliament and stick it to Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, very briefly.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I think in certain situations like we have with Mr. Firth that we can build a consensus. And there is a consensus. Everyone is saying that we want to have the individual of the bar. But I think the member underestimates the importance of recognizing majority versus minority. All I do is refer to the member even to my home province of Manitoba. I can talk about the Crocus file and other files. There's a difference in majority.
We are way out of time. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In a moment, I'll speak more specifically about questions of privilege in this place, but I want to start off more broadly about the privileges and the rights of this institution. Indeed, Madam Speaker, our House is founded on centuries of precedent, and that precedent is interpreted and applied by the protector of this House, the Speaker of this House. And so before I go into the details of my speech, I do want to rise and pay tribute to the late Honourable John Allen Fraser. Mr. Speaker, Fraser passed away this Saturday at the age of 92, but he served in this place for more than 2 decades and served as Speaker of this House of Commons from 1986 until his retirement at the 1993 election. I note this, Madam Speaker, because Mr. Speaker Fraser was the first Speaker to be elected in this House by secret ballot. He was elected by secret ballot after the 1986 report of the McGraw Committee, which made its recommendation, a committee, I might add, that worked on a consensus basis. Mr. Speaker Fraser served as Minister of the Environment prior to being Speaker and as Minister of Fisheries and Oceans in the early days of the Mulroney government. And certainly, Madam Speaker, I join all Canadians in expressing our condolences to the family and loved ones of Mr. Speaker John Allen Fraser. Now, Madam Speaker, before us today is a question of privilege. Now, questions of privileges are often like solar eclipses. They don't happen very often. But here we find ourselves today debating one on the same day. I want to begin by thanking the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes for bringing forward this important question and stating that I will be voting in favour of this motion, but not in favour of the amendment moved by the Liberal government. For more than a year and a half, this House and multiple parliamentary committees have been seized with the ArriveCan scandal, or as it has come to be known, Arrive Scam. From the first indications of concern in 2022 to the damning Auditor General's report in February of 2024, week after week, meeting after meeting, new evidence has been slowly unveiled that shows a pattern of deceit, cover-up, and potential corruption. We know that through an opaque network of contractors and subcontractors, the costs of ArriveCan were slowly driven up, and that a small group of select people enriched themselves while performing little to no work. We don't know yet exactly how they achieved this or who within government assisted them. One of the reasons we do not know all the details is because there was such an apparent lack of documentation and accountability. So few records were found by the Auditor General that they were unable to determine the exact cost of the app. Indeed, the $60 million figure we've been citing could even be too low. We just don't know because, as the Auditor General herself said, what was most surprising about her audit was what they didn't find. They didn't find the documentation to confirm the work that was completed. And we know who benefited, Madam Speaker. A company of two people operating out of a basement, GC Strategies. And Madam Speaker, just this past week, last Thursday, April 4th, at the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, we were told by the multi-billion-dollar multinational firm KPMG, who I might add have 10,000 employees. They were told by a senior government official, not to contract directly with the government, this multi-billion-dollar firm, 10,000 employees. They were instead told that they must work through a two-person company that has no IT experience. We learned, Madam Speaker, that KPMG was paid $400,000 for the work they performed through GC Strategies, and that GC Strategies themselves took $90,000 on top of that. What a gig. A $90,000 bill that went to GC Strategies for no IT work performed. Yet we know that these two people, operating out of effectively a shell of a company, have done all they can to avoid the accountability for their actions and to deliberately mislead Parliament, committees, and all Canadians on this issue. That is why the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, more commonly known as the Mighty OGO, reported to this House that, quote, the committee was unable to ascertain certain facts about Mr. Firth, who repeatedly refused to answer questions. The OGO report goes on to state, quote, additionally, some of the witness testimony provided by Mr. Firth was called into question as being misleading or false. As the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes rightly pointed out, Mr. Firth has on several occasions refused to answer direct questions when he was asked, and refused to answer and has been caught providing misinformation to Canadians. One specific issue is that he has refused to disclose whose testimonials are on his website. The website quotes senior government officials giving glowing reviews of GC Strategies, but yet Mr. Firth has as of yet refused to indicate who those senior government officials are. Madam Speaker, this House cannot and must not tolerate the disrespect and the degrading of the authority of Parliament and its committees. Witnesses who are summoned to testify must answer questions truthfully and not withhold information that is duly requested. Madam Speaker, as the member for Thousand Islands, Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes thoroughly explained on March 20th, there is a long and vital history, both within Canada and in its Westminster counterparts, showing that a refusal to answer questions before a committee is indeed a contempt of this House. And as much as I enjoy referencing and quoting from previous speakers' rulings, from Boskin-Gagnon, from Beauchene's 6th edition, from the powers of Parliamentary House to send for persons, papers, and records, and indeed from Erskine May, I will indeed spare the House from once again hearing me repeat some of the passages that have already been quoted by other members. But spoiler alert, Madam Speaker, I will in a bit quote from Sir John Bourino, one of the older authorities in this House dating back to the early part of the last century. I will, however, point out that in the 8.5 years that I have had the privilege and honour of serving as a Member of Parliament, I have found that on far too many occasions this House has had to deal with breaches of parliamentary privilege, including the rights of the House collectively or the rights and immunities of individual members. Far too often we have seen those rights and privileges violated. And the slow erosions of the rights and privileges of Parliament is not a small matter. It is indeed an absolute threat to our democracy. I would recall, Madam Speaker, that on June 17th, 2021, in what turned out to be one of the final days of the previous Parliament, members of all three opposition parties made the wise and appropriate decision to pass a motion on a question of privilege. With the passage of that motion, we called the President of the Public Health Agency of Canada to attend the bar of the House for the purposes of receiving, on behalf of the agency, an admonishment delivered by the Speaker and delivering up documents ordered by this House. That motion was an important step in pushing back against the loss and disuse of the powers and privileges of the House of Commons. It is unfortunate that 147 Liberal members of Parliament voted against that motion. Moreover, I would also point out, Madam Speaker, that when the federal agency at the centre of that scandal, the Winnipeg lab scandals, is also at the centre of this scandal today, the Public Health Agency of Canada. There is clearly a problem with the governance and accountability of both the Public Health Agency of Canada and the Canada Border Services Agency. Everyone responsible, including cabinet ministers, public servants, and outside contractors, must answer for their actions or inaction related to these scandals. Madam Speaker, I would recall for this House some of the testimony that we heard from senior government officials at the Public Accounts Committee, including the President of the CBSA. The President of the CBSA stated that they just didn't know who approved the ArriveCAN application. They just didn't know. It reminds me of an old Saturday Night Live sketch in which O.J. Simpson was going around the golf course trying to figure out who was the real killer. Madam Speaker, the President of the Canada Border Services Agency just couldn't tell the committee who approved the ArriveCAN app, despite being the President of the agency and having full, unfettered access to all documents and people within the agency. It is simply mind-boggling that that was the testimony we heard. We also heard from the President of the CBSA that she couldn't find any evidence of the company Deloitte being in, quote, that penalty box. Well, Madam Speaker, once again, it is not shocking that she may not have been able to find the written evidence, but there's no question she could have talked to the public servants within that agency to find out the reasons why Deloitte was in the, quote, penalty box. Now, perhaps, Madam Speaker, some of the emails may no longer have existed because we know now that one of the key central players in this scandal had deleted permanently all of their emails. And we learned last week that to delete emails is, quote, surprisingly easy. Another dark mark against this institution. And then as well, last week we heard from the CFO, the Vice President and CFO of the Canada Border Services Agency, who indicated that there was as many as 6 or 7 outside contractors who were also employed by the Government of Canada. But then when pressed for further information, he waffled, and he actually gave 4 separate answers to this very simple question. I think he thought that the British sitcom Yes Minister was an instructional video rather than the comedic genius that it actually was. But 4 different answers to one simple question, and never once did we actually get the truth to the question of double dipping within the Canada Border Services Agency. Now, Madam Speaker, there is before this House an amendment that I frankly believe would lessen the importance of this motion. Nearly 3 years ago, we heard from the Winnipeg Labs document, and that motion was passed. Now, it is clear that the amendment as proposed by the Liberal member for Kingston and the Islands, who serves as the Deputy House Leader of the Liberal government, that this amendment must be disregarded. Indeed, when this were this amendment to be passed, it would not only belittle, but would also lessen the seriousness of this situation and ignores the importance of the rights and privileges of parliamentary committees. And, Madam Speaker, it would significantly delay meaningful accountability on this matter until May at the very earliest. I believe strongly that the supremacy of this House of Parliament must be preserved. And by sending this off to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs for as long as 2 weeks, we will once again delay accountability. We must uncover the truth, the whole truth, and as they say, nothing but the truth. And that is what the original motion intends to do, and is why we must pull back from the amendment. Now, Madam Speaker, I recognize that the act of calling a person to the bar to be admonished by the Speaker and to be compelled to answer questions that a person may previously have been unwilling to answer is a very rarely used power for Parliament. But I strongly disagree with the member's argument that this is a reason not to use these powers. To the contrary, the rarity of this motion shows just how unacceptable the actions of Mr. Firth and GC Strategies are. Now, Madam Speaker, just because an action has not been used recently, there is no question that it is nonetheless appropriate in this House. As promised earlier, I will now cite from Sir John Bourrineau's Parliamentary Procedure and Practice in the Dominion of Canada, 4th edition, 1916. And for those following along around at home, it is pages 70 to 74. And Bourrineau writes, and I quote, "A witness who neglects or refuses to obey the order of the House will be sent for in custody of the Sergeant at Arms. Any person refusing to obey this or any other order, or aiding any witness to keep out of the way, may be declared guilty of a contempt of the House and brought before it in custody, that he may be dealt with according to its will and pleasure. Witnesses who refuse to answer proper questions will be admonished and ordered to answer them. If they refuse, they may be committed until they express their willingness to answer." And again, that is from Sir John Bourrineau. But that is not the only authority, Madam Speaker. I would also draw your attention to Beauchesne's Parliamentary Rules and Forms, 4th edition, 1958, at citations 329 and 330, Beauchesne's 2nd edition at citation 701, and of course Erskine May 18th edition, 1971, at page 672. I won't read those in the record, but I know honourable members will go seek out those citations later today. But, Madam Speaker, it brings us back to the fact that while we may not have used these powers in the past or in recent times, they are nonetheless important to the matter at hand. The fact that these extreme powers are used only in extraordinary circumstances should serve to express and underline the seriousness of the situation we find ourselves in. Indeed, Madam Speaker, I remind the House that the report from the Ogle Committee was a unanimous report of all members of this House, and it was concurred in by this House unanimously. What is also often referred to as the grand inquest of the nation will only be effective if we can receive the answers that are needed. To choose not to pass this motion is to choose to not exercise our powers in this case. It would be choosing to willingly weaken this House as a democratic institution. I do not accept that option. Madam Speaker, based on the evidence collected thus far from committees in Parliament and by those outside of Parliament, including journalists and other accountability mechanisms, it has been clear that GC Strategies has used individuals within the federal public service to wrongfully win government contracts and to enrich themselves while performing little and, in fact, no IT work for the Canadian people. The system of bidding and contracting between these groups and organizations and the federal government has become so corrupted that this two-person firm was able to decide on the contract conditions for a contract that, surprise, surprise, they ended up winning. This organization even uses the name GC Strategies to stand for Government of Canada Strategies and to grant themselves a fake sense of authority and legitimacy. As committee meetings have proceeded, these two individuals, Mr. Firth and Mr. Anthony, have been uncooperative, evasive, and in fact, dishonest. On multiple occasions, they refused committee summonses and invitations, and only appeared most recently before the OGO committee on the threat of arrest by the Sergeant at Arms. Only when the Sergeant at Arms was ready to place these individuals under the arrest by the authority of Parliament did they finally appear before the House. And when he did eventually appear, Mr. Anthony was at worst evasive and at best completely oblivious to the business of his own firm, despite having the titles of partner and chief security officer. He let on that he knew very little about this company of which he was a partner. And when Mr. Firth eventually appeared, he was again uncooperative and frankly dishonest. Mr. Firth refused to answer basic questions, including whether he had lied to a parliamentary committee before, whether he had lied about meeting government officials outside of government offices, and he refused to tell members of Parliament the names of the public office holders with whom he had met outside of government offices. He refused to tell members the names of the government officials he worked with to get over 100 contracts. He refused to tell members which senior government officials gave endorsements on his company website. And he lied about providing hospitality to government officials. Here we are, Madam Speaker, with key facts still being hidden. The people's representatives in this place must be able to hold this government and its contractors to account on this web of deception and fraud. We need to know who else benefited from this scandal, how it was allowed to carry out for so long. Madam Speaker, Canada is a parliamentary democracy. The powers invested in this House derive from the Constitution Act 1867, and the duly elected representatives in this House must be able to get the information needed to uncover the truth as we pursue our role in a parliamentary democracy. When an individual does not comply, he or she must be held to account. That is why Mr. Firth must be called to the bar of this House to be admonished by the Speaker, and he must be required to answer the questions that Parliament needs to get to the truth behind the ArriveCan scandal. I urge this House to quickly pass the motion in its original form rather than with the delay tactic that was introduced by the Liberal government. Madam Speaker, I commend these thoughts to the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the government's been fairly clear in terms of recognizing that what has taken place in committee is not appropriate, and ultimately seeing Mr. Firth come before the bar. So I think it's important for us to establish that, as opposed to what the Conservatives trying to give a false impression. The question I would ask for the member proper is, when he starts making the accusations about this government, I'm wondering, and tying it to a scandal, I'm wondering if he could reflect on the ETS scandal, $400 million. His own leader of the Conservative Party was the Parliamentary Secretary for Treasury Board, ultimately responsible in good part for it. Does he think that his leader of the Conservative Party should have done more when he was in an opportunity to do more to deal with issues such as we are debating today?
The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So if we're going back nearly 18 years in history, let us remember what the very first action was of the former Conservative government. Bill C-2, the very first bill introduced by the Conservative government in 2006, was the Federal Accountability Act, an act that directly came as a result of the Liberal sponsorship scandal of the previous Liberal government. That is the action that the former government took to root out corruption, to root out third parties getting rich off of government contracts. So we'll take no lessons from the Liberal on actions to root out corruption, because the first thing that the former Conservative government did when they came into power was to put into place the Federal Accountability Act, something that previous Liberal government failed to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been around the House for a number of scandals. I remember Jean Chrétien's golf balls. I remember Brian Mulroney's bag of money in a brown paper bag in a motel room. I remember Nigel Wright's $90,000 secret check to Mike Duffy to help pay off whatever. Wow. But the issue about what we do at committee is vitally important. We do not have the power to find guilt, but we have the obligation to get evidence and to present it to the House to make a finding. And so when we're told, and I've sat on committees where we've talked about issuing subpoenas and summonses, and while these are tools we don't rarely often use, the government doesn't like us using these tools. They should only be used very rarely, but if we don't use them ever, we lose those tools. I would like to ask my honourable colleague, given what we've seen of the refusal of these witnesses to present and respond to the fair questions, this would seem to Democrats to be a good time to use this tool. Does my honourable colleague agree?
The member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Timmins, James Bay, for his question. And I might add and wish him well. I know that he'll be around for a little bit longer, but do wish him well on his announcement of his forthcoming retirement from active politics. But I'm sure he'll be involved in other ways. To his question, though, he is right. If we do not use these more unique and more rare tools that this House possesses, they do fall into a pattern of disuse, which is why that we as parliamentarians must exercise them when the need arises. And this is a perfect example of when that need has arisen. We have witnesses who have shown themselves to be uncooperative at committees, have shown themselves to be unwilling to attend committees when they've been summoned, a very strong power, and have only attended when they were threatened with arrest by the Sergeant at Arms. So, Madam Speaker, this is a very clear example of the necessity of using this rarely used but nonetheless legitimate tool of this House of Commons to call Mr. Firth before the bar of this House to answer questions on behalf of parliamentarians and through us on behalf of all Canadians.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his discourse this afternoon. One of the things that he talked about was the decline in democracy and the diminishment in Parliament. We all recall in 2015 how the Liberal government and Prime Minister at that time, the Prime Minister who became Prime Minister, said that this was going to be the most open and transparent government by default. We've found since then that nothing has been like that. In every step of the way, and he talked about the Winnipeg Lab scandal, where they actually called an election so that that information would not come forward. Madam Speaker, my question to the honourable member is if he can speak on the decline and the diminishment of this Parliament and the power and supremacy of Parliament under this Liberal government.
Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and through you I thank the member from Barrie Innisfil for his excellent question, and I might add the excellent work that he is doing as chair of the Ethics Committee, which is working overtime these last number of months to root out scandal and corruption. But he talks about the decline in democracy and the challenges that we as parliamentarians face in getting information. The concept of open by default, the concept that we should be able to see the documents, see the information of what this government is doing is almost laughable now after over 8 years. The ATIP system is broken. We see examples of years upon years of individuals waiting to get what should be fairly simple documents from this government. We see committees being given the runaround when asking and requesting fairly simple information. We see this across the board in all aspects of parliamentary life, where parliamentarians who are sent here to do their jobs are unable to do them because of the lack of information. So open by default 8.5 years later is closed by default, and we are not getting the information that we need as parliamentarians to do our job.
Questions et commentaires? L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi Nunavut Bay James. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think we have to remember that the Conservatives created GC Strategies by giving millions in contracts to these CEOs, according to the Journal de Montréal. So how can they make recommendations now and, what's more, attack us without any valuable reasons at the Bloc? even though they didn't ask questions in the beginning.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Abitibi James Bain Nunavut. I'm not exactly sure what the Honourable Member wants to know, but I would like to say that this party, the official opposition, we want answers from GC Strategies. We need to know what GC Strategies knew through this government. We have to know who in the government helped GC Strategies to win millions in contracts from this government. So we have to find out what these facts are. And as the official opposition, we will continue to ask for answers from this government.
And comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, in response to my question, the member indicated, well, you know what, when Stephen Harper, what he did, first thing, brought in the Federal Accountability Act, Bill C-2, and he was very proud of that fact. Then, Mr. Speaker, a couple of years later, the current leader of the Conservative Party, then Parliamentary Secretary of the Treasury Board, he's at least in part responsible for a $400 million scandal known as the ETS scandal. Look it up. You'll see it's true. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if he would reflect on that and say, well, maybe his leader of the Conservative Party made, a real big mistake back then, Madam Speaker. But my question is, I'm wondering if the member would agree that we should be focusing, contrary to what I just finished saying, a little bit more in regards to the bar question, and that is a good thing.
The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me first say I do agree that we need to focus on the issue of calling Mr. Firth to the bar because we need answers. But he brought up the member from Carleton, the leader of His Majesty's loyal opposition. Let me be very clear about where the member from Carleton stands here today. He stands on axing the tax, building the homes, fixing the budget, and stopping the crime. Those are the issues that we in the official opposition are committed to, and that is what the leader, the member from Carleton, will deliver for Canadians in the next election, whenever that next election may happen.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to address the House today and always. Madam Speaker, yesterday, Common Sense Conservatives announced our demands for the upcoming federal budget. We called on the government to axe the tax on farmers and food by immediately passing Bill C-234 in its original form. We called on the government to build the homes, not bureaucracy, by requiring cities permit 15% more home building each year as a condition for receiving federal infrastructure money. And we called on the government to cap the spending with a dollar-for-dollar rule to bring down interest rates and inflation. We said the government must find $1 in savings for every new dollar of spending. These were the three common-sense conservative demands for the budget: axing the tax on farmers and on food, building homes, not bureaucracies, and instituting a dollar-for-dollar rule. And of course, conservatives in government would go further to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Under this NDP Liberal government, we see how spending is completely out of control. Under this Prime Minister, Canada will spend $46.5 billion this year to service the debt. That's more than the federal health transfer. The government is spending more servicing the debt than the federal health transfer.
The Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is rising on a point of order.
Madam Speaker, when the budget comes out, the member will be provided a wonderful opportunity to talk about a budget. It'll be coming up very soon, very, very soon. But today we're actually debating about an individual,
yes,
Mr. coming before the bar.
The Honourable Member knows there's a lot of leeway in how we introduce subjects. I am expecting the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan to get to the heart of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know, Madam Speaker, the member opposite is enthusiastic to hear the rest of my speech, and I invite him to hear it now. The Prime Minister is responsible for $46.5 billion this year in debt servicing costs. That is more than the federal government will transfer in health care. Astronomical amounts of money. being given to bankers and bondholders for this Prime Minister's out-of-control debt. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost, the crime, or the corruption. Now today, as the members pointed out, we're not debating the budget directly. We're discussing a question of privilege that relates centrally to government spending, to how this government spends taxpayer dollars, and the controls or lack of controls associated with that spending. And the point I want to emphasize is that this scandal, this Arrive scam scandal, is intimately linked to overarching questions about how taxpayer dollars are spent. The government spent $60 million and counting, as far as we know, as far as the data was available, on the Arrive scam app, $60 million. But that is a drop in a much larger ocean of contracting out to government insiders. The Arrive scam scandal is illustrative of this larger problem of abuse, corruption, at best, extremely generous contracting out that leads to so much waste of taxpayers' dollars. The government will try to convince people that all of their spending is necessarily associated with meeting immediate needs that Canadians face. But that is very clearly not true. So we need to understand this picture of how government procurement is being abused under this NDP Liberal government, how costly that is for taxpayers, and also what an opportunity this presents for us to do better, for us to save money for taxpayers and focus instead on the core needs of our country. So specifically on the Arrive scam scandal, we had, according to the Auditor General's report, a rigged process. We had a process in which specifications were put in place which don't appear to make any logical sense, which served the result of getting this one company with only two people the ability to access this contract. GC Strategies got the contract for the Arrive scam app. They got the contract, they subcontracted it. Their company alone got, according to estimates, some $20 million. They didn't do any work other than the very sort of perfunctory activity of going on LinkedIn and finding others who might be able to perform the skills. A simple way of understanding what GC Strategies did and didn't do, Madam Speaker, is if you hired me to paint your fence for $100, you probably wouldn't. But if you did, then I went out and hired the member for Winnipeg North and paid him $50 to paint the fence. And he painted your fence. He got $50. You paid me $100, and I just got $50 for facilitating the deal. Maybe I went on LinkedIn to find that the member for Winnipeg North could paint fences. And he might be looking for job opportunities like this after the next election, so it might be a relevant example. Madam Speaker, in that process, the middleman, the person who got the contract and passed it on, didn't actually do anything. They didn't add any value. And yet they were able to collect big time. So Madam Speaker, the nature of this scandal is that you had this so-called staff augmentation firm, I think is the lingo. GC Strategies took the contract and then they were able to subcontract it and get a whole bunch of money in the meantime for doing nothing. But the process that allowed GC Strategies to get this contract was a rigged process. In fact, the Auditor General revealed how GC Strategies sat down with government officials in one case and set the terms of the contract that they would then bid on. So we heard at Public Accounts Committee over the break that KPMG was told to go through GC Strategies by government officials. They were said, if you want to be part of this work, you need to go through GC Strategies. So the government was aware of other companies that could do this work, and yet they directed those companies to go through GC Strategies. So there was something clearly of a special relationship whereby members of this NDP Liberal government were keen to see GC Strategies cashing in big time for reasons that remain somewhat unclear. GC Strategies is also a company, by the way, that doctored resumes that they were submitting to the government. This is something that that we should be teaching children that is not appropriate or ethical, to be doctoring your resume in order to access an opportunity that you wouldn't otherwise qualify for. And yet GC Strategies, it appears it was doctoring resumes systematically. What they explained to us at committee, Christian Firth, during his earlier appearance, he said, well, we changed the resumes to make them compliant with the requirements of the contract. Then we go back to the resource and say, is that okay? Right? So if I'm applying for a government contract and I have 5 months experience and I'm supposed to have 5 years experience, then GC Strategies would cross out months and write in years, and then send it back to me and say, we made this little change, is that okay? And then they would send it off to the government afterwards. Christian Firth admitted that this wasn't just something they did once, this was their process, adjusting resumes to meet the requirements of the contract, then checking in if it was okay before sending this in. What a wild, broken system, Madam Speaker. So we have rigging of the process, we have systematic cheating, things that young children should know are highly unethical, that seem to have been happening systematically in the government. Despite these obvious problems with GC Strategies, this Liberal NDP government was keen to push other companies to work through the GC Strategies. And then we have obfuscation at committees, accusing people of lying. So these are some of the particular issues around the Arrive scam scandal. But to think about this in the context of the budget, of the overall fiscal situation. So we've been digging more on Arrive scam to ask, what are the procurement practices that allow this sort of thing to happen? What's happening more broadly inside of government that allowed $60 million to be spent in this case, and for nobody to seem to notice or care? Well, first of all, this process of contracting to people who contract to other people, it wasn't just a one-off. It wasn't something that just happened in the case of ArriveCan. We found that there are, get this, Madam Speaker, 635 companies who do IT staff augmentation for the federal government. 635 companies whose job it is to receive contracts and then contract out. So I think there are cases where contracting out is likely legitimate. But I'm very skeptical of the fact that there is any value in contracting out to those who subcontract and perhaps further subcontract after that. That the general contractor project management function should be able to be performed inside of government. And yet we have 635 companies that do IT staff augmentation only, that act as these middlemen, Madam Speaker, these middle companies who receive contracts and contract out. 635 of them in the IT space alone. So that's not just a one-off. That's not just the Arrive Scam Act. This is a larger issue with how the government treats money overall. The larger issue is systematic growth in contracting out and contracting out to those who just do this quote-unquote staff augmentation piece. We've seen how in the midst of dramatic growth in spending in the public service, there has also been dramatic growth in spending for contracting out. The government is spending tens of billions of dollars in contracting out, some of it for management consulting. We've talked about the enormous growth in spending on McKinsey. So contracting out for management consulting, contracting out to those who further contract out. So we're spending more inside of government, we're also spending dramatically more outside of government. And you would expect those things to be inversely related, that if we're spending more growing public service, then we should be contracting out less. Or maybe if we're contracting out more, that should correspond to having a smaller public service. But the government is growing the size of the public service and contracting out more at the same time. This NDP Liberal government clearly has a profound lack of respect for taxpayers' dollars. And they're going to try to tell you, well, Conservatives want to fix the budget. Where's the money going to come from? Is this going to mean cuts, Madam Speaker? But when you look at how broken our contracting system is, when you look at 635 companies doing staff augmentation in the IT space, tens of billions of dollars being spent on contracting out, I would say pretty clearly there's a lot of room to get the budget under control. We can actually stop giving money to these outside companies that are abusing the taxpayer and providing no value. And we can instead provide tax relief to Canadians who need it. We can instead axe the tax, build homes, cap spending. We can get our budget under control if we fix these grotesque abuses in government spending. Now, one key aspect of this scandal we need to ask about is, where was the minister? Where was the minister in all this? Because it's right and important that we demand answers from these contractors. But you know, Canadians elect members of Parliament from which emerge a cabinet and a government, an executive branch, who is supposed to be accountable for the decisions that government makes, who are supposed to be providing oversight and policy direction. Of course, ministers aren't involved in the minutiae of every decision, but they are responsible for the culture and the policy frameworks that are established. And the best we've heard from ministers on this, I asked the Minister of Procurement about kind of what he was doing in the midst of this Arrive scam scandal. Actually, there have been a number of different ministers. I think it's been 4 ministers just in the period since the pandemic that have been responsible for procurement. So there have been many hands that should have had an opportunity to impact this process. And yet, all of those ministers, and anybody who speaks from the government would have you believe that, well, we were just here. I don't know. It's something happened in the building that we're supposed to be in charge of, and we have no accountability or responsibility for it. And I would say that is absurd. That ministers should take responsibility for what happens in their department. They should establish clear expectations in terms of accountability, ethics, respect for taxpayers' dollars. And when costly criminal corruption is occurring under the watch of a particular minister, then the minister should have some responsibility, should have some response to what she or he was doing in order to address those concerning events. The current minister for public safety, for public services and procurement, when he was before a committee, I asked when was he briefed and what did he do, and he said he received a briefing and he provided no directive in terms of action in response to this scandal. Unbelievable. The descriptions by public servants are that ministers receive briefs, remain apprised or seized of what's going on, but then ostensibly do nothing, have no role in actually shaping policy outcomes. And that's just unacceptable. At best, this government has been a disinterested passenger in the midst of declining respect for taxpayers' dollars. But I think that's actually an overly charitable description. I think this government itself has shown flagrant disregard for taxpayers' dollars and has been complicit in various corruption scandals over the 8 long years that they've been in power. But even in their defense, this government says, well, the minister had nothing to do with it. You know, we have someone in this government whose title is the Minister for Public Services and Procurement. And yet when there's one of the biggest procurement scandals in this country's history, the government says, well, well, you can't expect the Minister of Procurement to have anything to do with a scandal in procurement, right? Like it's just in the name, right? Madam Speaker, I had proposed at committee, and it elicited points of order, maybe it will today, but I had proposed at committee that we could replace the Minister of Public Services and Procurement with a potted plant, and we would have the same result. A potted plant could receive briefings, naturally. A potted plant could be apprised of events, though would obviously not take any action in response to those events. We have ministers who were in the room who received briefings but did nothing. They would want us to believe that their role as a minister in procurement is to simply be there, to hear things, to be interested in those things, to receive updates. Again, Madam Speaker, we could save a drop in the bucket in comparison to other money that could be saved, but we could at least save a minister's salary if we replace the current procurement minister indeed with some such inanimate object. Madam Speaker, my time being short, I want to underline that the Arrive scam scandal, as bad as it is in and of itself, is a drop in this larger ocean of government waste and corruption. There are tens of billions of dollars being spent on contracting it. There is clearly a kind of a basic incontinence associated with government spending. The money just flows out for no discernible reason, and the processes are rigged. There's obfuscation, unresponsiveness at committee. And the latest is that we've seen how the Indigenous procurement rules are being abused by insiders who feel they have no obligation to bring about any benefit to Indigenous communities through their access to Indigenous procurement set-asides. And I think there's a lot more work that needs to be done to understand what are the abuses of the Indigenous procurement process that have been happening under this government. Very troubling information that's come out. For instance, David Yao saying, well, the point of this program isn't to benefit Indigenous communities, it's just to benefit me as an entrepreneur. Well, I don't think that's the point of the policy, Madam Speaker. So we see cost, we see corruption, we see crime happening under this government, and this privilege motion is one key piece of getting to the bottom of what happened, demanding answers from Christian Firth that he was unwilling to give at committee. And this will help us suss out in detail all the crime, the corruption, and the cost that we are seeing under this NDP Liberal government. Enough is enough. Canadians are looking for an alternative that will respect taxpayers' dollars, that will restore probity in spending, that will bring it home. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, you know, the member said $60 million with the Arrive scan, and he said it was a record, history record in Canada. That's just not true, Madam Speaker. All he needs to do is to take a look at the ETS scandal, which was $400 million. $400 million is more than $60 million. Guess what, Madam Speaker? The parliamentary secretary at the time was the leader of the Conservative Party. Now, he makes reference to ministers and parliamentary secretaries being plants. I would suggest to you maybe the leader of the Conservative Party is a dandelion, a dandyweed, or you know, one of those yellow weeds that we pull all the time. Madam Speaker, I think the leader of the Conservative Party might be a little offended by his colleague calling him a plant, and I'm wondering if he would like to retract those words. At the same time, maybe indicate how he believes people should be questioned that are called to the bar.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I am not aware of some of the long-tenured historical events that the member is speaking about. I'm a relatively young member of the House, Madam Speaker, so events before a certain date are even before my time. I think it is pretty rich for Liberals after 8 years in power to always want to draw our attention to things that happened in decades past. The fact of the matter is that since 2015, the national debt has more than doubled. More than half of our national debt is the responsibility of this Prime Minister. And that's why we are now spending more on debt servicing than we transfer for health care. Outrageous, out-of-control spending under this government. The $60 million for the Arrive scam scandal is important. But that's part of a larger pattern of cost, of crime, of corruption. And I mentioned some of these numbers in my speech. Over 600 companies just doing staff augmentation. It's out of control.
We have to give time for other questions. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Moments like this actually give me much joy because the Honourable Member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, spoke of the parasitic private class sector of consultancy in which he perfectly describes Marxist historical materialism and in outlining quite effectively, I might add, the central role of capitalism's use of exploitation of the workers and what the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan referenced, the Marxist theory of surplus value of labor, wherein, and I quote, those who actually create the value are exploited by their employers, in which their unpaid labor is pumped out of their direct producing, and so that the capitalist consultant class gets the opportunity to basically profit on work that they don't actually create value in. So my question through you, Madam Speaker, to my new Marxist comrade from the Conservative Caucus is, what other sections of Das Kapital Volume 3 would he like to reference for the good and welfare of this House? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was greatly amused by the member's question. I thank him for bringing joy and levity to the House. Of course, we're speaking about the predatory, unholy mixing of the elite consultant class with the state. And the member could reflect on how this procurement scandal really speaks to the negative effects on workers of big government trying to take more and more control. A government that is in bed with a few well-connected consultants, and that this kind of state capitalism, as opposed to a true free market system, is what is undermining the well-being of Canadians.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Peace River, Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I too want to add my voice to this conversation. The member talked about $46 billion in our national debt servicing. This money is going to service a record debt. This Prime Minister has doubled the national debt. I'm just wondering if the member has any hope that this, within his lifetime or the lifetime of his grandchildren, this debt will be paid off.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's hard to predict the timelines, but I will say I have a great deal of hope about the critical steps that a Conservative government will take to fix the budget, and that includes establishing a dollar-for-dollar rule. And this is common sense. That if the government is going to spend $1 on something new, they should be able to explain where that dollar comes from. These NDP Liberal coalition partners, they're keen to announce all kinds of new spending initiatives, but they never explain where the money is going to come from. And clearly, all of these new spending proposals, in many cases, I don't even think they're serious about doing them. They promise new spending that will kick in at some distant point in the future. But in every case where the money actually is spent, it's digging us further into deep debt. But then beyond that, we have this kind of flow of wasteful spending, the middlemen consultants, the management consultants that have done so well under this government. If we institute a dollar-for-dollar rule, this will get us back on track to understand that if you're going to spend $1 on something, it has to come from somewhere.
For Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have have to reflect back on this. We can't let him off the hook, because I know my honourable member from Courtney Alberni, when he was on OGO, I was on OGO, I served on it, and we got into this stuff. And the truth is that the Conservative government also has a long and storied history with your Deloittes of the world, your PricewaterhouseCoopers, and all these others. And so I'm keenly interested, does the honourable member believe in the value of public sector workers doing public sector jobs with public sector accountability? And if what I'm hearing correctly, is it his position today in this House, in this debate, that the Conservative policy would be to eliminate the bloat of the parasitic private sector consultancy class? Yes or no?
The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, very clearly, under this NDP Liberal government, contracting out is out of control. Yeah. There's been ballooning of external contracting, as well as significant growth in the public service. Now, do I think it is never reasonable to contract out? No, I don't think that. I think there are cases where contracting out is legitimate. But we see this excessive use of management consulting, the use of unethical companies like McKinsey. We have contracts to contract to subcontract and so on and so forth. I think our position is a reasonable and balanced one to say that we need to have proper accountability and spending controls. But the NDP is very disingenuous here, because the NDP continually votes confidence and supply to their Liberal partners to allow them to pursue the same policies that this member claims to denounce. So I would encourage the member, if he wants to actually see any kind of reform, if he wants to see us move away from the kind of excessive contracting out, the waste we've seen under this Liberal government, I would challenge him to put his money where his mouth is and to vote no confidence in this government.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as always, it's an honour to be able to enter into debate and on something that is speaks to the very heart and critical aspect of what this place represents. And that is in particular, we're talking about somebody who came to committee and misrepresented at best, outright lied is what is mentioned in the motion. But, Madam Speaker, my question for the member from Sherwood Park is very straightforward. I'm curious if he could reflect on how important it is that the principles of parliamentary privilege and parliamentary supremacy are carefully stewarded to ensure that this sort of running roughshod over the public purse, over the rights of Canadians and whatnot can be held under control. And the erosion of trust that ultimately this, among so many other issues, has the erosion of trust in our institutions that has been led by this Prime Minister and a government that seems to care little about governing, but more about politics and more about simply pressers and photo ops and their agenda that doesn't necessarily even result in actionable items.
Brief answer from the honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Excellent question from my colleague. We are seeing democratic decline in this country, a lack of respect for our democratic institutions. The Prime Minister recently announced government spending millions of dollars to look at the link between democratic decline and climate change. If he wants to learn more about democratic decline, my suggestion is he just buy a large mirror. Actually, probably already has a few of those, but he can learn a lot about democratic decline if he just got a large mirror.
Debate. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it is, as always, an honour to stand on behalf of the people of Battle River Crowfoot and enter into debate on the important subjects that come before this place. And for those who are watching that are wondering what a debate on privilege is, let me unpack that just for a quick moment. The idea of privilege, and it's a word that is often used in society and whatnot, but it has a unique meaning in this place. It ensures that ultimately Canadians have the full and supreme power to control the affairs of the nation, including the government. And the reason why it is called privilege is because each member of Parliament, when they are given a mandate by the people, are endowed with that authority to be able to make decisions. And it is this body this body, 338 members of parliament, 338 individuals that represent every square inch of this incredible country we have from coast to coast. Madam Speaker, it is this body, the only true representative entity in the nation that has the ultimate authority to determine the future of our nation. And the reason why a privileged debate is so very important is because it speaks to the very heart of ensuring that, that the rights of members of parliament being able to represent their constituents, represent Canadians, are not infringed upon. And it comes back to the fundamental tenet of parliamentary supremacy, something that is unique to the Westminster system and something that I would suggest sets us apart in terms of the power that we have. In fact, when you look around this place, Madam Speaker, and you see the history that lends towards this being the supreme lawmaking agency of the land. And it's things like the mace, that although there's a ceremonial purpose that is walked into in a parade, and a lot of people may look at that and say, well, you know, what's the big deal about that? Well, it's the transference of authority of the crown to the democratically elected government of the people. The fact that we are given the opportunity to speak on motions, the fact that members cannot be silenced, the fact that there's votes when a member, when there's a conflict as to who can be heard, the fact that confidence motions exist, all of these things speak to the privileges that members of parliament have in this place. So for those who are watching and wondering, what's the big deal about a privilege motion? It speaks to the very heart of what our democracy is, and that is ultimately that people, that Canadians are the ones that get to choose a path forward. And that is why, Madam Speaker, when it comes to the issue at hand, and I'll dig into some of the details as to the astounding revelations that have come out of some of the committee work, whether it be the relationship that this place can and I would suggest should have with committees, or whether it be a host of the other concerns that we have related to this motion of privilege here before us, it ultimately comes down to a defense of democracy and our democratic institutions. Because, Madam Speaker, if we do not have that, we risk losing our democracy. And my fear, Madam Speaker, is that over the last number of years, we have seen a continual erosion of that, whether it be through the course when during the first weeks of COVID. And I think that most Canadians would give a tremendous amount of latitude for those first few weeks of COVID. Nobody knew around the world what was going on, and certainly that can be litigated. But, Madam Speaker, when the government brought forward a omnibus spending and taxation bill, the very fundamental tenet of this idea of privilege, of Parliament being the ultimate decision maker for the land, Madam Speaker, is that taxation and spending is the prerogative of this place. You know, it was that Prime Minister, exceptional circumstances or not even during wartime, when the world was at war 2 times over, did they bring forward motions that would have given unlimited taxation and spending authority. Yet it was that roughshod attitude that this government seems to care little about our history and our institutions, but rather they are far more interested in pursuing their political agenda in the pursuit of power. When, Madam Speaker, it is not the pursuit of power that a government should be interested in. It is a pursuit to serve Canadians, and we have seen that balance that should exist in this place turned absolutely on its head. And the result is, and we've heard about it, my colleagues from the Conservative Party that spoke today and had spoke prior to the last constituency break have emphasized how there has been this democratic decline. Now, the Liberals are quick to say, oh, well, it's factors outside of their control. The NDP are quick to say, oh, it's factors outside of their control. But ultimately, it needs to come down to an empowering of the citizenry of our country. And that is safeguarded through what we call privileges in this House. And if we lose those things, if we see those things eroded, then, Madam Speaker, we face a grave challenge being able to do the solemn duty that has been entrusted to all of us as members of Parliament. And at a time, Madam Speaker, when there has been a substantial erosion of regular Canadians being able to trust that their government has their best interests in mind. Because we see increasingly, I hear it all the time, whether I'm traveling across my constituency, whether it's as I visit communities in other parts of the country, or whether it's you know, in airports or different places that I have a chance to chat with those amazing regular Canadians. Not the academic class, not those who have a whole host of letters behind their name, but regular Canadians. They wonder what the deal is. They wonder if they can trust. It used to be, Madam Speaker, And I'll get to the substance of the motion here in just a moment. It used to be that you may not like the Prime Minister, but you respected the office. Increasingly today, there are many Canadians that simply have lost respect for the office of the Prime Minister and so many of our democratic institutions, whether that be our justice system. And Madam Speaker, I could give you numerous examples of how the justice system is failing Canadians. And when the justice system fails Canadians, of which the laws are passed by this place as the ultimate arbiter of the land, that principle of parliamentary supremacy which is safeguarded by parliamentary privilege, it is incumbent upon us to take action. Yet we see increasingly that that Liberal government is unwilling to do so. So, Madam Speaker, when we talk about privilege, it's not something that is this flippant term that can simply be glossed over and say, oh, well, it's not a big deal, or it's committee's responsibility. No, Madam Speaker, it comes to the very fundamental ideas of what our democratic institutions are, what they should be, and how we can ultimately, and what I hope sooner than later will be a Conservative government led by the member from Carleton, the hard work of being able to restore the trust that has been broken in our institutions in this nation, Madam Speaker. Because we can do that. We can do that. It's going to take tough work, and I would just quote the member from Carleton, the leader of the Conservative Party. He says this often, but he says it's time that government focus on doing a few things well as opposed to doing everything poorly. Because that is the place that we are at. Nothing seems to be going well in this country. And the solution that the Liberals seem to be so quick to propose is that they'll simply spend more money. We saw that during COVID. We've seen that with a host of other issues, a laundry list of things. They seem to be quick to spend more money and say that that is the answer. Yet it's Canadians that are then suffering. It's Canadians that are seeing the impacts of that. They want to deal with an issue that they find is very important, the environment and climate change. So what do? Instead of actually proposing solutions, they simply punish Canadians. And it's that flippant attitude that is causing that erosion of trust in our democratic institutions. And then when it comes to the debate around the privilege, we had an individual. One of two individuals, actually, and it's hard to believe that this is, it almost sounds comical. It's something that you would read in a synopsis of a Saturday night a political drama. But two individuals in a firm, they got a $20 million contract. We think a $20 million contract. It could have been more. There isn't good documentation to prove exactly what that number was. They are called to testify before a parliamentary committee, and their testimony is lacking the facts, to put it lightly. And, Madam Speaker, what we saw in this motion is a clear disregard for the fundamental tenets. And having watched those committees as a member of the Ethics Committee and as somebody who cares deeply about the institutions and infrastructure of our government, we see how the flippant nature to which the Liberals and propped up by their partners in the NDP, they approach these things with little care about the impact that it has on the trust of our institutions. And as we saw during the fact that we had a app that was supposed to cost several $100,000, end up costing more than $60 million, and we don't even know what the full cost of that is, Madam Speaker. Again, this is the sort of stuff you would think you would read in a Hollywood political soap opera drama. But it is being lived out in reality in the House of Commons in our country. And what is the Liberals' response to this? Like, oh, well, yeah, maybe something went wrong, but it wasn't us. That's what they say. And then when it comes to questions surrounding committee, Madam Speaker, they say, oh, well, it's because committees have become dysfunctional. It has nothing to do with scandal. It has nothing to do with mismanagement. It has nothing to do with the fact that it's MPs' jobs to actually get answers. It has nothing to do with the fact that it is committees have a core and fundamental purpose that is guaranteed through the processes that have been laid out in the Parliament of Canada Act and standing orders, Madam Speaker, to study specific things. They don't take any of that seriously. They simply say, oh, well, it's simply partisanship. But I've noticed something, Madam Speaker, and this is an observation that I offer to all Canadians that are watching this important debate. As soon as the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister are really good at this, among other members of the Liberal cabinet, among members of the NDP leadership, although it seems like there's a dramatic decline in the number of NDP members in this House currently, so I wonder what that'll look like after the next election. But when it comes to the fundamental tenet of working for the best interests of Canadians. The only time you hear the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, other members of the NDP Liberal coalition talk about Team Canada, it is when it has been coupled with failure. And it is, it's tragic, quite frankly, because and take housing. A little bit separate from the issue at hand, but closely related, because what we see is that the Liberals all of a sudden take housing seriously. They forget that they've been in power for close to a decade, and that housing costs have doubled under their leadership, and that the inflationary crisis that has led to diminishment of the purchasing power of Canadians is a result of their mismanagement of the economy. Yet now they're saying, well, you know what, it requires a Team Canada approach. And Madam Speaker, in terms of the vernacular, I don't disagree. But the challenge is that it's only when the Liberals have failed, and it's when Canadians are feeling the consequences of that failure, that they say that a Team Canada approach is needed. And what is the consequence of that? They have weaponized that very phrase and what it should mean for Canadians to accomplish their political objective, which is to retain power at all costs. And, Madam Speaker, it is absolutely shameful. And the erosion of trust in our democratic institutions is something that is hurting our country. It is hurting the building in which we stand and everything that it represents. And it's hurting every aspect of what government should stand for. So it's time that this country has a government that is willing to roll up its sleeves and do the hard work of governing. Not to prioritize photo ops, but prioritize the administration and management of government. And we see practical solutions being proposed often by the member from Carleton and this incredible team of Conservatives that we have in the House right now. And I speak often to candidates that are looking forward to running in the next election. There was an opportunity to run in a carbon tax election, confidence vote, that all other parties showed exactly where they stand, that they're in favor of bankrupting Canadians and an extremist ideological agenda as opposed to letting Canadians actually make a choice. But we see an incredible team that's bringing pragmatic, practical solutions forward, that's willing to roll up our sleeves and get that work done. Because, Madam Speaker, what we have seen under these Liberals is the antithesis of that. And it's hurting the very institutions that we need to work so hard to steward and defend. So when my colleague from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes moved this privilege motion after the Speaker's finding, it's now a couple of weeks ago because of the Easter break, we have a clear opportunity here. And I would note, I support that. I have some concerns about the amendment that was moved from the member from Kingston, because there certainly seems to be instead of actually getting to the root of the issue, they would rather, and in an unsurprising manner, they would simply rather study it some more, it seems. They would simply want to reduce the urgency to which Conservatives certainly take this fundamental issue where our democracy is at stake. And as the member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes, after moving this motion, he said that it's using an extraordinary remedy for an extraordinary problem, calling somebody to the bar, demanding that accountability, to basically a signal or flag to the nation that we take seriously the job we have to do here, and that you do not play a roughshod over democracy. Now, it's unfortunate that there seems to be backbenchers in both the Liberals and the NDP, and I would suggest often the Bloc Québécois, that seem to not take this as seriously as they should. But it is that running roughshod over democracy that is so troubling, that speaks to the urgency to which we have of the issue before us. And again, an $80,000 original price tag on this app. And I think that there's a lot of discussion that needs to happen, Madam Speaker, about how the Liberals ran roughshod over the fundamental rights of Canadians. This app that they said was so important, when they mandated it, it sent tens of thousands of people into quarantine. It restricted the constitutional ability for Canadians to enter the country, but also by virtue exit the country. And there's a host of things that they seem to never have concern about the implications for the policy decisions that they made. And they'll say, Madam Speaker, I can hear it now, say, oh, well, those extraordinary circumstances. But, Madam Speaker, that doesn't excuse the need to take great care and steward the administration of government and the administration of the freedoms that we have. My colleague from the Shadow Minister of Ethics, Madam Speaker, outlined very clearly the long history over the course of our parliamentary system, the last close to 160 years, not quite there, but getting close. And of course, there's further reference to and the opening words of the British North America Act, or the Constitution Act 1867, actually even mentions how it would be a government in similar format, and I'm paraphrasing here, but similar format to that of the United Kingdom. So he references in his remarks some of the precedent that goes long before the foundations of our country to ensure that the privileges and ultimately the democratic rights of Canadians are protected. And we see how over the course of the committee testimony, or specifically GC Strategies, misleading in name, because a lot of people would look at their website and say, oh, it must be the Government of Canada. And I wouldn't blame them. Government of Canada, GC, right? And in fact, all of us as MPs, our emails have GC in it, right? So it's misleading at best. And then there's a whole bunch of little things like the unnamed public servants that give glowing recommendations about their services that can be provided. They're not willing to provide who gave those. And it turns out that that's not actually part of the procurement process. And the fact that we had revealed in testimony the other day, Madam Speaker, that it was KPMG was told to go talk to GC Strategies in order to get a contract. Like, talk about absurd. The pinnacle of absurdity. Yet this seems to be the culture to which we find ourselves in under this Liberal Prime Minister and the NDP Liberal coalition that continues to vote confidence and back him and that corruption up in this place. So, Madam Speaker, I would, in the last couple of minutes that I have, would simply highlight a couple of...
I have to interrupt the honourable member. The Parliamentary Secretary is rising on a point of order.
Madam Speaker, I rise only because I know there's been a number of members that have made reference to GC being Government of Canada. I don't know in terms of to what degree that has been substantiated. That would be a bit of a concern. I don't want to...
I think the honourable member actually was making it a point about not being the Government of Canada, and I will let him pursue his speech. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And whether intentionally or by accident, the member just proved the point. The fact that you have an entity that received $20 million in funding on what was an app that was originally supposed to cost $80,000, and the fact that the company contracted is named GC Strategies. And the confusion, it seems intentional, that they have endeavored to throw at this in what we see just an exponential explosion of contracting that these Liberals, and backed by the NDP, every step of the way backed by the NDP. So it's exactly that. That is exactly the point. Manipulating the facts and the truth for their political agenda so that they could get contracts. So maybe when somebody would look through a procurement list, they'd say, oh, well, GC Strategies, that just must be another department under Treasury Board or something like that. Madam Speaker, that speaks to exactly the point I would suggest that we need to be making here. And I would just reference as well, the Auditor General has done some incredible work in outlining some of the egregious accounting, to say the least, Madam Speaker, when it comes to this. And it is only that one more in a laundry list. That, in fact, I would close with this, Madam Speaker. You know, it would be one thing if this was a exceptional circumstance under this Liberal Prime Minister. But it seems like this running roughshod over accountability, running roughshod over our institutions, and ultimately running roughshod over the privileges that are the fundamental backbone of preserving our democracy. They seem so quick to run roughshod over that so many Canadians are simply asking the question and saying, Madam Speaker, that we do not trust that Prime Minister, we do not trust that government, because it's not an exceptional circumstance. It seems that every single day there is a new scandal. There is a new controversy. There is something where this government has mismanaged, led to corruption. And, Madam Speaker, one can only jump to the conclusion, and I'll close with this. That seems that rot goes from the bottom all the way to the top, and change needs to happen. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do take some exception in terms of what it is that the member is saying. When you think in terms of, when I think about the leader of the Conservative Party, I think it's kind of like do as I say, not as I do. When the leader of the Conservative Party was the Parliamentary Secretary for Treasury Board, there was a $400 million contract scandal with ETS, Madam Speaker. I'm sure the member is likely aware of it. His leader was the Parliamentary Secretary at that time. And when he's critical of the government and blaming ministers on this side, does he not realize that it's not, he's also reflecting on his own leader of the Conservative Party? What did the leader of the Conservative Party do back then on a $400 million scandal?
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
I find it interesting, Madam Speaker, these liberals are quick to pivot and deflect and divert when it is under that member's leadership and his Prime Minister, supported by the NDP and the leader of the NDP, that have seen a doubling of contracts, Madam Speaker, a doubling of contracts going through the course of their government, which, Madam Speaker, is exceptional in terms of the number in and of itself. But what is also exceptional is the exponential, it seems, increase. I believe it's 43%. Don't quote me on the number, but I believe it's 43% increase in the cost of the simple expenditures of running government. So, Madam Speaker, we are seeing an explosion in terms of the ability for contractors, whether they intentionally mislead what their company does, a two-person farm, or run out of somebody's basement that's meant to mislead in terms of what its name stands for, GC versus Government of Canada, or whether it be the plethora of other contracts that this government seems to be quick to they're just throwing money out like you wouldn't believe, Madam Speaker. We need accountability and answers, and it seems that member and those Liberals refuse to even allow the conversation to happen, and that's why
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With respect to my Conservative colleague, I think in his remarks he presented an incredibly myopic view of history. In my time in this place, one constant feature of the House of Commons is both the Liberals and the Conservatives doing the finger point over who was worse in government. It's like an extreme parody of pot, meat, kettle in this place about who had the worst record with scandals. Now, if we take a look at the Conservative record, the ETS scandal of $400 million was mentioned, but let's not forget the extreme outsourcing with the Phoenix pay system. Remember, that was supposed to save the Canadian public $70 million and ended up costing us over $2 billion? There are members of the Conservative caucus who were present during the Harper government who were, displaying such flagrant disregard for basic accounting principles, they don't have a place to stand on. So what's clear, Madam Speaker, is that both the Liberals and the Conservatives have equally dirty hands when it comes to outpricing to consultants and flagrant disregard for taxpayers' money. So, Madam Speaker, my question to my honourable colleague through you is, because the Liberals and the Conservatives both have displayed such flagrant disregard for taxpayers' money, it's obviously a systemic issue. Through you, Madam Speaker, what proposals do the Conservatives have to fix a mess that both Liberals and Conservatives have thus far been unable to fix and have both been equally guilty of?
Hear, hear.
A member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Well, Madam Speaker, it is fascinating. You talk about a myopic view of history. It is that member, his leader, and the members of the NDP that support at every turn the corruption of that Liberal Prime Minister and his cabinet, as well as the Liberal backbench. So I find it a little bit rich. Madam Speaker, it's time for a government that is willing to roll up their sleeves and do the hard work of administering and stewarding what Canadians expect their government to do. And Madam Speaker, I am happy to unpack the many ways that the member from Carleton has practically proposed a path forward to increase accountability, dollar for dollar law in terms of spending, ensuring that government spends within its means, Madam Speaker, to make sure that we are doing what Canadians expect their government to do. So I will not take any lessons, because when I point fingers, Madam Speaker, I'm pointing them at a coalition that has propped up one of the most corrupt governments, if not the most corrupt government in Canadian history. And Madam Speaker, it's time for change, because that's what Canadians are demanding. They expect a government to work for them. That's certainly not what they're getting from these Liberals and those NDP.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Comments. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Now, I appreciate the Honourable Member's theatrics. He's borrowing the end flare of kind of self-righteous rage and indignation. But I also know this member from committee. And is it his position here today that as a New Democrat at Ethics and other committees that we're on, that I'm not actively working with them to help hold this government accountable? Because, Madam Speaker, this member would know at every step along the way, New Democrats are in a confidence and supply agreement. We hold them accountable in this House and at committees. And yes, there are about 26 points in which we are fighting and using our power to win for Canadians, things like dental care and pharmacare, and yes, indeed, housing. Madam Speaker, we're going to win for workers. So those are set aside. But just through you, I'm kind of taking it personal. To the Honourable Member, is it his position that at committee as a New Democrat, I'm not indeed working as an opposition member? Because if that's the case, he could see a new me at the next committee.
Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would encourage that member to maybe bring the message to his leader that it is essential to actually do the work of an opposition party, whether it be in this place or whether it be in committee. And I've had the opportunity, and while we disagree on many things, I remember an early conversation I had with that member that he shared, at least he could respect Conservatives because he knew we stood for something, where he didn't know what the Liberals stood for ever. So, Madam Speaker, I would encourage that member to bring that message to his leader, because there is no question that the current leader of the NDP has run roughshod over democracy and supports corruption in a way that makes him just as complicit as every single member of that Liberal Party. So whether it be the circumstances we find ourselves in the House today, I hope that member will have the intestinal fortitude, Madam Speaker, to vote no confidence, to let Canadians make the choice about who should be leading this country forward to do the tough work of actually leading a government that works for all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to return and reply. Speaking of leaders, Madam Speaker, I want to see if this member has the intestinal fortitude to stand up today and unequivocally denounce the crackpot right-wing nutjob Alex Jones and his ringing endorsement of his dear leader. Because I tell you what, in this House, Madam Speaker, the way in which the Conservative caucus kowtows to their leader would make Kim Jong-il blush. He would make the most hard dictators blush in the way in which they set up their majesty, the honourable member of the opposition. So, will he denounce today, unequivocally, the crackpot conspiracy theorist, mass shooter denying Alex Jones in this House, or will they continue to cater to the most extreme factions of the right wing within their caucus?
Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Madam Speaker, why is that member, and not unlike those within the Liberal Party, are so obsessed with American politics? They are obsessed with American politics, Madam Speaker. Yet it was a former American presidential candidate that spoke to that member's last party convention. There was a failed presidential candidate that spoke to that party's convention. So, Madam Speaker, the absurdity that comes out of the mouths of whether it's supporting a terrorist group that is Hamas, whether it is being endorsed by communists around the world, being buddies with dictatorships like the communist dictatorship in Beijing that Prime Minister and his pet nickname Little Potato is. Madam Speaker, we will denounce absurdity, because not only is that endorsement an absurdity, Madam Speaker, the way that the trifecta of the left in this country is obsessed with American politics and trying to bring that sort of Americanization of our political discourse to Canada is an embarrassment. And Madam Speaker, I would suggest this, that they should spend more time talking to Canadians, because that's what I'm doing and that's what I know the member from Carleton is doing, and it is Canadians that are giving a ringing endorsement to the change that is necessary to bring accountability and bring home a Canada that actually works for the people of this nation.
Hear, hear. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise in this House on behalf of the good citizens of Calgary, Midnapore. Madam Speaker, who is Christian Firth? Christian Firth is an individual who is at the center of this debate here today. An individual who has been called in contempt of this Parliament to come and make amends with the information that he has not provided to committees, to this House, and to Canadians. But who really is Christian Firth? Christian Firth is one half of a company called GC Strategies that in 2018 ranked fourth on the fastest growing companies in Ottawa. Its products it offers, IT solutions, consultings. It had, Madam Speaker, a 3-year revenue growth of 676.4%. And it's no wonder why, Madam Speaker, when we see the scandal of Arrive Scam, a $60 million app that could have been created at a fraction of the price by a group of university students over a weekend. Yet this individual is wanted here before the House for not getting answers for Canadians. Now, I'm sure when Mr. Firth started his enterprise, he was like any other well-meaning entrepreneur who wanted to go out there and make a dollar to support his family. He has cited incredible stress since he undertook this role and the scrutiny that him and his partner have come under. But the things he did, Madam Speaker, certainly were scrupulous. For example, he falsified CVs. And before I continue, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to point that I'll be sharing my time with the wonderful member from Edmonton West, Edmonton Mall, also the chair of the Government Operations Committee. Falsified CVs. So he essentially did what we have come to know in Government Operations Committee, known as the bait and switch, where you provide a certain set of information, win a contract, and then switch out the vendors, switch out those individuals who will be completing the work. He certainly inflated the prices. He has made $19 million on Arrive Scam, an unbelievable amount, and as I said, for a $60 million app, but it may in fact be even more than that, as the Auditor General wasn't even able to confirm that it was just $60 million as a result of incomplete documentation. In addition to the bait and switch, the falsifying of CVs and the inflated prices, he of course made relationships with bureaucrats that many would consider not above bar, and in fact subject to strong ethical scrutiny. So Christian Firth, an individual who is one of the partners in GC Strategies, who started a business, got $19 million in funding for Arrive Scam, has now been called in contempt of this House, and who has done some extraordinary things. But why really is Mr. Christian Firth being called before this House? It's evident, Madam Speaker. It is the incompetence and the unethical conduct of this government, Madam Speaker. Without a doubt, that is the real reason that Christian Firth is being called in front of this House. Because this government is incapable of taking responsibility for anything that they do. They simply can't say, it's our fault, we did this. And sadly, Madam Speaker, it's a combination of incompetence and unethical behavior. Incompetence that they've had 8 years to fix the policy, to fix the procurement policy, who the procurement ombudsman said was an absolute sham and is an absolute failure and allowed this scandal to happen. It's an ethical breach, as we've seen at every single layer of this government, at every single level of this government, to the Prime Minister 3 times with nothing more than a slap on the wrist. No wonder Christian Firth thought that he could get away with the types of atrocities that he did and be called forward to this House. And, Madam Speaker, we have seen several instances of this government where they have not taken their responsibility seriously or at all, with dismal results and terrible consequences for Canadians, in fact, members of their own party as well. We recall Jody Wilson-Raybould, the former Justice Minister, who tried to do the ethical thing with this government, Madam Speaker, who, when she was shuffled out of her position of Minister of Justice and given the lesser cabinet position of Minister of Veteran Affairs, later told Canadians that the Prime Minister's office had attempted to put pressure on her to intervene in the SNC Lavalin case. So you see, Madam Speaker, no one has a chance against this government, even the Justice Minister. In a letter, she later thanked constituents in saying she was stepping down from cabinet, looking forward to serving her constituents at that time. But in her book, she later came out and said, "I wish I had never met you." Those are the words she said about this Prime Minister who leads this unethical government, who leads this incompetent government that has brought us to the position of Christian Firth having to come in front of government here today. In fact, on her way out, Madam Speaker, she said to the incoming Justice Minister, David Lametti, she said, "Be careful, all is not what it seems." So as I said, Madam Speaker, this is a government that doesn't want to take responsibility, doesn't want to have accountability, and we see this again with the calling of Christian Firth. Where else did we see this, Madam Speaker? We are seeing it with the dismissal of the 2 lab scientists out of the Winnipeg lab, Madam Speaker, where we had, first of all, a CSIS investigation where it showed information such as an X-ray package containing virals, a substance that were later found to be mouse protein, but were labeled as kitchen utensils, Madam Speaker. And as well, a trip to China being a personal vacation. But even a CSIS investigation wasn't enough for the Prime Minister to insist that all of the documents were released around this scandal, Madam Speaker. And this is another example where we see this government that does not take responsibility, is unethical, and doesn't even have the competence to right the wrongs that they make. So they have no capacity to fix this policy. They have even though they've had 8 years there, they have no capacity to follow the recommendations of independent investigators of Parliament, such as the Procurement Ombudsman or even the Privacy Commissioner, as we saw in Government Operations Committee this morning. And worse than incompetence, Madam Speaker, they are unethical. They attempt to cover up their unethical behavior and place the blame on other individuals, as the Prime Minister did with the Minister of Justice, Jody Wilson-Raybould, as he did with the former Parliamentary Secretary to International Development, Selina Segar-Chavanez, as he did with Jane Philpotts, and the list goes on and on and on. And do you see Minister Lametti in this room here today? No. He was lucky. He jumped off the bus before he could get run over, Madam Speaker. But that's what this government does. That's what this unethical government does. Where else did we see this, Madam Speaker? Why, look at the chair you're sitting in. It's the chair of the Speaker. This Prime Minister couldn't even accept responsibility for inviting a Nazi into the House. And it said, what did he have to do? He got rid of the predecessor to that chair, Madam Speaker. This government is incompetent, unethical. They can't take responsibility for anything. They throw everyone and anyone under the bus. And this is the latest victim, Madam Speaker. Certainly a result of his own doing, of his own terrible inaction to respond to this House, but it's the Prime Minister that runs these people under the bus. Now, Madam Speaker, who perpetuates these lies? In fact, it is the Prime Minister and all of the ministers around him, all of the ministers who have showed up in Government Operations Committee indicating that they don't know how this happened. It is their deputy ministers, Erin O'Gorman, who's just there covering up for this unethical government. And you know what makes me the most mad, Madam Speaker? It is me and my colleagues that will have to come in the next government and the next election to fix this pattern of unethical behavior and fix all of the policies. It is the member for Edmonton West. It is the member for Barrie. It is the member for Calgary West. It is the member for exactly behind me, Sonia Lambton, who are going to have to come in and clean up this mess, Madam Speaker. And that's because even though it may be Christian Firth who is coming to the bar today, in contempt for refusing to provide answers, it is fundamentally the response, the fault, the blame of this unethical Prime Minister, of this incompetent Liberal government. And frankly, Madam Speaker, Christian Firth is just the latest victim in this train wreck, in this parade of victims of the Prime Minister and his team. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's interesting. The government has been very clear in terms of its position, wanting to see more transparency and accountability. In fact, supporting the fact of Mr. Frith coming before the bar is a question of a mechanism to ensure that there's a sense of accountability through questioning. The member doesn't necessarily address that issue. She wants to go on the political side, so let me go on the political side. Can she tell me why it is that her leader, while he was the Parliamentary Secretary of Treasury Board, allowed for and denied any sense of accountability for a $400 million ETS scandal? He was in a position in which he could do something. He chose to do nothing. Does she think maybe the leader of the Conservative Party should have been more responsible for Canadian tax dollars when he had the opportunity to be so? And if not, why not?
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As I stated in my speech, this government has had 8 years in an attempt to clean up their act, to right the wrongs, and yet they refuse to do this. They just keep throwing people under the bus, whoever is expedient and opportune to maintain their power, along with their coalition partners, the NDP, who are jumping ship at a rapid rate, I will add, Madam Speaker. You know, it's just so incredibly rich to speak of times 10 years ago, when they've had 10 years, not only to set a fixed policy, but to set an example for Canadians, Madam Speaker. And guess what? They failed, and Canadians are speaking to that. And I look forward to a referendum on not only the efficacy of this government, but also the ethical standards of this government, which is coming soon, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you. I always enjoy this synthetic outrage I hear in the House. Certainly, I remember some great Conservative moments. Do you remember when Tony Clement took $50 million of border security money to buy fake boats, gazebos in Muskoka, the ultimate pork barrel scandal? Nigel Wright, the $90,000 check to Mike Duffy, one of the most unworthy political figures we've ever seen in this country, but he was a bagman for the Tories. But the issue here is the role of Parliament and the necessity of Parliament to maintain the ability to get evidence. That's what we're here to do. So I want to speak in the moment I have of the need to use the tools that we have. We do not have the power to find guilt at committee. Our job is to gather evidence and bring it to the House. So we are here at the House now on an issue of those failing to provide the evidence that was required of them, and I'm asking and say we will certainly support getting this motion through as quickly as possible.
Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
And I'd like to thank the member for Timmins, James Bay, for relieving us of our misery and announcing his resignation. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate that. We're all going to really miss him on this side of the House. Not.
No. Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her speech. I share her concern with the number of scandals that are going on, and I wonder about the cost to Canadians when we add up, the 60 million Arrive scam and the 150 million that are missing from the Sustainable Green Fund and the 172 million that went missing under Catherine McKenna, etc. How do we quantify this for Canadians?
And for Calgary-Midnapore.
I want to thank very much the member, just give my thanks to the member for Sarnia-Lambton for her leadership and mentorship to me during the 7 years that I've been elected, Madam Speaker. My 7-year anniversary was on April 3rd. I'm truly grateful for that. And the reality is that the price is incredible. We are at a $1.2 billion deficit in government across Canada at this point. We saw a $40 billion, $40 billion deficit in the most recent update of this government. Frankly, Madam Speaker, I'm terrified of the budget and what this means for Canadians. No doubt the Prime Minister and his Deputy Prime Minister, the Finance Minister, will be attempting to buy off Canadians once again. We know that it's not going to work. What I do know, Madam Speaker, is that it will take my son, the member for Sarnia Lambton's children and grandchildren, generations to pay this back, Madam Speaker, and I'm very sorry for that, but I am grateful for her. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's great to see the gallery is filling up, I'm sure, for my speech today and not for question period. Now, I'm pleased to rise again on the question of privilege following the tabling of the 17th report from the Standing Committee of Government Operations Government Operations, also known as OGO. To be up here speaking on that is particularly troubling, and it's a part of a troubling pattern that we've seen in committee. Witnesses, whether parliamentary witnesses, whether government officials or not, are ignoring the rights and powers and privilege of parliamentarians to act as the grand inquisitors of the nation. This particular issue is around a witness, Kirsten Firth, someone doing business with the government and not answering to the committee. But I have to ask honestly, why would he? If he spent any time watching any of the committees on TV, or especially watching estimates and operations on TV, he would see witnesses don't actually have to answer. He would see government witnesses refuse to answer. He'd see ministers refuse to answer. Now, we've actually seen in committee, and if Kirsten Firth was watching, he'd see the Prime Minister's own department, the Privy Council office, in committee repeatedly ignoring the laws of the land, repeatedly ignoring orders of Parliament, repeatedly ignoring the law and the committee orders to produce documents. Now, making up excuses why PCO and other departments can ignore the will of Parliament seems to be a very active program within the government. Now, if the government and the Prime Minister's own department, the PCO, can be so blatantly cavalier with committees, it's not surprising that others would do as well. Hence, we end up with this privilege debate. Now, no doubt Kirsten Firth had seen how government officials appear in committee and based his conduct on that. Now, lines need to be drawn, Madam Speaker. Parliament's dignity and the will of Parliament must be defended. Parliament and its committees cannot continue to be seen as some mere toothless entity to be ignored when questions become inconvenient or embarrassing or damaging to the government or to the witnesses. Now, I want to clear up a bit of misinformation that's been pushed out there about this witness. It has been stated that he had provided all the information the committee demanded. That is not quite accurate. He provided some of it late, which is fine, but he still provided it. But there was a very specific question he refused to answer. And it's at it's kind of at the crux of the ArriveCan scandal. He had been accused of helping write the work requirements for a contract that he himself then won on a sole source basis. Mr. Firth was asked to provide this information, and I'm going to read to you from the Blues. The member from Carleton Eagle Creek asked, for greater clarity, I'm looking for the individuals that you have met with in developing the criteria. I'm asking you, who did you sit at the table with to develop the criteria for the contract? Mr. Firth then says, because it's under RCMP investigation, he refuses. Now, he was sworn in. He was warned of the consequences of not answering questions of the committee. This was his third appearance, so he knew the rules. Later, the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, stated on a point of order, I'd like the chair to put the question to you, Mr. Firth, and have an obligation to answer, that you have an obligation to answer, and whether you want to or not, because it's the rules that apply to Parliament, to its committees of witnesses that come before it. Could you put that question to the witness? I, as chair, stated to Mr. Firth, we'd appreciate an answer. I later stated, it's a fair question. Would you please provide an answer? And again, that came back from Mr. Firth. I'd really appreciate the opportunity. You've laid it out clearly, but at this point, we're still remaining with our stance. There could possibly be a pending investigation, so he refused. So in this case, we see very clearly here, Mr. Firth was given the opportunity to answer the question. He was advised he had parliamentary privilege, so he could say what he wanted to. He also was aware, as it come up in the committee, that he, at that time, hadn't even been contacted yet from the RCMP, so he wasn't sure that he actually was under investigation. But he still refused to answer. Now, I mentioned earlier about this government's conduct in dealing with committee orders and privileges and how it leads to such actions. In the McKinsey Company's study in Ogo, the committee passed unanimously, so the Liberals, the Bloc, the NDP, and the Conservatives unanimously passed production order for documents from McKinsey and government departments, demanding all contracts, reports, invoices, and emails between McKinsey and government documents. Now, McKinsey 100% complied with the order. Now, this is the same McKinsey Company that had a book written about it called When the Devil Comes to Town. The same McKinsey that helped turbocharge the opioid crisis in the U.S., that they paid close to $1 billion Canadian in fines for. The same McKinsey that quite happily works with despotic regimes around the world. The same McKinsey that actually worked both sides of the coin on the harms and sales of tobacco, working both with governments to sue the tobacco companies, but working with the tobacco companies to get around and push more tobacco sales. The same McKinsey that is considered one of the most evil companies in the world, but McKinsey complied 100% with the order of documents from the committee. But guess who didn't provide the documents as ordered? Guess who comes in second place to McKinsey in following the rule of land in this country? Well, it was government departments, and I'm going to list them quickly. Business Development Bank, Border Services Agency, of course, tangled up in ArriveCan, Canada Pension Investment Board, Canada Post, Citizenship and Immigration, D&D, Natural Resources, Export Development Canada, Privy Council Office. The Prime Minister's own department came second in complying behind McKinsey. Atomic Energy of Canada, Canada Development Investment Corp, Development, Employment, Social Development, Department of Finance, Veterans Affairs, Public Sector Pension Investment Board, Trans Mountain Corporation. Now, 3 times we brought in the law clerk, the library law clerk, and he explained to these departments the supremacy of Parliament, but they could not understand. McKinsey & Company, which is arguably responsible for the opioid crisis across North America, does understand and did comply. The Government of Canada, not so much. Here's what some of the officials had to say. Now, Mr. Matthew Shea, who works for Privy Council, again, the Prime Minister's department, says there are privacy acts and information acts that apply above the supremacy of Parliament. He also states they're guided by open and accountable government policy, and he thinks personal information in the Privacy Act is something he has to be very sensitive to. So here we have the Prime Minister's own department stating the Privacy Act and internal policies trumps the supremacy of Parliament. He goes on to say a big part of any of these requests is the importance as a government of working with the committee to find a solution. So not actually obeying the rule of law, not actually obeying the supremacy of Parliament, but finding solutions together. One of my colleagues asked him, are you aware Parliament is supreme in its ability to call for documents? He says, yes, I respect the role of Parliament, but again, he has honored traditions he has to follow. Not the law, but honored traditions. When asked whether he believes several previous rulings confirm the supremacy of Parliament, it's not, the PCO, Matthew Shea, it's not about whether I agree with the ruling or not. It's a government position. So the government position as stated by the Privy Council Office, the Prime Minister's own department, is that we do not obey laws, we do not obey the supremacy of Parliament. He then told Parliament that he could hide basically everything they want because it could possibly be tied to confidential advice to Cabinet. Now, I realize I'm running out of time, so I just want to follow up quickly or conclude quickly. It's very clear the position of this government is leading other witnesses to ignore the supremacy of Parliament. The government must enforce the rules. The government must set an example and follow the rules of Parliament itself. The government must recognize the supremacy of Parliament. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member will have 5 minutes for questions and comments after oral questions. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The
Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Madam Speaker, today I'd like to pay tribute to a group of athletes from my region with huge hearts. These people will form the first team from the American continent to take part in the Ultra Trail, the Grand Raid, with a person with a disability. This crazy adventure will take place in October 2024 on Reunion Island after several months of training. During this legendary race, Captain Samuel Saucier, who has Lewy Body syndrome, will lead a team of runners who will have to overcome several technical and human challenges. Imagine one of the world's most daunting races. A person with a disability and a strong will to live, using an all-terrain wheelchair called a Joelette. 20 or so runners who will have to cover 100 kilometers with an altitude difference of over 5,000 meters. A group of individuals who want to demonstrate through this enormous challenge that together we can ensure that our society offers equal opportunity to everyone, regardless of our physical situation. Bravo to the entire Réseau Autonomie Santé team. You are an example to us all and an inspiration.
For an opinion.
Madam Speaker, yesterday, April 7th, marked a solemn occasion as we observed the International Day of Reflection on the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda. This year, we also commemorated Kubuka 30, the 30th anniversary of a tragedy where over 800,000 Tutsi were killed in 100 days of unimaginable violence. Wibuka means to remember. It is a call to honor the victims, support survivors, and educate us and others about the history and the impact of the genocide. This day reminds us of the devastating consequences of hatred and intolerance and urges us to reaffirm our dedication to preventing such atrocities. Let us renew our commitment to a world where the lessons of the past guide us towards justice, compassion, and a future free from such horrors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to recognize the 100th anniversary of the City of Oshawa. As we reflect on a century of growth, resilience, and community spirit, we are proud of the tapestry of achievements and shared experience that have shaped our city. Oshawa, a name first chosen to represent the original settlement near Harmony Creek, received city status on March the 8th, 1924. We are the proud home of automotive prowess and pioneering spirit. From the assembly lines of General Motors to our vibrant cultural scene, Oshawa has continued to thrive, fueled by the passion and dedication of its residents, the true architects of our success. It's been an honor to serve as Oshawa's Member of Parliament since 2004, and I look forward to sharing the representation with our cities with the new Conservative member for Durham. Let us continue to nurture the spirit of innovation and entrepreneurship that has defined Oshawa for generations, fostering a dynamic environment where dreams can take flight and possibilities are limitless. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, kids who are hungry at school and not focused on learning, we can and we are going to fix this. A national school food program so kids don't go hungry at school. Over 400,000 kids across Canada, giving parents peace of mind. Helping kids reach the full potential with healthy lunches. And Mr. Speaker, I thought this would be one idea that we could all agree on. But the opposition just can't seem to get on board with helping kids out. We are here for parents and kids. The Canada Child Benefit has already lifted over 100,000 kids out of poverty, including over 7,300 kids in St. John's East whose parents receive an average of $5,800 a year. I can't wait to see the incredible impact of the school food program. There's no better investment for our government than in young Canadians. Thank you.
A reminder.
Keep the volume of the chamber down as people come in for question period, just so that these great SO31s can be well heard.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, it was with great sadness that we learned last week of the death of Benoit Pelletier, the former Liberal member for Chapleau in the National Assembly, a gentleman appreciated by all. Having had the good fortune to sit in the National Assembly at the same time as him, I can confirm this. But more than that, no matter how intense the partisan rhetoric, Benoit Pelletier never crossed the line of intellectual integrity, and that's why he has our utmost respect. One of the most brilliant constitutional law specialists of his generation, he embodied within the Liberal family nothing less than Quebec's national conscience. He was a true federalist who believed both in the importance of Ottawa, respecting Quebec's jurisdiction, and in the pride of Quebecers. Today we see the passing of one of the last Quebecers to have defended this perspective vigorously but also intelligently and in good faith. Our thoughts are with his family and friends, who will miss him dearly. Thank you, Benoit Pelletier. The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Mr. Speaker, it is tax season. Across the country, thousands of volunteers are active, helping fellow citizens complete their tax returns. In our riding of Châteauguay-Lacolle, soon to be the Jardin de Napierville, the Suroît Volunteer Tax Clinic, the Volunteer Action Centre of Greater Châteauguay, and the Jardin Volunteer Action Service are on the ground helping people qualify for our excellent programs, such as the Canada Child Benefit and the Canadian Dental Care Plan, the GST credit, the Disability credit, the Caregiver credit, and many more. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Here. On April 6th, I hope many Canadians had a wee dram to celebrate our Canadian-Scottish heritage. It is Happy Tartan Day. This is to commemorate the declaration of Arbroath signed on April 6, 1320, signifying the independence of Scotland. It is a day to honour the strong bonds between Canada and Scotland and the immense influence this relationship has had on our cultures. Like millions of Canadians, and as chair of the Canada-Scotland Friendship Group, I'm immensely proud of my Scottish connections. My wife was born there, and my kids were raised to honour their Scottish heritage. It started in Nova Scotia more than 40 days ago, but now Tartan Day is recognized across Canada to celebrate our deep Scottish roots. Last weekend, many Canadians proudly donned their kilts with their colourful family tartans, listened to bagpipes, maybe did a Highland fling, or tossed a caber at a Highland Games. I would encourage all Canadians next year to join with friends and family and celebrate Happy Tartan Day. Salante.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Mr. Speaker, this month marks the 5th anniversary of Sikh Heritage Month. This act, which I introduced as Private Member's Bill, received royal assent on April 30th, 2019. Sikh Heritage Month allows us to celebrate and educate future generations about the inspirational role that Sikh Canadians have played and continue to play in communities across Canada. On April 20th, Khalsa Day and Baisakhi will be celebrated in Surrey Newton. The annual Nagar Kirtan will attract over 500,000 people of all faiths and backgrounds. This celebration signifies commitment to equality while upholding the spirit of selfless service and unity. I thank Sikh Canadians across our nation who over the past 125 years have helped build Canada into the country it is today. Jo bole so nihal.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, it's widely acknowledged that schools play a fundamental role in assisting our youth in their intellectual and personal development. Today, then, I rise to commemorate the 175th anniversary of the Sacred Heart School of Halifax. Throughout its history, Sacred Heart has remained committed to the mission of its founder, St. Madeleine Sophie Barra, and her conviction that education has the power to bring about societal change. Over the years, Sacred Heart has provided generations of students with an exceptional experience, one focused on educational excellence, community, and of course, heart. They have demonstrated that their students can be the best in the world, all while still being the best for the world. Sacred Heart alumni are making significant contributions to our country, notably in medicine and research and culture. So congratulations to Sacred Heart on their 175th anniversary, and thank you for the many contributions you make to Halifax and to the world.
Wonderful.
Bravo. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
This Prime Minister used to say that no relationship was more important to him than Canada's relationship with Indigenous peoples. And yet this NDP Liberal government has been using Indigenous contracting to funnel money to well-connected government insiders in ways that produce no actual benefit for Indigenous communities. That's right. This is a gross betrayal of taxpayers and of Indigenous peoples. David Yao is the Arrive Scam contractor whose company made $8 million while, according to his own LinkedIn page, he was simultaneously a government employee. We still don't know what he actually did for the money. Yao's two-person company benefited from an Indigenous contracting set-aside, even though no Indigenous communities saw any of the money. Wow. Indigenous leaders have warned that the Liberals' approach to contracting is encouraging shell companies and other modes of obfuscation to gain an advantage in procurement processes, all to the detriment of legitimate Indigenous peoples of Canada, communities, and businesses. It's time to end the corruption, to respect taxpayers, and to insist that Indigenous contracting policies actually benefit Indigenous peoples, not well-connected NDP Liberal insiders.
The honourable member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, this week, Sikhs in Canada and around the world are celebrating Vaisakhi and Khalsa Divas. That is why today Sikh Canadians from coast to coast came together to celebrate this auspicious celebration on the Hill, where they attended a 3-day-long religious prayer followed by a kirtan and langar. I want to welcome and thank you everyone who took the time to celebrate with us today. Vaisakhi is a time for Sikhs to reflect on their faith, history, and values as they come together as a community to celebrate equality and the spirit of selfless service. This April, we also celebrate the 5th anniversary of Sikh Heritage Month, a time to acknowledge the achievements of Sikhs as they have been an integral part of Canada's history and reflect on the teachings of Guru Gobind Singh Ji, who established Khalsa Panth in 1699. On behalf of the residents of Brampton South, I wish everyone in Brampton and across the world happy Sikh Heritage Month and happy Vaisakhi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Mr. Speaker, can you hear that? That's the sound of stomachs rumbling from coast to coast to coast. It's no wonder, with millions of Canadians lined up outside of food banks every month. But the hunger doesn't stop there. Every time Canadians see skyrocketing price of meat, butter, and vegetables, hungry. Every time they see the numbers on the gas pump keep ticking up and up, hungry. Every time they hear about another Liberal ethics scandal, hungry. Every time they look to buy a home, pay rent, or renew their mortgage, hungry. Every time their car is stolen and drug use and crime rises in their community, hungry. Every time they see this out-of-touch Prime Minister hike their taxes again, hungry. Canadians are hungry for new leadership from a conservative government that will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime, and bring home a Canada where Canadians aren't going hungry anymore.
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
The Financial Post headline says it all. Scotiabank reports Bank of Canada rate cuts could be delayed due to high government spending. Under this Prime Minister, our national debt has more than doubled, more than all other Prime Ministers combined. The consequences are spiraling inflation, skyrocketing interest rates hitting every single Canadian family. Now, rents and mortgages have doubled, food banks see record visits in the millions, and where's the Liberal government? Well, it's MIA, missing in action. This year alone, Canada will spend $46.5 billion just to service the growing debt. That's more than double. That's more than we spend on healthcare annually in the entire country. After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, common sense Conservatives demand a dollar for dollar rule. For every new dollar spent, a dollar has to be found and saved. It's common sense. We need to stop the reckless overspending, stop inflation, and stop punishing Canadian families. After all, this is how Canadian families balance their own budgets every single month. So enough is enough. My constituents know that this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost, and after the next carbon tax election, we'll finally have a Conservative government.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are people who know how to leave a positive mark on their community, like a Sherbrooke couple to whom I would like to pay tribute today, Shemika Mahmoud and Patrick Rahim Ali. Originally from Madagascar, they worked hard to first become owners of a pharmacy in Sherbrooke's East End, where they served our community for 28 years. They have also made it their mission to give back to their community. Involved in the World Traditions Festival, Sercovi, Vitae Foundation, Maison Oxygène, and several community kitchens, they also financially support a number of Sherbrooke community initiatives. Passionate about the arts, the couple are also active in the cultural community, notably at the Sherbrooke Museum of Fine Arts. With their children, Kevin and Sarah, they founded Immeuble Kézar to contribute to the development of urban projects that promote a mix of residential, commercial, and cultural activities. This inspiring couple is a source of pride for Sherbrooke. Patrick and Shemika, a huge thank you for all you do for our community. I wish you a happy retirement.
I know that everyone's getting excited for question period, but we still have a few SO31s to do, so just want to make sure we keep the conversations as low as possible. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to bring to Parliament's attention the outstanding contributions of Progressive Intercultural Community Services to British Columbia and Canada. This superb social services society has been helping individuals in our communities for decades. I wish to congratulate them on the resounding success of their Mega Jobs Fair held recently in Vancouver Kingsway. This event matches the talents and energy of workers with the aspirations and needs of employers. I want to recognize Satbir Singh Chima, PIC's CEO, whose extraordinary leadership steers this great organization. His vision, skills, and compassion are key to their success. I also wish to recognize longtime Vancouver Kingsway resident Inderjeet Hundal, PIC's Director of Seniors Housing. Mr. Hundal's respect and care for our elders is a model for us all. Finally, we remember Sharan Gill, the founder of PICS. His commitment to social justice inspires us to this day. Let's celebrate all who work for PICS, who are committed to building an inclusive Canada where everybody's potential can flourish.
The honourable member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I would like to offer our most sincere condolences to the family and loved ones of Jacob Flickinger, who died on April 1st in Gaza. An aid worker for the World Central Kitchen, Mr. Flickinger grew up in Saint-Georges-de-Beauce before moving to Stoneham and then to the United States, where he lived with his wife and their one-year-old baby. He was in Gaza to help. He was in Gaza, like thousands of aid workers, to restore a little hope to a place that has been devastated since the start of the conflict with Israel. In times of war, when the worst atrocities are often committed, we must remember those who are ready to sacrifice their lives in the name of humanity and fraternity. Thank you, Mr. Flickinger. Thank you for your selflessness and generosity. Let us hope that the world's leaders will learn from your courage and convictions and finally find a solution to this interminable and intolerable conflict.
The honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, the costly and punishing carbon tax is hurting Canadians. Families are being forced to choose between filling up their tanks, heating their homes, or feeding their families. Not only have Conservatives given this NDP Liberal government several different opportunities to spike the hike and axe the carbon tax, 7 out of 10 provincial premiers, municipalities across the country, and millions of Canadians came out in opposition to the April 1st hike. But what was the Prime Minister's response? Let them eat cake. Last week's 23% hike on gas, heat, and groceries is another hit to Canadians who cannot afford it. Today in Lloydminster and provincial border communities across the country, Canadians are protesting this devastating carbon tax. The Prime Minister cannot keep ignoring the pain and the suffering that his ineffective and costly carbon tax is causing them. Because in the next election, Canadians won't let him.
Here, here. Well done.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Speaker, seniors in my riding can count on Chebucto Links for help to put healthy food on their kitchen table. Every 2 weeks, their team delivers 10-pound produce bundles directly to senior doors for just $5. And with new support from the United Way, those bundles are now completely free, and double the number of seniors will receive them. This is great news for residents of Fairview and Clayton Park, and it's made possible by the vision of the United Way and the selfless efforts of the volunteers at Chebucto Links. Speaker, fighting food insecurity and supporting seniors are critical priorities. It's why our dental care plan is being rolled out to older Canadians now, and why we're launching a national school food program. Because when we tackle issues alongside community organizations, big things get done. To Rachel and her entire team, thank you.
Order. I have the honour to inform the House that the Clerk of the House has received from the Chief Electoral Officer a certificate of the election and return of Mr. Giovanni, member for the Electoral District of Durham.
Mr. Speaker, it is an honor to present to you Jamil Giovanni, the honourable member for Durham. He has taken the oath, signed the roll, and now takes the right to claim his seat.
Honourable member, take his seat. Say, every day could be like this. Oral questions, question orale.
When the Conservatives, the common sense Conservatives, want to build homes, cut taxes, fix the budget, and stop crime, the Prime Minister is not worth the cost after 8 years of inflation. And about inflation, we have a pyromaniac who is fanning the flames of inflationary fires with oil instead of water we want to bring. Can the Prime Minister recognize, with all of this billions in spending, it's getting hot and expensive for taxpayers?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives, if they want to talk about the economy, we'll be happy to do so. With 2 million Canadians more, we've lifted 3 million Canadians out of poverty since we came to power, and we will continue to invest in Canadians rather than cutting programs such as what the Conservatives would do. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition, the Conservatives want to fix the budget to reduce inflation and interest rates, but the Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Mortgages, according to the lead economist of Scotiabank, inflationary deficits from this Prime Minister are driving up interest rates by 2% and preventing the Bank of Canada from reducing them. Canadians may lose their homes because of these big announcements with billions of dollars in inflationary spending. Can the Prime Minister recognize that his spending and mortgage rates are not worth the cost? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are going to invest in Canadians, and that is why we're going to help every generation to move forward by building more homes faster and by making life more affordable. This Conservative leader does not believe that everyone deserves a fair chance. We want to put fairness first.
Well, we do have a common sense Conservative plan to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime, while this Prime Minister is not worth the cost after 8 years. On inflation, with all his multi-billion-dollar announcements, he is like the pyromaniac pretending to be a fireman, except the hose is spraying gas on the inflationary fire rather than water. According to the Scotiabank's chief economist, these inflationary deficits are driving up mortgage payments. Doesn't he realize that all of his spending is putting the heat and the costs on our homeowners?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government has a plan for an affordable and prosperous future. We have a plan that is focused on ensuring that we are building more homes faster, making life more affordable, and growing an economy that works for all Canadians. The Conservative leader has no plan for affordability other than a bunch of taglines. He has no plan for addressing the environment. He has no plan for the economy. We believe in ensuring that Canadians have a fair chance to succeed, and we are acting on that.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, our plan is to axe the tax and cap the spending to bring down inflation and interest rates. We will have a carbon tax election, and people will choose whether they want to quadruple the tax to 61 cents with the NDP and the Prime Minister, or axe the tax under my common sense leadership. But in the meantime, people can't afford to eat. So will the Prime Minister show a little bit of compassion and accept my common sense demand to axe the tax on farmers and food?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, it is laughable when I hear the Conservative leader talk about affordability. He mentioned in a previous question some concerns he has around housing policy. His plan to build more homes is to cut investments in home building, is to raise taxes on those who are building homes, and when it comes to actually changing the way cities build homes, his deputy leader held a press conference to explicitly declare that Conservatives were siding with the NIMBYs when it comes to zoning reform. We are going to do what's necessary to put money on the table to build more affordable housing, create market conditions to get more homes built, and change the way that cities build homes so we can solve the housing crisis.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
He caused the housing crisis, Mr. Speaker. Under his role as housing minister, the amount of a paycheck necessary to make payments on an average mortgage is gone up to a record smashing 64% from 38%. And he is the only one, along with his Prime Minister, that wants to raise taxes on home building. A massive carbon tax on the building materials that go into assembling those homes. So, will the Prime Minister, instead of hiking the tax, accept my common sense demand to axe the tax on farmers, food, and houses at the same time?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Housing.
Mr. Speaker, it's interesting because he's actually put his plan on the record, and his plan includes putting the GST back on apartment construction for hundreds of thousands of middle-class homes in this country. He has one of the worst records in the past decade of anyone when it comes to getting homes built when he had the position responsible for housing in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, while he was minister, they built exactly 0 new apartments, 0 cooperative units, and only 6 affordable housing units across the entire country. We are helping get hundreds of thousands of homes built in this country, and we will do what it takes to solve the crisis once and for all.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. After pharmacare, dental care, and MAID, you'd think we'd seen the last of federal interference in Quebec's jurisdiction. No, the Liberals have announced that they also want to tell Quebecers how to build housing. This is the same government that lost control of immigration, created Arrive scam, which is unable to pay its own employees through Phoenix, that created a monumental passport crisis, and it's unable to manage its own borders. Imagine, this same government wants to lecture the provinces and Quebec. Are they not at least a little embarrassed? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, investing in housing in Quebec, is the Bloc against this? Investing in our daycares, is the Bloc against this? Making sure that our young Quebecers go to school with full tummies, is the Bloc against this? If that's the case, may they do like the Conservatives. Bloc Conservatives seem to be on the same side. It's the Bloc Conservative Party. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. The Prime Minister has the gall to add that if the provinces don't want to bend to his conditions, they don't have to take federal money. Do you know what we call that, Mr. Speaker? We call that blackmail, and not with federal money. There is no federal money. It's Quebecers' money. This government, incapable of doing its own job, has no legitimacy to deny Quebecers their share of the money they pay in taxes. The Prime Minister cannot take the money of Quebecers hostage. He needs to stop playing political games. The Honourable Minister, the Bloc is not the government of Quebec. We're just in discussions with the Quebec government, and in fact, the Quebec minister said this week that they are convinced that they can find agreements that will be win-win, Mr. Speaker. That's what the Quebec government thinks, and that's what we think. It's win for Quebec and a win for Quebecers. It's just not a win for the Bloc. Once again, they're doing the same thing as their friends, their Conservative colleagues, and it's the same thing today. It's the Conservative Bloc together. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
How much money the Conservatives gave away to big corporations when they were in power? $60 billion in free money. Now, imagine what we could have done with $60 billion. Instead of giving them to corporate handouts, we could have built 1 million affordable homes. Now, the Liberals love to criticize the Conservatives, but they maintain those same corporate handouts. So my question to the Liberals, will they stop the free ride for CEOs? Will they stop the $60 billion in conservative corporate handouts and start investing to build homes that people can afford, start building a life that people can afford?
The Honourable Minister, Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, the Honourable Member, for the question. Fairness is extremely important for Canadians. It is important that we are building a society that is socially just, that is prosperous, and that is environmentally sustainable. Our budget is going to focus on building more homes faster, making more life more affordable for Canadians, and growing an economy for the future. We are very proud of the work that we are doing. We are certainly ensuring that fairness informs everything that we do.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Had nothing to say about the conservative corporate handouts that they maintained.
The last time the Conservatives were in power, big business got a big handout. A blank check for $60 billion. A gift that the Liberals kept up. This money could have been used to build millions of affordable housing units. This is the price of voting Conservative. Will the Prime Minister commit today to reversing the Conservative $60 billion handout to big business? Yes or no?
Yes.
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's really important to invest and to build a lot of houses quicker and more affordably.
It's necessary to ensure that we can solve the housing crisis. We are working at the same time to help grow the economy as we put money on the table, as we announced this week, to create an acquisition fund for nonprofits who are going to maintain affordability permanently. That's on top of the Affordable Housing Fund, which is investing billions of dollars to put a roof over the head of the most vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, we will do what it takes to make sure everyone in this country has a safe and affordable place to call home.
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Last week, this woke Prime Minister hiked his carbon tax scam 23%, despite a majority of Canadians making him spike the hike. As we see record-smashing food bank usage across the country, farmers will pay another $1 billion into this scam, making the cost of groceries even more expensive. After 8 years, this Liberal NDP government is not worth the cost or corruption. Will he finally axe the tax for farmers and food and pass Bill C-234 in its original form in next week's budget, or is his agenda to push even more families into the food banks?
The Honourable Minister of Employment and Workforce Development.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to know if members of the Conservative Party who come from Alberta have paid particular attention to what Premier Danielle Smith said about the Canada carbon rebate when she said she manages the finances of her own house, and it turns out that the Canada carbon rebate gives her family more money than she puts in the price on pollution. And guess what? She lives in rural Alberta, so she gets even more, Mr. Speaker. That's the plan. I don't know what the heck they're talking about.
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
What we'd like to know is what his next job is, because after the next election, maybe this carbon tax scam will be gone. Now there's 6 premiers that are demanding a carbon tax meeting, because they all know after 8 years this Liberal NDP government are like this carbon tax scam and not worth the cost. Why is this Prime Minister hiding? Why doesn't he show some guts, call this meeting so the premiers can tell him to shove his carbon tax where his poll numbers are, in the gutter?
I know we've been away for a couple weeks, and we're looking forward to seeing each other, but try to keep our comments as reasonable as possible. The Honourable Minister of Employment and Workforce Development.
Mr. Speaker, it's nice to see how focused that particular MP is on me and my career. Guess what? My colleagues on this side of the aisle and me, we are focused on the people of Edmonton Centre. We're focused on Albertans. We're focused on Canadians, making sure they can pay their bills, making sure they have good jobs, making sure they're fighting climate change, having a national school program. What they're doing is just bluff and bluster and lots of hot air. We're going to be here fighting for Canadians each and every day.
It's great seeing all of you guys too. This is awesome. The honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
After 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, cost of living is out of control. Farmers are suffering, and food has become unaffordable because of the carbon tax. Almost 2 million Canadians are going to the food bank every single month. Yet, on April 1st, the Liberal NDP government increased the carbon tax by 23%. Will this Prime Minister stop punishing Canadians and farmers and pass Bill 234 in its original form?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do think that it's time that the Conservative Party stop trying to mislead Canadians. The price on pollution is an effective mechanism for reducing carbon emissions, and 8 out of 10 Canadian families get more money back, a fact that was underlined by 200 economists across this country that said it is the most efficient and most effective way to reduce emissions that ensures we address affordability. And in fact, Saskatchewan Premier Scott Moe last week said he explored alternatives to carbon price, but he found they were too expensive. Well, my goodness, we've been saying that for years.
The honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Canadians can't afford to live because of the carbon tax. Common sense Conservatives will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. After 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, rent and mortgages have doubled. The Liberal NDP government is just not worth the cost or the corruption. Will this Prime Minister commit to immediately passing Bill 234 in its original form, cancel the carbon tax, and once again make life affordable for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
This is the fundamental problem with this remade Conservative Party, where policy is based on ideology and ignores all of the facts. 200 economists from across this country underline that the price on pollution enhances affordability for those on modest incomes and addresses climate change in an effective manner. Even Scott Moe and Daniel Smith have said that. And these folks sit on their hands, these climate-denying Conservatives. It is time they listen to people who actually know what they're talking about and abandon their plan to simply let the planet burn.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I was in Trois-Rivières last week, where the housing vacancy rate is 0.4%. Yet a new CMHC report shows that construction will drop drastically over the next year. As a result, CMHC predicts that demand will drive up housing prices, but it doesn't make sense. Does the Prime Minister realize that people will end up in the streets because of his insane policies? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague is right to raise the issue of costs and affordability of housing, particularly in Quebec. That's why it's so surprising that the Conservatives are against investment that we're making for affordable housing, including social housing in Quebec. First, they perhaps noticed a few weeks ago, we announced that we'll be reaching objectives for affordable housing construction. And secondly, they still haven't apologized, to the best of my knowledge, for the accusations, the insults they made with respect to Quebec members of Parliament, including those locally. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, what we saw over the past week are only photo ops, because current programs that are being announced as new have been in place since 2017. And since then, nothing has almost been done with these programs. So once again, photo ops, they don't work. What we're seeing now is that for 8 years now, there's been out-of-control spending. Will the Prime Minister finally listen to the head of the Bank of Canada and stop his uncontrolled spending that do nothing but drive up interest rates? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, if my colleague is looking for photo ops, I would ask him to come with me to visit a project in his riding, the Monte Rosso. We haven't seen him for the past few weeks since project was announced. Ms. Marchand was there a few weeks ago, and they seem to have forgotten in his own riding. Hundreds of housing units were built, rather than the only mere 6 units that his leader built when they were in power. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, if Ottawa wanted to accelerate housing construction in Quebec, they would pay Quebec the housing money. We're ready. We have our own standing programs. We're the only ones in Canada. Simply announcing unconditional transfers would suffice. But no, the Liberals are threatening to deprive Quebec of this funding if it refuses their conditions. And we're announcing a dispute with the federal government until 2025. We have a housing crisis. People want funding, not bickering. Why not just pay Quebec its share without strings so we can do the work now, not in 2025? The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Housing. Mr. Speaker, like my colleague is looking for disputes, we're looking for a solution. Yes, there's a housing accelerator fund. There are discussions underway. We have reached an agreement for several billions to build affordable housing for all provinces. So we're going to continue to make the necessary investment to address future housing in Quebec and across the country. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. It's not just a Quebec question of jurisdiction, because when the government gets involved, it takes longer. It's true. Quebecers want the government to work together, but the federal government is not doing it. The Liberals have said it themselves. They want to squabble until January 2025 to impose their conditions. Who does this help today? Who does it help to know that there'll be no construction starts in 2025 because the federal government is not working as a team? The Honourable Minister of Transportation. Mr. Speaker, my colleague is talking about squabbles, but they are the undisputed champions of these squabbles. They seem to take inspiration from them. That's their whole lives. It's the raison d'être to bring these to Ottawa. And as I've said, Mr. Speaker, we're investing in housing, unlike the Conservatives, and they are going to vote with the Conservatives, though. We don't want children to go to school hungry, but they're going to vote against that. That's the new Bloc Conservative alliance. The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, we are lacking 5.8 million units by 2030, and the Liberals still find time to squabble instead of taking action. If their priority was to accelerate housing, they would give the money to Quebec. Are they trying to accelerate housing or slow their slide in the polls? The new Liberal housing announcements are taking hostage Quebecers who are struggling to find housing with their own money for electoral purposes. In the midst of a housing crisis, is this putting priorities in the right place? The Honourable Minister of Transportation. Mr. Speaker, once again, we are in discussions with the government of the Quebec, but the Bloc is not speaking on behalf of the Quebec government. Actually, they are campaigning against the current government, against the Parti Québécois. And in the meantime, we are reaching agreements with Quebec on housing, on daycare, on regional internet access, on many measures, Mr. Speaker. Why? Because it's good for all Quebecers. And when it's good for Quebecers, it's bad for the Bloc Québécois.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, it's shocking that the average Canadian family must now spend 63.5% of their total pre-tax household income in order to afford a mortgage for the typical home in Canada. Now, it's even way worse in British Columbia, where that's 106%. Wow. 100% is someone's entire income. Wow. No wonder families are in a financial crisis where they can barely afford to live or feed themselves. And this is after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government. Will the Prime Minister actually build the homes, not bureaucracy and photo ops, in his budget?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Housing.
Mr. Speaker, I take the question with a heavy dose of irony, considering that we've invested $31.5 million through the Housing Accelerator Fund in that member's constituency. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, this is a fund that not only she, but every Conservative member of Parliament vows to take apart should they form government. Where they will cut funds for housing, we will make the investment. Where we cut taxes, they will put them back on. We are doing what it takes to make it easier to build homes faster, and we're going to put Canadians to work in the process.
Well, member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, Mr. Speaker, a heavy dose of reality is after 8 years of this Liberal NDP government and all of their spending and photo ops, things are worse. And just today, RBC confirmed that Canada's housing crisis is only going to get worse under Liberal policies. They said only 26% of Canadian households can afford a single detached home today. Now, a couple decades ago, that was 49%. The CMHC forecasts in 2025-26 housing starts will even be lower than in 2020-2021. So this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost and the corruption. Will the Prime Minister actually build the homes, not bureaucracy and photo ops, in his budget?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are going to put forward policies that are going to help solve the national housing crisis. We know that higher interest rate environments have made it difficult to build homes. That's why we are cutting taxes on new home construction, which they oppose. It's why we're putting more money on the table to build new apartments, which they oppose. It's why we put money towards incentivizing changes for cities, which they oppose. And just this past week, their deputy leader held a press conference to proudly declare that they were siding with the NIMBYs when it came to municipal zoning reforms. We need to do everything we can to make it easier to build homes more quickly and more cost effectively. It's a shame the Conservatives oppose at every stage.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of deficit spending, people are no longer able to find affordable housing. There's still more bureaucracy than common sense solutions. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost. In Saguenay, in just 24 hours, a landlord received over 200 requests for his apartment. And apartments are becoming increasingly rare and expensive. Mr. Speaker, in his next budget, will this Prime Minister finally build housing and stop adding red tape? The Honourable Minister of Public Services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The next budget is coming up, and we already know there'll be other measures for housing. And my colleague also needs to know that only 2 months ago, we signed with the Quebec government an agreement for $1.8 billion, and this will provide the largest number of new housing units in the history of Quebec. This is an exceptional event that stems from extraordinary collaboration. Unlike the Conservatives who are just squabbling and insulting people, the provinces and the municipalities in particular, we are working for Quebecers with hundreds of thousands of units for the coming years.
In Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, Shah Zeb is a young dad in Toronto. He feels stuck. He can't afford to leave his parents' home, and like many Canadians, is feeling hopeless. 85,000 people in Toronto alone are waiting for social housing, and it's because 30 years of Liberals ignoring the problem while the gut and cut Conservatives lost over 800,000 affordable homes. Are the Liberals going to keep throwing money at rich developers for luxury condos, or will they start to build social and affordable housing Canadians desperately need?
Hear, hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Housing.
Mr. Speaker, let me begin by congratulating my friend and colleague on his recent appointment. I look forward to working with him to defend housing for the most vulnerable in the months ahead. With respect, Mr. Speaker, we have put investments on the table that are building affordable housing for low-income families over the past number of years, and we are accelerating that work. The upcoming federal budget is going to include $1.5 billion to help nonprofits acquire social housing so it can be kept affordable forever. We have made in the fall economic statement an additional $1 billion investment to build more affordable housing stock, and we're working with provinces and territories by putting federal money on the table and using federal leadership to help solve the housing crisis, including for the most vulnerable. I'm looking forward to continuing this work alongside my colleague.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Grocery prices in the north are still sky high. In the latest flyer from Northmar in Iqaluit, a jar of pasta sauce is over $10. When I asked the Minister of Northern Affairs about the Broken Nutrition North program, he pointed to internal reviews and studies. Indigenous peoples and Northerners do not need more studies. They need to put food on the table. When will the Liberals stop the delays and fix Nutrition North so people can put groceries on the table?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her question. We know that affordability is an issue for all Canadian families, and we know that it is even a larger issue across the north. That's why in our time in government, we have doubled our investment in programs like Nutrition North. We've added to programs like the Harvesters Investment Program to allow people to have affordable foods that come from the land. We'll continue to work with the territories and all communities to support them in achieving affordable food and nutritious food for their communities.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, no child should go to school hungry, but we know that for many families that is the reality. For parents of young children, a national school food program would help them feed their children and reduce their food costs. By providing consistent access to nutritious meals, we can set kids up for success. Can the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development update this House on the progress of building a national food program?
The Honourable Member for the Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know my colleagues and fellow mums and dads on this side of the House agree that no child should go to school hungry. And that's why we announced just last week a $1 billion investment through Budget 2024 for a national school food program. This program will ensure that children who arrive at school hungry have access to food, ensuring additional 400,000 kids will be able to access this food. We will work with the provinces and territories and Indigenous partners to roll this out. We know that Conservatives have voted against this, but we're doing the hard work.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, Canadians cannot achieve their goal of owning a home and continue to struggle amidst this crisis. According to a recent report in the Globe and Mail, Canada needs to complete 320,000 housing units annually from now until 2030 to meet the demand. Canadians have had enough and must see this crisis managed properly. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost nor the corruption. Will the Prime Minister stop basing this budget on bureaucracy and photo ops and actually build the homes?
The Honourable Minister of Families.
Mr. Speaker, quite the contrary. You know, I have the opportunity to speak with many mums and dads across this country about the programs that we've been putting in place to support them. I recently spoke to Chris, who lives in Peterborough. She's a Trent University student. She shared the impact of our waiving of the interest on student loans. She shared the impact of being able to access $10 a day childcare, as well as the Canada Child Benefit. These programs have saved her tremendously and helped her and her daughter get ahead.
Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Very much, but Canadians need a home, and Canada has not built any fewer homes than we did back in the 1970s, where our population was half of what it is today. We need 320,000 units being built before 2030. This requires a record pace of construction, which will already exhaust an already burnt-out workforce. Canadians need solutions. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Will this Prime Minister stop making announcements and just get the houses built?
The Honourable Minister of Housing. Stanley.
It helps mums and dads across this country afford a home, Mr. Speaker. Being able to have access to $10 a day childcare and get back into the workforce. We're seeing record numbers of women, of moms get back into the workforce, giving them the opportunity to contribute to their family finances and be able to afford a safe place to live. Contrast that to the Conservatives' continued fear-mongering. On this side of the House, we're doing the hard work to support families.
That's right.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. After 8 years of this Liberal government, finding housing in Canada is a nightmare. It's ironic to see the ministers and prime ministers traveling the country boasting how incompetent they've been in terms of housing. And the proof is that the CMHC reminded them last year that average home prices doubled last year, and that is under the Liberals. Will next week's budget finally be used to build homes, or is it going to increase red tape? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, next week's budget is going to contribute to even more housing, but let's think about the numbers. 6,000 and 8,000. The Conservative leader across the country created 6 affordable housing units, but in the past week, we've signed an agreement with Quebec to build 8,000 housing units just for Quebec. So, unfortunately, my Conservative colleagues in Quebec are not supporting the Liberals. So hopefully they'll be able to contact us.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, what the minister needs to know is that when the member of Carleton was a minister, all housing was affordable in Canada, Mr. Speaker. Now the Liberals have doubled home prices for all Canadians. Young people would think that they'll never be homeowners. Seniors can no longer pay their rents. They have to stay in substandard housing, Mr. Speaker. 80% of people are going to have to renew their mortgages, but they're worried they won't be able to make their payments. Mr. Speaker, once again, will the Liberals finally use common sense next week by announcing that they're going to build housing and not just create more red tape? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague is right. All affordable housing built by all 6 units of affordable housing were affordable. But we're going to build hundreds of thousands of affordable housing units under the agreements we've signed. Just in Quebec, we're talking about 8,000 social housing units that are planned for next month. That's a historic agreement. And we signed it with the Quebec government. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. While the federal government encroaches on Quebec's areas of jurisdiction, it should look at its own areas of jurisdiction. The Prime Minister has finally admitted that immigration levels have exceeded our integration capacity. But who's the irresponsible person who increased permanent immigration without thinking of houses, schools, or health care? Who is this reckless individual who called people xenophobic when we talked about integration capacity? Mr. Speaker, if only we knew who this person was, could be even the same person who's racking up debt. Does the Prime Minister know the name of this irresponsible individual? The Honourable Minister. What the member across the way doesn't want to recognize is that we have an excellent relationship with the Quebec government. I visited with the minister to see where we can work together. We agree that we want to partner to ensure that temporary people here who have the services they need. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Since the Prime Minister is responsible for the largest population increase since 1957, many people are blaming him for the housing crisis. Sure, he lit the fire, but is he trying to put it out? Did he lower immigration targets? No. Did he lighten Quebec's loads in terms of asylum seekers by sending them elsewhere? No. Has he reduced temporary immigration? No, he wants to hike it to 2 million. That is the highest level since last year, but the highest in history. Now that he sees that there's an integration capacity problem, is he going to fix it? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. The Bloc Québécois should watch the news because we said that we were going to reduce the level of immigration from 7% to 5%. So where do they think that we should cut then? And they should need to be specific because they all have temporary workers in their ridings. So they need to be clear on what they want.
Presenter.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are clear on the two most important economic issues we face: inflation and high interest rates. And they understand that government deficits cause inflation. Runaway deficits cause runaway inflation. This year's deficit is expected to be $47 billion, $7 billion higher than forecast. To say this is a runaway is an understatement. The Bank of Canada, the governor, has been clear. Deficits are the main factor keeping interest rates high. Will the Prime Minister cap his runaway spending with a dollar-for-dollar rule to bring down interest rates and inflation?
Hear, hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is important that a responsible government addresses issues around affordability. It addresses issues around environmental sustainability. It invests in growing a clean economy, and it has a sound fiscal management strategy. We are doing all of those things. On the other side of this House, we have a Conservative Party of Canada who simply wants to cut and to cut and to cut. They will cut affordable childcare. They will cut dental care. They will cut the National School Food Program. They will cut the entire climate program. They will actually cut investments in growing a clean economy for the future. My goodness, it's such an irresponsible position that these folks are taking.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this government is just throwing taxpayer money at a wall without any thought about execution, and it's making matters worse for Canadians. It's a whack-a-mole approach to economic policy. Obviously, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, Canadians can't afford this Prime Minister, his excess spending, nor his corruption. Scotiabank says that rate cuts could be delayed by high government spending. Wow. Next week, the Minister of Finance will table her budget. It is time for the deficits to stop. Will the Minister commit to a dollar-for-dollar reduction in order to bring inflation and interest rates under control?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Revenue.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we will always be there to support Canadians, especially vulnerable Canadians, while maintaining a prudent fiscal position, including a AAA credit rating, Mr. Speaker, and the lowest debt-to-GDP ratio in the G7. We've been there for seniors with increases in the GIS and the OAS. We are there for school children with a national school food program. We are there for millennials and Gen Z with affordable housing and rental accommodation. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we know how to do prudence as well as providing for the most vulnerable in this country. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
You know what's keeping interest rates so high, Mr. Speaker? Liberal deficit spending. That's what. Yes. Now we can add Scotiabank to the long list of economists saying after 8 years, this NDP Liberal government is not worth the cost. Record high deficits are keeping housing, food, and fuel at record high prices. Will the Prime Minister fix the budget and adopt our common sense Conservative policy by bringing in a dollar-for-dollar rule to bring down inflation and interest rates?
The Honourable Minister of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the party opposite, we actually know the role of the Independent Bank of Canada, which is to set monetary policy. While we are prudently managing taxpayer dollars, we will continue to invest in Canadians. Because of our policies, 86% of women between the ages of 25 and 45 are in the workforce. That's the Canada Child Benefit, and that's $10 a day childcare. Every single time the party opposite has an opportunity to support Canadians, they vote against, Mr. Speaker. That's not common sense at all.
The honourable member for Richmond Centre.
Mr. Speaker, young Canadians in my community of Richmond and across Canada are struggling to find housing that fits their budget. We're scaling up our efforts to build more homes and build them faster at prices Canadians can afford. Through the Housing Accelerator Fund, our federal government is investing over $35 million in the city of Richmond to fast-track the construction of 1,000 homes over the next 3 years and 3,100 homes over the next decade. Can the minister share with my community of Richmond and communities across British Columbia on how our government is supporting housing in Budget 2024?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Housing.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank my honourable colleague for his advocacy for his community that's going to help get thousands of homes built in Richmond over the course of the next number of years. In the upcoming federal budget, we're going to continue to put measures on the table that help accelerate the pace of home building. This includes low-cost financing to add tens of thousands of new rental units. This includes additional support to help nonprofits acquire housing that they will keep affordable forever. It includes no investments in affordable housing and new strategies to build homes more quickly by incentivizing home building in factories. With members like this advocating for their community, we can put a plan on the table that will solve the national housing crisis.
The honourable member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, Durham Region is home to many millennials who dream of owning a house one day. For 8 years, this Prime Minister has been promising affordable housing, and yet things are only getting worse. Millennials know this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. The Liberal NDP government continues to announce expensive photo ops in the lead-up to the federal budget. But we know, as millennials, that we deserve better.
That's right.
How can we ever believe any of these broken promises from the Liberal NDP government again?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Housing.
Mr. Speaker, let me begin by offering my sincere congratulations to our newest colleague in the House of Commons. It's wonderful to have you here. What he may not realize, Mr. Speaker, being new to the House, is that his leader is actively campaigning on commitments to build fewer homes than we are already projected to build. He may not realize that the Conservative leader has promised to raise taxes on home building. He may not realize the Conservative leader has pledged to cut funding for home building, and he may not realize that his party held a press conference last week to say that they don't want to do anything on municipal reforms and have decided to side with the NIMBYs. Mr. Speaker, over his time here, I hope he comes to see the light and gets with a plan that will build more homes.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister's radical safe supply agenda, we see lives being put at risk. After this NDP Liberal government decriminalized hard drugs, nurses now in northern British Columbia are being told to allow patients to use hard drugs in their rooms and have weapons in their hospital rooms. This, Mr. Speaker, is unfair and unsafe for workers and patients. Mr. Speaker, when will this Prime Minister wake up and realize that his radical drug policy just isn't worth the cost?
Honourable Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Mr. Speaker, every healthcare worker in this country deserves to be safe in their place of work. That's why this government passed legislation exactly for that reason. I too am concerned about the reports and expect the BC government to take the necessary actions to address the concerns raised by healthcare providers. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we're saving lives. On that side of the House, they're busy with slogans and stigma.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, 300% more government-issued opioids are being seized by police in British Columbia. More drugs on the street mean the street prices for opioids are falling across this country, and that's what we're seeing. This delusional NDP Liberal government wants you to think that giving out free drugs to our most vulnerable is a cure. But Canadians know this is nonsense. When will this narcissistic Prime Minister, who is not worth the cost, crime or corruption, end this cruel and disastrous...
to be judicious in their. I will let the honourable member maybe rephrase that. The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
You know what, Mr. Speaker? What I would like to say here is, given the fact that I practice as a physician a long time, that's the diagnosis, Mr. Speaker.
Listen, maybe we'll have a quick chat after question period. The Honourable Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Mr. Speaker, while the Conservatives want to sow fear and stigma, on this side of the House, we know that we have to stick to the facts. The RCMP says there is no evidence to suggest widespread diversion of drugs from prescribed alternatives is happening. However, prescribed alternatives are not the issue, Mr. Speaker. Any diversion is illegal in this country, whether it's medication for ADHD, pain management, or anything else. Those are the facts, Mr. Speaker. 70% of the overdose deaths are from an illegal toxic poison supply, and I challenge the member to actually read the data.
The Honourable Member for Egmont.
Mr. Speaker, the fishery is the backbone of Canada's coastal communities, and Liberal members of Parliament will always be there to stand up for fishers, their families, and our fishing communities. On February the 8th, the House of Commons Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans adopted a motion proposed by Liberal members of Parliament to launch the official 5-year review of the Fishery Act. Can the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans explain the significance of the Fisheries Act review for coastal communities to this House?
Good question.
L'Honorable Ministre Pêche.
The Honourable Minister.
To congratulate the Liberal members of the Standing Committees of Fisheries and Ocean for moving forward with this important review. Coastal communities know that the Fisheries Act does more than just regulate fishing, but is also a key law that impacts local economies, ecological protections, and reconciliation. This review is just the first step toward a Fisheries Act that work better for communities on all coasts. I look forward to seeing the committee's recommendation at the end of this study.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
This government promised to ban the AR-15. That's the weapon that was used to murder 26-year-old children at Sandy Hook. And yet on Thursday, the Conservative leader was tweeting that the government wasn't going after the AR-15, but hunting rifles. So little wonder he gets endorsed by Alex Jones, who's notorious for taunting families and children murdered by the AR-15. So will the minister confirm, is the government going after hunting rifles or the AR-15, or is this the Conservative leader being the, quote, real deal of disinformation for the likes of Alex Jones?
The Honourable Minister of Public Service, or Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his question and salute his long service in this House on behalf of the people of Northern Ontario. Mr. Speaker, I share
the Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
I've never had that much applause, Mr. Speaker, in the House before. Mr. Speaker, I share our colleagues' concern about the Conservative policy with respect to gun control. We have said from the beginning, law-abiding hunters and sports persons are not the subject of these regulations. Mr. Speaker, what we're doing is taking away guns that were designed to kill people on the battlefield, and we're also prepared to compensate the people that bought those guns lawfully. It's something the Conservative Party will undo, and we're committed to keeping Canadians safe.
Absolutely.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, since I've been a member here, every February we receive the list of projects that were accepted or refused under New Horizons, a program that improves the lives of seniors. Unfortunately, this year, for a reason we weren't told, we haven't had access to this information, so we can't help our local organizations. I've sent 3 emails, made 5 phone calls, and even sent a fax to the Office of the Minister of Labour and seniors, but I didn't even receive an acknowledgement of receipt. Mr. Speaker, it's very discouraging. In order to do our work properly, we would like the Minister to explain why we're not getting this information, and will the situation be rectified? Thank you. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question, and even a fax. So I've got no excuse there. I will dig in deeper and get the answers that the member is looking for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Great idea. And that's all the time we have for question period today. Following discussions amongst representatives of all parties of the House, I understand there's an agreement to observe a moment of silence in honor of the Canadian aid worker Jacob Flickinger and all aid workers who have lost their lives in Gaza. I now invite honourable members to rise. Merci beaucoup. Okay. Daily routine of business. Affaire courante ordinaire. Tabling of documents. Pursuant to subsection 15.3 of the Conflict of Interest Code for members of the House of Commons, it is my duty to lay upon the table the list of all sponsored travel by members for the year of 2023 as provided by the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner. Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Espérant que les...
Hoping that ministers and the House Leader can sit down so that I may. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to 32.2 and the tabling of treaties before Parliament, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the Protocol to the North Atlantic Treaty to the accession of the Kingdom of Sweden, as well as the accession of the Republic of Finland, done in Brussels, July 2022. Good news for Canada and NATO, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Tabling of documents.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 27 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Tabling documents? No. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de...
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the good people of Waterloo, and with Vaisakhi approaching, I'm hoping all celebrating Vaisakhi have a good one. With that, pursuant to Standing Order 104 and 114, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 62nd report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs regarding the membership of committees of the House. If the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrent in the 62nd report later this day.
Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the House gives its consent, I move that the 62nd report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented today in the House be adopted.
Tous ceux qui support.
All those who are opposed to what the honourable member proposes will please say nay.
D'accord, la Chambre.
The House has heard the motion. All those who oppose the motion will please say nay. Carried.
Presenting of petitions. Présentation de pétition. The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm glad I caught your eye so I can present 3 petitions for my constituents. The first petition is on the medical assistance in dying or assisted suicide system. And the constituents are drawing the attention of the House to the fact that on March 17, 2024, MAID was supposed to have become available to those with a mental illness. Parliament has now since then extended it. They're still calling on the Government of Canada to introduce new legislation to stop the expansion of medical assistance in dying to those with a mental illness. My second petition is going back to the issue of the lost confidence that many Canadians in my riding have to the government here. They're calling on the House for a vote of non-confidence again. They're asking for an election to be held within 45 days after the vote is won, and that the current government that is elected is not acting in the best interests of citizens. And again, they're asking the House of Commons to hold a vote of non-confidence once again and to hold elections 45 days after such a vote. The third and final petition, and I tabled this on behalf of constituents in my riding, who are also members of the Calgary Co-op. This is regarding Environment Canada's decision to continue to ban the compostable shopping bags, are 100% non-plastic bags. So constituents are drawing attention to the fact that the Calgary Co-op has successfully kept over 100 million plastic bags out of landfills with the use of this green compostable shopping bag. The City of Calgary supports the use of the Calgary Co-op compostable bags, stating that they do not fully break down in their composting. They do fully break down in their composting facilities, and therefore there is no impact on the environment. They're also reminding the federal government that the federal ban, as it stands now, allows for Calgary Co-op to sell its compostable bags on store shelves, but prevents them from selling these same bags a few feet away at the checkout, which makes little sense since those very little to limit their use. It does very little to limit their use, and that this unnecessary ban could send signals that stifle the adoption and development of environmentally responsible products. Finally, they're calling on the Government of Canada to recognize that a green compostable bag made by Calgary Co-op does not constitute single-use plastic and are therefore worthy of an exemption to the upcoming ban.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
So much here. We're aware, these individuals are aware as well, of the crisis of domestic violence and violent crimes associated across Canada, specifically with women. The risk of violence and coercion of women is greater when they are pregnant. And the injury or death of the child in the womb when a woman is pregnant is not considered for aggravating circumstances when an individual is charged with a crime and facing sentencing within the criminal code. As a matter of fact, we make comment that Canada is the only democratic country in the world with absolutely no regulations or laws in regard to abortion. The only other country is North Korea. So justice requires, they say, that an attacker who abuses a pregnant woman and her child in the womb be sentenced accordingly, and that the sentence should match the crime. And so they call on us in this House to legislate the abuse of a pregnant woman and or the infliction of harm on that child that she is carrying as aggravating circumstances for sentencing purposes in the criminal code. And I have one more that I will bring forward briefly. These individuals are very concerned about the sexually explicit material that is so demeaning and sexually violent that can easily be accessed by young people online. A significant portion of this sexually explicit material is made available through commercial purposes, and it's not protected by any age-effective verification method. And yet, it is very clear that everyone believes that we have a responsibility to make sure that these young people do not have access. Online verification was the primary recommendation made by stakeholders during a 2017 study by the Standing Committee on Health. And so these petitioners call upon this House to adopt Bill S-210, Protecting Young Persons from Exposure to Pornography Act. Thank you.
Seeing petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Mission, Mascouche, Fraser Canning.
Mr. Speaker, last spring, the Government of Canada made legislative changes to allow Health Canada to regulate natural health supplements, the same as therapeutic synthetic drugs, which will mean substantial new fees on the import, manufacturing, and sale of things like vitamins, protein powders, and other health supplements. Constituents in my riding who rely on natural health products daily are concerned these changes will result in the products they use being removed from Canadian store shelves or increasing in price substantially. They are calling upon the government to stop these changes and to work with the industries on issues such as labeling and fees. Save our supplements, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, Présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to rise today on behalf of constituents in Saanich Gulf Islands and standing on the traditional territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. The petitioners are pointing to the problem that is one of long-standing of the contribution, unfortunately, of Canadian companies, particularly those in the mining sector, in attacking human rights and being associated with environmental damage around the world. Petitioners asked the House to consider that the people who are involved in such protests in other countries around the world to defend their rights are often harassed, attacked, or killed. They're calling on the House of Commons to require companies to prevent adverse human rights effects and environmental damage, require companies to do their due diligence, including by carefully assessing how their actions are contributing to such egregious human rights abuse and environmental damage, and they ask for the Government of Canada and this House to work for the legal right for people who have been harmed by Canadian companies to seek justice in the Canadian courts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétition, presenting petitions, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure that I table a petition in regards to international flights. As we know, our Indo-Canadian community has grown considerably over the last number of years, and a part of that has driven the demand in building that relationship that ultimately sees more people going back and forth between both India and Canada, and along with that comes a demand for increased direct flights. And that's what the petition is asking for, Mr. Speaker, and it's with pleasure that I table it today.
Presenting petition, the Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to rise today to table this tabling this petition. Did you know that volunteer firefighters represent over 71% of individuals fighting fires in Canada? These firefighters are asking for the Government of Canada to support the legislation for a tax credit for volunteer firefighters, to increase it to $10,000. I'd like to pay tribute to all the volunteer firefighters that serve the area of Mégantic-L'Érable.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise to present a petition on nearly 10,000 folks across the country. They note, first of all, that it was back in 1949 that the UN Relief and Works Agency, UNRWA for short, was established to carry out direct relief and works programs for Palestinian refugees. They note that UNRWA is the primary provider of humanitarian aid in Gaza: food, social services, healthcare, schools, refugee camps, the list goes on, sustaining the lives of millions of civilians, more than half of them kids, in the Palestinian territory of Gaza, blockaded by Israel since 2007. They go on to note that South Africa submitted an application to the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crimes of Genocide in the Gaza Strip, the case of South Africa versus Israel, to the International Court of Justice, or the ICJ. After considering both applications and oral arguments, the court concluded genocide was plausible. In its January 26th order, the ICJ cited UNRWA statements documenting dire conditions in the Gaza Strip before introducing its fourth provisional measure, which is, the petitioner's quote, "The State of Israel shall take immediate and effective measures to enable the provision of urgently needed basic services and humanitarian assistance to address the adverse conditions of life faced by Palestinians in the Gaza Strip." And finally, that Israel leveled allegations against a dozen UNRWA employees, after which Canada paused humanitarian funding committed to UNRWA without an investigation. The petitioners, citizens and residents of Canada, call upon the Government of Canada to live up to their obligations under the Genocide Convention, to prevent the catastrophic humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip from deteriorating further before the court renders its final decision. They call on two specific actions. The first, for Canada to reinstate UNRWA funding, which in the time since this petition was out in the public has already been done. Secondly, they advocate for other countries to do the same and for Canada to call on other countries to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a petition brought forward by Canadians who see the unjust war Vladimir Putin is waging on Ukraine and want the government of Canada to act, including by way of providing direct military assistance and further lethal weapons and supplies to the defense of Ukraine. That's why Conservatives have called on the Liberal government to donate all discontinued surplus CRV-7 rockets to Ukraine. These rockets were specifically requested by the government of Ukraine, and Canada has 83,000 of them to set for disposal. Cost of disposal estimated at $30 million, but cost of the shipments to Ukraine is approximately $5 million. Not only is this donation the right thing to do, it's also the most cost-effective. Conservatives have and always will support Ukraine. We stand with them in their efforts to rebuild their economy and defend themselves from Russia's illegal invasion. And the second petition, Mr. Speaker, as I rise to present a petition signed by Westman residents facing rising prices of gas, groceries, and home heating. The Liberal carbon tax has made it much harder to make ends meet. On April 1st, the Prime Minister's carbon tax went up again, this time by 23%. This inflationary carbon tax means a family of four will have to pay $700 more for groceries in 2024. Conservatives know people are hurting. People are being forced to choose between filling up their car, heating their home, and feeding their family. I join with these petitioners in calling on the Prime Minister to immediately eliminate the carbon tax from home heating, and better yet, axe the tax altogether.
Presenting of petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Halifax.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's my honour to present a petition signed by Canadians calling upon the Government of Canada to support Bill C-310, which would increase the tax credit for volunteer firefighters and search and rescue volunteers from $3,000 a year to $10,000 a year. Mr. Speaker, 71% of firefighting first responders in this country are volunteers. Those volunteers were our first line of defense in my home province, our home province, Mr. Speaker, of Nova Scotia last year, as we faced the worst wildfire season in our recorded history. Indeed, all across Canada, volunteer firefighters put their lives on the line to protect our communities, and boosting this tax credit will not only ensure that they are properly compensated for their essential roles, but it will also improve recruitment and retention at a time when our fire departments are struggling to maintain the number of volunteer firefighters. Importantly, petitioners also note that in a moment when affordability is a top concern for many Canadians, this tax credit will allow these volunteer firefighters to keep more of their hard-earned income, which often goes back into their communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to present a petition on behalf of constituents. Mr. Speaker, I rise for the 34th time on behalf of the people of Swan River, Manitoba, to present a petition on the rising rate of crime. The community of Swan River is struggling with extreme levels of crime because of this Liberal government's soft on-crime laws like Bill C-75. The people of Swan River are upset that jail is a revolving door for repeat offenders, as Bill C-75 allows violent offenders to be in jail in the morning and back on the street the same day. Manitoba West District RCMP reported that just 15 individuals were responsible for 1,184 calls for service. The people of Swan River are calling for jail, not bail, for violent repeat offenders. Mr. Speaker, the people of Swan River demand that this Liberal government repeal their soft on-crime policies that directly threaten their livelihoods and their community. I support the good people of Swan River.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Peace River, Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a real pleasure to stand up today to present some petitions. The petition I am presenting today comes from Canadians from across the country who are concerned about the consent and age verification of those depicted in pornographic material. The petitioners are asking the government follow recommendation 2 of the 2021 Standing Committee Access to Information Privacy and Ethics Report on MindGeek, which requires all content hosting platforms to verify age and consent prior to uploading content. Bill C-270, the Stop Internet Sexual Exploitation Act, adds 2 offenses to the criminal code. The first requires age verification and consent prior to distribution. The second requires removal of that material if the consent is withdrawn. As such, the petitioners are calling on the House of Commons to pass Bill C-270. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And that's all the time. Well, okay, with the honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to present one petition to the House in support of Bill C-257, an excellent private member's bill that would protect Canadians from political discrimination. It's a bill that I put forward in the House, and petitioners want to see the House pass it as quickly as possible.
I was impressed with the honourable member. And that's all the time for petitions. Questions on the order paper, and I want to see how quickly the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader is going to get this one in.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. 2280, 2282, 2283, 2289, 2291, 2293, 2294, 2297, 2300, 2304, 2306, 2308, 2310, 2310, 2311, 2313, 2317, 2318, 2322, 2323, 2325, 2326, 2328 to 2330, 2332, 2336, 2337, 2339, 2340, 2344, and 2354. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, if a revised response to questions number 1589, originally tabled on September 18, 2023, question 2002, originally tabled on January 29, 2024, question 2261, originally tabled on March 20, 2024, and the government's responses to questions number 2279, 2281, 2284 to question 2288, 2290, 2292, 2295, 2296, 2298, 2299, 2301 to 2303, 2305, 2309, 2312, 2314 to 2316, 2319 to 2321, 2324, 2327, 2331, 2333 to 2335, 2338, 2341 to 2343, 2345, 2346, 2351 to 2353, and 2355 could be made orders for return. These returns would be tabled in an electronic format immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Finally, Madam Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, reprise des débats.
Resuming debate on a motion relating to a question of privilege with respect to the 17th report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations, with an amendment from Mr. Gerritsen.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you. And I'd be remiss if I didn't note that we are, of course, during the eclipse right now, and we even saw a little dimming in the House of Commons. However, unfortunately, that won't be the biggest cover-up we talk about today. Paper? Yeah. My apologies to the interpreters. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, sir. It's also my great honor and privilege to split my time with a member from Mégantic Les Havres. Not bad, eh? Not bad. So we'll be, of course, talking about the privilege motion, which is the subject of debate today. I'm gonna start by just going through some of the facts with respect to, and specifically quoting some of the AG's report of some of the scurrilous accusations that are in here that are really quite disturbing, and certainly there's more to come to sort of give us the context. And then I'm going to discuss about the importance of parliamentary supremacy and the need for our body to, in order to fulfill its democratic duties, to get the information that we require. So we'll start by just reading from paragraph 1.18 in the AG's report on the ArriveCAN application. So 1.18, we found that the financial records were not well maintained by Canada Border Service Agency. We were unable to determine the precise cost for the ArriveCAN application because of the poor documentation and weak controls at the Canada Border Service Agency. We estimated the application cost approximately $59.5 million, or in shorthand, I will, for the rest of the speech, call it $60 million. That's $60 million. That is a large amount of money. This from an original contract that was originally set to cost somewhere between $80,000 to $160,000, and it ballooned up to $60 million. But perhaps just as disturbing as a $60 million price tag is the fact that the AG, the Auditor General, who has an incredible team, and they have literally lifetimes, probably combined hundreds of years of service in trying to investigate, trying to fact find, and they, despite their incredible abilities, they were unable to get through the poor record keeping and the terrible lack of detail that was contained within the Canada Border Service Agency. I believe the Auditor General in subsequent testimony even said that she had never seen bookkeeping this bad in her entire career. This is many, many years of being a professional auditor. And so they couldn't even get to what the exact number was, but they estimated here $60 million. So it could be more. We just don't know that at this point. Then I'll flip to a little further in the report, and we'll go to what is paragraph 1.39. The Canada Border Service Agency informed us that GC Strategies was awarded the contract on the basis of a proposal that it submitted. Agency officials told us that they had discussions with 3 potential contractors about submitting a proposal to develop the ArriveCAN application. We found that the agency received a proposal from 1 of 3 potential contractors, but this proposal, get this, was not from GC Strategies. There was no evidence that the agency considered a proposal or any similar document from GC Strategies for this non-competitive contract. So they awarded a contract on a non-existent proposal. They initially said, CBSA initially said there were 3 different proposals that were put out there, but they only found, the Auditor General only found 1 of those proposals, and not from the eventual winner of this strategy, of this proposals, of this competition or non-competitive process, I should say. And so, as far as I know, that proposal still has not been tracked down. And so it's amazing that there is a $60 million contract awarded on a missing or just simply non-existent contract. And once again, this is incredibly troublesome. And we've heard actually from all members in this House that we are all shocked, and I think we share that almost unanimously. How could this happen? That a $60 million contract would simply disappear. The public service may face criticism on a variety of issues, but one of the things that I rarely ever hear about the public service is that they have a lack of record keeping or lack of data in the public service. And so, as the Auditor General said, she's never seen bookkeeping that bad. And then we move on to continued discussion of GC Strategies, which I believe it's been reported that it's actually Government of Canada Strategies, which I guess says a lot in its own self. So we'll go to 1.58. Some of the requirements or eligibility criteria were extremely narrow, which likely prevented competition. For example, bidders were required to have been awarded 3 informatic contracts with the Government of Canada within the last 18 months, with a greater value of $10 million. I don't think they'd be too many of those, but we also found that the reasonableness per diem rates in the bid was insufficiently assessed. Per diem rates were assessed on the basis of 3 non-competitive contracts, which the Canada Border Service Agency issued during the pandemic. In our opinion, the agency should not have used these prior non-competitive contracts as a reference point. It's just so odd. Like, how do you define the request for proposal process so narrowly that there is a handful, maybe even just one firm that is required that could possibly apply for this position. It really is the amount of suspicion that comes from this is incredible. So just to say that again, one of the conditions for the bid for the ArriveCAN app was that have been awarded 3 informatic contracts with the Government of Canada over the last 18 months with a value greater of $10 million. It certainly appears to me, just a simple guy from Orono, Ontario, but it appears to this guy that in fact it was almost targeted directly at one particular firm. In this case, GS Strategies there. And so we see the testimony of Mr. Firth, and I was one of, I imagine, thousands, if not tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of Canadians who tuned into some of that committee coverage in front of Ogo, I believe it was, and I could not believe this gentleman's audacity, of which he talked about. He sort of acted as if, to be candid, that this was some type of unfairness that was done to him. The reality is that we have allegation after allegation after allegation. We have $60 million spent without yet a really solid explanation. We have firms being paid $1,000 a day or an hour or more, and this has caused incredible upset for Canadians who are struggling to get by, Canadians who are seeing record high usage of food banks, and so they want answers. And so that's what gets back to where I want to end up here, and that's at the very heart of democracy. What separates this country from many others is our democratic principles and our commitment to the parliamentary Westminster system. It's this Parliament that guarantees the rights and freedoms of Canadians from coast to coast. And so when we say privilege, I almost think it's miscast. It's not my privilege. It's not any of the members of Parliament's privilege. It's Canadians' privilege. It's because of the years of sacrifice, our history through wars and otherwise, where we've stood up for freedom and democracy, that has given us the ability to voice our opinions. And you know, I still hear, and I know that I imagine all MPs do, that sometimes the people of this great land are concerned and frustrated at their lack of voice, their lack of power. Well, I certainly go to work every day to act for them, to give them a voice. And Canadians want to know what happened to their $60 million to this app. How did a two-person firm make $20 million? How do they possibly justify this, given in the context of the AG saying that this is the worst bookkeeping, record-keeping that she has ever seen in her many-year history? And the Canadians deserve answers, Madam Speaker, and that's what we're asking for.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member knows, is that the government's actually very much open and wants to see and looks forward to Mr. Frith coming before or being at the bar. The issue is going to be how it is that we have questions and answers type of thing. How do we heighten the sense of accountability? But the comment that I'm interested in is the member might not necessarily be aware of this, but when his leader was the Parliamentary Secretary to the Treasury Board, there was a $400 million scandal with ETS, and it was a procurement scandal. And I'm wondering if the leader of the Conservative Party would have done his job back then and not been successful in the cover-up, that maybe we might have seen some rules that were actually changed that might have prevented this. Is that a fair comment on my part?
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
So whenever I have two children, 8 and a 10-year-old, and so when occasionally they do something wrong, it's amazing the 8 and 10-year-old will immediately point to the other one when they've been guilty. It's called whataboutism, and that's the base level of these liberal politics. They will deflect, they will deny, and they will do anything to take responsibility. Well, the Arrive scam it's this government's fault, and we're going to get answers.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Skeena Muckley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my friend down the way for his speech. I think we find common cause in this motion that's before us. Part of this motion is about the testimony of GC Strategies at committee, which was unsatisfactory and not consistent with the rules of parliamentary privilege. But I think there's a larger issue at play here, which is that unless Parliament asserts its specific privileges, we risk getting to a place where no witnesses have to come to committee and provide responses to our answers. And we see this in other cases as well. I came out of a committee meeting today where witnesses were less than forthcoming with information about government programs and the fate of Canada Post. Does he share my concern that unless the supremacy of Parliament is reestablished, that we will continue to see the ability of committees to get answers for Canadians, the Canadians we represent, undermined?
Honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
I agree.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to the honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South, and to the member for Skeena Bulkley Valley. I think we are really at one of those rare moments that I love in this place when we're in violent agreement. We should be seeing witnesses respect Parliament, answer questions clearly. And it's pretty clear to me that, well, and this may veer from where the member from Northumberland, Peterborough South is coming from, that something very wrong has happened within the functionality of the civil service that this could happen at all, because I don't see any long fingers of partisan engagement. What I see is base incompetence and a chance to make a quick buck, which should never, ever be allowed in the culture of our civil service. So bring it on, and let's get Mr. Firth in here.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much to the member for her points. And I think, in fact, I know the vast majority of our civil servants are working their tails off to do what they can to make Canada a better country. This is a big challenge, though, that seems to, as I say, the fish rots from the head down, and we really need to get to the bottom of this to find out and to make sure that we do not have any more issues such as this.
L'honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Indeed, this is a situation where in committee on many occasions and through many questions, the witness refused to respond, and his main reason was his fear that what he might say might be held against him because certain members of the committee and the media reveal what is said in committee in the media. And so he was worried. So this situation should never happen again. So would it be a good idea to change some rules around our procedure to ensure that even if there are leaks to the media, that testimony should remain protected? The honourable member.
I think I would answer that and open to any discussions which might make the process better. But I think the reality is that a lot of this should be public. Canadian taxpayers deserve the right to know where their millions of dollars are going. If it's not if it's not essential to the national security or other related issues to keep it privacy, the Canadian public should know what's going on.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. And I'm going to ask him to not put his telephone close to the microphone. Thank you very much. Thank you, and thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a very important matter that we're debating today. The chair, or rather the speaker, has recognized a question of parliamentary privilege that was breached in this matter that is being greatly discussed by the media. And in Quebec, it's not being discussed enough. But I think that'll come because with the scope of the situation, the scandal, this ArriveCan scandal, then what we're doing in this House is something historic. So for the people who are watching us, there is a bar that is at the entrance to the House here, and only members of Parliament and pages are allowed to come into the House further than the bar. And what we're doing is summoning someone to come to the bar to be reprimanded for having lied when he was questioned by parliamentarians, and he is also being reprimanded for not taking seriously the study that was begun by Ogo on the ArriveCan scandal. Madam Speaker, the motion is very, very clear. Christian Firth, who is one of the two co-directors of GC Strategies, to be in contempt for his refusal to answer certain questions that are in the 17th report submitted by Ogo, and to provide responses to supplementary questions arriving from his responses. Now, the credibility of our parliamentary system depends on this, because parliamentary committees are here to fuel debate in the House. They're set up to allow members to question people, to get information, to ensure that when we make decisions and when we craft laws, that we have all the information that we need. And that is why every single bill that is introduced in this House has to go through the parliamentary committee process, where people who introduce the bill need to provide information as well, and that is why we can summon witnesses. It is also an opportunity to allow us to hold the government accountable for its actions. So, for example, when the Auditor General tables a report that revealed the chaos around the ArriveCan app, it was supposed to cost $80,000, but it ended up costing $60 million to date, at least, because we still don't have the final numbers. Not even the Auditor General has them. And of that $60 million, $20 million went to a firm that acted as an intermediary, a firm that was hired to develop a computer app. And this firm knew how LinkedIn worked, but nothing else about computer apps. And so it's completely farcical to be paying millions of dollars, or rather sticking taxpayers with this kind of tab, especially when these public servants were doing no kind of work. So we wanted to question GC Strategies. Now, that is the name of the company. It's a private firm. And it is not surprising that it's called GC, because the firm wanted to mislead people into thinking that it had links with the Government of Canada. So already there, the firm was showing that it was not serious in the work that it was doing, and all it wanted to do was make as much money as possible off the government. So we heard from witnesses in committee, but they didn't want to answer our questions. They sort of took our summons with a grain of salt by saying, well, sure, we'll show up at committee, but we won't answer and nothing will happen. And too often that has happened in the past, and unfortunately, this example comes from on high. We saw in other parliamentary committees, for example, in the SNC-Lavalin affair, where the Minister of Justice was a victim of political pressure, and we were not able to get answers from the public servants who worked with her, but even from the Prime Minister and his team. Why? Because they were hiding behind cabinet secrets and so there was a report, and the Prime Minister was held accountable for an ethical breach. Well, he said, well, I take full responsibility for these actions and it won't happen again. So it's not surprising, Madam Speaker, that then witnesses show up to parliamentary committees and say, well, even if I don't answer, it doesn't matter, nothing will happen. But this time we put our foot down. This time, all parties said, that's enough. People must answer our questions, and this is how we need to proceed to ensure that witnesses tell the full truth and nothing but the truth when it comes time to testify, not only for parliamentarians, but for all Canadians when testimony is given. I was a witness for Arrive Canada as well, where I was trying to find out who recommended GC Strategies, Madam Speaker, and it took me 3 questions before one of the public servants finally decided to name GC Strategies. It's completely unacceptable, and it is high time that the House of Commons and all of us here in Parliament, all of us parliamentarians here, put our foot down. Just a few examples. Mr. Firth, on the GC Strategy site. This is an example of a question that was asked to which he didn't want to answer. On the GC website, GC Strategies tries to find solutions to my problems. This quote is attributed to an executive official in the Government of Canada. Someone said that about GC Strategies. So we asked this question to Mr. Firth, and Mr. Firth refused to answer the question, and yet that is on the very first page of his website. So it was a GoDaddy site. Apparently the site doesn't exist anymore, but luckily we have screenshots that I'm not allowed to show you, but I do have them in my hands. And GC Strategies also quoted an ADM who said that, the vision of the firm and so on and so forth. And so that was praise to GC Strategies. And so we asked Mr. Firth who that ADM was, who gave him so much praise. And Mr. Firth said, well, in fact, he refused to answer our questions. Why is that important for New to know? We need to update our procedure around this testimony, because GC Strategies developed a computer app that was supposed to cost $80,000, but that ended up costing taxpayers $60 million. And yet GC Strategies knew nothing about computers or information technology. So my colleague who was responsible for ethics was very clear. He had a list of examples of lies that were told by Mr. Firth. In fact, we asked him if he had ever lied to a parliamentary committee. He refused to answer, so I guess he didn't want to lie twice. We asked him about public office holders who he had met outside government offices. He refused to answer, but that's important because we need to know about the ties, the relationships between the firm and Mr. Firth and other people with such a small number of employees.
We asked a simple question. It was the member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan who asked Mr. Firth how often he had sent invitations on LinkedIn. It's not a hard question to answer. 1, 2, 3. He refused to answer, Madam Speaker. So this is a very unusual situation, and it requires an extraordinary response. It is happening too often. Witnesses come to committee and they do not take the House's business seriously enough. And with the current situation, we need witnesses who come to committee to know that there are consequences to not telling us the truth and nothing but the truth. And that is why I support the motion to have Mr. Firth come to the bar in this House. Questions and comments?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the number of the comments that the member has made. What comes to my mind is the fact that we have an individual in which everyone is saying the same thing. We want this individual to come before the committee. For me, it's trying to take it to the next step because we haven't really experienced this for over 100 years. We want to ensure that there's a very strong, credible aspect to it. Can a member give some sort of an indication from his perspective as to how does he see interaction that would take place when you have someone called to the bar in terms of a question and answer type of situation?
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Madam Speaker, seeing as I am a member of OGO, I would tell you that we tried to have a meeting last week to discuss how to handle that. And we must, of course, count on the good faith of all members of the committee, but the Liberal chair of the committee refused to call a committee meeting so that we could discuss that process. So today, it is up to the House leaders to make that decision, because we were not able to go through the whole issue in committee with the consent of all parties of the House, as we should have. Questions and comments?
For Peace River Westlock. The honourable member is not in his seat.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
And through to my colleague from Mégantic-L'Érable. I know there's no lac in there. There is a lac there, but not in the name of the riding. I think he and I agree on much when it comes to this privilege motion. My question... today I received a strange email directly to my parliamentary email from the individual in question, in which he apologized and then reiterated all of the statements that he's made, laying out why he was not in the wrong. I wonder if he received such an email, my colleague, and whether he feels that apology should somehow replace the actions that are in the motion that we're debating today, whether somehow by providing this non-apology by email to some members of Parliament, he should be off the hook for appearing at the bar and explaining to the House why he was so willing to ignore the parliamentary privileges of this place.
Well, l'honorable député de Mégantic.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable.
He apologized. It's the second time he's doing it. So, no, he should appear at the bar of the House of Commons to answer for his lies and to answer for why he didn't tell all the truth, only the truth, to the parliamentarians.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock. Sorry, but
I just would like to about the contract that one of the contracts that was signed with GC Strategies, and how the GC Strategies actually designed the parameters of the contract and then got the contract later on. I was wondering if he was aware of that and if you could explain that a little bit. Thanks.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. So now I'll answer in French because it's more of a technical question. That is precisely where the problem lies. We have to understand how such a thing could have happened, how a company could have been asked to drop the terms of a contract that it then obtained from the Liberal government. How is it possible for that to happen in this system? So I think it's because the Liberal government has been lax with regard to the various scandals that have come up. People might think that there is no worry or concern that anything will happen in committee if witnesses refuse to answer. And so we need to shed light on these situations and also the other many scandals that have arisen week after week. So I think that we must go forward with the privilege motion to send a clear message.
The honourable member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to stand on behalf of the good people of Skeena-Buckley Valley and address this motion before us today. And before I begin, I would like to share that I will be splitting my time with the member for Mississauga Lakeshore, although I expect that both his remarks and mine will be eclipsed by certain events happening outside the chamber at this moment. But this motion in front of us that we're debating today, Madam Speaker, as everyone knows, is not a joking matter. This is a very serious matter indeed. And when we come up against matters of parliamentary procedure, I think a lot of these subjects appear somewhat obscure to the people we represent. People who might be, and goodness forbid if any of them are watching on CPAC right now, when such larger celestial events are happening outside. But if they were, I think they would find this topic of parliamentary privilege to be a bit of an obscure one. And so instead of getting into the weeds and dealing with some of the precedent around this, I want to speak more directly to why this matters to people who are asking questions. They're watching the news and they're seeing reports of the ArriveCan scandal and the troubling revelations around that, and they want answers. And this motion today is about getting those answers. And those of us honored to sit in this place have a responsibility, a sacred responsibility, to get answers on behalf of Canadians. And really, I think that's at the heart of what we're talking about today. Of course, we can't separate this from the larger issue, which is how we ended up with this app costing $60 million. And if you read the Auditor General's report and the report of the Procurement Ombudsman, the findings in those reports are extremely troubling. The Auditor General found, to sum it up, I see my friends here want to get in on the conversation, but I'll leave that to them. The Auditor General found that the people of Canada overpaid for this product. They paid too much, and they didn't get the product that they might have if the process had been better. So people deserve value, and they didn't get it. The Procurement Ombudsman found that there were serious irregularities in the procurement process that people should be concerned about. People deserve fairness. Canadians deserve fairness. And what we saw was a procurement process that was profoundly unfair. I know my Conservative colleagues have been calling this the Arrive scam app, and that's clever and it rhymes and all of that. But I think it's more of a racket, really. Because if we look at the company at the heart of these allegations, GC Strategies, we see this two-person IT recruiting company that has found a way to put itself at the center of so much government procurement in Ottawa and to funnel these lucrative contracts through their little shop, charge an exorbitant commission, 15 to 30%, and then have other people do the actual work and deliver the product. Now that's, Madam Speaker, that's good work if you can find it, I suppose, but they've enriched themselves to the tune of millions of dollars. And what have the Canadian people gotten? The Canadian people got an app that in some cases didn't work, that the Auditor General has said we paid too much for, and that could have been done for a fraction of the cost. Now, among the issues that were raised by the Auditor General and the Procurement Ombudsman, and I think this is really the most egregious thing, and I've been following since I joined the Government Operations Committee, one of the most egregious revelations was that this company, GC Strategies, and its principal, Christian Firth, were involved in writing the criteria for the contract that they then won. And as the Procurement Ombudsman found, they wrote those criteria in such a way that really they could be the only winner of the contract in the end. It's as if I, as a member of Parliament, helped write a contract for someone who was, 5'9" on a good day if I stand up straight, had brown hair, wears blue suits, lives in Smithers, British Columbia, and then at the end of the day, surprise, surprise, Madam Speaker, guess who got the contract? The person who wrote the criteria, custom fit for their situation. And that's, I'm making light of it, but that's essentially what is in these reports. And I think to the people watching back home, that is a profoundly unfair process. What the people of Canada expect is a competitive procurement process where entrepreneurs who put their shingle out there and do the hard work of putting together proposals and innovating and coming up with new products and services have a fighting chance to get that government work. And what we've seen here is that the deck is stacked, Madam Speaker, against people like that. And it's stacked because certain insiders have found a way to enrich themselves and to ensure that these government contracts flow through them. And I think that's wrong. And while it's not the matter that's before us today, it is related to it because the individual that this motion seeks to call to the bar, an unprecedented and historic event if it takes place, that individual, of course, is at the heart of this ArriveCan issue. Now, I was at committee when Mr. Firth appeared, and I agree with what's been said in this place about his testimony. He was evasive and prevaricating, and as has also been mentioned, he's not the first witness to act like that in front of a parliamentary committee, and I think that's something that should concern all of us. But the gravity of the allegations, the amount of money that's involved, and the implications for the larger issue of government procurement make this situation particularly worrisome, and I think that's why my colleagues and certainly our party is so intent and serious about getting the answers that Canadians deserve. Now, in terms of his prevarications and his refusal to answer questions, I think, one of the questions the committee had was about his conversations and communications around the writing of the criteria for these contracts that his firm eventually won. And at the committee hearings, he essentially said that he understands that the RCMP is now involved, and so he's not going to answer the questions. I assume because he doesn't want to somehow jeopardize any future investigation by the RCMP that involves himself. But of course, that's not how this system works, Madam Speaker. Parliament, as everyone in this place knows, is supreme in its ability to seek answers on behalf of Canadians. Witnesses cannot come before a committee and say that, well, I'm worried that somehow I'm going to perjure myself or I'm going to place myself in some sort of legal jeopardy by answering your questions. That is not a valid excuse. If Parliament wants answers to questions, Parliament gets the answers to the questions. And what we see in this motion is one of our only options of recourse in a case that a witness refuses to answer the questions of committee. And Mr. Firth said, I've had a chance to speak with my lawyer, and I'm sticking to my line with regard to the fact this is under investigation by the RCMP, therefore I cannot interfere with that. Well, there are several issues with that statement. First of all, the RCMP had not contacted Mr. Firth. He had heard in the media and from other members of Parliament that the RCMP was somehow involved, but he had yet to become a subject of that investigation. And even if he were, Madam Speaker, none of that is an excuse for not answering the questions of Parliament, which remains supreme under the practices and traditions of parliamentary privilege. So none of this really stacks up. And as I mentioned in a previous question, I did receive an odd email directly from the individual in question in which he apologized and then went on to provide all of the same excuses for his behavior at committee that we've already heard. And so I do think it's right and appropriate that he be called before this House to answer the questions of Parliament and to explain how this all came to be, how the Canadian people ended up paying for an app that cost $60 million when the Auditor General has found that it could have been done for a fraction of that, and some of these really egregious situations around government procurement, irregularities, and alleged misconduct. And I mentioned the two investigations that have resulted in reports. Of course, CBSA is conducting its own internal report. Now, Madam Speaker, I'll just return to why Canadians should care about all of this. And again, they should care because they deserve fairness, because they deserve value, and because they deserve a Parliament that is able to get answers on their behalf. And that is what this motion is about. I'll be supporting it, as will my colleagues. I hope it passes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate many of the comments that the members put on the record. I, for one, not only expect Canadians to get accountability, but it should be a given that they will get accountability, and whatever government happens to be in place of whatever political stripe has an obligation to look for that accountability. Part of the concern that I have here is to take a look at the bigger picture in terms of procurement processes. And one of the reasons why it's important that we maintain the integrity of this system is to ensure that you don't allow corruption to infiltrate the system. That way we can ensure that Canadians are being all given a fair opportunity and they can have confidence in the system. And that is the reason why I think in a situation like this that having this individual come to the bar is of great benefit. And I'm wondering if he could provide his thoughts on that aspect.
Honourable Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Well, Madam Speaker, through you to the Parliamentary Secretary, I do agree that that's why we should call him before the bar. I don't think that that will get us all of the answers we need in order to get to the bottom of the irregularities and the alleged misconduct and possible fraud and worse when it comes to the ArriveCan app. But I would add that it's one thing to question the contractors that enrich themselves. It's another thing to figure out how the problem was allowed to get this bad and how far this problem goes within government procurement. And of course, irregularities and problems with government procurement land at the feet of the minister responsible for the department that procures the contracts and the minister that's responsible for procurement more generally. This happened on this government's watch, and therefore some of the responsibility, probably most of the responsibility, for what appears in the Auditor General's report is really should fall at their feet, and they should be accountable for it. Thank you.
Questions and comments.
Questions and comments?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To my honourable colleague, the question in the sense of appearing before the bar, we all understand that committees and maybe some people are watching committees and maybe some media are paying attention, but the consequences of a person appearing at the bar in the House of Commons where the national media pay attention to what is said here more than they might in a committee, or the larger audience who may be viewing this, what would be the repercussions for this appearing that may be different than would be in committee?
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
I think it's a fair question, Madam Speaker, and to most Canadians who aren't familiar with the fact that we have a brass bar in the chamber and don't understand these somewhat archaic and historical traditions of Parliament, it may not seem like an effective way to make things right, to set things right. But it's the way that we operate. It's within our procedures and practice as an institution, and I think it's our responsibility to use every recourse that we have available to get the answers. And I would hope that the individual in question has some modicum of respect for this institution, because after all, this is the institution by which we govern this amazing country of ours. And as a Canadian, I would hope that his respect for this institution would outweigh his desire to protect his own financial interest or his own reputation when it comes to his particular business. And that's why I hope we get straight answers from him. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Député de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech, which was fascinating, was accurate, and goes straight to the point. The people in my riding know that I worked with ethics before, and they've asked me something, and they asked me how often something like ArriveCan happens, and how is it even possible? How is it possible for people to appear in committee and to be evasive and perhaps even possibly tell untruths? So here we have a motion that would force the person involved to come here to give information. And I'm wondering, at this time when there is less trust in institutions, are we also seeing a disappearance of decency in society?
Skeena-Buckley Valley in 15 seconds.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his question. I think we are seeing an erosion of decency in society, and I think that erosion of decency also undermines our institutions. And so in calling this individual to the bar, I think we as parliamentarians should also reflect on how we uphold the integrity of this place. And certainly in the 5 years that I've been here, I've seen plenty of behavior that does not uphold and strengthen Canadians' trust in Parliament, and that should be of grave concern to us all.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Government Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you to the members opposite who have deliberated over this very issue. And the issue of integrity is at the crux of what we're talking about today, and I appreciate the opportunity to respond to the motion put before the House. I share the disappointment and frustrations expressed by parliamentarians and Canadians with respect to the allegations of wrongdoing in certain federal contracting processes. Now, protecting the integrity of federal procurement processes alongside strengthening the management of government operation is indeed a top priority for us. We support the many studies and investigations underway, including the committee work that has led to the privilege motion that we're debating today. Canadians deserve to know how this series of contracts fell into place and what is being done to prevent future wrongdoing. To fully understand what has happened and thereby take effective steps not to repeat it, we must allow for all investigations to proceed free from political disruption. The motion before us is serious indeed. It goes to the heart of our work as parliamentarians. We represent the people of Canada, and in our service to them, we seek honest, expert answers to pressing questions, often at committee. We summon witnesses to committee to provide factual testimony to assess in our work. We accept that not all questions may be answered on the spot, and so we allow for responses in due course. However, we do not accept the refusal of witnesses to respond. However, for the record, as already stated by my honourable colleague, Mr. Firth has refuted this in his recent correspondence on April 8th. That was today to the Chair and to members of Parliament. Truthful, and I have to say that the ArriveCan issue has indeed raised many questions, most of which can only be answered by a few people. All parliamentarians are concerned about this issue, and certainly we all want to hear the facts. Truthful, timely testimony is needed. And if we are to improve our procurement process and safeguard them against wrongdoing, we must take proper steps. Madam Speaker, this we're dealing with is a complex system in place, and hard-working public servants employed exist to ensure government contracts move forward properly and bring clear benefits to Canadians. In fact, these contractors in question have been doing business with the previous Conservative government, and charges were laid for bid rigging at the time of the Conservative government when they were in power with some of these very procurement processes. So we must seek to ensure that the federal procurements are provided that are transparent and that does indeed hold value for taxpayers. I mean, millions of Canadians are still using the app to this very day. In fact, I had the privilege of using it over the weekend. But in the case of the ArriveCan contract award to GC Strategies, it is clear the system did not function properly. The government has already taken swift and decisive actions to improve the procurement process and hold bad actors accountable. Madam Speaker, allow me now to provide the House with a sense of what the government has done and is doing to address potential weaknesses in the federal procurement process, both from an enforcement perspective and from an internal improvement perspective. PSPC has a number of mechanisms in place to prevent, detect, and respond to fraud and other potential integrity issues within the procurement and real property transactions. Last year, Public Services and Procurement Canada suspended all delegated authorities for professional services-based tax authorizations. This was in order to implement additional contracts to strengthen, or controls to strengthen IT procurement and management of contracts. Now, all other federal departments must formally agree to new set of terms and conditions to obtain access to select professional services that provide supply. Now, the department has also directed its procurement offices to ensure that all task authorizations include a focus on clear tasks and deliverables. All of this helps to improve the procurement process. Last November, at the request of the Canadian Border Services Agency, PSPC issued a stop order against Dalian, Cordex, and GC Strategies, halting the work on all active contracts with the Canada Border Services Agency while the investigations proceed. In March of this year, the department went a step further, suspending the security status of GC Strategies, Inc. and Dalian Enterprises until further notice. This effectively prevents the companies from participating in all federal procurements with security requirements. Public Services and Procurement Canada takes protecting the integrity of the procurement system very seriously, and it is a cornerstone of our responsibility for ensuring fair, open, and transparent procurements. At the same time, as these enforcement actions are underway, the department is making changes internally. To guide our efforts to improve, we are fortunate to have recommendations from 2 independent studies. They include the Auditor General and the Procurement Ombudsman, who made it clear in their recent reports that Canada's procurement system is vulnerable to manipulation by bad actors. PSPC is acting on the recommendations of the Auditor General and the Procurement Ombudsman in line with its commitment to an open, fair, and transparent procurement process while obtaining value for Canadian taxpayers. Over the past year, PSPC has taken concrete actions to strengthen the oversight of all professional services contracts falling under its authority, several of which have already been mentioned. Now, we've introduced measures and controls to strengthen the contract management processes with the client departments. Collectively, these measures will help continue to strengthen and enhance federal procurement process to promote greater competition, particularly in the field of IT consulting services. Madam Speaker, government procurement already operates within a framework of laws, regulations, policies, programs, and services. However, we know that we can and must always do more, and that's why PSPC continues to modernize government procurement practices. One of our longstanding priorities is sweeping modernization of the procurement system to make it easier, faster, and more accessible for suppliers, particularly from these underrepresented groups. And I'm proud to tell you that we are making progress. The goal is to simplify our processes and improve access. That includes the deployment of our electronic procurement solution, a new system that is shifting a very paper-based approach to procurement into an electronic repository. Madam Speaker, we are also improving our ability to hold companies accountable for their misconduct while protecting federal expenditures. Our government recently announced the creation of a new Office of Supplier Integrity and Compliance, which will take effect in May. The new office will allow the government to better respond to wrongdoing and further safeguard the integrity of federal procurement. It also includes new measures to improve our capacity to take swift action against suppliers of concern. We are deeply concerned about the allegations of fraud that weakens public trust in government. Madam Speaker, we are committed to taking action against improper, unethical, illegal business practices and to hold companies accountable. At the departmental level, PSPC fully supports all efforts to investigate allegations of wrongdoing and take the appropriate steps to address them. The decisions associated with the early development and implementation of ArriveCAN have been a sobering revelation for Canadians. We take our responsibility as stewards of public funds seriously, and we will continue to review processes and look for ways to strengthen the integrity of our procurement function. Madam Speaker, bad actors are and will continue to be held to account. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a very important subject. The committee has certain duties, but it also has certain powers. And we know that those powers have not all been used. Some people showed up and didn't answer committee questions. But I think there's one thing that the government has glossed over here. There's it was supposed to cost $19 million, and instead it cost $60 million. The government has responded, but it also has certain responsibilities. So here's my question. Were there individuals from the CBSA who were suspended? Were there people suspended for this colossal instance of fraud?
Thank you for the question, and let me say that, in fact, the committee and the Parliament does have powers and responsibilities to ensure that we ask the right questions, as you rightly put. And when it comes to costs, the ArriveCAN has enabled us to have a product which is still being used to this day. And some may argue its ability and its cost and value, and we certainly are questioning that ourselves. But in regards to any wrongdoing, any allegations that have been made, yes, there have been allegations, and individuals from various departments have been put on notice and have been dismissed without pay until resolutions are made.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Selkirk Eastman, Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and
Just want to ask a question of my colleague and friend from the Liberals. I hope he didn't spend a whole lot of time preparing that speech last night. I'm sure he was up late writing it all out. But, you know, we need to really address the fact that Christian Firth from GC Strategies has been, this motion is to call him into the House. That this is a rare tool that has been used since Confederation and is only used in the most egregious situations. And so we have an individual here who tried to make a mockery of one of our committees, who refused to answer questions, who refused to bring about accountability and justify the amount of dollars that he had personally stuffed in his pockets through the Arrive scam situation that we're studying at committee right now, and how, you know, an organization of 2 employees sitting in their basement were able to get, you know, tens of millions of dollars in government contracts, and then subcontract that out to bigger and more professional organizations like KPMG. So I'd ask the Parliamentary Secretary on the Department of Procurement if he can agree that Mr. Firth needs to come before this bar and be held to account for the way he has undermined our parliamentary institutions, and to ensure that this never happens again.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you for my colleague across the way, and you've outlined a situation that has concerned all of us on committee.
Apologize to interrupt the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, but the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has to speak through me. So I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything, yeah. Oh, okay.
We on this side of the House care deeply about the very issues that are presented before the committee. We care very deeply by the fact that certain questions were not revealed, notwithstanding Mr. Firth's desire to do so in camera, which was denied to him. He made reference to that. But notwithstanding that, we do support that he appear before this House to answer to those questions. We cannot and will not allow a repeat of those type of activities, and remind this House that these are the same actors that were involved with the Conservative government in the past. They've been at this for some time. We must take every effort to correct it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very brief question, the Honourable Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to the member for Mississauga Lakeshore. I'm wondering how much faith he has that this House will get straight answers to their questions with this extraordinary step that we're considering taking today.
A very brief answer from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
To the member from British Columbia, who's also a member of the Standing Committee. And I believe that he shares the same concerns that I do. Mr. Firth has already issued a statement today outlining his responses. And to what extent we'll hear anything more when he here before this House at the bar, we'll soon see. But we must take that extra step, and I support this motion as a result.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. L'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, arrive can. Since October 2022, if not earlier, we have been studying this file in committee. We constantly have to go through documents, read pages and pages of documents, cross-reference all the information from the documents and from witness testimony. So this has become a very long-term project. And it would help us along if witnesses actually gave us all of the information we asked for. That's what parliamentary privilege is all about. And that privilege was violated at various points at the committee. Parliamentary privilege is the power to get answers to our questions. So, fairly recently, we had situations where we did not get answers to our questions. And at other points, we heard, we won't answer you now, but we'll get the answer. I'll get the answer to you. Okay, so it'll come later. Or at other points, we heard, I can't answer you because that would interfere with an RCMP investigation. In that case, the witness who was speaking to us, the witness from GC Strategies, said he hadn't even been contacted by the RCMP. So if he's not part of an investigation, he should be able to provide testimony. Also, when they come before a committee, witnesses are sworn in, so they need to tell the whole truth. They must also answer every question put to them to the best of their ability. When you cross-reference the information that came from, not the Governor General, the Auditor General, and info from the CBSA and info from other witnesses and info from GC Strategies, when you put it all together, it just doesn't line up in certain cases. And that's, and now we are talking about an extraordinary measure, having a witness attend to the bar of the House. That's something that has been seen only rarely in the history of Canada. There was one very memorable case when John A. Macdonald was brought before the bar. That was quite a moment in history. But notwithstanding that, this is also a historic moment. If we are going to take this step, we need to do so in a well-thought-out way and in a responsible way. We're not here to humiliate people, at least I'm not. We're not here to bully people. We're here to get full answers to questions about the public spending of taxes that we pay and that members of the public pay. On October 17th, 2022, the committee agreed, pursuant to Standing Order 108 3C, to undertake a study of the ArriveCAN application. In the course of this study, the committee chose to invite Christian Firth to appear before it. The committee reported the following facts to the House. Following a refusal of the witness to appear because the gentleman refused to appear, he provided doctor's notes a few weeks ago justifying his decision not to appear, but it took a long time to get those. The committee reported this failure to the House on Monday, February 26, 2024, which resulted in the House of Commons adopting an order for both Mr. Christian Firth and Mr. Darren Anthony to appear before the committee within 21 days. So we needed to issue threats just to get these gentlemen to appear, despite the fact that we made an offer to them to be more lenient. For example, give them breaks if ever they got tired, or if in order to respect their needs and abilities. Mr. Firth then agreed to comply with the House order, and during his appearance before the committee on Wednesday, March 13, 2024, Mr. Firth provided a statement and was asked a series of questions by committee members concerning his role with the ArriveCAN application. During this witness testimony, the committee was unable to ascertain certain facts from Mr. Firth, who repeatedly refused to answer questions, citing a potential investigation by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police as a justification for his refusal to respond.
However, witnesses in committee have privileges, notably that to not have their testimony used against them in a potential lawsuit. Nevertheless, this is the argument that Mr. Firth advanced several times to not answer members' questions. Now, if someone could contact you to ask for information on a potential application, there's nothing criminal in asking who requested the information. This is not illegal. The committee underlines that the procedures of the committee on page 1079 indicates the following. So what we're demonstrating here is that the witness needs to answer the committee's questions, and this was repeated many times to the witnesses. In Mr. Firth's statements, oftentimes it was questioned whether or not they were true. For example, the Auditor General said that GC Strategies probably had $19.1 billion for ArriveCan. And they specified that it's difficult to follow up on this because sometimes the invoices are not detailed enough. It's difficult to know what jobs the invoice is linked to, and so it could be ArriveCan or it could be something else, especially given that GC Strategies was not granting contracts only to ArriveCan or contracting only with ArriveCan. So they said, no, I only received $11 million, okay, but in the documents they gave us a few months earlier, we found that it was $9.6 million. So our question is, what is the reason behind the difference between these two numbers, the numbers in the documents and the information that you're giving us now? They said, well, we gave you the documents. So we said they were receiving $4.5 million per year. Then they said, no, it's $2.5 million related to ArriveCan. So as you can see, there's a lack of clarity in the information that we're receiving. And we're not lawyers here, though some of us have been in the past. Our job here is not to be a lawyer. We have to ensure that the mechanisms were respected, procedure was respected. However, here it's impossible to verify this because we do not have the necessary information over and over again. So the question is, who can we get the information from? Where do we direct our questions? What happened in this process and how do we improve it? We do not have the answer. So in a recent email, Mr. Firth said that this was useless. However, we need to take special care of public data, of taxpayer money. And there is no useless, annoying research in here. This is our role. We need to ensure that every dollar is spent in a compliant and responsible way. And that's why we need answers, and we have not received complete answers. So we met with Mr. Firth 3 times. In the first meeting, they sent us a lot of documents, for example, a list of contracts that had been signed with the Government of Canada concerning ArriveCan, but there were questions that were not answered. Okay, we brought him back a second time. They sent us a whole other package of documents. Certain questions were still not answered. That being not answered the first time, not answered the second time. And in certain cases, even the third time, he didn't fully answer the questions. This doesn't make sense. It seems as though they're censoring themselves. We should have received answers the first time. And this would have meant that our study would have been complete and transparent and would have prevented us from needing to request more and more resources to hold another meeting with the same person on this same topic more than once to clarify our questions. We should have received complete answers from the first meeting. So let's talk about the questions that we didn't receive answers for. Now, in the third meeting, we asked about the number of civil servants that were met with. Sometimes they met with them in casual circumstances, at a bar, for example. They pushed that off. We wanted to know what were the names of those who were responsible for the contracts. They gave that to us. the number of people that they spoke with in making the decision on the $25 million contract, that was not clear. He said, so the question was about the criteria. He said, I did not participate in creating this criteria. And he affirmed this, but he said, in any case, the criteria was not too restrictive because companies could participate in the call for tender. They could bid, and other people did. So what's happening here? Where is the truth? The emails, the documents, what Mr. Firth is saying? Hard to tell. Another question. Did these firms often determine the criteria for the contracts that they're going to bid upon? He said, we did not do this. But he didn't want to share a comment on this because there is an investigation being done by the RCMP. But he wasn't called for this investigation. What was the cost for the Corridal purchase? Because before it became GC Strategies, it was Corridal. Mr. Firth and two other individuals bought Corridal, changed the name, and it became GC Strategies. Corridal also had some contracts with the government, and it's quite complicated, but now we have a company that was essentially bought to send over security clearances. Did they do these security clearances? Apparently, yes. But we need to dig into this question in terms of the process that was used. Was it relevant to know the cost of Corridal? Not necessarily. So that's okay that they didn't give us the answer on this. But usually if we ask a question, we should receive an answer. We also asked the names of the individuals that prepared a document for an application March 2020. We're still waiting for the answer on this. We asked the names of list of contracts since the creation of GSC. Still waiting. According to Mr. Firth, 40 firms were able to bid on the call for tender. And these, according to him, these companies did not participate in creating the criteria. That was unclear, though. What did we receive? We received a list of contracts since the creation of GCS and their face value, the amounts invoiced to the government, the amounts passed on to subcontractors, physicians' notes. We received letters from individuals stating that this useless process should come to an end now. And we could feel that they were exacerbated and that they may bring this case to justice. So we'll get back to that. Was this a sort of warning for us to not use our parliamentary privilege to invoke a response to our questions? I hope not. But in any case, here's what we need to keep in mind with all this being said. Yes, witnesses are called upon to answer difficult questions. Ministers and deputy ministers can speak to this. Every member of the government, one day or another, has to go appear in committee, and the questions are difficult. Is there a way in which we can ask questions in a more respectful way, in the tone that we use? Certainly. Is there a way in which we can ask questions so that individuals feel respected? Certainly. Has that always been the case in all committees, including OGO? To be very honest with you, I would say that it has not always been the case, and it is unfortunate. Has this tone meant that an individual may have felt threatened? Potentially. Now, I'm not trying to defend anyone here, but I'm simply trying to be reasonable and take the middle road here. We shouldn't just look from the outside, but look from the inside out as well. I spoke to a colleague about the fact that one of the primary concerns of the head of GC Strategies was that his words be used against him on social media and in other media outlets, and that he would once again be victim to bullying, that his home be photographed. He worried for his children, for his wife, and that this was intimidating and degrading. And I know the type of emails that he's talking about. It's very unfortunate. It's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable for anyone to experience this. And so we need to look at the way in which we're dealing with this information, as well as the scope of parliamentary privilege. We share information on social media. Now, is this a breach of witness privilege? Maybe it's something to consider. Now, we can talk about anything in committee. What matters is the tone that we use and the way in which we talk about it. We need to look at the entire situation from all angles. If we're only looking at something from one perspective, one angle, we're going to miss things. And that's what I mean when I say we need to look for the balance, the middle road in this information. And that's first and foremost what we need to hold as an objective, as a committee, as a parliament. Was the witness right in withholding information? No. Was the witness right in not trusting some or the entire committee? Unfortunately, I would have to say yes. He was afraid that the information be used against him. Nevertheless, we have this privilege. That remains true, but we need to take a look at our practices. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the member really trying to explain the context of a situation, whether it's the committee and the roles that committee members play, and ultimately witnesses. I think that took a great deal of brevity to be able to say so, and I appreciate that. I understand the Bloc's position is also to see the member brought to the bar, which is great. And I'm wondering if I could just get her thoughts, and I think it's more so going forward, because often what happens is in a committee, especially when you bring in witnesses, sometimes things get a little bit too politically partisan. And as a result, it can be a disservice to the committee and ultimately witnesses. And I'm wondering if she can just provide some further thoughts on the potential of partisanship and the impact that that has on the whole process.
Good question.
The Honourable Member from Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In committee, as I saw it in 2019 when I was elected, and as a matter of fact, as I see it still today, 5 years later, and having seen a lot, in committee, work should never be partisan. Never. The committee is there to study things for the well-being, the overall good of all Canadians and Quebecers. and for the well-being of government operations. So there's no light blue, dark blue, orange, green, red. There's no color in this. And we need to maintain this. We need to remind ourselves of it. Yes, it can be nice to have a little clip on social media to get a lot of likes, but are we in kindergarten or are we at the House of Commons? Questions and comments? Thank you, Madam Speaker. So on this topic, we really agree with our colleague from the Bloc. The Parliament's integrity is first and foremost here. In other committees, the Ethics Committee as well, we've had witnesses that do not answer our questions. And so here's my question to my colleague. When we call someone to the bar of the House, we're sending a message. And here's the message. When you appear before a committee, we as parliamentarians have the right to receive answers to all of our questions and complete, truthful answers. That's the message that we want to send to future witnesses. Does my colleague agree with this? Honourable colleague from Beauport-Les-Moulous. Thank you, Madam Speaker. What is this noise? Where do they think they are? Honestly. The Honourable Member from Beauport-Les-Moulous. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a strong voice, but when the voices in the room are overpowering me, that is really something. Yes, committees need to receive answers to their questions. Yes, parliamentarians have the right to receive these answers, and witnesses have the right or have the obligation to share all information that they have available to them. But we are in our democratic system, and we cannot presume that someone has done something wrong. We have to assume initially their innocence. Now, later on, we might find that they did something wrong. But at this point in time, I cannot make a statement on that. That being said, when I look at the questions that were asked and the answers that were received, one of the main reasons that the individual gave for not answering the questions is that he was concerned that what he said would be used against him later on. So what we need to discuss is that the way in which we're using this testimony in the public sphere, we are responsible adults and we need to be an example for others. If the tone that we were using was accusatory and may have seemed as though we were bullying him, then yes, that person may be afraid to share what they know in committee, unfortunately, and that shouldn't happen.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, of course, to the member from Beauport. Beauport, oh my gosh, I always forget how to pronounce Limoilou. Thank you. Sorry for saying that so poorly. My question, first of all, is I want to acknowledge that it is essential that we're moving forward in the direction that we seem to be on the same page around ensuring that we're getting the answers that we need around how we got in this mess in the first place with this ArriveCAN app. But I do think this speaks to some bigger issues around the process of how money is being allocated to consultants, being contracted out. And one thing that came up gap that the member mentions in her speech is around the process of the criteria being developed for this contract to be received by the exact people that are in question today. And I'm wondering if the member could share why she feels that it is a concern that the criteria is developed by the same people who are receiving the funds to follow through with the contract, and what that means for how Canadian taxpayers' money is being utilized.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. When there is a call for tenders, you have to know what you want. And if a company is used to provide consulting services to put the government's needs into better words, well, that's one thing. But normally the government should know what it wants and how to write it out. But let's suppose that there is room for improvement there. The company that was used as a consultant should not then be able to bid, to bid on the contract that that company helped to formulate. Because that might give the impression that that company wrote the contract in order to be the one company that would be able to obtain that contract. So it has to be avoided. That appearance has to be avoided. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. We haven't seen each other in a while, it seems. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for her excellent work and her rigorous approach. There are a number of things that can't really be seen from the outside, but in here we can see how people work very hard, and I would like to salute her hard work. So here we have a situation that is difficult to even believe with regard to the criteria and the rigidity of the criteria and who drafted them. And it reminds me a little bit of We Charity, and it might also bring back bad memories of other horror tales here in the House with regard to scandals. But I would like to know what my colleague would tell us about how to proceed. We want people to come to committee to tell the truth. We want to get information on what seems to be an enormous scandal. But then what can we do to avoid another scandal of that sort in 2 or 3 years? The member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, I would say that the historian's curse is to see what is happening and to realize that it happens again and again. I do not pretend to be a historian, but I was a history teacher, and we tend to repeat history. So how can we solve this problem? And to prevent such a scandal from happening again, regardless of who is in power, what party is in government, how can we go ahead and prevent it from happening again? We have to have continuous analysis of processes and not only react when there's a problem. That's one possible solution. It's not just a question of having clear rules of procedure, but it also has to be more concise. I mean, nobody has the time to read thousands of pages and apply thousands of pages. So the procedures have to be streamlined, and there also has to be follow-up. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Madam Speaker, I wish to notify you in the House that I'll be splitting my time with the member for Peace River Westlock. Well, it seems that the Prime Minister all too often finds himself at the center of scandal and corruption, and yet here we are again. Whether it's the We Charity scandal, the Green Slush Fund, or now here we are talking about the Arrive Scan app. When it comes to doing favors for friends, of course, we know that the Liberal government just can't help themselves, can they? Nope, sure can't. And it turns out that we see this once again, where this government actually promised that they would create this app for about $80,000, but then it turns out that they funneled close to $60 million toward this app. And now this is an app that Canadians didn't want, Canadians didn't need, and ultimately at the end of the day it actually didn't work. It malfunctioned a good portion of the time, which of course had a detrimental impact on 10,000 Canadians during its time of use. Now, what's insane about this contract is that not only was it $60 million, at least, that was pumped out by this government, but also it's insane that, according to the Auditor General's report, 76% of those that were contracted to work on the app actually did no work. So they collected this really robust paycheck, but actually didn't do anything to earn that paycheck, which again seems like a classic Liberal way of operating. Now, it's important to bear in mind that $80,000 was the promise, but over $60 million was the actual spend, which is 750 times that amount that the Prime Minister told Canadians he would be using. That's a problem in and of itself, and that deserves accountability. But there's more to the story than just that. In fact, that just turns out to be the tip of the iceberg. And so here we are today talking about the more. Now, the Auditor General discovered that the Canada Border Services Agency, CBSA, actually failed to adhere to policies, they failed to adhere to controls, and they failed to be transparent in terms of their procurement processes or their procedures, which then limited competition and again resulted in favors being done for friends. Now, notably, the agency failed to maintain adequate documentation, and the Auditor General actually makes note of this in her report, stating that she was led on this trail of what seemed to be deception and secrecy. And so she actually wasn't able to get to the bottom of it, but she did her best. She did her best. And of course, we appreciate that because the taxpayers deserve answers when it comes to how their money is being spent. In fact, it was found by the Auditor General, one of the things that was found was that GC Strategies, one of the companies that was contracted to work on this app. Now, mind you, they didn't actually do any work. They went and found others through LinkedIn and other processes to do the work for them. They just wanted the cash. But anyways, GC Strategies was actually permitted to draft their own contract. Now, how's that for competition? They actually just drafted their own contract, and the government was like, okay, sure, yeah, it looks great to me, and we'll sign off on that. And what we see, though, is that this is not a one-off, but actually we have watched this government over the last 8.5 years operate in this regard over and over and over again. A lack of due process, a lack of transparency, and a lack of accountability. All that to say, given now this, a few months ago, Conservative members moved a motion to bring the two leads of this company, GC Strategies, Christian Firth and Darren Anthony, to committee in an effort to hold them accountable. And so that is really the point of this debate today, accountability. Accountability of this government and its illogical decisions, as well as accountability of one of these individuals, Christian Firth. And so it is there that I will spend the remainder of my time. Now, it was highlighted in the report from the Standing Committee on Government Operations that Christian Firth and Darren Anthony, the founders of GC Strategies, actually failed to appear not just once, not just twice, but multiple times when summoned to committee. And so finally, it was only when they were faced with the prospect of arrest that they eventually complied. And this brings us to where we are today, because these two men of GC Strategies finally showed up, but actually Mr. Firth refused to provide answers. So it's one thing to take a seat at the table, it's another to actually be productive, and he refused. So while he was at committee, he declined to provide answers to the member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes when he was asked with regards to whether or not he had previously misled committee. Mr. Firth went mum. Similarly, when questioned about his interactions with public office holders outside of government premises, Mr. Firth again refused to answer. He then refused to answer again when asked questions from the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, and again when asked questions from the member of Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek. Talk about defiance. And furthermore, on its website, GC Strategies showcases detailed endorsements and recommendations from senior government officials without giving names. And when asked to disclose those names in that testimony, Mr. Firth again refused to answer. Now, it's not just the refusal to answer that is the problem that we are discussing today, but it's also the outright lies. During his initial appearance before the committee, Mr. Firth made false statements regarding his interactions with government officials outside of official settings. And he also lied with regards to money that was spent on hospitality initiatives and trying to court government officials in order to win the contract. Subsequently, when summoned by the committee to return and provide further clarification, he chose to evade further questioning and went into hiding altogether. It is worth noting that during Mr. Firth's initial appearance at the committee, approximately a year and a half ago, he pledged to provide the necessary answers promptly and agreed to return to committee. However, during his most recent appearance, once again compelled by the threat of arrest under a House order, he assured the committee that he would provide the names of the implicated government officials by the following morning at 9 a.m. However, when the committee started at 10 a.m., lo and behold, they were not provided. And in fact, the clerk had reported back to the committee that Mr. Firth had once again deceived them and would not be providing what he had sworn to do so. Subsequently, the committee had to resort to threatening Mr. Firth with arrest by the Sergeant-at-Arms to compel his cooperation. Only under this ultimatum did he emerge from hiding. However, even then, he refused to provide straightforward answers to questions that any individual would normally have no problem answering. It's important to note that Mr. Firth was chosen by the Liberal Prime Minister and given tens of millions of dollars. In fact, he has been given hundreds of millions of dollars since the beginning of this government in 2015. GC Strategies has benefited from this friendship. There's no doubt about that. But what's most important today is the fact that Mr. Firth came to committee, was asked questions, and refused to answer, or just lied altogether. And it's important to note that he did this after taking a solemn oath, an oath that holds him accountable to this place. He swore that oath the morning of his appearance, and it is meant to uphold the integrity of this institution. And when he failed to respect that oath and function accordingly, it then calls into question his respect not only for the elected members of this place, but for the entire Canadian population. Because it is here that 338 elected members represent those Canadians. And it is those Canadians whose tax money was taken and used potentially inappropriately. And so we have to get to the bottom of these important questions. And when Mr. Firth arrives at committee and altogether refuses to answer those important questions on behalf of Canadians, or lies, outright lies, we have a problem. And it is then incumbent upon those in this place to hold him to account. With that said, I believe that we must work together as the House of Commons to reinstate the confidence that Canadians rightfully deserve in this place. And so the motion being discussed today presents a fitting response to the breaches of rules that have occurred. And that, of course, is an admonishment. By holding the individual accountable and ensuring transparency, it provides the necessary answers to the questions that were rightly posed. If this motion is approved, the individual in question will be brought before the bar of the House, ensuring accountability and rectifying the transgressions that have occurred. So today we are calling on the members of this place, and especially the governing party, to vote for accountability and transparency.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, the member that just spoke amplifies the true motivation as to why it is the Conservatives have taken this approach. It has very little to do about improving the system and accountability. It has a whole lot more to do with the personal attacks on the Prime Minister. She even said, Madam Speaker, well, it was this Prime Minister that chose Mr. Firth to win the contract. Madam Speaker, the Conservative Party needs to realize a number of things. One of those things is that this type of things that take place that we're witnessing today is not the first time. I was about to say Pierre Poilievre, Madam Speaker, and I can't say that. The leader of the Conservative Party of Canada was a part of a $400 million scandal, and he was the parliamentary secretary to the Treasury Board. He had a very successful cover-up, Madam Speaker. Had Canadians benefited by not seeing a cover-up by the leader of the Conservative...
I have to interrupt the honourable member. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Milton and Nicola is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Now, the member acknowledged that he's not to use names, but there was no apology. It's just simply he carried on, and it had the same effect, Madam Speaker, by naming a member's true name, or full name, not by their title, Madam Speaker. Essentially, he got to do indirectly what he could not do directly.
I would like to ask the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to apologise for using an N.
I apologize for hurting the feelings. I shouldn't have said that, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada...
Honourable member apologised and said he shouldn't have said that. That is exactly what he said. Yes, the honourable member for Lethbridge on a point of order, yes? No, I'm just making sure of the name of the writing.
Madam Speaker, he apologized for offending the member. He did not apologize and withdraw his words.
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Madam Speaker, I apologize. I withdraw the words, and if Hansard has my approval to take them off the record if they like. Madam Speaker, the issue here is that the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada was the parliamentary secretary for Treasury Board when we had the largest significant scandal. It was the ETS scandal, $400 million. Had the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada back then done his job, maybe we would have other protocols that would have prevented what had taken place during a pandemic when the government was literally spending billions of dollars to have the backs of Canadians. My question to the member is, will she not agree that the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada made a big mistake in covering up one of the largest scandals in Canadian history, the ETS scandal?
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
I would highlight that the honourable member seems a little scared. He seems quite passionate to protect something that we should all be wanting to expose. I'm not sure why the honourable member is so defensive of this individual, Christian Firth, who came and refused to answer questions in this place and outright lied during other questions being asked. I'm not sure why the honourable member across the way feels the need to defend Mr. Christian Firth. I'm not sure why the member across the way feels the need to defend that this operation, GC Strategies, was allowed to write its own contract. I'm not sure why the member across the way feels the need to defend that the Prime Minister, the leader of his party, promised that he would only spend $80,000 on this app, but yet spend over $60 million. I'm not sure why the member across the way feels the need to defend that there was no transparency, no accountability. Due process was not followed when this app was given out for tenure and then the contract was secured and the app was built. I'm not sure why the member across the way feels that this place can continuously be disrespected and disgraced by a lack of accountability and transparency. I'm not sure why that member stands for those things.
The honourable member from Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's quite ironic, isn't it, to see some members who just a few minutes ago were talking about dealing with issues without partisanship to get to the bottom of things, and then they answer other parties by saying, well, yes, but when your party was in power, it was the same thing. We have to get away from that back and forth, Madam Speaker. And I will give the member the opportunity to do that by asking a substantive question. And it's the one that I asked my colleague from Beauport-Limoilou. Because we want to get to the bottom of this scandal. I think that this is quite a major scandal. And what I said earlier as well is that it probably won't be the last scandal, but I don't want any more scandals. It reminds me of We Charity and other scandals of the past. So I would like to know, after we get to the bottom of this scandal, what can we do to make sure it never happens again? Because when you have people who send millions of dollars to their friends, we're talking about taxpayers' money, and it makes no sense. We have to do something so it never happens again. Thank you.
Lethbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I very much appreciate that question, and I think that that should ultimately be the goal of this place, is that we would get to the bottom of this, and that we would understand why these types of scandals are allowed to take place. I think we somewhat at least know the answer to that, and that is a lack of transparency and a lack of accountability. And we have seen where this current government over and over and over again has failed to adhere to those principles, and therefore has put the Canadian taxpayer at risk and has disgraced this place known as the House of Commons, which is our democratic institution. It is what is meant to protect justice and the rule of law. It is what is supposed to protect the Canadian people and making sure that their voices count, but also that their dollars count. And when we don't insist on that transparency, when we don't insist on that accountability, then more corruption is allowed to take place. So I appreciate the honourable member's question, and I appreciate his party, the Bloc Québécois' support in pursuing this endeavour.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and as we begin this speech, I just want to talk a little bit about how Canadians can't afford the higher taxes and inflation that this government has brought on Canada. They can't afford this Prime Minister, and that is why we've been calling for a judicial use of the taxpayer dollars. We've been calling for an axe to the tax on farmers and on food by immediately passing C-234. We've been demanding the government build homes, not bureaucracy, by requiring cities to permit 15% more home building each year as a condition of receiving federal funding. And we've been saying cap the spending with a dollar for dollar rule to bring down the interest rates and inflation. And we said we will not support this government in their budget unless they do these things. And so we will vote non-confidence if we don't see them axe the tax, build more homes, not bureaucracy, and cap the spending. And it's the spending that brings us here today that we see with the ArriveCan app, an app that could have cost only $80,000 to produce, ended up costing over $60 million. And we've seen some unsavory contractors taking advantage of the government, but the government also just failed to maintain records. This is a classic case, Madam Chair, of a time where you see at a critical situation. Oftentimes this happens, and it's always very suspicious that there's a crime scene, and there's a camera that's recording the crime scene, and the 2 minutes of where the crime happens, the camera mysteriously seems to be turned off, and then the camera comes back again after that. And this is again one of these cases where we can smell that something's wrong, and we can kind of see that something's wrong, and we've got this scathing Auditor General's report that says that a massive amount of money was spent, and they can't see what the money was spent on. They anticipate 67% of the subcontractors did no actual work, and yet here we are with a scandal of grand proportions. And again, it appears that the tape wasn't running, that the camera was turned off for that period of time. The Auditor General says it could be as little as $60 million. It could be far more. We are talking about a privilege motion here today, and a privilege motion has to do with the ability for members of Parliament to do their jobs, and members of Parliament have particular privileges that aren't broadly used by the citizens. The ability to take this seat in the House of Commons is a privilege that only members of Parliament have. But the government has particular privileges as well. The government gets to write the checks for Canada. They hold the checkbook. That's not a opposition party job. That's a job of the government. And so when they are the government, it is incredibly important that they would maintain control of the checkbook, that they would maintain scrutiny of where those checks are going to. And that's a massive failure that we have. So we're trying to get to the bottom of that, Madam Chair. And if you listen to the Liberals, they would have you believe that it's these evil contractors, which I'm not denying that they aren't, that have been taking advantage of the government, which it does by all accounts appear that that is the case. But where were the checks and balances? Where was the trust and verify? Where was the are we getting good value for money? This has been a common problem with the Liberals for a long time, that they say that, oh, whenever questioned about a government failure, they point out how much money they have spent on the particular issue, whether it's border security or policing or managing the vehicle crimes. They talk about how much money they're spending on the particular program when the problem only seems to get worse. So contractors have figured out that limiting the money being spent has not been an active priority for the government. Maintaining some sort of fiscal restraint has not been something that this government has been known for, and contractors have been taking advantage of that for sure. So common sense conservatives, after 8 years of this Prime Minister, common sense conservatives are putting forward a plan to axe the tax, to build the homes, but to fix the budget and stop the crime. And that's really what this comes down to. Now, as we've heard at committee, we've heard some incredible things have come out of committee. First of all, the fact that the Auditor General just says it's incredibly hard to track down what this money was spent on, as the contracts that GC Strategy got were more and more vague as time went on, and for longer and longer periods of time and for larger and larger amounts of money. But there's been some other interesting things where resumes that had been submitted in order to get the contracts were forged. So that appears to be just straight up fraud, where there was a requirement for experience, requirement for qualifications, and GC Strategies admitted that they just doctored these resumes to make sure that they fit in order to get the contracts. But the other really interesting thing that happened that we've discovered last week at committee was KPMG was approached by the government to do an audit of the effectiveness of the app. But rather than the government contracting the KPMG directly to do this audit, the government employee suggested to KPMG that they should approach GC Strategies to do this audit, rather than just doing it directly, even though it was the government that approached KPMG. And so there does seem to be something very interesting going on between the bureaucracy and GC Strategies. Now, very interestingly, again, going back to this video camera that for some apparent reason seemed to be shut off just when the crime seemed to be happening, miraculously or interestingly, all of the emails associated with this discussion of the KPMG contract have disappeared. The government employee who had been communicating on this deleted all of his emails and is no longer affiliated with the department that he works with. And I'm not sure that he even is. I think he's been suspended from the public service, and so we don't have the documents. Now, Madam Chair, you might say, well, that's the actions of one individual, or Mr. Firth, he is not answering our questions. That's the actions of a particular individual again. But I would say that this has been the MO of this government. I remember back in 2015, when the Liberals came into power, these grand slogan of "open by default." That was what they said, and yet we have seen more redaction. We have seen the government take the House of Commons, take the Speaker to court to prevent documents from coming to this place. We've saw endless amounts of redaction. We see an ATIP process that is completely dysfunctional. You get an ATIP back and it's entirely blacked out. And we've seen the government or the Prime Minister call an election to prevent the Winnipeg Labs documents from coming to this place. So he first sued the Speaker to prevent it, and then called an election to prevent the truth coming to light on a number of these things. And so it isn't a far leap. It isn't a far leap when citizens see that the government refuses to answer questions and the government redacts or is won't allow documents to come forth, that citizens that then are called before Parliament don't treat Parliament with the respect that it's required, or are as forthright with Parliament as they should be, and that is why we're calling on the Mr. Firth to come to the bar so that he can be questioned on this thing, on a number of these issues. But we also want to just point out that we wish that the government would be more forthright with documentation as well, so that we can get to the bottom of a number of these scandals. So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, just so that we're clear on this, the government actually supports and I've been indicating that throughout the day in terms of the individual in question coming to the bar. And from the very beginning with the ArriveCAN, there have been concerns with the government, and the government has taken tangible actions. We have been very supportive of the Auditor General and the recommendations coming forward, and we continue to look at ways in which we can improve the system. The challenge I give to the Conservatives, and that's why at times I get fairly animated in regards to their position. Their positioning seems to be more politically partisan motivated as opposed to improving the system. I'm wondering if the member opposite can give his indication as to how does he envision, because it is a very serious issue, going forward in regards to when Mr. Firth comes to the bar.
The Honourable Member of Peace River Westlock.
Madam Chair, I hope that we can restore some trust in our democratic institutions, that we can make it so that when people are required to come to committee, when they're sworn in at committee, that they tell the truth, that they help us to get to the bottom of it. The fact the member opposite wants to make this very narrow cast about one individual coming to the bar so he can be questioned, so that we can get the truth from him. But very much likely, when we get the truth from him, that will only lead us to a number of more questions as to the extent of the corruption, the extent of the taxpayers' money waste, all of these things. So the member wants to maybe narrow cast this, but I think that this is only the tip of the iceberg when it comes to investigating the ArriveCAN app. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Madam Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the good people of Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola. I'd like to ask the member specifically, he mentioned about the importance of maintaining our democratic institutions. And I think we have a choice in this place, and I'm happy to see cooperation across both sides of the House, where when someone seeks to not give the information that was asked, and in some cases, Madam Speaker, fabricates and gives testimony that is proven to be false, that we should demand better. Does the member agree, and does he have some further thoughts about how we can work in this place to build this Parliament up and not let the important work that this Parliament needs to do on this matter fall aside?
The Honourable for Peace River Westlock.
Well, Madam Chair, thank you. I want to thank the member for the question. Precisely the ability for members to hold the government to account. I hear from constituents all of the time. They say, well, what will be done? What will be done about this? Like, it seems obvious that money was wasted. It seems obvious that somebody was defrauding the government. It seems obvious that the government was asleep at the switch. They weren't paying attention to where this money was going. They weren't considering the value for money. All of those things that lead to the derogation of the trust in our institutions. People want to see justice, and when they don't see that justice, they ask the question, well, what is that institution good for if it is not incapable of capturing the thing that it's supposed to capture? Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I'll just ask the Sergeant at Arms to go and check. I know there's people having conversations out there, and it gets a bit loud sometimes. We have
time for one more brief question. The Honourable... Oh, my goodness. The member for... it's been a while. Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Ile d'Orléans. The Honourable Member for Beauport Limoilou. With a quick question. Sorry about that. We haven't been here for a few weeks. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are all on the same page about the witness testimony and the need to get answers to our questions. Having said that, my question is a simple one. Anything can be said, but I want to make sure that the historic appearance of someone at the Bar of Parliament is not just showmanship. It needs to be an effort to get to the bottom of the questions that we are asking.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I couldn't agree more. That is precisely why this privilege motion has been brought, is that we are trying to get the answers to who authorized these contracts, what was the funny business going on between the government or allowing the company to write their own contracts, and also then suggesting other companies contract through GC Strategies rather than just directly with the government. These are all important questions that we'd like to get the answers to and get to the bottom of this and root out corruption if there is any. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Before moving to the Honourable Member for Carlton Trail Eagle Creek, I believe the Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, has a point of privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I get into my point of privilege today, I just wanted to pass my condolences on to the family of the Honourable John Fraser, a former Speaker of this House and a BC Member of Parliament who served honourably for both the Clark and the Mulroney governments. So my best to his family and friends. Mr. Speaker, I rise on a question of privilege to address what I believe is a matter of fundamental importance to every member in this place. I respect all members' time is valuable, so I'll cut to the chase and get to the facts of this matter and why I believe they are of vital importance to all members. I believe every person in this place understands the importance of order paper questions. At some level, we need a mechanism where democratically elected members of Parliament can get to the truth from our government and its actions. Now, my order paper question was not a complicated one or a trivial one. I will summarize my order paper question as this. I asked this government how many times it has asked social media companies to censor and remove posted online content. Obviously, my question was very detailed and requested specific information, but that is the basic summary of what I asked. What do you think the answer was that I received? Do you think I got a list of specific requests detailing of what departments were involved and the reasons why censorship removal was requested and to whom? I did not. The answer that I received from our current Speaker, then in his former capacity as a parliamentary secretary, said this, and I will quote, "Since January 1st, 2016, the Privy Council Office has not made any requests to censor information." And let me repeat that, Mr. Speaker. Quote, "Since January 1st, 2016, the Privy Council Office has not made any requests to censor information," end quote. Having heard that, I believe we all can agree that the Privy Council Office was crystal clear. They have never done anything like that. Now here's the problem. Late last week, on Friday, April 5th, Alan Sutherland, who is an Assistant Secretary to the Cabinet at the Privy Council Office, testified at the public inquiry on foreign interference on Friday. And what did Mr. Sutherland say? He told us in 2019 the Privy Council Office had requested Facebook to remove a posting about the Prime Minister that appeared on the Buffalo Chronicle. Mr. Sutherland further disclosed that Facebook complied with the request from the Privy Council Office and the content was subsequently removed from Facebook. As some of you know, the Privy Council Office believed this post was disinformation that could harm the integrity of the 2019 election. It was also testified that the Privy Council Office was aware of misinformation targeting Conservative candidates. But in that situation, the Privy Council took no action. They did nothing. To be clear, my raising privilege here is not to revisit this discrepancy in action. My reason of raising privilege is because the Privy Council Office, by its own admission, has fully admitted that yes, they did ask Facebook to remove and censor a post. The facts show this. Likewise, the facts will also show that Facebook did indeed remove the post after the request from the Privy Council Office. These facts are not in dispute. So, I ask every member of this place the obvious question. If the Privy Council office fully admits to asking Facebook to remove a post from social media, how is it possible that in my order paper question, the Privy Council office can state, and I quote, "Since January 1st, 2016, the Privy Council office has not made any request to censor information." One of these things is not true. So which is false? We all know the answer to that question. The Privy Council was dishonest in their answer to the order paper question, and the dishonesty was fully signed off by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister, who's now the Speaker. So I'm going to ask everyone here present a question. Does any other MP here, Mr. Speaker, care? Because if this can happen to myself, it can happen to anyone in this place. If the government can willfully be dishonest without accountability and we as members of Parliament do nothing about it, how can we expect to maintain the trust and integrity of the people we serve? And let us not forget, in this place, we elect the Speaker to represent us. It is the Speaker's job to ensure that we as parliamentarians have the tools we need to execute our duties as elected members to this place. Let us never forget that. The Speaker is not elected to shield the government from accountability. The Speaker is not elected to help the government advance its agenda. The Speaker is elected to collectively represent all members of this place and to ensure that this place is accountable to the members and that the Canadians we represent by being here. That is how the House of Commons is meant and intended to work. Order paper questions were intended to be a tool for members to hold the government accountable. Order paper questions were never intended to allow the government to deceive and mislead, which is precisely what happened to me here. And now the Speaker will have two choices. The Speaker can set a new precedent here and take action and say enough is enough. Or the Speaker can look the other way and say it is not his job to determine whether or not the contents of documents tabled in the House are accurate or not. Sadly, I suspect the Speaker will back the latter and not the former. This is why Canadians are growing so incredibly frustrated, because even when it's proven that their government has been dishonest with them, those who are responsible will say, "It's not my job." However, as a parliamentarian, it is my job to raise the issue of privilege. If we, as members of this House, are unwilling to stand up when our rights to the truth from our government are taken away from us, if we say nothing, we will only see more of the same. And I submit that it is completely and totally unacceptable. Before I close, I would like to leave this thought with you. We have a government that desires the power to police the internet and appoint people who will declare what is hate speech and the punishment for it. That is an extremely powerful and dangerous tool. I'm not here to enter into a debate. That is not what raising privilege is. What is not up for the debate is this government, by its own admission, requested a social media site to remove posted online content. Again, I'm not here to debate that action. And afterwards, denied ever having done that. That document is not intended to provide truthful accountability to elected MPs of its own conduct. They failed that one simple but critically important task to disclose the truth of its actions. That point is not up for debate, and I believe is an issue of fundamental importance that should matter to all members of this place. Mr. Speaker, I humbly conclude my comments and ask the Speaker approach this situation with the seriousness it deserves and send a powerful message to the government. Send a message that in our Canadian democracy, all elected members deserve the truth from their government. If you rule in favor of my question of privilege, Mr. Speaker, I would be ready to move the appropriate motion. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for the intervention. The honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to review the members' comments and get back to you as the Speaker.
I believe that's probably normally, not that normally is procedure, but it seems to be the procedure we've accepted over the last little bit, that we'll maybe wait for other members to make interventions on this issue if that's a requirement, and we will look at this fully in due time. The honourable member for Carlton Trail Eagle Creek. Yeah, resuming debate. No. The honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and I hope you will find unanimous consent for the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, at the ordinary hour of daily adjournment later this day, or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier, the motion on the question of privilege standing in the name of the member for Leeds-Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes, regarding summoning Christian Firth to the bar of the House, and the amendment standing in the name of the member for Kingston. Sorry. Yeah, no, but I think I just caught something in the draft. I'll be right back, Mr. Speaker.
Right, so I think we'll just go on to the next speaker. The honourable member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is absolutely shocking to be standing here in this place and bearing witness to events which in and of themselves are difficult to believe. But when you stack them up all together, this situation reeks of the Liberal cronyism, corruption, and incompetence that we have become all too familiar with under this Prime Minister and his government. Although my colleagues have so ably made the case throughout the day for why it is important that this motion pass, I am grateful to rise and speak to it and to be sharing my time with my esteemed colleague, the member for Brantford-Brant. This motion relates to the study of the ArriveCan app taking place at the Government Operations and Estimates Committee, a study, I might add, that started in October of 2022. I have been a member of this committee since the beginning of the study and have seen the government repeatedly try to obstruct investigations of the app, and I should say the government members. Members in this chamber will surely recall how the government voted against the Conservative motion to have the Auditor General audit the ArriveCan app. And after the Auditor General's report was released, we now know why. While the NDP Liberal coalition tried to minimize the issue, stall the study, and filibuster, this only served to confirm to Conservatives on the committee that we needed to continue pressing for the truth. We've seen a number of instances of the Liberals on this committee covering up issues, usually supported by their NDP coalition partners. Take, for example, the committee's study on the government's explosion in contracting with McKinsey, a company which drove the opioid crisis. During that study, the NDP Liberal coalition members blocked Conservatives from getting these documents at committee for several months, and still, to this day, a year and a half later, we have not received a single one of the unredacted documents we requested. They also blocked a motion from coming to this place to force the disclosure of these documents, essentially killing the study into the outrageous level of outsourcing by this Liberal government. Despite the many attempts by the Liberals to cover up their Arrive scam, Conservatives have pushed forward on the investigation and pressured their NDP coalition partners to hold the government to account. With at least a dozen investigations into the $60 million Arrive scam, it is obvious that there is much more to this issue than simply another ineffective, money-wasting government program. This government spent at least $60 million on an app that started at a price tag of just $80,000. From the beginning of this study, it was obvious that there were far more problems than the outrageous government overspending. During testimony at committee, we have heard allegations of corruption, fraud, forgery, bid rigging, reprisals, destruction of evidence, and a large-scale cover-up. This cover-up extends beyond members in this chamber trying to shut down investigations into this scandal to public servants and owners of companies involved in the ArriveCan contracting. The committee has been forced on several occasions to issue summons for witnesses to appear at committee after they refused to attend. We've been forced to invoke powers which have rarely been used since Confederation to force witnesses to show up and testify under threat of arrest after they refused to comply with those summons. And we still have another witness who continues to fail to show up. The disdain for the powers of Parliament, particularly parliamentary committees, is born, I believe, out of an attitude pushed by this NDP Liberal coalition, which denies accountability and allows the powers of standing committees to be subverted and outright denied in order to cover up for their failings. Currently, a dozen investigations have been launched into the Arrive scam. We have already had 2 major reports published by both the Auditor General and the Procurement Ombudsman. They have found widespread incompetence and several instances of misconduct and potential criminality, which have been referred to the RCMP. The Auditor General found a distressing lack of documentation across the 3 departments involved, making it difficult to determine who made the decisions, how much the app actually cost, and where all the money went, or rather, who got rich. She also found that Christian Firth's company, GC Strategies, sat at the table to draft the requirements for a $25 million contract that was later awarded to GC Strategies under the guise of a competitive process. She also found that public servants at the CBSA directed KPMG, one of the largest international consulting firms, to work with GC Strategies. This inexplicable decision cost the government more money and gave GC Strategies a larger profit. Despite being at the heart of this scandal, Christian Firth continued to refuse to answer questions while at committee after being directed to do so. He also gave testimony on the amount he claims was paid to his company for the development of the ArriveCan app, but his number differs from the amounts on the invoices that he provided to the committee. As a result, we have had difficulty getting to the truth regarding Mr. Firth's and his company's actions, as he has both misled and lied to committee, on top of admitting to submitting fraudulent resumes to a federal department in order to have one of his clients qualify for a contract. To summarize, this witness has refused several summonses to appear at a parliamentary committee, and after being forced to attend under threat of arrest, has both refused to answer questions and given misleading testimony to committee members. This impedes the committee's ability to conduct its study on the Arrive scam and must be dealt with directly and swiftly to ensure that this behavior is not allowed to become commonplace. If we value the privileges of parliamentary standing committees, to send for documents, call for witnesses, and expect them to give truthful and fulsome testimony, we must shut down any attempts to infringe on the rights of Parliament. This is an opportunity for all members in this place to stand up for the sanctity of the institution of Parliament. I understand, Madam Speaker, my colleagues on the government benches will have a knee-jerk reaction to protect Liberal insiders and cover up for their friends. But this motion must be passed in order to protect the integrity of Parliament and its ability to fulfill its duties. The powers of Parliament are clear, and they are necessary for the functioning of Parliament and our ability to do our jobs. The powers granted to committees are particularly necessary when opposition parties must hold and ethically challenge government to account, such as this NDP Liberal coalition has shown itself to be with repeated ethics violations. I encourage every member in this place to vote in favor of this motion. It is of extreme importance that this motion pass and that we demonstrate there are consequences for attempting to defy Parliament and the powers granted to Parliament and its committees. Future parliamentarians deserve no less from us. Conservatives will stand up for the rights and privileges of members and hold to account all those that defy them. I will be voting in favor of this motion, and I hope to see my colleagues join me in this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before I go to questions and comments, I have a point of order. The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I believe you will find unanimous consent for
the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, at the ordinary hour of daily adjournment later this day, or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier, the motion on the question of privilege standing in the name of the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes regarding summoning Christian Firth to the bar of the House, and the amendment standing in the name of the member for Kingston and the Islands be deemed withdrawn, and B, the House having considered the unanimous views of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates expressed in its 17th report, find Christian Firth to be in contempt for his refusal to answer certain questions and for prevaricating in his answers to other questions, and accordingly order him to attend at the bar of this House at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions on Wednesday, April 17th, 2024, for the purposes of 1. Receiving an admonishment delivered by the Speaker, 2. Providing responses to the questions referred to in the 17th report, 3. Responding to supplementary questions arising from his responses to the questions referred to in the 17th report, provided that 4. During Mr. Firth's attendance at the bar for the purpose of responding to questions, which shall be asked by members, with questions and answers being addressed through the Speaker, A. 10 minutes be allocated to each recognized party for the first and second rounds in the following order: Liberal Party, Conservative Party, Bloc Québécois, and New Democratic Party. B, during the third round, 5 minutes be allocated to each of the recognized parties with an additional 5-minute period for the Green Party. C, within each 10 or 5-minute period of questioning, each party may allocate time to one or more of its members. D, in the case of questions and answers, Mr. Firth's answers shall approximately reflect the time taken by the question. 5, at the expiry of the time provided herein, and after Mr. Firth has been excused from further attendance, the House shall resume consideration of the usual business of the House for a Wednesday. 6, it be an instruction to the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates to consider Mr. Firth's testimony at the bar of the House and, if necessary, recommend further action.
That all those oppose the motion, please say no. All those opposed to the motion, please say no.
Carried. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. As the motion that we just passed unanimously in the House reinforces what I've been saying all day, and that is that the Government of Canada is very much wanting to see accountability on this issue, and it's one of the reasons why we wanted Mr. Firth to be coming before the bar. I have literally been saying that all day, Madam Speaker. I've also questioned the motivation factor that the official opposition has had on the issue, as they tend to want to be far more partisan in wanting to try to hit political blame as opposed to trying to get a better understanding of what had taken place and take actions to prevent it from happening in the future. My question to the member is, would she not agree that there is far more value to be had if we take an approach that wants to improve the system? The system is what needs to be improved. I could go back to when her leader was the parliamentary secretary and there was the $400 million scandal, but I won't go into detail on that, but I would ask her whether or not she would agree with my thoughts.
The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'm glad to hear from this member that he supports the unanimous decision by the committee to call Mr. Firth to the bar. But what I can also share with you is that it has taken us a long time in getting here. That this study has been going on for 18 months, and what we have observed time and time again as we were trying to get to the bottom of the Arrive scandal is members of his caucus who serve on that committee continuing to try to stall this study, continuing to filibuster, and continuing to try to keep us from getting the answers that we believe Canadians deserve. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for her speech, but I'd like to ask her the following question. It seems that we increasingly see an attitude that is made up of half answers, evasiveness, and that makes it seem as though people aren't taking things seriously. And I see the beginnings of a way of dealing with avoidance in committee.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. You know, I think what we continue to see is that this Liberal government refuses to take responsibility for its own failures. They try to distract and misdirect so that no one will actually focus on their abysmal record. The Liberals and their mountain of scandals are setting records for ethics violations, and that's what they really want to try and subvert Canadians from paying attention to. This government has continually shown disdain for the role of Parliament, not answering questions, stalling studies in committee, and has tried to subvert any attempts in holding them accountable. Thank you.
For a brief question, questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Beau River.
The importance of bringing someone to the bar who has not answered questions before, to bring him to the House of Commons, where all Canadians in a televised format with the media paying attention, what is the value that this might bring to deal with this situation? Thank you, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Member for Carlton Trail Eagle Creek has 1 minute to respond.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would simply say this, that it has taken us a long time to get to this point, that we have exhausted every avenue that we have had as a committee to use the tools that we have to get to the bottom of this scandal. And time again, we have been stalled. Witnesses have refused to answer questions. They've refused to show up to committee. And it's time. It's time for this government to be held accountable for its role in this. It's time for Mr. Firth to be held accountable for his role in this. And we have actually had to impose this mechanism because we've been forced to. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Brantford Brant.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It appears as if I am the last Conservative speaker on this particular privilege debate, and I think it's fitting that I be given the last opportunity. The wind sort of has been taken out of my sails in light of the unanimous consent motion that has been passed by this particular House. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time trying to justify why this House should have passed the original motion as presented by my colleague, the member for Leeds, Granville, Thousands Islands, and Rideau Lakes motion of privilege, but really to impress upon the House the importance of the supremacy of Parliament, which I think is at the heart of this debate. And I'm going to probably allow my colleagues the opportunity to ask even further questions of me and commentary beyond the 5-minute allowance. So at the heart of this particular motion is the directing partner of GC Strategies, which, notwithstanding a number of interventions from Liberal members at various committees that I have attended studying this particular issue, the Arrive scam issue that has dominated the news for close to 18 months, Madam Speaker, is whenever I rephrase the name GC Strategies, I would often be met with an opposition from the Liberal benches on a point of privilege, suggesting that I'm misleading the committee in some way, that GC does not necessarily stand for Government of Canada. And I would use that phrase, the Government of Canada Strategies, deliberately, not because I cleverly thought about that. I know that some political pundits have often used that particular phrase in some of their media interviews. I've heard some political pundits using the phrase "get cash." because it would appear as if that is essentially what GC, Government of Canada Strategies, does. But on that issue of Government of Canada, these are the words used by Christian Firth at committee. He was asked, what does GC stand for? And he very proudly identified GC as the Government of Canada Strategies. And when you look at the bigger picture of what GC has been able to do, Government of Canada Strategies has been able to do over the course of some several years, coincidentally, since our Prime Minister took government, close to $60 million, Madam Speaker, 60 million taxpayer dollars for being nothing more than a conduit between the government, ministries, and IT professionals. Why is this important? At a time when our Prime Minister formed government in 2015, he promised transparency, he promised accountability, he promised responsible government, he promised, more importantly, to reduce the amount of external consultants. Did he live up to that promise? Did he live up to the litany of promises we've heard from that Prime Minister since 2015? Absolutely not. Because what he has done is he's exceeded the amount year after year after year on external consultants. This notwithstanding, Madam Speaker, that our Prime Minister and his government has increased the size of our professional federal public service by 40%. Now, one would have thought, and we've heard at various committees, we've heard from union heads representing that very much, the professional public service, that they were never consulted. They were never asked whether or not we had federal public servants who could have performed the role that GC did, simply picking up the phone, sending an email, sending a text, and connecting government with the professionals. But no, this Liberal NDP corrupt, inept government didn't want to rely upon their professional public service. They had to hire Government of Canada Strategies, who very proudly has taken anywhere from 15 to 30% of that $60 million in government contracts. So you could appreciate, Madam Speaker, clearly the government does not, why there was such an interest in getting to the heart of this matter. Why that there's not one, there are several committees studying how this was allowed to happen. And when you have at the heart of this a smug, arrogant individual by the name of Christian Firth, who thinks that he is in control, that he is paramount, that he can dictate the terms under which he'll respond to questions, using the whole specter of this RCMP investigation. Now, the only thing that the Canadians have been able to learn about this is a confirmation from an RCMP spokesperson that they've expanded the study following the release of the Auditor General's report. They've expanded the study to now look at the Arrive scam scandal. That does not necessarily translate into the RCMP is actively investigating the number of criminal charges, as recently identified by my colleague, the frauds, the forgeries, the government fraud, the obstruction, the deletion of emails. We don't know what it is. We don't know if they are investigating that, but it allowed Christian Firth an opportunity to deflect, an opportunity to impede Parliament's privileges in seeking the truth as to what really transpired. If he didn't use that as an excuse, he used the excuse of solicitor-client privilege. Now, I'm not going to spend a lot of time, in fact, I'm not going to spend any time reciting the authorities to refute that particular claim by a witness, that a solicitor-client privilege does not apply at committee. You are still compelled to answer questions. But the questions put to Mr. Firth, in our respectful opinion, Madam Speaker, would be very damning to the government, particularly in light of the glowing references on the Government of Canada Strategies website. 2 minutes? Thank you. About all the glowing accolades from senior government officials. And most recently last week, a real damning admission to this government by two professionals at KPMG, an international tax advisory consultant company with over 10,000 employees in Canada alone, Madam Speaker, gave instructions and gave direction to the committee that in terms of the work that they performed on the Arrive scam, which is just over $400,000, instead of that federal public service that the government is so proud of and talks about the pride that they have and how professional they are, and to that I agree with them, but they bypassed that and they directed that KPMG should at all times work with GC Strategies. Not the government itself, not the ministry itself, not the professionals, but to work with GC Strategies. So, in my opinion, Madam Speaker, it really gives new meaning to the whole concept of really being aligned closely, professionally and friendly with the Government of Canada and our Prime Minister and his ministers. So for all of those reasons, I know I'm running out of time. I could speak for hours on this issue. Clearly, we've impressed upon the entire House the importance of compelling Christian Firth to this House to answer the questions that not only parliamentarians are demanding, but that Canadians deserve to know the truth of. Thank you.
Point of order, Madam.
Sorry, I got a point of order. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you. I would love to hear the member from Brantford Brant speak for another 20 minutes, so I'm seeking unanimous consent of the House to allow him to do that.
I already hear no, so there is no unanimous consent. I do want to remind members, if they're looking for unanimous consent, they should be collaborating with other parties to make sure they have it before they come to the floor. Another point of order, the honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Speaker, I'm rising today to inform the House that the Finance Committee will be debating a motion to have Canada's premiers to testify on the Prime Minister's 23% carbon tax increase. 8 provincial premiers are now opposed to the Prime Minister's carbon tax. I hope all parties will vote yes to allow premiers to testify on the Prime Minister's carbon tax scam.
Can the honourable member make a connection to the standing order on that?
Uh, 53-3.
So. If they're going to rise on the point of order or want to speak on one of the standing orders, they should be referencing that standing order. The honourable questions and comments. The honourable parliamentary secretary of the government, House Leader. The other thing is that they can also raise during debates. They can raise the information they want to try to bring forward and make it related to that point of debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government, House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I indicated earlier, we just had a unanimous consent motion that in essence demonstrates very clearly how the government does demonstrate accountability and transparency, even on this particular file, in wanting to have Mr. Firth come before the bar. That is nothing new. We have been consistent with regards to the accountability and transparency, no matter how the member opposite in particular tries to mislead Canadians by certain types of assertions. The question I have for the member is, would he not agree that it is the most benefit for Canadians is if we approach this issue in terms of how we can better prevent these type of things from taking place in the future, as opposed to playing the blatant partisan politics that we see coming from the Conservative Party on this issue. Madam Speaker, I think Canadians deserve an honest answer on that.
Brantford Brant.
What I think Canadians really deserve, particularly from my colleague, the member, and I thank him for his question, is a little bit of remorse, a little degree of, yes, we are sorry as a government that we have allowed this to happen, that we have allowed a two-person company working out of their basement, doing no IT work, to collect upwards to $60 million in contracts. That is not a partisan point. That is a fact. And it's a fact. It is a fact to the member from Winnipeg North. It is a fact. And it's a fact that they should be embarrassed about, and it's a fact, quite frankly, they should be apologizing to Canadians. They need to be showing that they are doing better. And to answer his initial question, Madam Speaker, about...
The member will have to add it somewhere else. And I do want to remind the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, he tended to be heckling during that time, and I would just ask him to wait until he questions and comments if he has anything to add. L'honorable député de Beauport.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou, questions and comments. Thank you, Madam Speaker. For months now, we have been working on this issue of ArriveCan. And I do not see it as a partisan issue. I see it as a long-term issue. And in the long term, what we see is that we have a process that hasn't been working well. And if we don't set it right, it won't work any better, regardless of which party forms the government. Everything that should be done right now should be aimed at improving the process and at using taxpayers' monies in a way that is rational and responsible. Thank you.
Member for Brantford Brant.
I thank my member from the bloc. I couldn't agree more, and I thank her for the question.
Questions and comments. Questions et comments.
Questions and comments.
Questions and comments. No. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Accordingly, seeing no other speakers, accordingly, pursuant to order made earlier today, the motion on the question of privilege, standing in the name of the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes, and the amendment standing in the name of the member for Kingston and the Islands is deemed withdrawn. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you'd find unanimous consent to call at 6:30 at this time, so we can begin the take-note debate.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion, Parliamentary Secretary moving the motion, will please say nay. Agreed. La Chambre a entendu l'énoncé de la motion.
The House has heard the terms of the motion. Would all those opposed please say nay?
Adopté. Conformément à l'ordre d'adopter le jeu.
Pursuant to the order passed on March 21st, the House will now form a committee of the whole to study government motion, business number 38. The House will now form a committee of the whole.
Before we begin this evening's debate, I would like to remind honourable members of how the proceedings will unfold. Each member speaking will be allotted 10 minutes for debate, followed by 10 minutes for questions and comments. Pursuant to order made on Thursday, March 21st, 2024, members may divide their time with another member. La période prévue pour le débat peut être...
The time provided for the debate may be extended beyond 4 hours, as needed, to include a minimum of 12 periods of 20 minutes each. And the chair will receive no quorum calls dilatory motions or requests for unanimous consent.
Tonight's take note debate accordingly. Mrs. Hutchins, for Mr. McKinnon, moves that this committee take note of softwood lumber. Debate. L'honorable député de Château.
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Madam Chair.
For the opportunity to participate in this important take note debate and to speak about the significant actions our government has been taken to support Canada's interests in the ongoing softwood lumber dispute with the United States. Tout d'abord, je peux vous assurer.
First, I would like to assure you that we are in constant dialogue with the United States government at all levels to convey the importance of resolving this prolonged difference of opinion in a satisfactory way. Canada believes that a negotiated agreement with the United States is in the interests of both of our countries. At the same time, we will not accept an agreement that disadvantages our forestry industry, our workers, and our communities. Any agreement must make sense for everyone on both sides. It is important to come to an agreement that protects Canadian interests because the forestry sector plays an essential role in the Canadian economy. Nationally, it contributes to the creation of hundreds of thousands of jobs and provides significant funds to rural and Indigenous communities throughout the country. What is more, it provides essential base goods that are used in a vast number of industries, from construction to paper milling to softwood lumber. Specifically in Quebec, the forestry industry is part of the economic backbone of the province. It supports thousands of direct and indirect jobs throughout the province in regions such as Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, the North Shore, and Gaspésie. The industry also contributes to the vitality of rural communities by offering economic opportunities and promoting regional development. The forestry industry is much more than an economic sector. It is a fundamental element of Canadian and Quebecois identity and prosperity. Historically, the United States have always counted on Canadian resinous softwood lumber to fill gaps in their own national production and supply their demand. Canada has always been a stable and reliable provider of high-quality products for American consumers. At one point, Canada provided 1/3 of American softwood lumber demand. In 2022, the United States received 90% of Canadian softwood lumber exports, which were valued at $12 billion. Today, more than ever, Canadian softwood lumber is essential to make up for the inadequate American production and assist the United States with its affordable housing shortage. It is counterproductive to impose unjustified duties on such a large a sector that is so important to the United States, at the same time as the country is working on bringing down inflation and housing price increases. The American National Association of Home Builders has underlined that duties on Canadian softwood lumber would worsen issues with high costs, and that those costs would then be passed on to consumers. American legislators in both parties have written to the government to underline that a softwood lumber agreement would be indispensable for predictability in the housing market. Imposing unjustified duties on Canadian softwood lumber directly goes against the American goal of making housing more affordable. What is more, these unfair duties benefit third parties at the expense of supply chains and our economies. When softwood lumber duties were put in place, instead of protecting American industries, the Americans saw a spike of imports coming in from abroad, from Asia and from Europe, to make up for the gap in supplying American demand.
To see that a negotiated settlement which brings stability and predictability to the softwood lumber industry is the best outcome for everyone involved. That's what our government has consistently advocated for, and that's what we will continue to do. So it is truly unfortunate, Madam Speaker, that certain businesses in the U.S. lumber industry encourage some American decision makers to impose duties on Canada's lumber exports and to refrain from meaningfully engaging in negotiations, preferring the continued disruption to lumber supply caused by these duties to the detriment of U.S. consumers. The domestic U.S. lumber industry, as a pretext, contends that Canada is responsible for injury to their producers. Time and time again, neutral and impartial international tribunals have found that Canadian softwood lumber producers respect our international obligations. Néanmoins, notre gouvernement ne cesse d'encourager.
Despite this, our government is still calling on the United States to come back to the negotiation table to find a mutually agreeable agreement. The Prime Minister and the Minister of Export Promotion, International Trade and Economic Development have both repeatedly noted that Canada is ready to take part in constructive dialogue to develop realistic solutions, acceptable for both parties. The Export Promotions Minister regularly brings up softwood lumber in her discussions with her American counterpart. Catherine Tai, U.S. Trade Representative. Recently, the minister noted the importance of dispute resolution procedures under CUSMA. Unfortunately, the Americans have been unwilling to engage in dialogue and permanently resolve this long-standing irritant. What is more, the Minister of Foreign Affairs has brought up the subject with the American Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken. And senior Canadian officials, including Kirsten Hillman, our ambassador to the United States, are in constant contact with their American counterparts. We are tirelessly insisting that the United States come back to the table to negotiate acceptable conditions. We are not taking this lying down. Canada is defending our industries, our communities, and our workers. We are using all possible measures to resolve this disagreement, including measures set out in international trade agreements. At the same time, we are supporting softwood lumber producers in Canada and the communities that depend on this sector. Our efforts have already led to results, and they will continue to do so.
Entire process, we have worked and will continue to work closely with provinces, territories, Indigenous partners, and industry stakeholders to ensure a united pan-Canadian approach to this dispute. As recently announced by the Prime Minister, our government has renewed our commitment to a Team Canada approach and is engaging with the United States to ensure the continued prosperity and well-being of Canadians. Madame la Présidente, notre stratégie pour mettre fin.
Madam Speaker, our strategy is based on strong partnerships. We are convinced that with our allies in Canada and abroad, we will find a solution that will benefit producers, workers, and communities on both sides of the border. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you. It was wonderful to hear PMO speech number 2. It's interesting that we're debating softwood lumber that's now been going on for 8 years. It's cost tens of thousands of Canadians jobs. There's $10 billion worth of duties that the United States is holding, which is crippling our softwood lumber industry. And the Minister of International Trade doesn't participate in the debate. That shows you how important this issue actually is for this corrupt Liberal government. I have a question for the member, though. The Trade Committee produced a report that said the only way the softwood lumber dispute will be resolved is through direct head of government negotiations. Therefore, after 8 years, the failure of there to be a resolution is because of the failure of this Prime Minister on this file, just like every other file. Does she agree with the Trade Committee that the reason this dispute isn't resolved because of the failure of head-to-head government negotiation, and this lies at the foot of the Prime Minister?
L'honorable député de Châteauguay.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Just in answer to the question that the honourable member proposed, this has been an ongoing problem since the 1980s. We're on, I believe, the 5th round of negotiations around softwood lumber. It's an important issue in my province of Quebec, and it's certainly one that I am following closely. And indeed, we have seen our Prime Minister and our ministers engage very closely with their counterparts on this issue. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The honourable member Courtney Alberni.
I thank my colleague for the speech, and I think this is such an important issue, especially to where I live in Port Alberni in the Alberni Valley and on Vancouver Island, Madam Speaker. And it's an issue where we actually need all sides working collectively together, Madam Speaker. This should not be a partisan issue. This should be all of us hammering Washington, Madam Speaker. And I'll talk about, over the last 4 decades plus, we've seen both Liberal and Conservative approaches in terms of their failed resolution to the softwood lumber dispute. The Liberal approach could be described as winning in court but still losing as the U.S. has continued to levy tariffs against Canadian softwood lumber. The Conservative approach, Madam Speaker, could be best described and characterized as appeasement through agreements where Canada would not only impose an export tax on softwood lumber, but in return the U.S. would remove its duties. So my question through you, Madam Speaker, to my colleague is, what new approach is this government going to bring? The sense of urgency is real. We have one of the only new mills, the first new mill in 15 years, Madam Speaker, on Vancouver Island in my community, and they're struggling right now. These tariffs are crippling them, and the sense of urgency is real. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Châteauguay-Lacolle.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Madam Chair.
For his question, and indeed, I have been following this dispute since I came into this House as a Member of Parliament, and the thing that struck me was at the core of the long-standing dispute is the differences in how our two governments handle forest lands and the product thereof. Here in Canada, it is they are public lands, and there is a stumpage fee that is charged to companies, whereas in the United States, it's privately held interests. And I think that basic decision, which must have been taken at some point many, many years ago, shows the difference that here in Canada, this is a natural resource that belongs to the country, whereas in the United States, they chose to go a different way. And as it turns out, they're hurting their own citizens, their own consumers, by not taking, making themselves, availing themselves of Canadian lumber. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. Questions, comments. The Honourable for Courtney Alberni.
Speaker, that's still not good enough. We're looking for a strategy here. The whole reason we're here, Madam Speaker, to stay here late tonight is because of the sense of urgency. I'm still not hearing anything new from this government. Like I cited earlier, we have a company in my community that employs literally hundreds of workers that are right now, there's already a fiber supply issue that they're dealing with in our community, Madam Speaker. We know that the mills in our riding still need more money to retool and new markets. But the government is moving at a pace of molasses, Madam Speaker, despite the fact that this is having such a huge financial impact on my community. And the multiplier effect is massive, Madam Speaker. Actually, Catalyst Mill, one of the mills in my riding, contributes 15% of the tax base to Port Alberni. Just the mill itself, Madam Speaker. So this is actually critical that we get a sense of urgency. What new ideas are they going to talk about tonight, Madam Speaker?
L'honorable député de Châteauguay-Lacolle.
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The Team Canada approach that was critical in us being able to arrive, our government being able to arrive at a NAFTA 2.0 was, I think, one that was widely hailed as extremely innovative. And I think it's the kind of approach right now, because when I think of U.S. consumers and U.S. producers that would be using Canadian softwood lumber, many of them are not aware, and many of their state representatives are not aware how important those industries are to them. So the win-win solution for both sides is to understand that this is mutually a win-win when we work together, our two countries, in making the best use of this industry.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Peace River, Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to the NDP, they should, particularly from BC, they should talk to the provincial government about getting more access to fibre. That is entirely a provincial problem and one of the NDP's own making in British Columbia. So on the one hand, you have NDP governments limiting the access to fibre, and on the other hand, you have a Liberal government that is limiting our ability to market the softwood lumber around the world, particularly to the United States. I do recall something that was called the bromance between our Prime Minister and Barack Obama when he was the Prime Minister. It was a complete failure of the Trudeau, or of the current Prime Minister, to get a softwood lumber agreement when Obama was in power. What does the minister or the member have to say about that?
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle.
Well, I believe the honourable member is talking about the former President Barack Obama, and not Prime Minister. But I get it. He's speaking to the strong relationship that the two leaders had at that time, and indeed it continues as a friendship, as is with the current president. But as we know, it is not just friendship alone that is instrumental in international trade agreements. There are many interests at stake, and I think that is where the Team Canada approach is a very important one, where we work federally, provincially, and territorially, and also with industry partners. And again, reaching out to counterparts in the United States who may not realize that there are certain private interests that are trying to capitalize on this trade dispute to their own detriment.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Chair. My colleague spoke about a Team Canada approach, but the problem with that approach is that no one's listening to the province that is paying the largest price. Quebec contributes 20% of exports to the United States, and the government has never wanted to bear that banner. Canada's main priority has always been to focus on the electric vehicle sector, to be able to sell cars in the United States. I would like to see, I saw the federal government come to the ramparts, but now there's not enough support, and there's no Liberals who are truly defending the Quebec forestry sector. The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle has 1 minute to respond. Thank you, Madam Chair. I very much appreciate the question from my honourable colleague. That said, I think he's wrong. This government has made a considerable effort to defend the forestry sector in collaboration with the Quebec government. At the same time, we are supporting the sector through various investments both in the industry and in communities.
Debate, the honourable member Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm going to be sharing my time with the member for Prince Albert. Look, what we have here with the softwood lumber dispute is...
I just have to ask, does the honourable member have unanimous consent to share his time? Agreed? Agreed. The honourable member Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So what we do is we look at the softwood lumber dispute not in the vacuum of the dispute itself, because this is now an 8-year dispute. Within 79 days of Prime Minister Harper being elected in 2006, the softwood lumber dispute was resolved, and we had lumber peace for 9 years. That agreement expired, and then this current incompetent government took over, and we are now 8 years down the road, $10 billion in duties that have been collected, tens of thousands of jobs lost. If you actually look at the bankruptcies in the forestry sector, since 2016, 183 companies have gone bankrupt in the forestry sector as a result of these countervailing and anti-dumping, and as a result of the complete failure of this Liberal government and this Prime Minister to resolve it. And the consequences just continue. In 2024, Terrence Bay Pulp Mill, 400 jobs lost. West Fraser in February of 2024, 175 jobs lost. In 2023, we have Canfor Prince George Pulp and Paper Mill, 300 jobs lost. These jobs are continuously being lost because of the absolute mismanagement of this issue. And if you don't believe me that this issue has been mismanaged, all you have to do is look at the Trade Committee's report on this and the recommendation in that report, of which there's 5 Liberal members. 5 Liberal members actually agreed with the statement that an agreement with the United States regarding softwood lumber ultimately will only occur through direct head of government negotiations. That's the recommendation from the committee, which included 5 Liberals. The fact that there has not been a resolution is because there's been a complete failure at the head of state level. This falls squarely on the feet of the Prime Minister. It's his job, it's his duty to resolve the dispute. He's failed miserably. And they keep coming back with these old bromides. Oh, the Team Canada approach. We're going to use a Team Canada approach. It's been 8 years. Your so-called Team Canada approach has produced absolutely no results. In fact, it's getting worse. Now, why is it getting worse? Because this government has so badly mismanaged the trading relationship with the United States, we're just not as relevant as we once were. We are now the United States' 3rd largest trading partner as a result of the incompetence of this Liberal government. And that has consequences because we're not as important a trading partner with the United States as we once were. They keep saying how trade is up. Trade is not up with the United States. Trade is up by price because of inflation, but volume of trade is down with the United States. Again, the only person responsible for this is the Prime Minister and the Trade Minister, who is not even here on the debate on softwood lumber.
The member knows full well he's not to indicate who's in the House and who's not in the House.
She did not. She is
the honourable member.
It was not her that led off the debate for the government. That shows you how important this issue actually is for this government, that the Trade Minister doesn't lead off debate on a simmering 8-year softwood lumber dispute. But it's worse than this. We've declined as their trading partner, but we also have continuous own goals in the trading relationship. We have to look at things like Bill 282, the Supply Management Bill. That did not win us any friends in the United States. And now they're saying they're going to unilaterally impose a digital services tax, which the United States is adamantly against. You've declined as their trading partner because of the incompetence of this government to manage the trading relationship. You bring in all these trade irritants and you wonder why you can't resolve this dispute. It all goes back to the incompetence of the government, the incompetence of the Prime Minister, and the incompetence of the Trade Minister. They are the people who are responsible for this. No one else. The buck stops with them. I'd love to see the Prime Minister come and contribute to this debate. I'd love to see the Trade Minister come and contribute to this debate, but I suspect not, because it's actually not important for them to do so. And that, quite frankly, is what's causing all the job losses that we are seeing. We've gone from 33% market share down to 26%, and that's old data. So that's actually from 2022. It's probably worse. We're probably down to 24%. This is hemorrhaging jobs in British Columbia and Alberta and Quebec and the Maritimes. And their response is to not have the minister lead off debate and talk about our Team Canada approach. It's not doing anything. It won't do anything. Even the Liberals on the Trade Committee know it'll only be resolved by Prime Minister to presidential negotiation. Unfortunately, we're snookered because our leader has nothing to offer on this.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member Courtney Alberni.
I don't want to just put my hands up and say, oh, government can't figure it out, let's walk away. And I do actually believe in a Team Canada approach. But this government really, truly hasn't done that, Madam Speaker. I think about my members like my colleague who just spoke and other colleagues in this House that are impacted, where their constituents and workers are impacted by the softwood lumber agreement. They've never corralled us all together, said, let's get organized, let's head to Washington, let's get out into the regional branches of the Canada-U.S. Parliamentary Group Association, like Penwar in the Pacific Northwest region, and get out and meet with those state governors, meet with those state legislatures. They have not done that, Madam Speaker. There has not been full court press. So, Madam Speaker, through you to my colleague, does he agree with me that there needs to be full court press, and it needs to be now not just president to president, because some of the people in the U.S. on that side of the border don't understand the ramifications of what they're actually doing to their own people, never mind Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Absolutely. So the Team Canada approach is one part of that, which should take place. They're failing miserably on that because they're not getting that groundswell of support in the United States to bring that pressure upwards. But the real issue is this. Ultimately, the American president has to force the United States softwood lumber industry into an agreement because they have legal rights to continue to pursue action. And so you have to negotiate away those rights. That's what happened when you get lumber peace, when we had lumber peace under Prime Minister Harper. And the only way you do that is you get the president to get involved. Now, why won't the president of the United States get involved in this dispute? Because this Prime Minister has bungled the relationship so badly, our trading relationship has declined so precipitously that he couldn't be bothered. The only way to fix it will be to change the leader at the top, and thank goodness, when there's a carbon tax election, we'll fix it and we'll get this softwood lumber dispute resolved quickly. Mark my words.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member from Châteauguay-Lacolle.
Listen to the speech of the honourable colleague with great interest. Regarding the international tribunals, I'd like to hear his comments about how the international trade dispute mechanism works or doesn't work.
Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
So what these Liberals keep coming back to is we might win a dispute here or a dispute there, and that's going to resolve it because it's resolved it in the past. What she doesn't know is what the United States used to do is they would group these disputes together. And if you won one of them, they would say, okay, we're going to resolve them all. But they're actually not doing that now. They're actually saying, we don't care if you win the dispute from 2019. You're then going to have to litigate the 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024. They're ragging the puck. They're not interested in resolving it. So we can get these little victories. They won't matter. Why? Because of the mismanagement of the relationship by this Liberal government. The only way we will resolve this, more than ever, is with some real leadership. Unfortunately for Canadians and the softwood lumber sector, we have no leadership in this Prime Minister, the missing Trade Minister, or this Liberal government.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. A quick comment. Honourable Member from Jonquière. So there was an agreement negotiated with Mr. Harper, but I'd like to remind him that they actually lost $1 billion. $1 billion was left on the table in this agreement, so it wasn't a great agreement. But a question for my colleague: would he agree that we have a mechanism that would allow us to access cash flow, to give cash flow to stakeholders in this industry?
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon has 50 seconds to respond.
Well, look, I fundamentally disagree. What we did have was a good deal that returned almost all of the countervailing and anti-dumping duties to the softwood lumber industry. They were able to use that money to innovate, and we secured market access in the United States and lumber peace for 9 years. That's a great deal, and it's a deal that the Bloc Québécois will never sign because they will never be government. What we have to do is get this Prime Minister or a new one, which will come soon, to actually find ways to repair the relationship with the United States. That's the only way we're going to resolve this dispute, is if there's political will to do it, and to get that political will, we have to repair the relationship.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak on the softwood lumber dispute between the United States and Canada, and over $8 billion in tariffs the Americans have collected from Canadian businesses. As advisor to the leader of the official opposition on Canada-U.S. relations, I wish to give my unique perspective on what I've learned in Washington and the challenges this Liberal government has created in reaching a negotiated deal. This situation, Mr. Speaker, is one of the Prime Minister's own doing, and is reflective of his lack of care for the forestry sector as a whole and thousands of Canadians who are impacted. The $8 billion in tariffs that have been collected are a direct result of the Liberal government's failure to prioritize Canadian workers, Indigenous communities, and our natural resource sector. It didn't need to be like that, Madam Speaker. There is a desire on both sides of the border to resolve this matter as Americans and Canadians recognize the importance of the industry. There is no excuse for not reaching a negotiated deal. Over the last 42 years, Canada, the United States, has reached agreements on softwood lumber. The most recent agreement, Softwood Lumber Agreement 5, was in place from 2006 to 2016. SLA 5 was in place because the former Conservative government understood the importance of the forestry sector to Canada. We understood that the forestry sector was mutually beneficial for both Canada and the United States, and when we went to Washington, we made sure that we worked collaboratively with our American partners to reach an agreement. This Liberal government has done the exact opposite, Madam Speaker. They have completely ignored the situation and refused to address the dispute at the highest levels of government. When the agreement expired in 2016, this Liberal government should have made it a priority to negotiate a resolution with the Americans, but instead, they delayed and looked the other way. As the years passed, the honourable ministers of international trade blamed the American government for claiming there was no desire to resolve the dispute in Washington. Well, Mr. Speaker, I wish to contest that point. Over the years, American legislators, associations, and companies have publicly made it quite clear that they want the softwood lumber dispute resolved, and for good reasons. The United States doesn't produce enough lumber for their own needs. In a letter dated May 17, 2021, addressed to United States Trade Representative Katherine Tai, over 90 members of both parties in the House of Representatives urged the U.S. federal government to resolve the matter with the Government of Canada, saying, "We now call upon you to represent American interests in this critical issue by pursuing a balanced agreement with Canada. We as members of Congress stand ready to discuss these issues and potential solutions with you." Additionally, on May 12 in 2021, members of the United States Senate Committee to the Appropriations wrote to the Secretary of Commerce and USTR, Tai, saying, "We write to urge you to take action to resolve the long-standing trade dispute between U.S. and Canada on softwood lumber, and that these imports are vital to support the ongoing housing boom." It hasn't been American denial. It has been this Liberal government's refusal to acknowledge the issue at the highest levels of government and effectively advocate for a solution to the softwood dispute. Most interesting, Madam Speaker, is that the Standing Committee of International Trade published a report in November of 2023 analyzing the problem and possible remedies. During those hearings, Government of Canada officials noted that the Minister of International Trade raised the issue of current dispute directly with President Biden. She raised the issue. And according to officials of Global Affairs, the Prime Minister also emphasized harm of American tariffs on Canadian softwood lumber producers and employees. Yet, in the report, recommendation number 4 states, achieving an agreement with the United States regarding trade in softwood lumber products ultimately will occur only through direct head-to-head government negotiations. The softwood lumber dispute should be made a high-level priority in dealings with the U.S. They had the President of the United States in Ottawa last March, and yet again, this Liberal government failed to advocate for Canadian jobs and the Canadian interests adequately. So, Madam Speaker, what this report says, what the timelines speak to, and what the situation we currently find ourselves in demonstrates is one in which the Prime Minister has routinely failed to resolve the dispute and fails to make the interests of Canadian workers a priority when dealing with the United States. The previous Conservative government successfully negotiated a deal, and yet this Prime Minister has failed to provide the attention to the dispute desperately required over the last 5 years. Why has he continued to fail negotiating a deal if these Canadian jobs are so important to the Prime Minister? And why does this Liberal government not give the issue the attention it desperately needs? The soft lumber dispute will not resolve itself overnight. It requires actual leadership to get it done. And Madam Speaker, we know as the Conservatives we can get it done. We also know this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member from Châteauguay-Lacotte.
Madam Speaker, and to the honourable colleague, through you, to the honourable colleague, a couple of things in his speech that this is something that's not going to happen overnight. Indeed, it's been a long-standing dispute for a number of reasons, but Canada has won in the arena of the neutral international trade dispute organizations. So I'd like to hear his comments about that, and also why Conservatives voted against support time and time again that our government put forward for the softwood lumber industry.
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for her question. I give her credit for being here tonight. I appreciate her being here and showing interest in the industry, even though it's not in her riding. You know, Madam Speaker, there has been 2 times in this last Liberal government's history where they could have come close to negotiating a deal. Both times it required the Prime Minister to step up and get it across the finish line. He had a chance in 2021, didn't do it. He had a chance in 2017, where it was down to disputes over the amount of wood over quota in lack of supply in the U.S. that Canada could come in and fulfill. Ambassador McNaughton almost had it done. If the Prime Minister would have paid attention, it probably would have gotten done. That's the problem. When it got done in 2006, what happened was President Bush Jr. and Prime Minister Harper sat in a room and they negotiated, and they got it done. President to Prime Minister, Prime Minister to President. Reality of it doesn't matter what you do for Team Canada approaches in regards to this file, it has to come back to those 2 people to have the political will to do it. This Prime Minister has not shown that political will.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de...
The honourable member from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, in the last sitting, I participated in the committee that my colleague mentioned, and he recently cited a motion. We have been to Washington together on this issue. Now, when we look at the financial support for oil in billions of dollars and that for the forestry industry, which is in millions instead of billions, we can see that there's a clear lack of balance there.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. And I do appreciate the fact that he took the initiative to show up in Washington and actually work on behalf of all Canadians, including those from Quebec. In fact, the members, the forestry workers in Quebec should be almost the most upset in regards to this file. They made the changes to their system to meet the requirements that the U.S. said. Yet this government hasn't been able to take those changes that they made, the sacrifice they made in Quebec, and sell it across the line. So what happens? They still pay a tariff. It still comes back to President to Prime Minister to President. If the Prime Minister doesn't know what he's talking about, if he doesn't have the political will or doesn't have the initiative to actually support Quebec forestry workers, well, I'll guarantee you one thing. Prime Minister Poilievre does. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Knows he's not to name individuals, so we'll strike that from the record. The honourable member for Courtenay Albany, brief question, please.
Madam Speaker, look, the Harper government, they keep going back to when they were in power, Madam Speaker, they gave away $1 billion, U.S., Madam Speaker, of collected funds, which legitimately belong to Canadian softwood lumber producers. And about half of that amount actually went to the U.S. lobby group that started the whole thing, Madam Speaker. And in the agreement, they sent $500 million, Madam Speaker, to those lobbyists. Does my colleague think that that was a good deal? Is that what they're wanting to bring back? Because that actually, they actually taxed our workers, our producers, Madam Speaker, with that deal. And I haven't heard them come forward with a proposal, Madam Speaker, that's not going to revert back to their failed deal when it was Prime Minister Harper and when it was Prime Minister Mulroney. It's 42 years, Madam Speaker. This is 42 years of failure. They can't absolve themselves from it.
The honourable member for Prince Albert, a brief answer, please.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. Reality is, we had 10 years of bankability in the forestry sector under the Harper government. 10 years of bankability. Right now, there's $8 billion tied up with the U.S. government. A lot of that belongs to First Nations. A lot of that money could have been used in First Nations. This Prime Minister has not showed up. Does he care? He doesn't care. And I'm trying to get that point across and across to people here in Canada. If we had a Prime Minister that actually cared, this deal could have been done in 2017, 2016. He doesn't care. And the reality is, Canadians pay for it. This Prime Minister, he's not worth the cost.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today there was an eclipse, and tonight I will be talking not about the eclipse. We're probably the only place in Canada where no one's talking about the eclipse, but I will be talking about the long-lasting lumber dispute that has been ongoing for about 40 years. I do feel, though, that I am losing my time, and I'll say that honestly. I'll tell you why. On February 1st, 2024, the American Department of Commerce indicated its intention to increase the countervailing duties and anti-dumping measures against Canadian and Quebec lumber. Soon after, I tried to ask for an emergency debate here. I know the procedure. You have to submit it in writing and then ask for it verbally. And the Speaker refused, said, no, we have to have a take-note debate first. Fine. So that's fine. I went to see the leader in the House of the Bloc Québécois, and he said, fine. There were negotiations. And then, after we had lost all hope, tonight, then the 8th of April, over 2 months later, we have a take-note debate. That shows how interested the government is in this issue and how much it cares. The ministerial meeting in Abu Dhabi on March 2nd, that was an opportunity for the Minister of International Trade to bring up the issue of the lumber dispute. But that didn't happen. What a great Team Canada. The government keeps talking about it, but I'm telling you that Team Quebec would be way more reliable. This is a crisis that has been going over for over 30 years, and there are ups and downs and twists and turns. We had another take-note debate 2.5 years ago on, I'm not sure exactly when exactly, but the announcement was on the 24th of November 2021. And the announcement was that as of 2022, the countervailing duties on lumber exported from Canada would about double, going from 9 to about 18%. And then a few weeks later, there has been a take-note debate. It was much better than the 2 months that we had to wait this time. But here we're talking about the forestry industry. We're not talking about oil. We're not talking about the automobile industry. It's not. These are not the forestry industry is not the one that is of the greatest importance to the rest of Canada. So really, as we know, wood will never be the main issue for Ottawa, despite the lumbering political rhetoric that is used by key figures in the government and the governments that succeed each other in Canada. The issue is long-standing. The dispute drags on. There have been so many lost opportunities to put an end to the conflict. And Quebec itself did do what it had to do to pass the requirements of international criteria. Despite this, on December 16th, 2021, and I'm telling you, this is like a bad case of déjà vu. 2.5 years ago, on the 16th of December 2021, a month before that, the U.S. government had announced an increase in countervailing duties. So, taking advantage of the fact that the House of Commons had just risen for the holidays, the text of the mandate letters were revealed. The mandate letters for the ministers, and because the House had risen, there was no questioning on the part of the opposition. So really, the mandate letter is where ministers get the priorities that they are supposed to work on. And when it came out, I wanted to read the one for the Minister of International Trade. And there's an entire paragraph that discuss the challenges of American protectionism. Great, but I was looking for the word lumber. I never found the word lumber. The word lumber was not there. It's not because I missed it. It wasn't there. So Ottawa wasn't even, or the government wasn't even pretending that the problem existed. In 2021, 2022, the American Congress debated the possibility of presenting a tax credit for electrical vehicles that had been assembled on U.S. soil. It would have been a huge problem for Canada, and the Minister of International Trade went to Washington and wrote a letter to the American Senate threatening them with countermeasures if they went ahead with that for electrical vehicles. But for the lumber, there was no visit to Washington. There was no letter. There was nothing. Kaput. Zero. The forestry industry represents 11% of Quebec's exports. However, our forests are a source of economic development, of jobs, of public funds, and tax and income tax. My colleagues here who come from regions where forestry is important can tell you how important it is. The tariff war is harmful to all parties, and it could lead to an increase in the price of wood products in Canada and the United States and threaten our industry and all of the jobs that are directly linked to the forestry industry here and in the United States. I had meetings in Washington with those who are against the anti-dumping measures because they know that their industry, which is the housing industry, is going to get more expensive. It's going to be more expensive to have housing starts. The only people who are really getting any kind of benefit out of this are the lobby groups in the forestry industry in the United States. The tariff wars have continued, and Canada has submitted its position to the WTO and to the Conflict Resolution Tribunal under NAFTA, and I think, and has won. And Canada is saying, well, we're going to win again this time, but I'll tell you that it's impossible to say exactly when it'll happen. It's sort of like the eclipse. You don't know when exactly it'll happen, but you know it's going to happen. But in 2020, the WTO stated that the United States had not acted legitimately, and that really there should be a limit to the time that they should last. And the problem is, though, is that the practices to extend court cases or tribunal cases, well, we know that even though the tariff was found to be inadmissible, they dragged things on. And during that time, the WTO tribunal didn't have enough adjudicators. And that was a problem. And meanwhile, what's happening to the forestry industry? There are jobs being lost. There's money being lost as well. And while this drags on, the problem continues to drag on. But really, the federal government could have taken the opportunity of the renegotiation of NAFTA to breach the gaps in the adjudication and litigation process for dispute settlement. But then we have CUSMA, which was adopted in 2020 by the federal parliament, without that problem with regard to the softwood lumber disputes being resolved. There should be a permanent consultative or advisory committee on softwood lumber, so that there can be constant monitoring of the problem. All Quebec businesses in the forestry industry have passed the requirements for international trade, and it costs us a great deal because we are not at the negotiating table to say that and to explain that that's why we should be able to trade without tariffs. But Canada is not defending us, and any kind of defense from Ottawa is as short-lived as any eclipse. The member for Châteauguay-Lacolle, you have the floor. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his fascinating speech. I have a few questions, but I would like to start by hearing what he has to say about what the Conservatives said about negotiating an agreement under Mr. Harper. I would like to see what he has to say about that agreement under the Harper government. Answer: it was a very problematic agreement. It divided the sector and the regions. It cost a great deal. And I would say that that's progress, that they have not said that yet that the carbon tax is not the cause of the increase of the softwood lumber price increases. But I mean, really, the problem is that we keep trying to patch up the problems of 40 years of dispute.
Madam Speaker, I remember when this first came up about when the tariffs were allied, Quebec had done the right thing. They had changed their process. They changed the process they used to actually collect their fees from logging within the province that complied to U.S. requirements. They relied on the federal government to negotiate on their behalf, where the Irvings out of New Brunswick said, no, we're not going to trust this government. We're going to do our own negotiation. The result was the people that relied on the federal government paid a tariff around 21, 23%, somewhere in that area. It's going back in my memory. And the Irvings are around 3 to 5%. Would this member like to explain how he feels and how Quebec forestry producers must feel, knowing that this government let them down so bad, and the proof is actually in the difference in the tariffs between what the Irvings paid and what other producers had to pay?
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Yes, Quebec is exhausted. The punitive tariffs continue to reduce the price for which they can sell their lumber. And be it the decisions on the part of the United States or of Canada or the tribunals themselves, there's a number of political maneuvering that is involved as well. I'll give you an example. I remember that the U.S. TR, the U.S. Trade Representative, the people there told us that there was some political jousting involved. They told us that there were lobbyists that really supported the countervailing duties, but then there were others that opposed them. That was the House builders. So the forestry people wanted the countervailing duties in the United States, but the housing sector in the United States were against the countervailing duties. And we have to show Americans that it's bad for them. It's bad for Americans, for Quebecers, and for Canadians.
Madam Speaker, first I want to thank my colleague for his speech. He's trying to work on some solutions to move forward. Now, back in 2006, the Bloc, supported the Harper Softwood Sellout Agreement, which saddled Canadian softwood lumber producers with both an American import quota and a Canadian export tax, while paying the U.S. lumber lobby $500 million, which I said earlier, Madam Speaker. Now, my question to my colleague, does he support reverting back to that approach, which creates more taxes? And he's right. The Conservatives haven't blamed this on the carbon tax yet. We're still early in the debate. I imagine that's coming. But maybe does he support the approach where they, I think the approach is that they're going to tax the axe if they continue with the Conservatives get their way.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I would like to start by clarify that I did understand the word play to tax the axe, but really I'm sure I didn't hear it as strongly or as well worded in the interpretation, but I did understand. I would say that really we have no problem saying that the agreement that was come to under the Harper government was problematic. It cost people and it cost the industry. It was a problem for everyone, and it just postponed the problem. So that is not what we want. What we want is to have a more long-lasting solution. There could be short-term measures. Ottawa could invest in processing and secondary and tertiary processing and export that to the United States. But I think that really, as I've said, there have been so many missed opportunities to negotiate with the United States at meetings with the U.S., and there haven't been any retaliatory measures on the part of Canada either. And so I think that in 2025 there will be a renegotiation of CUSMA, And those negotiations might finally be an opportunity that can be seized by the government. The Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay James, Nunavik. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. The softwood lumber conflict causes tremendous harm, and I would like him to go into that harm and examples. So we know that since February 1st, 2024, there have been consequences, and I'd like to hear more about that. The member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, it's very simple, quite simple. 11% of Quebec's exports are made up by forest products. So it is a significant sector for Quebec, and it is significant in the regions. And that's the case for my colleague's region. And there were terrible forest fires almost a year ago. Time is going quickly. So we remember how important the issue was to her, and she had to be on the ground in her riding because of the forest fires. So I would like to reiterate my solidarity with her and to congratulate her for her work at that time. But it's to show how significant forests and forest products are for the regions, for people who live there and who work there. So Canada has been granted victory in the tribunals and in the future will win again. But really what is happening is that there have been delays after delays, and the result has been postponed as well. And as that happens, as we wait for a final resolution, the industry doesn't modernize itself, there are bankruptcies, job losses, and that's where the terrible consequences lie.
The Honourable for Courtenay Alberni.
Again, here we are, and it's back to, the same old blaming, pointing fingers. 42 years. We've had Conservatives and Liberals in government failing miserably the forest sector, Madam Speaker, eroding the share of our market in the United States. This is causing inflation to American citizens. Most Americans aren't even aware that the lobbyists that are blocking are actually causing more harm to their own people, Madam Speaker. Does my colleague agree that Canada needs to do a better job of educating American citizens about the impact of this agreement? I mean, of this dispute. As well, does my colleague agree that there hasn't really been a Team Canada approach? We have not been flooding the United States and those states that are impacted. And does he believe that we need to have full court press on this issue? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I would start by saying that my colleague is no doubt right, because there have been a number of missions to the United States in which I have participated with the Canada-U.S. Association, Parliamentary Association. And in those meetings, be it with the senators or representatives, members of the House of Representatives, I was the only one to bring the issue up. That's something. It's important to mention the softwood lumber dispute. I could go back over some of the examples I mentioned earlier. At the WTO, it was on the agenda. It was not on the agenda in Abu Dhabi a month ago. And in 2021, when the increase in the countervailing duties was announced, the government was panicking with regard to electric vehicles. There was absolutely nothing about the softwood lumber conflict. The House rose. There was nothing about softwood lumber in the paragraph in the mandate letter about American protectionism. We were facing the countervailing duties, and the words softwood lumber were not even in the paragraph in the mandate letter on American protectionism. I have no idea why that was the case. So obviously, there is a need to raise awareness among American citizens. The Home Builders Association in the United States is doing a great job, but we have to do more.
Member Courtenay Alberni.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor and privilege tonight to join this debate. And this is a debate that's long overdue, Madam Speaker, in terms of we need new ideas around the softwood lumber dispute, and we need a different approach. Canada and the United States have been fighting over this issue, over the softwood lumber issue, for over 42 years, Madam Speaker, and it's time to stop the partisan politics. We need to work collectively in this place, come up with new ideas, and we need to take a Team Canada approach, a united approach, Madam Speaker. Now, I live in a community that's absolutely hit hard by this dispute, Madam Speaker. And believe me when I say that many of the people in our community and the mills and businesses, they won't be here for another 42 years, Madam Speaker, if this dispute carries on. It's time to change our approach. And, 42 years might be a long career for someone working in our mills or in the forest, people that are working hard. But, Madam Speaker, I'll tell you, they can't wait another 42 years, and our communities won't make it. In terms of mills and mill workers and timber and lumber and forestry workers and those that are out falling in our forests, they're the backbone of the community where I live, Madam Speaker. We know fallers get up before dawn. They're ready to face some of Canada's most rugged and dangerous terrain, Madam Speaker. We know that on April 28th is the day of mourning where we recognize those that are lost at work, Madam Speaker. Many of those people are foresters. Many of those are mill workers, Madam Speaker, and they do some of the most dangerous jobs in our country. Their work is crucial for Port Alberni, for the Alberni Valley, for Vancouver Island, and for the Canadian economy from coast to coast, Madam Speaker. And it's time that we spend way more time ensuring that people that need a place to live, that we tie this issue into that, Madam Speaker. We have an opportunity where we can use softwood lumber to build homes. And I think about the mill, some of the mills in my riding, like Sand Group, Madam Speaker, where they mill Western red cedar, yellow cedar, Douglas fir, hemlock, spruce, Madam Speaker. We really need to, we use softwood lumber, Madam Speaker, for the roof over our heads, and we need to capitalize on that, Madam Speaker, given that we have a housing crisis. And it's also critical timing, Madam Speaker, because we have wildfires and a changing climate, which threaten, obviously, those mills, our lumber industry, Madam Speaker. And when, loggers and mill workers need economic security more than ever before, Madam Speaker. And I want to cite that the United States, in terms of how they've moved forward, they're looking at raising duties and causing even more harm, Madam Speaker. And the bigger problem, too, is it's not only harming Canadians, but it's actually harming their own citizens and people around the world. It's driving up inflation. So we've got an inflation crisis, which we know is global, Madam Speaker, because of global supply chains. But this is an absolutely unnecessary cost and impediment to people in the United States south of the border. We need to do a better job of educating Americans about the impact that those lobbyists are having on their own people. So again, Madam Speaker, 42 years, 13 Liberal and Conservative governments, 8 prime ministers, 3 temporary agreements, 2 prime ministers with the last name that starts with T, and I won't say it here because I'm not allowed, Madam Speaker. We're still dealing with the same trade dispute. And for decades, the Liberals and Conservatives have bickered back and forth about who's gotten the best deal. And really, we know who's got the best of a bad deal. That's really what it's come down to, Madam Speaker. Now, I appreciate the Liberals are, have been in court fighting the harmful duties set up by the United States, but it's important to uphold the rules which form the foundation of our international agreements. And this needs to be fixed, Madam Speaker. This can't keep going. And every time Canada wins in court, we see that they prove that the actions of the United States are not only harmful, but in fact they're illegal, Madam Speaker. The American government just shrugs it off, despite the fact that this is illegal, Madam Speaker. Then there's more tariffs, more jobs lost in communities and cities like Port Alberni and the West Coast and across Canada, Madam Speaker. And they're gone for good. They're hard to get back. We had the Sand Group open the first mill in 15 years, Madam Speaker, on the coast of British Columbia just in the last few years. Now they're being hit with this. So the Conservatives, we know they'd like to cost our lumber industry more than they can afford by bringing in these tariffs, or they call it certainty, but it costs our lumber industry and those producers more, Madam Speaker, and they're at an unfair playing advantage. And I was sitting with Ken McCrae, 4-time mayor. He was actually the negotiator for the Canadian Paper Workers Union for over a decade, and he also ran our Labour Council in Port Alberni for 5 years just the other day. And he started telling me about back in 1995, writing a letter to Jean Chrétien, who was the Prime Minister at the time, asking him to make this a top priority. I have not seen that, Madam Speaker. I'm part of the Canada-U.S. agreement. And like my friend from the block said, he's gone on these trips over the border, and I've gone to Penwar repeatedly talking about the impact of the softwood lumber agreement in terms of our relationship. And we have not seen the Canadian government get organized and have a strategy of going across the border. I hope that comes out of tonight's debate. In 1986 and in 2006, those agreements the Conservatives established, they created export taxes on our softwood lumber in an attempt to appease the United States, Madam Speaker. Following the 2006 agreement, our lumber exports ended up being taxed by both Canada and the United States. And you could say that the Conservatives taxed the axe. So that's language they'll understand. For mill workers in Port Alberni, the Liberal court battle doesn't mean much. Mills are being overcharged for wood, some are closing their doors for good, and many mill workers won't see a dime of the money that Liberals win in court. Another Conservative tax though, would make sure that those businesses would never recover. Either way, most mill workers can't afford to wait another 42 years for real change. It's time to fix it, Madam Speaker. It's time for the government to look at new possibilities instead of just trying the same thing over and over. It's time that we support our lumber industry in supporting itself. We've already taken a step in the right direction. Catalyst, for example, in my riding, they retooled their mill so that they could make food-grade paper. When you go to Costco and you buy your hot dog, that's where it's made, adding 8 times the value per ton, Madam Speaker, of fiber. We brought forward a biomass expansion to the Clean Technology Investment Tax Credit, working with the Minister of Natural Resources, and my riding led the charge, working with Catalyst paper in my community, Madam Speaker. It's projected to save mills in British Columbia up to $10 million per year. This was in the last economic statement in the fall. We're hoping legislation comes forward quickly to enact that tax credit, because this money is going to go back into communities, giving workers in the industry some breathing room and a little more security. But it's just a start, Madam Speaker. After 42 years, we need to take another look at our dependence on raw softwood lumber. For 42 years, we've been propping up the same failing issue in how we manage it, Madam Speaker, with loans and programs which only lead to more tariffs. Now we need to support our lumber industry in a transition towards more lucrative, environmentally friendly, and future-forward enterprises. In Port Alberni, we've seen prospective investors hoping to bring money into the community to create mass timber plants. Through targeted federal funding, we can support them and other lumber towns, Madam Speaker, that rely on softwood lumber, Madam Speaker, and creating new jobs in a growth industry which uses all the same resources that those communities already have. And mass timber, Madam Speaker, can benefit Canada in more than just the health of the lumber industry. We've heard our NDP colleague that brought that forward from South Okanagan, Kootenay, he brought that forward. And it can provide a new material which is more carbon friendly than metal or cement, which we can use to build infrastructure, skyscrapers, and the housing that our nation desperately needs that I raised earlier. We also need to further support the growth in our domestic market by encouraging Canadian companies to use wood in place of less sustainable materials in manufacturing. New developments in wood plastic alternatives can open up new industries to our softwood, our supply of softwood lumber. We could reduce waste by helping the environment and generating Canadian wealth, like I talked about earlier in that tax credit. And after 42 years, we can finally try to do something different, Madam Speaker. We can strengthen mass timber and other Canadian wood product manufacturing. We can improve domestic demand and ensure that softwood moves from logging companies to Canadian mills and manufacturers. Funding for mass timber and wood manufacturing will create new jobs in regions where logging has and mills have historically been a major industry. And families in Port Alberni, which have worked in lumber for generations, can remain in their community and harvest timber or create new higher value products, which then can be exported to the United States or other trading partners. And we need to look at those other trading partners, Madam Speaker. Those manufactured wood products, by the way, would be unaffected by the raw log tariffs. It's time that we stop the repeating failures of the last 42 years, Madam Speaker, and time that we start looking at what we can do to strengthen the timber industry for the next 42 years. Madam Speaker, I know it's past my time, but it's certainly not time to start something new. Thank you.
The honourable member for, the honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my fellow member from British Columbia for his talk. The The forestry industry is significant, especially Kootenay Columbia. A lot of family-owned sawmills, generational, 5 generations they've owned the mills. But another problem we have in British Columbia as well is access to fiber. So I'm wondering if my colleague can give some examples or ways that he can see where a lot of our mills just cannot get the wood. Irregardless of the fires, after that, there's wood there, but we can't seem to get access. So I wonder if the member can explain on what kind of ideas he might have in that.
The honourable for Courtney Alberni.
It's a great question. And again, this debate, I hope, becomes like all of us working collectively. And I appreciate the demeanor and tone that my colleague brought to me, because this is something that's come up. We had Mosaic, which owns private lands on Vancouver Island. They actually asked for relief from the Minister of International Trade during COVID for 18 months to 3 years where they could bypass BC Timber Sales, basically the Raw Log Export Board federally, Madam Speaker. And if they had been granted that permission, they would have creamed everything. Sand Group, mills would have been closed. We would have lost hundreds of workers. They never would have come back, Madam Speaker. We fought tooth and nail. We got the minister to back down on that request. And thank God, Madam Speaker, because the price of timber went through the roof. And it would have actually just demoed that area. But we have an opportunity right now to change the structure of how logs are sold internationally. We should not have raw log exports at a time like this when we have issues when it comes to fiber. We should be focused on all of that fiber being manufactured here in our country, but we also need provinces to demand change in how the federal government works on international trade. So they need to work together on this issue, Madam Speaker, but the model is not working. It's not working for the environment, it's not working for workers, and it's certainly not working for the future of British Columbians in Canada. And I want to thank my colleague for the question.
Comments? The Honourable for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my colleague from Courtney Alberni, another question from Vancouver Island, and a thanks to Columbia for that last round too, because I was just going to ask where my honourable colleague thinks we should be, where we should stand on the issue of raw log exports. Obviously, Canadians need a Team Canada effort. Tonight's Take Note debate lets us focus on the quite unfair and unexpected increase in duties from the U.S. Department of Commerce. But let's look at the reality. Why do we let a single raw log get exported out of BC when we could be putting that through mills? And I'll connect this back to the issue of productivity. The more we only export products that are value-added, it improves Canada's productivity. A productivity crisis is enhanced when we export any resource product without value added, which is a crime against the environment and our workers.
The Honourable Member for Courtney Alberni.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the great question. I know she's raised many times in this House her concerns around raw log exports, especially when we look at the Alberni Valley where I live. She knows full well there's still boats being loaded right now, Madam Speaker, to the hilt of raw logs when our local mills can't even get access to supply. It's absolutely ridiculous, Madam Speaker. And like I said, Mosaic came forward with a request for relief, basically to bypass putting their timber up for bid to local mills, Madam Speaker. It would have put them completely out of business. It was actually our party and myself that went to the wall to get the federal government to back down. But that's not good enough. We actually need a restructuring and a new model of how we do BC timber sales and how the Raw Log Export Board works. We need to make sure that the fiber that's put up for bid, that we do everything we can to ensure that that fiber goes to our local mills. And that is certainly not the priority right now of the federal government, Madam Speaker. If the timber companies go after that wood, they get blocked by the big players and they get penalized, Madam Speaker. That's exactly what happens. And then they get hammered, and we're seeing businesses sidelined and put out of business. So right now, the big conglomerates can block and knock them right out. And that's not working for small producers and small mills, Madam Speaker. It needs to be completely revisited. And I'm glad my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands asked that excellent question. But the Minister of International Trade, she needs to show leadership on this. This has been going on for decades, and it hasn't been resolved.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. I don't perfectly understand the British Columbia forestry sector. I'm much more familiar with the Quebec sector. But there's one essential issue: processing. There needs to be more processing of wood. And here the federal government is not providing support. One simple measure would be to use the lumber in federal buildings as part of the tendering process. But the federal government isn't putting in place that simple measure, which would allow for more lumber to be used in construction. Does my colleague agree?
Courtney Alberni.
Well, Madam Speaker, it's a great question, and I know the Bloc worked with the NDP when it came to the bill that was brought forward when it comes to mass timber used by the federal government by my good friend and colleague from South Okanagan who lives in Penticton, Madam Speaker, to do exactly that. But the federal government hasn't done that. They're moving so slow, Madam Speaker, when it comes to things that even pass in this House direction from this House. And despite the fact that we have a housing crisis, despite the fact that they're buying materials to build buildings, Madam Speaker, they're ignoring this House. We passed legislation directing the federal government. This is what they have to do. But, Madam Speaker, retooling our mills, making sure we add value to every single board feet that goes through. And I think a sand group, again, using small logs, Madam Speaker, that they're processing, not big logs, small logs that they're processing. And they're creating more value. We need to create more value. We need to make sure that we purchase and support that wood and timber through procurement, Madam Speaker, through federal procurement. And we need to stop raw log exports, Madam Speaker, especially at a time like this, especially when we're seeing the impacts of climate. And we know that we're going to have fiber supply issues down the road. We need to do this immediately, and it's critical to job security. It's critical to our communities. It's critical to the longevity of our forest sector, Madam Speaker. And it's actually smart, Madam Speaker, what we're doing. I can't think of another country, first world country, Madam Speaker, if you want to call it that, or a developed nation that's mismanaging their forests like this. I can't think of any country doing this, Madam Speaker. It's absolutely unbelievable we're shipping raw logs when our mills are starved for fiber. It doesn't make sense. It absolutely doesn't make sense.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Château.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Madam Chair.
For his speech, and he's clearly very knowledgeable on this topic. We've always believed on this side that the best deals are reached at the bargaining table, and our government is prepared to negotiate in good faith with our American counterparts, but we're not willing to just accept any deal at any cost. And when our government was renegotiating CUSMA with the Trump administration, former Prime Minister Harper urged the Canadian government to fold and capitulate. I wonder if the member recalls that, and if the member can comment.
L'honorable député de Courtney Alberni.
Madam Speaker, 42 years at the negotiating table. That's a long time. I don't know. If I'm the government, I wouldn't be patting myself on the back or blaming another political party, because certainly we know the Conservative approach didn't work, for sure. It's like I said earlier, it's taxing the axe, because their model was tax from both sides of the border that they agreed to, Madam Speaker. $1 billion hit to the BC lumber industry, Madam Speaker, and producers in British Columbia, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, $500 million of that went to lobbyists. This is what Stephen Harper negotiated. But the Liberals, they drag this out. There hasn't been a full court press on this issue, Madam Speaker. They have not negotiated well, clearly, and we need a different approach. We need to keep our fiber, as much of it, in Canada. We need to supply our mills. We need to end raw log exports. We need to add value to our fiber. We need to retool our mills. We need to invest heavily, Madam Speaker, into ensuring that we're kept up with the international market and that we're supplying the international market with the needs in countries where they don't have access to fiber, Madam Speaker, and emerging markets, Madam Speaker, where there's huge opportunity. Mass timber, we talked about that. We've seen some great models in British Columbia of small players that can't access fiber. This is ridiculous. They can't access fiber. Well, the federal government allows international trade, Madam Speaker, allows export of our fiber, and our local mills can't get access. This is just absolutely bonkers, Madam Speaker. I can't think of any country in the world that is managing their forest sector like this in the first world. It's unbelievable. And the opportunity is here. It's right now, Madam Speaker. I hope next week in the budget that the federal government's going to take a different approach. They're going to look at mass timber. They're going to look at value added, retooling, putting more money on the table. Now, I'll say this. Catalyst Mill in our riding, got the most amount of money, federal, ever in the history of our riding, to retool our mill so we can make food-grade paper and replace plastic paper, and that's when you go to Costco, you get your hot dog. That's from my riding, Madam Speaker. 8 times the value per ton is what we're getting now because of that retooling. Let's do more of that.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member from Kenora. So we come forward tonight talking about the softwood lumber issue. Madam Speaker, it's been an issue that I've been very close to most of my life. My first job out of high school really was working at the local pulp mill and construction in Taylor, BC. That's where I learned to work hard, and it was in building this mill that was going to cost $150 million but provide hundreds of jobs over generations, using residual fiber that normally would just be waste fiber from the local mills. But what we've seen from this particular Liberal government, Liberal NDP government and provincial NDP government, particularly in my province, is inaction on the softwood file. But let's put this into context a little bit first, because I think folks out there, softwood lumber, what does that mean? Well, for me, it means jobs. I've already said that I've worked in the softwood sector, working on one of the mills. My kids have all worked, whether for a logging company, working on trucks, or working at an OSB mill, or, we're all very familiar with the forest sector. But from CBC, January 11th, 2023, we expect about 300 jobs in Prince George will be lost across Canfor Pulp Organization with the shutdown of the pulp line at PG Pulp and Paper Mill. This includes staff and hourly positions, a spokesperson for the company said in an emailed statement. CBC, January 25th, 2023. In an email to CBC News, Canfor said its plants in Chetwynd, so this is a different mill, Mr. Speaker, 2 different mills actually, all in my riding. CBC News, Canfor said its plants in Chetwynd employs 157 people, adding that where possible, employees will be prioritized for hiring and redeployment to other Canfor locations. And this is after it was announced that it would shutter that particular mill, a mill that was absolutely the backbone of Chetwynd. I recently talked to one of the councillors, former councillors in Chetwynd, and the parent has to go work in northern Alberta now because there's no longer a mill for her dad to work at. This is in Houston, BC, slightly out of my riding. It is said too early that the project planning has to fully understand how many of the 333 employees who work at the facility will be laid off. From Energetic City, September 2022. In May, the company stated, and this is about Fiberco, this is the mill that I worked at growing up, stated that the curtailment would most likely stay in place until the end of the fall. At this time, Ward had confirmed that around 80 employees had been affected, saying the company sincerely regrets its impact, and another 20 jobs would be lost. But it all comes around the inaction on the softwood lumber file. I was criticizing the Minister Ng, for her lack of inaction. I would ask her regularly about, Mr. Speaker, I asked her regularly when she was meeting with her partner, our trading partner, Catherine Tai on the U.S. side, was she actually negotiating the softwood lumber agreement? I would constantly get no answer back. Well, we know in this place when they're not answering, that probably means it's not being discussed. But this is from 2021, Washington, May 16th. It said, but Tai told U.S. senators that despite higher prices, the fundamental dispute remains, and there have been no talks on a new lumber quota arrangement. No talks. None. Get this. This is Catherine Tai. In order to have an agreement and in order to have a negotiation, you need to have a partner. And thus far, the Canadians have not expressed interest in engaging, Tai said. And this was in 2021. Now they come to the table. They're finally actually talking about softwood lumber here. Great. But what happened about 6 years before? They did absolutely nothing about it. And that's why our mills were closing. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? This is all around, but this is their game. 2025 and by 2025 by 2025, protecting lands and waters by 2025, upping that to 30% by 2030. This is all part of the game, is to shut this stuff down with a bunch of other different excuses as the reason to do so. What we need is better forest management, Mr. Speaker, and this according to Jesse Zeman. Forestry could play a critical role in mitigating the effects of wildfire by reducing fuel loads and thinning forests. It's about time we have a government that takes our softwood sector serious, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that at least with this conversation that we cause this government to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire.
The honourable member from Château-Galefin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To the speech of my colleague with great interest. Clearly, he wants to tell us that he supports the softwood lumber industry, and I know that Conservatives in general talk a big game when it comes to supporting the industry and Canadian workers, but unfortunately, it's all talk and no action. And we hear a lot of buzzwords, we hear a lot of slogans, but the simple fact of the matter is that when it came to voting for support, for funding support for the management of the Canada-US softwood lumber file, every single Conservative in this House voted against it. And so I'd like to know how that member can defend that vote to the companies and workers that they care so much about.
For Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
It'd be funny if it wasn't so sad, Mr. Speaker. Here's a member of a government that's done absolutely nothing, and I just proved it, that the minister responsible did nothing for 6 years, even as evidenced by Catherine Tai, the U.S. Trade Secretary, did nothing. We got it done within 6 months, Mr. Speaker. So here's the government that's done absolutely nothing. Now they've been in government for almost 9 years, still not there yet. We got it done within 6 months. I think we did pretty good. My hope is that they get to the U.S., negotiate a softwood lumber agreement, so these mills that I talk about that are where I'm seeing jobs lost in my very own riding and constituency by the hundreds. Mills being shut down by the hundreds. Is it for lack of trees? I fly over our forests twice a week, and there's lots of trees in British Columbia. We just need to make sure that they have a reason to go and log. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a fairly simple solution to support forest companies that was presented to us from members of this industry, and that's to offer them access to equity to get through the crisis that we're facing today. Members of the industry have said we need to have access to more equity so that we can invest in our infrastructure. Would my colleague be in favor of a federal program to allow these companies to have better access to cash flow?
Well, I can't speak to what the Block's plan is for equity and for the forest sector, but you know, when I had my job as a 19-year-old working on a construction site where it was building a pulp mill, they didn't need the equity. They went and got it because there was a good business case for developing, whether it's a lumber mill or the residual fibers that would be used from a lumber mill for fiber, for making paper and other products. It wasn't necessary. We had a great flourishing forest sector, especially after we had our softwood lumber dispute settled in 2006. So I think we need to get back to that, where we actually have a government that cares about our softwood sector, cares about our forests, that actually wants to better manage our forests. But what I can see from what the Environment Minister and Fisheries and Oceans Minister, it's all about shutting it down. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, Madam Speaker, my colleague, and I appreciate his speech and his passion on this. Again, we need a Team Canada approach. But he keeps going back to the agreement under the Harper government, Mr. Speaker. And that agreement gave away $1 billion US of collected duties which legitimately belong to Canadian softwood producers, Mr. Speaker. Now, about half of that amount actually went to the US lobby group, Mr. Speaker, which started the dispute. So I guess my question to my colleague is an agreement which sends $500 million US to those that started the whole thing, to our opponents, if you want to call it that, because they're not really partners, Mr. Speaker, you know, when they're taking that approach. Is that the kind of agreement that my colleague wants to reinstate?
45 seconds. The honourable member for Prince George, I'll do that again. Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess I appreciate what the member has to say, but All I can see from my perspective, I just read how many news articles talking about literally hundreds of jobs being lost with the current situation without a softwood lumber agreement. Again, back when we came into government, 2006, it was done within 6 months. It was done, and that's what we're proposing again. And we will get it done again, and we will bring it home. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to be able to rise on an important issue such as this evening. Of course, forestry is a major employer and economic driver for people in my region of northwestern Ontario and right across northern Ontario. I think about the people in Dryden and Kenora, Ear Falls, Ignace, a number of First Nations across Treaty 3 that have partnered in groundbreaking partnerships and revenue sharing agreements in order to find prosperity in the forestry industry. And it's an industry that provides powerful paychecks to many people across northern Ontario. It's also an industry that is very environmentally positive and environmentally sustainable. Mr. Speaker, we've heard a few comments about that already today, that the forest industry is one that can help mitigate effects of climate change. It can help to mitigate the effects of fires if we're able to harvest forests and harvest and be able to harness that carbon dioxide that has been absorbed through the trees, Mr. Speaker. But unfortunately, it's also an industry that has been under attack by this current NDP Liberal government, Mr. Speaker. And I want to just share one related issue, and that's around caribou in northern Ontario, because the Environment Minister had last year issued an ultimatum saying that he was going to block harvesting of thousands of kilometers of Ontario forests, and it was through this guise of caribou protection. And he was saying that and doing so without any acknowledgement of what has been happening at the provincial level, or what's been happening with First Nations and their local knowledge and local leadership to ensure that there is a protection plan in place for caribou. Mr. Speaker, the minister is moving forward, or was planning to move forward with this order just to block development. And we know he seems to have this personal vendetta against development of any kind. And it's very sad to see that the government's was planning to move forward on that. And we'll see where it stands going forward. And it's important that any plans that are put in place have to account for the provincial, territorial, and local plans that are already in place, that are already working to help ensure that we can harvest forests in northern Ontario and across the country in an environmentally sustainable way, in a way that provides good jobs and good economic growth, and of course is viable from an environmental standpoint as well. But I share that because it's just one example, and I could go on, but unfortunately I'm limited for time, Mr. Speaker. It's one example of how this government has failed the forest sector, and of course another one is the softwood lumber issue that we are dealing with right now. And this dispute has had real ramifications for people in my riding. It's led to people losing their jobs. It led to the idling of the Kenora Forest Products Mill and the eventual bankruptcy of Prendeville Industries as a result of that. Now, we're happy that Green First is now involved in that operation, but these tariffs and this trade dispute continues to hang over the heads of the workers across northern Ontario. And unfortunately, it's only going to get worse, Mr. Speaker, because the U.S. plans to increase these tariffs from the current 8% to over 13% on our softwood lumber industry. That will bring even more economic devastation to people across northern Ontario. And this has already cost billions of dollars as well to our industry. That's Canadian companies, it's First Nations that have stakes in this industry that are now without those funds as a result of this government's inaction. And it's been mentioned already, Mr. Speaker, that under the previous Conservative government, there was an agreement reached within 6 months. Well, this government has had over 8 years, and they have still yet to been able to come to an agreement. The best they can say is that they're They're working on it. They're raising the issue. They're talking about the issue. Mr. Speaker, we don't know if that's even true or not, but we can say that one thing is true. It's either they are completely ignoring the softwood lumber issue, or they are raising this issue with U.S. counterparts and getting nowhere through 2 different administrations. It doesn't seem to matter who's in the White House, that this current government hasn't been able to get a deal done, completely incompetent and completely unable to fight for Canadian workers and Canadian industry. Mr. Speaker, Canada's Conservatives are going to continue to stand with Canada's forest sector and the hardworking people that make it thrive. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires? And comments? The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lincoln.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the honourable member for his speech and just say how grateful I was to hear the term climate change mentioned by a Conservative member. There are even a couple of other words in there, Indigenous knowledge and something having to do with, wildfires, acknowledging that wildfires are an issue in this country and that this is something that needs to be addressed. So the question that I have for the honourable member is that this government has made significant investments into supporting the forest industry, especially as global demand for sustainable products, forest product grows, and the fact that, as the honourable member mentioned, that the forestry sector continues to innovate, grow, and support good jobs for Canadians. So I'd like to know why he voted against our investments in budget 2023 of over $368.4 million over 3 years to renew and update the forest sector support.
Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the 5 years that I've been honoured to represent the people of the Kenora riding in this Parliament, it's been a pleasure each and every time I've had an opportunity to vote against one of these NDP Liberal budgets, because I am voting non-confidence in this government, a government that is tired out of ideas, that is corrupt, that has no plan to support our forest industry or get back to a balanced budget to make life more affordable for Canadians. All of their plans have been failing, and that's why I'm proud to stand with my Conservative colleagues and continue to vote non-confidence in this government.
Honourable Member from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, lumber, it wasn't in the minister's letter, wasn't spoken of in the recent departmental meeting. And this is 1 month after the announcement of new countervailing. And now we have this take note debate, but it's 2 months later after we started talking about this. Can we talk about how disinterested this government is in the topic?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's a very good point that is raised. This is something that is urgent for people in Northern Ontario, people in Quebec, and right across the country, but the government has really been dragging its heels on this. I think the member points out a very obvious example. I think the fact that we're even here debating it all this time later after 8 years is perhaps the greatest example of all that this government has been largely ignoring this issue and absent from this issue. And as I said, even if we take their word for it that they've been working on it, then, Mr. Speaker, they're clearly incapable of delivering on this issue because they've had 8 years to get it done. It's definitely time for change, and Conservatives are going to bring it home.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, as you've heard me earlier today, I want to talk about solutions. Now, my colleague, the MP for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing, she just sent me a letter from the Mayor of Kapuskasing, and he wanted to talk about solutions to Canada's housing crisis, and he cites that they can be found in the forest, Mr. Speaker. He cites that Canada can actively promote Canadian wood and mass timber solutions within a federal affordable housing strategy, establish a harmonized regulatory framework for permitting processes to expedite approval safely and responsibly, and also adopt a performance-based approach and increasing tall wood building height allowances in the National Building Code. Promote nationally certified prefabricated building technologies for wood-based for wood-based structures that meet municipal standards, and offer incentives for developers using a high proportion of Canadian wood products in new construction. And lastly, to support the development of a future-ready skilled workforce through standardized green education and training programs, something that my colleague from Thunder Bay, Timmins, James Bay has been working very hard on, Mr. Speaker. Does my colleague agree with those great recommendations from the Mayor of Kapuskasing?
With 20 seconds to go, the honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really love the community of Kapuskasing. Last summer, I had the opportunity to travel there with the leader of Canada's Conservatives, and we met with forestry workers, many of whom feel left behind by this NDP Liberal government. They were very upset with the fact that their NDP representative continues to support the Liberal government, continues to support a government that is dragging its feet on the softwood lumber deal and not delivering for the people of Northern Ontario. And that's what Conservatives are going to do, deliver for Northern Ontario.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada and the United States are close neighbors with an unprecedented, mutually beneficial relationship when it comes to trade. That said, as well as we all know, even among good neighbors, irritants are bound to arise. The softwood lumber dispute with the United States is a long-standing trade irritant and one that has unfortunately resurfaced on several occasions. We're in the 5th round of the dispute since the 1980s. In past rounds, we have seen a certain pattern develop. First, an unfair U.S. duties are imposed against Canadian softwood lumber products at the behest of the U.S. lumber industry. Then, Canada contests these unwarranted duties in neutral international fora and prevails. Finally, a negotiated outcome providing predictability and stability to the sector is reached. Right now, Mr. Speaker, we are in the second phase, a phase of active litigation to vigorously defend the interests of our world-leading softwood lumber industry. Make no mistake, this trade dispute negatively impacts the Canadian softwood lumber industry, which is a key component of our highly integrated forest sector. Nowhere is it more important than Surrey Centre, a riding that has the highest per capita softwood lumber employees anywhere else in Canada, well, at least British Columbia. The softwood lumber industry provides thousands of jobs across the country and is an economic anchor to many communities, particularly in rural regions. Canada is a trading nation, and our softwood lumber industry is no different. Almost 2/3 of the total softwood lumber production in Canada is exported. The United States is our largest export market. Unfair U.S. trade measures on most of Canada's softwood lumber exports not only undermine our industry's competitiveness in the U.S. market, but they also affect communities and workers at home. Our government recognizes this burden, and at every step of the way, we have supported our industry, our communities, and our workers. Mr. Speaker, our government is mounting a strong legal defense of Canada's interests against the U.S. duties in close collaboration with provincial governments and industry stakeholders. That's why Canada currently has a total of 13 ongoing legal challenges against the U.S. duties. The Honourable Minister of Export Promotion, International Trade and Economic Development recently announced the latest of our challenges, which contests a biased U.S. decision to maintain both anti-dumping and countervailing duties on Canadian products instead of revoking them. The government has contested every single U.S. decision having led to the imposition of maintenance of unfair trade measures on our softwood lumber industry. These legal challenges are being heard through various venues. Most of Canada's challenges are proceeding under Chapter 19 of NAFTA or its successor, Chapter 10 of CUSMA. We have 2 ongoing challenges through the WTO dispute settlement mechanism and one being heard by the U.S. Court of International Trade. Through the many irritations of this dispute, Canada has consistently been found to be reliable and a fair trading partner, while U.S. duties have repeatedly been judged to be inconsistent both with the U.S. law and the United Nations international trade obligations. Mr. Speaker, we are confident that this will ultimately be the outcome once again. In fact, we have already seen a number of decisions in Canada's favor in the round of this dispute, in the current round of this dispute. We know, Mr. Speaker, that the facts and the law are on our side, and we will never waver in our support of the Canadian businesses and our workers. Thank you. Take note. Thank you. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
I want to thank the member for reading PMO speech number 6. Look, where we are is that this is catastrophic for the softwood lumber industry in Canada. So while these members talk about the wheels are in motion, the dog ate my homework, 183 companies in the forestry sector have gone bankrupt since 2016 and the expiration of the softwood lumber agreement that was put together by Prime Minister Harper, and tens of thousands of jobs. Real livelihood. So my question to this member is, what are they going to do differently? What they're doing is not working. It's been almost 9 years. This has cost the sector billions of dollars, hundreds of thousands of jobs. What are they going to do differently other than talk and talk and talk?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we all know that the mechanisms to fight these unfair duties is through the legal means, through the NAFTA Chapter 11 or CUSMA Chapter 10. We have fought those, but you can only have a favorable outcome and a settlement if the other party is willing. And unfortunately, despite continuous legal victories on Canada's behalf, we need a willing trading partner who agrees to abide by those. And we have seen that the Americans have been inconsistent in that regards, and it takes a long time to pressure them into doing that. I am very confident that our government and our Minister of Trade will continue to do those talks, and we will get to a resolution so that our softwood exports will be traded at a fair value and an appropriate value, free of any trade barriers.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Doesn't my colleague find it strange that in the Minister's letter, at no point when there is talk of trade disputes do they mention softwood? Does this mean that the Government of Canada couldn't care less about this matter? Sometimes, and often, they use these regions of Canada as a kind of cash in order to placate their American partners. Does he not see, in the absence of softwood in the minister's letter, flagrant proof of what I'm saying? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I couldn't disagree more with my colleague. I think Canada fights equally for these. I regularly meet with stakeholders, particularly sawmills, small and medium-sized sawmills, and even larger privately owned sawmills that are located in my constituency of Surrey Centre. And they have faith that the government is fully trying. They have faith that our trade minister is working on it, and they receive regular updates in regards to that. So I'm confident that there is no impropriety being done between one region and the other. When Canada speaks, it speaks on behalf of all its provinces.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Richmond Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While the Conservative Party continues to debate whether climate change is even real, 2023 was the most severe wildfire season in British Columbia and in Canadian history. It's obvious that everyone except for the Conservative Party, the impact that wildfire will have on our forestry sector going forward. Does the Conservative Party have a plan, any plan, to help our world-class forestry sector deal with the ravage of climate change? Do they not recognize that failure to act on climate fire will have significant long-term impacts on the forestry sector?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you to my colleague from Richmond Centre, and he said it very well. I think this is a government that actually recognizes that you have to create jobs, you have to create good-paying jobs, but you also, in order to have those good-paying jobs, we have to protect our environment, we have to clean our air, we have to have practices that are sustainable, that will have a continuous and robust forestry sector for years and decades and millennia to come ahead. And if we don't amend those practices, if we don't protect our forests, if we do not have practices to protect and preserve our forests, we will not have a forest sector in the future. So it is our government who's doing both hand in hand, fighting so that we can create the opportunities, but also fighting to protect our forests and create a future for our children.
In comments, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, and again, Mr. Speaker, we've had 42 years, 13 consecutive governments now not be able to figure this out. Liberals choose litigation, the Conservatives choose to tax producers, on their way out, and and agree, actually, that Americans could hit us on the way in. It's unbelievable. Mr. Speaker. In fact, under the Harper government, we saw a $1 billion takeaway from softwood lumber producers. Half of that billion went to Mr. Speaker. Half of that $1 billion went to the very lobbyists that started this whole thing. We need a new approach. And Mr. Speaker, we're not hearing from the government talk about a new approach. We hear the Conservatives wanting to revert back to tax the axe, in language that they'll understand, Mr. Speaker. But in terms of my colleague, does he not agree that we need a transformational change in how we approach things? And also, just in terms of our fiber supply, raw log exports, it needs to stop. We have mills that are starving for fiber, and the current model isn't working. It's not sustainable, given the threats of climate change, given the threats to our mills that are, again, being starved for fiber. Through you, Mr. Speaker, to my colleague, I want to hear solutions. Is he going to work on ending raw log exports? Is he going to work on mass timber? Is he going to support the motion that was passed in this House so the federal government can actually procure using local milled lumber, Mr. Speaker, and roll it into a national affordable housing strategy, Mr. Speaker, so that we can build homes out of local fiber?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
On some points that my honourable colleague from British Columbia has said, I agree. I think we need to increase mass timber projects. We have been doing that, changing the building code to accept that, building even 18-story buildings now using mass timber. And this is a renewable and carbon sequestering methodology of building more homes. However, we also don't want to revert back to what the Conservatives did, was just tax $1 billion on these sawmill owners and then give half to lobbyists, rich lobbyists who act on that behalf. But we need a willing partner on the other side, and what we've been seeing is a very litigious partner, no different than, as lawyers can appreciate, people who commence lawsuits frivolously time and time again, and when the outcome is always the same, it's a very frustrating program. But I agree, perhaps a new approach, a new agreement with the Americans needs to be reached where this doesn't happen over and over and over again. It was thought to have, when I think NAFTA was created, that this Chapter 11 method will be a safe and secure method. We were able to retain it in this round, which the Americans did not want to have, but we need to implement better, I think, better teeth to it so that it's a quick decision, it's a prompt decision, and it's executed right away.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James. Well, you know, Mr. Chair, I think the best thing is to tell the truth. And if we're to tell the truth this evening, we can say that there was never any will on the part of the government to offer true support for the Forestry Secretary. And I think we see the proof here. One of my colleagues said that at no point in the letter of the minister do we see the word softwood lumber. That shows the importance that this holds for the government. And yet, Mr. Speaker, the forestry sector is facing a perfect storm. If we look at everything they're dealing with, we see that this is an economic sector which is crucial for some of our regions, and yet it is declining. Now, there are duties which may move from around 8% to over 13%. I hope that someone will grow a spine in the meantime. Now, the federal government's attitude towards the forestry sector is putting it in a famine situation. I think compared to the oil sector, the way it's treated is absolutely obscene. Now, the pulp and paper industry is going to eventually disappear. It will have to be replaced by something else, but we never get the financial support we need. There was also threats from the environment minister. So there would be orders on endangered species, and this would hurt several communities in Quebec that depend on the forestry sector. These various elements have created the perfect storm, and it seems to me that the only person who is not aware of this is the Prime Minister and also elected representatives from Quebec, because it's very rare that I hear a conservative from Quebec talk about the forestry sector. I have never seen in the Natural Resources Committee, I've never seen them be interested in this sector. And, Chairman, I will tell you that Quebec is a major player in the forestry sector. Now, quickly, in the year 2000, 95,000 jobs in the forestry secretary. In 2010, it moved to 64,000 jobs, and in 2020, our last figures, 59,000. Why this decline? Well, the federal government is not supporting the forestry sector. I will give you a simple example. They never get any support from any of the federal government's programs, because after the first processing, if you ask for support, you have to go through Global Affairs Canada, and then you are de facto refused. Is there any other sector that has such a hard time getting support from the federal government? And yet it is the case for this sector. The federal government is not helping. There are small mills, Chairman, and these sawmills have local clients in Quebec or in Canada. Even if they don't do business with the United States, they still pay the price because they don't get any support from the government. The government is vaunting the aid it is giving, but these people are having a hard time getting people to plant trees, because if these trees are harvested, the government says that this will run counter to our trade agreements with the United States. So they're almost afraid of being afraid. It's like in 60 years they may harvest these trees, so why plant them? It just shows you just how much courage the federal government has. Not much. This is a very sad spectacle that we've been following for over 20 years. There has never been any true will on the part of the Liberals or on the part of the Conservatives to support this sector. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate my colleague's speech. Now, with respect to the forestry sector in Quebec, we've heard that there was an agreement made under the Harper government. I'd like to hear what he has to say about it, because we want an agreement with the United States, but not at any price. So I would like to know what my colleague has to say about an eventual agreement with the U.S. The Honourable Member. Yes, in fact, $1 billion is still on the table. With the last agreement with the United States, it was done to the detriment of the entire industry. But the majority of major players in the sector want access to cash. That was never put in place by the government. Most of the people in the sector want to be able to diversify and be able to benefit like all other economic sectors, be it through the Economic Development Bank or DEC Canada. But the government has never wanted to provide the support for the forestry sector because they're afraid of losing their milk cow. because it would lie in contradiction with their help to the auto sector. The milk cow for the federal government is the car industry and not us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech. I do want to get back to, in British Columbia, especially rural British Columbia, we have a lot of small mills, fifth generation owners, so they understand forestry management, they understand the business, and they've managed to stay in business even during these tough times. It's been 8 years since the government's had the opportunity to deal with this softwood lumber issue, and nothing's happened. So let's just talk the last 8. And I think you're onto something when you talked about in the mandate letter, there's nothing in there about lumber. So my question is, if there's nothing in there about lumber, where's the accountability to even move forward on this, other than coming and talking about this take note debate?
Député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Yes, the main problem is this kind of casual attitude that's been in place for over 20 years. They've never had the real will to support the sector. And yet it's one of the most promising sectors in the fight against climate change. Trees sequestrate carbon. The more you sequestrate, the more you improve the climate, and but in the call for tenders, well, neither the Conservatives or the Liberals are doing a very job. All they have is a kind of wishful thinking, but they don't give the sector the wherewithal to do what they have to do. All they need are certain things, very simple measures that would be useful to the sector, but this does not exist. And the explanation I get is that Quebec is the major player in this sector, and that perhaps Quebec doesn't weigh heavily enough in his party to get this help for Quebec. All what I think is that we have to be independent and have our own country. Questions and comments?
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his speech. And he's talking again about solutions, and that's what we need more of tonight. And I guess my question through you, well, first, I have to make a comment. It was good to see my colleague from Kootenay, Columbia, come in that approach. Like, let's talk about how we can move forward. Because most of the night, what we've had is this partisan bickering about the 42 years of failed negotiations with the United States. But my colleague, tonight we have this take note debate. My question through you, Mr. Speaker, is what would the outcome of tonight? What would be the outcome of tonight that my colleague would like to see in terms of how we, use the fiber in our communities, how we add value the most? And, there's this false dichotomy that we can't protect the environment and have jobs at the same time. It's a false dichotomy. We have to do both, and we can do both. And I guess my question through you, really, Mr. Speaker, is does my colleague see the opportunity of tonight's debate, potentially, if the government was actually listening?
The honourable member for Jonquière. Yes, there are a great many opportunities. There are success stories, for example, Chantier Chibougamau, which will offer the infrastructure for all of the buildings for the Paris Olympic Games. But that's the challenge. The forestry sector is not receiving federal support, even if that sector could have a significant impact on greenhouse gases. We put $2.5 billion into carbon capping strategies, and now big companies are removing themselves because they're going to fail. That's where our money is going. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Abitibi. I am pleased to be able to rise today because it is important to talk on this debate that's more important than a solar eclipse. The forestry industry and softwood lumber are essential in Abitibi. On February 1st, 2024, the U.S. Department of Commerce announced its intention to substantially increase the countervailing and anti-dumping duties it imposes on Canadian softwood lumber. These duties could be almost doubled as of August, with major negative consequences for us and elsewhere in Quebec and Canada. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the forestry industry has already been impacted by the forest fires that raged last summer. A total of 4.5 million hectares of forests burned. As a result, local sawmills had to slow down their production rates or simply stop altogether. At the end of March, for example, a business, Resolute Forest Products, announced that it was suspending operations at its Comtois sawmill in Lebel-sur-Quévillon for an indefinite period. Lebel-sur-Quévillon was hit hard by the forest fires, and all residents had to be evacuated as they were in danger. The company points to the weak lumber market and the rising cost of its supplies in the wake of last summer's forest fires. At the Comtois sawmill alone, some 50 workers were affected. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, the number of additional workers who could be impacted by an increase in countervailing and anti-dumping duties on softwood lumber by the United States. In these difficult times for everyone, the government has an obligation to act and find a solution to avoid these increases. We need to preserve all of these good jobs. As we know, food and housing prices everywhere have risen and continue to rise. More than ever, families need to maintain their sources of income. The traditional approach of the government issuing a press release to express its disappointment and challenging U.S. decisions in court is not working. The government must do more and support our forestry sector more than ever. The Bloc Québécois urges Ottawa to vigorously defend Quebec's lumber industry in the face of rising U.S. tariffs on softwood lumber. It demands that the government assume its responsibilities and immediately implement concrete measures to protect the forestry industry from U.S. trade tactics. Time is running out, and it's astounding that the federal government has still done nothing to support Quebec's forestry companies who are facing a sharp rise in U.S. tariffs on Canadian softwood lumber. As a key U.S. trading partner, the federal government has a responsibility to secure acceptable trading conditions for representatives of the Canadian forest industry, a sector strongly represented by Quebec. Forestry is the economic mainstay of many Quebec regions, including my own. It accounts for thousands of jobs and a large share of our exports. As I mentioned earlier, the forestry industry was hit hard by last summer's forest fires. And we will likely face the same thing this year. Our forest industries are facing a number of financial challenges, including difficult access to liquidity. The situation is fragile and could easily tip over if our industry does not receive the necessary support. The federal government must act responsibly and act quickly on the softwood lumber issue. The Bloc Québécois is proposing concrete actions that must be implemented by this government. Firstly, the federal government must provide tangible help to the forestry industry to get through the crisis with a loan and loan guarantee program to match the sums withheld in the United States through taxes being imposed. Secondly, it must amend the CUSMA so that the litigation process has better guidelines and no longer leave room for unfair delaying tactics. Thirdly, it must demand a tax exemption for wood and for private forests, since the allegations made by the American lobbyist only concern public forests. Fourthly, must recognize Quebec's forestry regime, which operates under the bidding model and complies with free trade requirements. Mr. Speaker, all the conditions are in place for the government to impress upon the U.S. government the importance of putting an end to their unjustified tariffs, which are harmful to both our economy and theirs. It's also important for the government to make them understand that by trying to protect their forestry industry, the Americans risk damaging their own economy by driving up the price of building materials at home, thereby preventing thousands of American families from accessing home ownership. Let's protect our regions, our economy, and our forests for a better future. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's speech. I know that the forestry industry is a major one in her riding. As we heard earlier from other colleagues, agreements in the past were not satisfactory. There was $1 billion on the table under Harper, former Prime Minister Harper, and there needs to be an agreement, but not at all costs. And I would like to hear my colleague on the Team Canada approach, where we would be working not only with federal counterparts and departments, but also with the provinces, including Quebec, and with the industry, and work with our American counterparts. The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Baie James, Nunavik, EU. Thank you for the question. We know that nothing has been done for 20, 40 years. The federal government is not taking care of our forests. We know what's happening with forest fires and flooding. Imagine with forest fires, families who are concerned, they don't know if they'll still have a home. Animals that aren't there anymore, caribou that are gone, black bears that have migrated to areas where they weren't before. The government needs to act quickly. Questions and comments?
Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very serious issue. Since 2016, 183 companies in the forestry sector have gone bankrupt, and tens of thousands of Canadians, whether in British Columbia, in Quebec, all over, have lost their jobs. Tonight in this debate, we have seen the critic from the Bloc Québécois speak to this matter. We've seen the Conservative critic, the trade critic, speak to this matter. But we have not heard from the Minister of International Trade from the government, nor have we heard from the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade. Does my colleague agree with me that that shows just how unimportant this matter is to this Liberal government, and that's a big reason why this dispute has not been resolved?
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Baie James, Nunavik, EU. Thank you for the question. For once, I agree with the Conservatives. Yes, the government is not acting. They need to show, and they can't wait. Things are happening now. Look, in Comtois, there are about 50 families that are going to have to move. It's a small region. Time is of the essence for them. You need to act quickly. There are thousands of workers that might lose their jobs. And what is the government doing to help Quebecers?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Speaker, the NDP has always been there pushing the governments of the day to negotiate fair trade agreements as opposed to free trade agreements that disadvantage Canadian workers and Canadian resources. And when it comes to the Softwood Lumber Agreement and the renewal of this agreement, both successful Liberal and Conservative governments have failed to get the job done. Now, earlier I spoke of solutions that would help the forestry sector when I read quotes from the Mayor of Kapuskasing. Now, the member from Kenora never spoke to the solutions that Mayor Plort put forward. Instead, he chose, like Conservatives have been doing all night, to focus on attacking the hardworking MP and other NDP MPs, but he chose to attack the MP for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing, who we know has always been there for her constituents. So let's think about that, Mr. Speaker. She's been elected to this House 5 times since 2008. And what I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, is that Conservatives were nowhere to be seen when the forestry sector workers were losing their jobs. Not in Smooth Rock Falls, not in Dubreuilville, and most recently not in Espanola. They prefer to score cheap political points instead of dealing with the real problems and finding solutions. So my question to my colleague is she knows that this is happening right now tonight. They're not offering solutions at all. But maybe my colleague can speak about how disappointing it is we're having this take-note debate and an opportunity for us to bring solutions to this House and get some work done and support workers in our communities, like my colleague. Maybe she could speak about the importance of actually using time in this House to do just that.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Baie-James. Thank you for the question. Let's look at what happened last summer with the forest fires. The government did not act following the forest fires in northern Quebec. And we know that northern Quebec largely burned. And it's important to act quickly in such a circumstance. I don't understand how the government could not act. It seems like the government reacts more quickly when things happen in Western Canada and not when things happen in Quebec. Perhaps if we became a country, if Quebec became a country, we'd be able to solve our own problems.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be splitting my time with the member for Mégantic-Rabla. Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to rise tonight to speak to this Take Note debate on softwood lumber as the elected representative of the hardworking forestry and related service industry companies and their families in the North Okanagan Shuswap. In small towns with sawmills like Lumby, Salmon Arm, Sicamous, Revelstoke, Enderby, Chase, Armstrong, and others, the Canadian softwood lumber dispute is an important issue. Important because of the jobs that so many families rely on to put food on the family dinner tables, the jobs that pay for the children's clothes and schooling. Mr. Speaker, I want to take us back to March of 2016. In a CBC News article dated March 12, 2016, Canada's International Trade Minister was noted as saying, Prime Minister, I can't see his name because he's in position still, so I will say the current PM, his official visit to Washington helped secure a real breakthrough in the contentious softwood lumber negotiations. The Trade Minister at the time, and now the Federal Finance Minister, was quoted as saying, I don't want people to think this is going to be done and dusted. We don't have to worry about softwood negotiating for another 10 years. But what we have committed to is to make significant, meaningful progress toward a deal. To have a structure, the key elements there at 100 days from now. Mr. Speaker, we are now in April 2024. 8 years, 97 months, or 2,921 days later. More than 29 times longer than that message the Trade and now Finance Minister was so cheery to talk about in March of 2016. Tick tock, tick tock. 8 years of this failing government's failed softwood lumber negotiations. After that, failing, sawmill owners, their employees, and their families are still paying the price of this government's ineptitude. Sawmill companies that have not invested capital in modernizing their mills to remain competitive because duty dollars are being collected and held by the U.S. Workers who are not working with equipment, who are still working equipment that hasn't been updated, if they haven't lost their jobs already. And it's not just the sawmill's direct employees. It is the spin-off jobs, which are even greater in numbers, the loggers, the road builders, the mill equipment manufacturers, the service providers, from tire shops to lunch trucks to work clothing stores that could be doing greater business and making further contributions to our communities if only this government had done its job and gotten a deal done long before now. The companies and employees and their families in places in the small towns I mentioned and other small communities across the country have waited patiently, getting their jobs done while waiting for the government to get their job done. But their patience has run thin and the government has failed to get the job done. These hardworking people need some certainty in their future, more than just promises. They need a government that is recognized as a valued partner in trade agreements rather than one that can be taken advantage of. They need a government that understands the common sense approach that is needed at negotiating tables. If this government strongly believes that the U.S. anti-dumping and countervailing duties on Canadian softwood lumber products are unfair and unwarranted, then why have they not resolved this issue before now? Or is it because they simply do not care? The anti-dumping and countervailing duties charged and collected and held by the U.S. are now over $8 billion, and according to some, over $10 billion. One would think that this money-hungry NDP Liberal government would be clamoring and bending over backwards to get these dollars into Canadian hands so they could find some way of taxing it. So I'm tempted to say that it baffles me and countless other Canadians as to why this government has failed so badly at getting a deal done. But it's not surprising after the many failed promises of this big on promises, small on delivery government. They are simply not worth the cost. Mr. Speaker, it is time this government recognized their commitment to serving the people of Canada instead of making the people of Canada serve government. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacombe.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And like many of the speeches that we've heard from the Conservative members tonight, lots of slogans, lots of buzzwords, and no actual substance. So while our government was providing historic supports for the forestry sector, over $368.4 million over 3 years, to renew and update forest sector support, and over $130 million to accelerate the adoption of transformative technologies and products, and over $12 million to provide economic opportunities for Indigenous communities in the forest sector, the Conservatives did nothing but oppose. So I'd like to hear from the member opposite, if the Conservative Party truly cares about our softwood lumber industry, why do they dogmatically oppose any efforts to help support it?
The honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for a question, a regurgitated question from the PMO's office. I'm not sure how many times it has been tonight, but the Conservatives do care about the softwood lumber agreement and the families and homes that depend on the jobs that are so reliant on this industry. That is why we're having this take-note debate tonight, to draw attention to a minister that has failed to get this job done. A succession of ministers who have failed to get this job done. As I quoted, March of 2016 was when they said they'd have a framework in place in 100 days. We're now over 2,900 days. That's why it's important, why Conservatives believe it's important, and why we keep pressuring this government to get the job done.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Abitibi.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to softwood lumber, there is one key element that's clear: how benchmarks are used across Canada that are disadvantageous for certain provinces. There are the same constraints everywhere, though. Yes, the softwood lumber industry is important in BC, but it imposes constraints. Does the member not think that every single province should be able to conclude its own agreements with the Americans so that it is not disadvantaged by other constraints, other provinces' constraints?
For his question, international trade agreements are the responsibility of a federal government. It's possible that the provinces may be able to work a better deal than what this current federal government has done, because they haven't negotiated anything. They've simply failed. The province of British Columbia, the lumber industry is also struggling there under an NDP government that won't get permits processed in time. There's a continuous backlog, a long backlog of applications sitting before a provincial NDP government in British Columbia that is again crippling the forest industry sector. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay-Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, 42 years of finger pointing is not getting us anywhere. We can see that tonight. Now, I want to talk about solutions, and I've been working closely with Catalyst Paper in Port Alberni, and I got to say, this is a mill that has a ton of history. My grandfather worked in that mill. They're so proud of what they're doing. They've retooled their machines so they can do food-grade paper. They also have brought forward an innovative idea to change the clean investment tax credit portion of the Income Tax Act, which was supported in the Fall Economic Statement, Mr. Speaker. And it's a technology involved in biomass conversion, utilizing low-grade and wildfire-prone wood residues that are otherwise left to decompose and burn in forests or landfills. This renewable resource offers an accessible, affordable, clean energy source for Canadians, helping to meet Canada's climate and emission reduction commitments, Mr. Speaker. And it'll save mills like the one in my riding up to $10 million a year. But we would need legislation from this government to come forward this fall at the latest to get that moving. Through you, Mr. Speaker, will the Conservatives, instead of pointing fingers, will they support this proposed change in legislation, which will protect jobs, protect workers, and do the right thing when it comes to using waste residue in our forests? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap, about 20.
I want to thank the member from Port Alberni for the question. I used to enjoy working with him on the Fisheries Committee. His question is about legislation I haven't had a chance to read yet, so I can't say yes or no. I would support that. But what he just talked about is clean, affordable energy from wood products. I want to refer to the fact that a number of years ago we put in a pellet stove, a wood pellet stove. Took out the old wood burning stove, put in the pellet stove, because pellets were pretty affordable at that time. A ton of pellets, 50 40-pound bags, were about $165. They're no longer affordable. They're over $6 or $7 per bag. A ton now costs in the neighborhood of $400. Because of what this government has done and sold so much overseas, instead of looking after Canadians, we are paying the price. And that's just not just me. There are thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of others across the country paying higher energy prices because of this government.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And another riding that contains the emblem, the national emblem, the maple. Even if maple trees aren't softwood lumber, maples are very important all across Quebec. Mr. Speaker, it was time for us to have a debate like this one here in the House of Commons on the importance of softwood lumber and on the incapacity, the incompetence, the lack of will, political will from the Conservatives to solve this matter with the Americans. This issue didn't start yesterday. It started at the beginning of the 1980s when the U.S. desperately tried to prevent Canadian softwood lumber from entering the U.S., and yet it's a high-quality product. It was at an excellent price. What did they do? The Americans imposed countervailing tariffs. Then an agreement was reached with the U.S. in 2006 until 2016, thanks to the Harper government, right after this current prime minister was elected. There was no longer this will, this desire to come up with a lasting solution for this whole industry. Mr. Speaker, the forest industry in Quebec is important for Quebec regions. In the Lower St. Lawrence, there are 33 municipalities where forestry makes up 10% or more of jobs. In Chaudière-Appalaches, there are 28 municipalities. Such municipalities. In Abitibi-Témiscamingue, more than 20 municipalities with workers directly relying on the forestry industry. 15 municipalities in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean rely on the forestry industry. These are all ridings and areas that have to deal with the countervailing duties and that are thinking, are these duties going to kill off our industry and ruin our communities? If you look at employment in the various administrative regions of Quebec and look at the number of jobs in these regions compared to all regions in Quebec, you realize that some regions stand out. 6% in the Lawrence, Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, 8%, the National Capital Region, 8%, Even in Quebec City, the Quebec City region, we tend to think that all the lumber jobs are in the outlying areas. That's not true. In the eastern townships, 8.4% employment. And in my riding, 12.4% of jobs are in the lumber industry. It's unfortunate that the Prime Minister doesn't have the will to find a solution and has not since his election in 2015. It's sad because these are jobs in the region. Is it because the Prime Minister represents only the urban areas where his political party is well represented? It would be a shame to think that way, but unfortunately facts show that that is indeed the case. And perhaps to enlighten my colleague from Châteauguay-Lacal, the only Liberal to speak tonight, the minister is not here, the parliamentary secretary is not here, to talk about the softwood lumber industry and the problems associated with it for Quebec. So let's have a few figures. Since 2016, there have been 183 bankruptcies in the lumber industry. In 2020, 14, 12 of them in Quebec. In 2021, 12 bankruptcies in Canada, 7 of which were in Canada. And in 2022, 29 bankruptcies in the lumber industry, and 18 of those were in Quebec. These are figures that speak for themselves and that demonstrate the absolute urgency of new action. We can't continue as we are. Things are not working. One day, all those businesses that are currently being kept alive artificially, thanks to high prices because of inflation, will have to pull the plug. And so I exhort the minister to act, to conclude an agreement, to come down from his office and find a solution with the Americans for all of the country. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Châteauguay-Lacal. Thank you. And soon there will be the Gardens of Napierville. It will be the Gardens of Napierville, even though the opposition voted against my name change. I heard what my colleague had to say, and I see that he was discussing the agreements that were made under the Harper government. We know that recently, when our government negotiated the new NAFTA, CUSMA, that is, Mr. Harper said, once again, just as he did when he capitulated during the softwood lumber issue, it was Quebec who was losing out. Is this exactly the type of agreement that my colleague would like to have? With all the respect that I have for my colleague from Châteauguay-Lacal, when you have the opportunity of a lifetime to table a private member's bill in the House of Commons that would help the forestry industry and other industries, the Châteauguay-Lacal's member instead tabled a bill to change her riding name. With all my respect for this member, I do not have any lessons to learn from her. She did nothing when she could have. She had a chance that I have not had. She could have done something for an industry and for the workers in my riding. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with my colleague from Mégantic-l'Érable. Indeed, the current government isn't doing enough, isn't doing much, in fact, to support the forestry industry. However, what's sad is that no government has done much for the forestry industry. The last agreement negotiated by the federal government left $1 billion on the table. And I don't look at the future favorably. I'm not sure that a conservative government would be particularly interested in the forestry industry. I have yet to see a conservative member in committee advance the issue of the forestry industry. I've never seen any interest from the Conservative Party on caribou or any other issue related to woodland. I have a feeling that even with a Conservative government, we would have the exact same situation. I hope that my colleague can reassure me on this point. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. The Carleton MP was the very first to rise here in this House to denounce this the behavior from the government on regarding the woodland caribou. And Mr. Speaker, and we did not hear from the Bloc Québécois. I can tell you that at the Natural Resources Committee, Conservative colleagues have defended loud and clear the forestry industry, and we are a good team. We can work together to defend Quebec's interests. The Bloc's interests are clear, are stated in their platform. They are promoting Quebec's sovereignty, and they're applauding now. They're doing everything they can to create discord. We're trying to protect producers. Nearly 50% are going bankrupt in Quebec. Why? Because this government has not been able to come up with solutions to this softwood issue that has been a problem for too long.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's been 42 years, 13 governments. It's getting weird in here. You've got one side blaming the other side, and the other side blaming the other side for who's responsible, but neither have negotiated a good deal. One is on litigation. The Conservatives is based on tax the axe, adding taxes to softwood lumber manufacturers. So, Mr. Speaker, the Mayor of Kapuskasing, he calls on us. He says, can you support an approach that leverages affordable, expedient, and climate-resilient solutions to address this crisis, one that leverages the benefits of wood-based products and mass timber construction? I want to get back to solutions, Mr. Speaker, instead of pointing fingers. Maybe my colleague can actually talk about solutions, because what we've been doing for 42 years isn't working. Again, tonight's debate is getting weird. It's like it's just... finger pointing isn't why we were sent here, Mr. Speaker. We're sent here to get things done and find solutions to our problems.
There's not much time left, but the Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable, the committee report, the Standing Committee on International Trade report, approved by the NDP, has given the recommendation of entrusting the Prime Minister with this issue, because the Prime Minister is the only one who can intervene with the American President and reach a solution on this softwood lumber issue. Unfortunately, the Prime Minister is not doing his job, and unfortunately, he is supported in his NDP coalition. Perhaps my colleague should not have signed that agreement, otherwise we wouldn't be talking about softwood lumber today.
Long on this evening is to keep our comments and questions short so everybody can participate in it. I know we've gone long a few times there, so I really want to keep us on time. Continuing debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Export Development, International Trade and Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good evening, everyone. As the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Export Promotion, International Trade and Economic Development, I'm proud to participate in this vital Take Note debate and to highlight our government's steadfast support of Canada's softwood lumber industry. We are here tonight because the softwood lumber dispute between Canada and the United States is a long-standing trade irritant in an otherwise fruitful bilateral trading relationship. Unfortunately, this latest round is hardly the first time that the U.S. lumber industry has sought undue protections from fair competition with Canada's leading-edge softwood lumber products. Even worse is that the fact that some of our American allies continue to succumb to protectionist pressures by imposing unjustified duties on Canadian softwood lumber products. The current round of the dispute is the fifth of its kind in the last 40 years. While we will always stand shoulder to shoulder with the companies, workers, innovators, and exporters who make Canada's lumber industry second to none, the fact that we have yet that we have to yet again revisit this dispute speaks to the need of our continued engagement and advocacy on this file. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the unwarranted duties imposed by the United States on Canada's softwood lumber exports have caused harm to our industry and to the communities and workers that rely on it. The softwood lumber industry is a key component of our highly integrated forestry sector. It contributes to over 200,000 well-paying jobs for hard-working Canadians. The federal government recognizes the importance of the softwood lumber industry to communities across the country and to the Canadian economy more broadly. That is why resolving the softwood lumber dispute has been a top priority of our government, and it will continue to be a priority until we see a resolution. The federal government has been relentless in its pursuit of legal challenges against U.S. duties. Canada has contested every U.S. decision imposing or maintaining unfair U.S. duties on Canadian softwood lumber. The most recent example dates from just a few months ago when the Minister of Export Promotion, International Trade and Economic Development announced a legal challenge to a U.S. decision to maintain the duties on Canadian softwood lumber instead of revoking them. This decision implied that it would be harmful to the U.S. lumber industry if duties were removed from Canadian products. Mr. Speaker, that is just plainly inaccurate and unfounded. The truth is that the United States cannot produce enough lumber to meet its domestic demand, so they need lumber imports. Fair competition from Canada should be treated fairly. To be clear, impartial international arbitrators have consistently found Canada to be a fair and reliable trading partner in previous rounds of the softwood lumber dispute. In the current round, we have already seen favorable decisions for Canada, which recognizes that we have said since the beginning. The Canadian softwood lumber industry is not unfairly subsidized, and it does not dump its products in the U.S. market. I will mention just two examples. In August of 2020, a WTO panel ruled on Canada's challenge to U.S. countervailing duties. That panel ruled overwhelmingly in Canada's favor. In particular, it stated clearly that U.S. countervailing duties on Canadian softwood lumber are inconsistent with the United States' international obligations. More recently, in October of 2023, a binational NAFTA Chapter 19 panel reviewed the lawfulness of U.S. anti-dumping duties and issued a decision that was overall in Canada's favor. Mr. Speaker, Canada has 13 ongoing legal challenges against U.S. duties, and we firmly believe that as these challenges proceed, we will see more and more of these legal rulings confirming our position that U.S. duties are not in compliance with WTO obligations, nor with U.S. law. We expect additional developments in our legal cases this year and look forward to welcoming further recognition of Canada's fair trading practices. That said, our government recognizes that while these U.S. duties remain in place, they're having a negative impact on Canadians. That is why our government swiftly reacted to the imposition of U.S. trade measures in 2017 with the announcement of a comprehensive support package, the Softwood Lumber Action Plan. This package was designed to help mitigate the wide-ranging effects of the unjustified U.S. measures on our workers and communities in a manner consistent with Canada's international obligations. In addition to our legal challenges to the U.S. duties, Canada is pressing the United States at every opportunity to find a mutually acceptable outcome to this dispute. Our Prime Minister has stressed the importance of finding common ground to President Biden, including during President Biden's recent visit in March to Canada last year. Moreover, the Minister of International Trade routinely raises concerns over the continued imposition of U.S. duties on softwood lumber products with our U.S. counterpart, Ambassador Katherine Tai, U.S. Trade Representative. In those conversations, our government has consistently reiterated to Ambassador Tai that Canada is, as always, ready and willing to work constructively toward a durable outcome that provides stability and predictability to the sector. Sadly, the United States has yet to demonstrate that same willingness. However, we are confident that a positive outcome for all parties can be reached. It is in the United States' own interest to engage collaboratively on this issue. Its own domestic lumber industry remains unable to satisfy growing U.S. demand, and that is where Canadian industry steps in with high-quality products. Many Americans recognize how beneficial it is to have such a reliable source of lumber to build new homes and complete renovation projects. U.S. home builders and certain U.S. lawmakers have called for prompt U.S. action and the removal of U.S. duties because they are rightfully concerned over housing affordability. At a time when affordability is a significant issue for many, it is very disappointing, Mr. Speaker, that the United States recently signaled its intention to increase these unfair duties later this year. But this only strengthens our resolve. Canada will continue to push back and defend the interest of our softwood lumber industry through all available avenues. I would be remiss if I did not highlight our close collaboration with provinces and territories, as well as industry stakeholders, Indigenous partners, and other key players in our effort to defend Canada's interest. For example, our government works closely with stakeholders and partners to mount the best legal defense possible. We provide information and support to companies about navigating the complex U.S. trade remedy proceedings, and we regularly consult stakeholders on their civic interests within the broader context of this dispute. Mr. Speaker, as the Parliamentary Secretary, I have the honour of working closely with the Minister of Export Promotion, International Trade and Economic Development to deliver upon our ambitious mandate and stand up for Canadian businesses, exporters, and hardworking Canadians. Recently, I have had the honour of visiting Kelowna, British Columbia, to visit with local businesses. I've traveled to Washington, D.C. to help advocate for Canadian exporters, and to Nairobi, Kenya, to help enhance our trade ties with Africa. In all of these instances, as well as in my role as on the Standing Committee on International Trade, I have been acutely aware of both how important the softwood lumber industry is to Canada's economy and how and why Canada must continue to be tireless in our advocacy for a fair, rules-based approach to international trade disputes. I am convinced that the same approach is one we can and should take here tonight as part of this important debate. I know that everyone in this House stands united in its support of our softwood lumber industry. I am convinced that a true Team Canada approach is the cornerstone to achieving a positive outcome for Canada in this dispute, and that is why we will continue to work closely with key stakeholders and partners, including members of this House from all parties in all aspects of this unfortunate dispute. Mr. Speaker, the federal government's approach to this round of the softwood lumber dispute is comprehensive. We are taking concrete action through both legal avenues and through bilateral engagements to have these unfair U.S. duties revoked. Separately, we have also acted swiftly to mitigate the impacts of the U.S. trade measures on workers and communities while we continue to pursue a durable negotiated outcome. Let there be no doubt the Canadian softwood lumber industry and the communities and the workers that rely on it know that we have their backs, and Mr. Speaker, we will continue to have their backs. Thank you so much.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've never seen a government try to polish failure like I've watched members of this Liberal government today in this debate try and polish their failure. It has been almost 9 years of this dispute now. The last time there was a dispute, it was resolved by Prime Minister Harper in 76 days. We're now at 9 years. 9 years. 9 years. 183 bankruptcies in the forestry industry. Tens of thousands of jobs lost. And they keep saying, well, what we're doing is going to show success. It's been 9 years. It's not working. The softwood lumber industry actually had an idea. They wanted former Ambassador David McNaughton to be a special envoy to resolve the dispute. The minister refused to ask questions, answer questions at committee about this, why they wouldn't do this. So all we're hearing is the same old, the wheels are in motion, the check's in the mail. What are they going to do differently? Canadians in the softwood lumber industry can't wait another 18 months, 9 years. They've lost too much already. What are they going to do differently specifically other than have the minister send a letter expressing her disappointment?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, through you, I'd like to thank the member opposite for that very important question. Mr. Speaker, we've heard time and time again today that Conservatives highlight the deal, the supposed deal that former Prime Minister Harper signed. It's easy to sign a deal when you're going to fold and capitulate on an industry. And that's what the Conservatives urged us to do during the CUSMA renegotiations, and that's what they're asking us to do now. We're hearing about this 2006 softwood lumber deal. You know what that deal did? It required Canadian firms and exporters to pay heightened export taxes ranging from 5 to 15%. Quite simply, they shifted the burden to our softwood exporters and producers. That agreement remained in effect for 7 years, Mr. Speaker, and our softwood lumber industry had to carry that burden for 7 years. That hurt our exporters and producers in this country. And under that deal reached by the Harper Conservatives, Canada also had to forfeit $1 billion of disputed funds, which were then redistributed to American lobbyists and industry groups. And why won't the Conservative members highlight that? They don't want to highlight the export tax that came about this deal. But I'm happy to share that we'll continue working for the lumber industries and not capitulate like the Conservatives have.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Chairman. Well, I come from a forestry sector region, and we've been hard hit by the crisis. We were hard hit by the crisis in the year 2000. Now, at one point, I met with the Parliamentary Secretary on a mission to Washington, and I took the opportunity to talk to the Americans about softwood lumber. They weren't going to talk about it, but I found it important to address this with the Americans. Now, the Build Back Better Act was one that provided a lot of money for building. Why didn't we get involved? There was an opening there. But we always had to raise this debate in the House of Commons. I'd like to know whether the benchmarks won't be revised, because right now they disadvantage Quebec. There should be no surtax. Now, Quebec, they're making their choices, but we're footing the bill. We are suffering the consequences. Can they stop disadvantaging Quebec? This is an underfunded sector compared to the oil sector. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Development and Economic.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Honourable Member for that very important question. I hope to answer in French one day. I'm working on my French, but the member opposite mentioned advocacy efforts, and we take every opportunity. The Prime Minister took every opportunity. Last year when President Biden visited Canada in March, the Prime Minister raised it with President Biden. At every opportunity, our Trade Minister brings this up, including many ministers in Cabinet. And it's very important that we continue to raise these advocacy efforts. The member opposite mentioned in terms of supports and what we're doing and what more we can do. And I want to highlight Budget 2023 provide an additional close to $370 million over 3 years to renew and update the forest sector supports. And this includes support for research and development, Mr. Speaker, Indigenous and international leadership. We've also invested in over $130 million in the sector to accelerate the adoption of transformative technologies and products through the Investment in Forestry Industry Transformation Program, as well as over $12 million to provide economic opportunities for Indigenous communities in the forest sector through the Indigenous Forestry Initiative. So whether you're in BC, Alberta, Quebec, or any of the other provinces, we'll continue to be there with the lumber industry, because we know they support over 200,000 jobs and they support innovation in our sector.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, in British Columbia, we know we have fibre supply issues that are impacting our mills. And what did the BC NDP Premier David Eby do? He appointed he created a new Minister of State for Fibre Supply. Andrew Mercier got the appointment. And it's an entirely new portfolio. It's first time in the history of British Columbia. And he's already delivered a report on March 31st, Mr. Speaker, to start implementing action to help deal with that. But we talked about full court press in here earlier and the need for it. And I'm not dismissing or disputing that my colleague and friend across the way isn't working hard. He's the Parliamentary Secretary for Export Promotion, International Trade, and Economic Development. That's a lot to carry. But is this government going to take this issue seriously like British Columbia did and actually create a minister responsible to deal with the softwood lumber dispute, or a parliamentary secretary even, just dedicated just to this issue, someone on point, not dealing with anything else, just like province of British Columbia did. You're in a crisis. You need to have someone just completely, solely dedicated to this. So my question through you, Mr. Speaker, is he going back to the Prime Minister and saying to the Prime Minister this, that his portfolio is wide, that they need to hone it down and put someone just on this and work with members of Parliament across the aisle, like myself and other MPs that are here tonight, so that we can do a full court press in the United States and work with state governments and the federal government in the U.S.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, through you to the member opposite, for that very, very important and very valid question, Mr. Speaker. Recently we've launched our Team Canada-U.S. engagement strategy, where we're doing just that. We're leading Team Canada's effort to engaging with our counterparts in the U.S., whether that's through industry groups, whether that's on the government side. We want to make sure that we involve everyone in this House, because it's a Team Canada approach. We represent Canadians at the end of the day. And, speaking about BC and innovation, they are really doing game-changing things out in BC, and we're seeing that on the economic development side. When the minister takes trade missions to the Indo-Pacific region, recently in Japan, she was joined by Bruce St. John's, the president of Canada Wood, Kamo Sengera of Sand Industries, and Rob Go of Mosaic Forest Management to talk about, some of their innovative Canadian products. Because, Mr. Speaker, while we want to make sure we continue to advocate for results from this softwood lumber dispute, we also want to be there to make sure that we're opening new markets. And so we now have over a dozen free trade agreements. We now have that opens up 51 different countries, 1.5 billion consumers for our lumber, our innovative products here in Canada. And the minister will continue doing that, working alongside all of our colleagues in this House.
Questions and comments, Question Commentaire, or the Honourable Member for Richmond Centre.
Speaker, we've always believed that the best deals are reached at the bargaining table, and our government is prepared to negotiate in good faith with our American counterparts, but we aren't willing to just accept any deal at any cost. And when our government was renegotiating CUSMA with the Trump administration, former Prime Minister Harper urged Canadian government to fold and capitulate. Can the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary share with the House what is being done when it comes to resolving softwood lumber dispute and supporting our lumber industry?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. Through you, I'd like to thank my colleague from out in BC for his tireless advocacy on this very important topic and for his residents. And so, Mr. Speaker, of course, we'll continue to advocate on behalf of Canadian exporters and producers. But really, when we come back to this agreement that the Conservatives keep highlighting from the Harper era, the lumber producers are still feeling the impacts of that. And absolutely, we'll take no lessons in terms of, signing an agreement like that when you just fold and capitulate on the entire industry. They've asked us to do that when we renegotiated the CUSMA agreement. And they've consistently voted against measures to support the industry. And we are still feeling the impacts of the deal they desperately signed in 2006. For 7 years, that burdened lumber producers across Canada and really hurt employees, and it hurt the innovation in the sector.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Columbia.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time. Mr. Speaker, there's a critical issue that's been plaguing Canada's economic landscape for decades: the softwood lumber dispute with the United States. This long-standing conflict has added strain on the livelihoods of countless Canadians who have depend on the forest industry. Softwood lumber, a vital component of Canada's forest sector, especially in Kootenay, Columbia, has been subjected to punitive tariffs by the United States under the pretext of unfair subsidies provided by Canadian governments to their lumber producers. The lasting resolution remains elusive due to the Liberals' inability to close, leaving Canadian lumber producers, both large and small, in a constant state of uncertainty and vulnerability. These duties have devastating impacts on the small lumber producers, and the effects are felt right down to the employee loading wood in a belt, which, if you've ever worked in a sawmill, that's called a green chain. The forestry sector is 10% of the workforce in Kootenay, Columbia. The only industry larger is steel coal. Despite promising to prioritize softwood lumber dispute and work towards a fair and equitable solution, the government's actions have fallen short of expectations. Time and time again, we've witnessed a lack of strategic foresight and proactive engagement from this government, leading to prolonged periods of uncertainty and frustration. Mr. Speaker, softwood lumber was not mentioned in the 2019 budget, and in 2021, I specifically asked the minister to take a stance to protect Canadian workers and the forestry industry. Here we are 3 years later with no action. The lack of action directly relates to the capital investments in mills when no agreements are in place. Just the other day, Mr. Speaker, I was in Selmo talking with the owner of a cedar mill. He's ready to invest $10 million into modernization, but with no solid agreement in place and access to fiber, it's difficult. And it's not only Porcupine, Atco, Hushcroft, Kolesnikov, McDonald, Galloway. These are generational mills who contribute significantly to our communities, who know how to sustain the environment for future generations. Instead of leveraging diplomatic channels and trade negotiations to secure a favorable outcome for the Canadian lumber producers, the Liberal government is stuck in a cycle of inaction. The failure to effectively address underlying grievances of the United States, coupled with a lack of decisive action on the home front, has only made the situation worse, leaving our forestry industry at the mercy of arbitrary tariffs and protectionist measures. The absence of any sort of plan to softwood lumber industry has undermined Canada's credibility on the international stage and has shaken the confidence in our ability to safeguard the interests of our citizens. In the face of mounting economic pressures and global uncertainties, there is a need right now for strong and principled leadership, and that has never been more apparent. Mr. Speaker, Canadian manufacturers are currently facing the longest period without a negotiated settlement in the U.S. softwood lumber dispute, resulting in the accumulation of upwards of $10 billion in countervailing duties and duty fees. This ongoing issue has significantly impacted the industry, creating challenges and skepticism in the process. After speaking with the Interior Lumber Manufacturers Association, we found that value-added producers are facing another unique challenge when it comes to the softwood lumber dispute. They pay their duties based on a higher sale price. As a result, it costs more money for them to manufacture. And when raw material leaves Canada going to the U.S., then we lose that. We used to have, in 2006, under Conservative government, $500 per 1,000 board feet maximum duty. That was it. Now we don't have that, so these high-end products are more expensive. Mr. Speaker, what's a Liberal plan moving forward? It's imperative that the government take immediate action and resolve softwood lumber dispute by engaging with our American counterparts. The softwood lumber industry represents a glaring failure of leadership on the part of the Liberal government. It's time for the Liberal government to step up to the plate, demonstrate true commitment to the interests of hardworking folks in the forest industry, and finally put an end to this dispute. Mr. Speaker, how long will Canadians have to wait for the government to deliver on their promises?
Questions and comments? Question contraire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, for many years as a parliamentarian, one of the frustrations has been the issue of softwood lumber, Mr. Speaker, and it is an issue that comes up far too often. And to say that it's the government of Canada's fault versus, let's say, the former government of Canada or the former Prime Minister, I think does a disservice in terms of the issue in which the U.S. lumber barons and how they control the market in the United States, and to the degree in which it has been devastating for many companies here in Canada. And I would like to suggest to the member that what we need to be talking about is ways in which we can continue to walk with our producers and others, industry stakeholders, to protect the Canadian interest because of those large lumber barons down in the United States. And if the member could just provide his thoughts on those barons.
The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the member's question opposite. Right now it's sort of demonstrating that 8 years, it's been a long time. It's been over 8 years. The last 4 years, I've been pushing for the minister to start looking at resolving it with nothing. It's time now to show leadership. So when we're talking earlier about solutions, we need strong leadership so that we can actually start making some headway. Because right now, we're not going anywhere. This is good to have this debate because I have so many sawmills in my area. I mean, I just named the larger ones, or the smaller ones. I've got big ones as well, which are suffering the same fate of losing staff. So it is time to get somewhere. We haven't moved forward in 8 years. It's time to move forward.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Honourable colleague from Kootenay, Columbia. It's nice to have so many British Columbia MPs here tonight standing up for our forests and for the industry, and wondering if he would agree that while the U.S. is imposing these unfair duties, be a good time to ask the federal Minister for Trade to stop approving any permits for the export of saw logs when our mills still need logs to process locally.
The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
And you know, I live in the Kootenays, and one of the border crossings is Kingsgate. And when I see raw logs heading south, because that's the border, I look at that, and then I've got some sawmills that are do laminated processes, because they're trying to use all of the wood, and they can't compete with the price of the U.S. because the raw logs are going. That's where we're losing jobs. I mean, that's half. The other half, of course, is the fiber we can't get, but raw logs heading south, that just takes jobs away from Canadians.
Kamal Tar, the Honourable Member Courtney Alberni.
One thing we haven't talked a lot about tonight is rail service. Now, we need to ensure that a rail service in and out of our mills from coast to coast is dealt with, because it's a huge deal, Mr. Speaker, actually. We often find ourselves at the whim of our shippers, whether it's CN or CP, and have no other options to get our product to market. Does my colleague agree that the federal government needs to develop a strategy to improve rail service for rural and remote communities in the sector so that we can actually get our products to market efficiently and affordable? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Well, I totally agree. I mean, it's very challenging through the Rocky Mountains, through all our mountain passes for rail. That's so much different than, say, Europe. But yeah, we do need to be able to open the door to be more effective and efficient in our cross-border, trade with the United States as well. I have one sawmill that has their own train that can go down into the U.S. from right through near Trail. So we do have one of that, but the rest of it, we have one line. We only have CP in the southern part of the province. So to actually improve how we are delivering the product will also keep the cost of our product down, which makes us most competitive internationally.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Would my colleague agree, and I know that he comes from a region where softwood is important, but would he agree with me in saying that renegotiating CUSMA is a missed opportunity, and when it comes time to renegotiate in 2025, we can't miss out on the opportunity?
Columbia, very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. That should have been dealt with at the date we did CUSMA. We didn't do it. Now we're back to where we're going to have to do it now, and hopefully we will get this done in the next short period. Otherwise, we will lose a lot more jobs in the upcoming years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The softwood lumber dispute between Canada and the USA has been going on for decades, generating significant trade tensions. If the U.S. government's temporary determination is maintained, the countervailing and anti-dumping duties it imposes on Canadian lumber would rise from 8.05% to 13.86%. This would cause considerable damage. Of all the forestry companies in Quebec, nearly 250 come from Indigenous communities, and these seasoned entrepreneurs know forestry inside out. All too often, the concerns of these entrepreneurs are underestimated, as forest industry crises bring their own share of uncertainty. Think of the difficulty communities have in obtaining financing when their businesses are shaken by such crises. This reality is heightened. Think of programs that are not adapted to their reality and for which they are often inadmissible because of their legal form. They are not incorporated. They cannot be. When the forestry industry goes through a crisis, it's the most isolated Indigenous communities that are affected and impoverished. The involvement of Indigenous communities in the forestry sector is beneficial both economically and ecologically. This is due to the deep and ancestral connection these communities have with forest lands, which encourages sustainable and responsible practices. Companies help to create local jobs, train skilled workers, and diversify economic opportunities in sometimes remote or economically fragile regions. Over 80% of Indigenous forestry companies are very small businesses, but they are essential to the economic life of their communities. Only 20% of Indigenous companies have the capacity to offer greater employment opportunities in Indigenous communities. And Quebec's forestry regime complies with the requirements of international trade agreements and respects the principles of free trade. It complies with requirements of international trade agreements and respects the principles of free trade. The problem is not Quebec. Allegations that our companies practice dumping or benefit from disguised subsidies are unfounded and totally unjustified. Decisions by international tribunals have systematically rejected American arguments, but the United States persists in their determination to maintain unfair and punitive tariffs. This threatens our Quebec and Indigenous forestry companies and our jobs. Mr. Speaker, in the face of this critical solution, the Bloc is proposing concrete action to support our forest industry and our communities. First, the federal government must set up a program of loans and loan guarantees to match the sums retained in the United States via the taxes imposed. We also need to amend, or rather recognize, Quebec's process. And we also need to amend the Canada-US-Mexico agreement so that the litigation process is better supervised and no longer leaves room for unfair delaying tactics. We should also ask for a tax exemption for wood from private forests. These measures are essential to protect our jobs, our businesses, and our resource regions in the face of unfair U.S. trade practices. It's time to take decisive, concerted action to defend our forestry industry and secure its prosperous future. Because I would invite you to come to our regions and areas that suffered under the lumber crisis and saw a government invest in oil and gas, but have not helped in Quebec. And this has an impact on villages. 26,000 jobs were lost through this conflict in Quebec. And what is also frustrating, Madam Chair, is that Quebec developed its own system. And if you would like an example for Quebec sovereignty that would be very positive, especially for my region, we would be able to have our own agreements with the United States, and we would not be penalized because of BC's actions. I hope that we will be investing and be able to add value and overcome these issues, and perhaps have a Quebec version of IKEA, for example. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the Honourable colleague for that impassionate speech. Listening to industry, I'm hearing about the impacts of wildfires on the lumber industry because, as we know, wildfires have destroyed thousands and thousands of acres of forest land. And I know when we talk about supporting industry and innovation, the conversation should also be about climate change and how we can help mitigate the impacts of climate change on the industry like the lumber industry. What would my colleagues say in terms of what more can we do in working with the industry to ensure that we're supporting and protecting our environment?
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to thank my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, for talking about forest fires, because this has a significant impact in my riding and in northern Quebec. These forestry on entrepreneurs invested thousands of dollars and were ravaged by forest fires. But the federal government was not there to help them. There wasn't the wiggle room offered to those entrepreneurs so that they could go get their equipment and revitalize the industry. They would have needed help. And same for EI, because there were weeks of work lost by workers, and they weren't able to make that up at the end of the summer. The federal government will need to find significant solutions for investing, for example, in agriculture. People are suffering.
Mr. Schwab.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Atibi-Temiskaming for his comments tonight. He mentioned government loans, government security to reinvest in the businesses and the forestry sector. The forestry workers that I know are very proud of their work. The mill owners, the small mill owners, the loggers, the road builders. I think they would far rather develop things on their own, but they're not able to because of the billions of dollars, $8 to $10 billion being held by the U.S. in these countervailing duties. Would he agree with me that it would be far better if those companies could get those countervailing duty payments made to them so they wouldn't be reliant on government loans and security? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for thinking about entrepreneurs. But we're talking about a political conflict here, and it's the government playing political games that should be there defending us. And if they're not defending us, they should be paying for it. It's not up to the workers. The government needs to fight for them. The federal government prefers to invest in oil and gas instead of the forestry industry, which is renewable. And there needs to be an investment in sustainable development, truly sustainable. And if there's a political price to pay, it's not for the workers to pay it. It's easy to say it goes into a fund, and then when we win the legal battle that we will win against the Americans because we know what they're doing is illegal, well then we could reimburse the government. The government has deep enough pockets for it anyway.
One thing I really want to thank my colleague for, and I appreciate, is he talked about the importance of Indigenous-led forestry companies and the role they play. And there's a new forestry company in the coast of British Columbia called ISCOM, which is a consortium, basically, of over 20 First Nations in coastal British Columbia that just launched last week. And it's led by Chief John Jack of the Huu-ay-aht Nation and the former elected Chief Robert Dennis. And Madam Speaker, we know the forest industry currently employs about 10,000 Indigenous individuals, both directly and indirectly, and it's crucial to provide more support for economic opportunities in Indigenous and rural communities, fostering the development of the forest bioeconomy and encouraging diverse partnerships and collaborations. And the Indigenous Natural Resource Partnerships Program, led by Natural Resources Canada, it needs to be expanded, Madam Speaker. In doing so, it can play a crucial role in supporting projects related to forest management, workplace training, and the production of conventional forest products, especially investing in the forest bioeconomy that will establish community-based employment and businesses promoting diversification and scalability. My question quickly is, what is the federal government, does my colleague agree that the federal government needs to invest in renewing and expanding the Natural Resource Canada program as a broader strategy for this sector? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. You have 15 seconds. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to my colleague. It is important to talk about the Indigenous perspective. It's part of reconciliation to allow Indigenous communities to have better means to act. And so programs need to be reviewed and have programs made by and for Indigenous people. For example, a company from Quebec, if you want an inspiring example.
Member for Saanich Highlands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to rise at this hour to speak on this important Take Note debate. I'm I feel compelled to start with the sad news that was originally shared earlier tonight by the member for Similkameen Nicola, that the Honourable John Fraser, former Speaker of the House, former Member of Parliament, and a valiant conservation champion. He served as Minister of the Environment in the government of the Right Honourable Joe Clark. He served as Minister for Fisheries. He was a British Columbian, a progressive conservative, a very close friend, and he died a few days ago, and we have flowers in the hallway outside under his portrait. And when we talk about British Columbia forests, and we talk about the softwood lumber disputes, over many years, John was very involved in advocating for the protection of our forests. He played a key role, as I mentioned, on the floor of this place just not that long ago with the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney, in getting the logging of the old-growth forests, the forests of what is now Guayahanas National Park. Played a key role in that, even as Speaker of the House. I remember, I'll just briefly reflect that he, in the center block speakers' chambers with a number of visiting conservationists and First Nations, proposed a toast to, and I'll quote him, to the conspiracy to save the planet. It was a nonpartisan conspiracy with progressive conservatives, with Liberals, New Democrats, and members of the Bloc all working together. And so, in his memory, I just want to dedicate this reflection on the state of our forests, of the ongoing softwood lumber disputes, and just say how dearly he will be missed. He was 92 years old when he passed, but there's no stronger environmentalist in the history of this country than the Honourable John Fraser. Well, as this brief remark and reflection might suggest, I've been following the softwood lumber dispute for some time. Written much about it over the years. I mean, going back to what some Canadians will remember in the 1980s, it sounded like some kind of awful disease that we had to deal with shakes and shingles. But it wasn't a joke. We have had relentless opposition from the U.S. to a fair shake for the Canadian forest industry. It's been, as has been reflected by a very active participant in tonight's debate, my friend from Courtenay Alberni, who's reflected on the fact that this is 42 years of being somehow unable to resolve what appears to be a long-running and bad soap opera. We've had moments of clarity and moments that fell apart. I certainly think that the current Minister of Trade could be far more active in making this a top priority issue when dealing with the United States. But I also think it's unfair to suggest that nothing's been done by the current government on trade disputes, because I think it is quite remarkable that, and again with the late Brian Mulroney's help, that the current government was able to get to any trade agreement with the former administration of former President. Let's hope to God we can continue to refer to him always as the former President, Donald Trump, who is at his essence protectionist, isn't really interested in liberalized trade or fair trading rules, or even in the global trade regime, of which I also have many criticisms. It's close to a miracle that we have CUSMA, and that we were able to actually improve on the agreement by getting rid of Chapter 11 and the investor-state dispute resolution processes, and improve on the energy chapter, but we were not able to improve on this perennial crisis of softwood lumber. We know that the deal that we had, which bought us some time, and bought us quite a lot of time in 2006, but at a cost, because it, I should pause here again, Madam Speaker. There really, in a take note debate, is no such thing as a prize for best line of the night. So let this be a first. But I'd like to present, I wish I had something, if I had anything, it would be a prop, but I wouldn't be allowed to use it. I wish I had a trophy for the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni, for Tax the Axe. It it should go down in history. But malheureusement, je pense que comme...
Unfortunately, as my BQ colleague said, there's not a great translation for tax the axe. It's a good joke, but...
hats off to the member for Courtenay Alberni. Wish I'd thought of it, but, you know, there you go. Credit where credit's due. We didn't really protect our forest industry in the deal that bought time in 2006. And once it expired in 2015, we've had nothing in place instead. We keep winning. Let's be clear. We win in the World Trade Organization. We win before NAFTA panels. And the efforts of the U.S. Department of Commerce in saying that our industry is somehow unfair to the U.S. industry. Those arguments and a fact-based approach in response. We win in the courts, but the U.S. Department of Commerce is a domestic and political organization. And again, if I was giving a prize, I mean, champion lobbyists, again, the U.S. Lumber Coalition, are able to come back over and over and over again. So tonight, when we have a take note debate, and again, I'm backing up for credit where credit's due to the honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe Bagotte. Thank you, merci pour l'effort.
Thank you for the efforts for your February 5th efforts. Thank you to the member for Saint-Hyacinthe Bagotte for trying to have an emergency debate.
In early February of this year, to have an emergency debate when the U.S. Department of Commerce said, oh, guess what? The duties we've been applying at about 8.05% are going to go up to 13.86%. And that's just what we're doing, and we don't have to have a reason. You know, it's often the case that I look at the United States of America and say, yeah, Barack Obama isn't George Bush, and George Bush isn't Donald Trump, but the United States of America is the United States of America, and they just keep doing what they do, and it isn't fair and it isn't right, and Canada should be able to do something more, although it's not nothing to go back to another international tribunal, as our government is doing, complain of the unfairness of the situation, that it's not right to keep hiking duties. So focusing on solutions, and we've heard quite a few tonight. Let's look at the solution that was originally put forward in the block request for an emergency debate. In this budget coming up April 16th, let's put some money forward so that Canadian industries that are being unfairly impacted by this can receive some compensation from our government, and we'll eventually try to get it out of the U.S. some other way to keep our industry afloat and keep it whole. The amount of U.S. structural lumber going into the U.S. has been going up steadily. I think that's why they're raising the tariffs. Over the last couple of years and the explosion in demand for construction materials, we're getting more of the pie for Canada than we did, say, even 5-6 years ago. This is why American manufacturers and the lumber group is upset about it and looking for more duties to hit us hard. What else could we do? We could make sure that Canadian structural lumber is used more in Canada. We could stop raw log exports, because that does require a federal permit. We could make sure that our mills in Canada are not lacking for fiber supply to keep our workers going on triple shifts 7 days a week if they want to. Shipping out raw logs is wrong. Recently in Dubai at COP28, all the countries on earth essentially embraced something that I don't think has been spoken of in this House. It's called, quote unquote, a circular economy. The idea being that the rip and strip idea, which is exemplified by logging in places that need to be protected, particularly old growth forests, let's just rip and strip and get that out and ship it someplace else and not create the jobs here. If we're serious about raising Canadian productivity, we want a circular economy. If we're serious, in the 20 seconds I have left, Madam Speaker, I know we could stop raw log exports and make sure we take better care of the ecological health of our forests while also protecting our workers. And lastly, we do need to act on the climate crisis, because the biggest threat to our forests isn't the U.S. Lumber Association, the Lumber Coalition. It's the climate crisis. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
The honourable member didn't have those 20 seconds, but I'm glad I gave questions and comments. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Madam Speaker, through you, I'd like to thank the member opposite for that very informative speech. Madam Speaker, through you, I'd like to ask the member, today we heard about this wonderful deal during the Harper era that was signed and really hurt the industry, hurt jobs across the sector for 7 straight years. It imposed an export tax on producers from 5 to 15%. Would the member opposite think that's a fair approach? And what does the member opposite think in terms of what the Conservatives are doing in terms of protecting our environment and fighting climate change? Because we do know we need to protect the forest industry, but we also need to protect our environment.
The honourable member for Saanich School Highlands.
I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary because whether he intended to or not, he did allow me to sneak in something I ran out of time to mention, which is that the forest industry quite neatly overlays rural and remote areas of Canada and a lot of Indigenous territories and a lot of Indigenous communities. So yes, we need to do a better job protecting our forests. The forest industry in Canada, despite their press, is not perfect. It could do a better job on its environmental performance. We could sequester more carbon in our forests. And again, what I think of the Conservatives' lack of policy on climate is a long speech of nothing, but I'm afraid if I told the Liberal member what I thought of the Liberal climate policies, he wouldn't be very pleased either. So I'll end it there, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments? The
honourable member for Kootenay-Albany.
Columbia.
Columbia. Yes.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a quick question on talking forestry management, which, of course, in British Columbia is a significant question today. I've been talking with the, provincial party on forestry management because it, of course, affects all of our forestry industry. Would you agree that? Would you agree, Madam Speaker, that perhaps a solution that has not been used and should be is all of our small, especially very small generational sawmills, like 4, 5, 6 generations, those people who work in those sawmills, they know forestry management better than anyone because they are there to make sure that their families can then take over the businesses, and it's been going for years. So they understand forestry management, yet they're not brought to the table. So I'm wondering if you think that that's something that could be explored to help us with forestry management.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Highlands.
Thank you. Thank you, the honourable member for Kootenay-Columbia. There's no question that we in this country tend to have a default preference for people who describe themselves as professionals as opposed to people who actually know what they're doing. I've always liked the quote that amateurs built the Ark and professionals built the Titanic. I do think we should bring to the table people who have intergenerational experience in managing their own lands, thinking to the 7 generations and not thinking only of rip and strip.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Abitibi Bay James. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I'd like to hear what she thinks about the fact that our forests are not protected enough. Does she think the government should support the sector financially rather than eclipsing it? And also, why is the U.S. Department playing such an enormous role? Thank you, Madam Chair. I completely agree. We need subsidies that favor the Canadian industry in this era of punishment from the American government. It would be a good idea for the Canadian federal government to give a monetary compensation to this industry and at the same time better protect Canadian forests, boreal forests, in conjunction with the Indigenous peoples and the United Nations in the future.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was just reading a quote from the release for ISCOM Investments, the new consortium in the coast of BC of Indigenous companies. And I was reading a quote from Wamish, Ken Watts. He's the elected chief councillor of Sachat Nation. He says, as First Nations decision makers and leaders, it is our responsibility to help find positive and productive solutions and be proactive in our efforts to solve the complex problems that society faces. And I want to thank my colleague, because that's what she's done tonight. And also, he cited, through the shared values of our consortium, it is our goal to demonstrate how businesses can work with First Nations and facilitate this change with new ways of thinking. Our nations have made a commitment to bring our paddles into the same canoe, together paddling as one as we move forward to exploratory opportunities. And Madam Speaker, what I'd really like us to learn from Chief Watts from Wamish is, can we do that here? Can we get ourselves in the same canoe and start paddling in the same direction? Because 42 years of going back and forth like this, it's not working, Madam Speaker. It's failing everybody. And you know, the government could invest or expand the Natural Resource Canada program, which really helped Indigenous communities. But maybe my colleague could speak about the importance of Indigenous ownership when it comes to forestry companies in Canada, and Indigenous knowledge, and the importance of that. And I want to thank my colleague for her speech and for tonight trying to force that debate and open up, talking about solutions to deal with these problems that are facing us right now.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my friend from Courtenay, Columbia. Look, the issue of forestry and between the Canada-U.S. debate is structural. Let's recognize that. Most of our forests and forest products are produced off land that is called Crown land. And in the U.S., it's on private land. And the stumpage fees we charge are viewed by the U.S. as being an unfair subsidy. Let's strip all that away. It's Indigenous land. We want to call it private land? Who did you steal it from? If you want to call it Crown land, where did we stake it from? What if we focus our efforts around forests on justice and reconciliation and land back and economic value and thinking to the 7 generations around projects like the one that my friend from Courtenay, Alberni just mentioned, and Chief Watts' impact there. We also need to re-examine our Constitution, because it's widely assumed that because in 1867 someone wrote down that provinces are in charge of forestry, that the feds have very little to do with it. Let's back up and say in 1867 we weren't talking about climate change, we weren't talking about Indigenous rights. Yes, forests, in terms of your annual allowable cut, your logging allowances, that's clearly provincial. But the federal government has a much bigger role here for biodiversity protection, for reconciliation, and for climate action. So let's take off our 1867 blinkers and figure out how we get everybody in the same canoe.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard a pun from my colleague. I don't think whether my colleague was saying this on purpose. She said an environmental measure that's been proven and works with the carbon tax. And countless times here in this chamber we hear axe the tax. It's as if this is a reversal. We're saying tax the axe. Stop taxing the axe. The axe is, of course, what our forest producers use when working in the forest industry. Should this not be a priority for this government? Instead of claiming axe the tax, let's stop taxing the axe, because investing in the forest is investing in the planet as well, and in durable, sustainable measures. I almost have nothing to add, because I completely agree with my Bloc colleague. It's also important, however, that when we have debates here in the House on the carbon price, it's almost useless to have this debate when we have this fundamental question, the biggest threat possible of climate change. There's only nuclear war that is a bigger threat. We should have science-based debates talk about evidence, and talk about the reality of our situation, which is so serious for our children and for our grandchildren. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm delighted to be here tonight to talk about softwood lumber. First of all, I'd like to inform you that I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Tobique-Maquaquac, with whom I had excellent discussions on the question of natural resources. And speaking of natural resources, I'd also like to thank my colleagues from the Wood Caucus, from the Bloc Québécois in particular, from Saint-Hyacinthe and Bagot, the Speaker for International Trade, Critic for International Trade, rather, and my colleague from Jonquière, Critic for Natural Resources, the member for Abitibi, the member for Trois-Rivières, for Gaspésie and the Magdalen Islands. As you well know, there's a lot of forest in Quebec. 20% of softwood lumber is produced in Quebec, and that means that softwood lumber keeps entire communities alive. It's a real economic pillar for us. I'd like to then pay tribute to these people, these workers, the unions, the businesses, because, well, this is my 9th year here as an MP. I was elected in 2015. 2015 was a date when we had new hope, and in 2016, Quebec adopted a new forestry program, a new forestry agenda, something that had been really the result of hard work. It quickly became outdated, however, and so we were hoping that something would be done. It's been 9 years now, and I'm still waiting. I haven't seen anything happy. We're still at the same starting point when we were hoping for new possibilities. I've heard colleagues say tonight there are other various possibilities. There's a NAFTA, CUSMA. There was NAFTA and CUSMA, however, these opportunities were not taken. So what I'll say to you tonight is that's where the Bloc Québécois comes in. We are the ones leading this debate. We don't hear about softwood lumber, about countervailing and anti-dumping tariffs. These are words that are never mentioned. Every now and then, perhaps, when there's talk of the U.S. At that point, a minister might say, no, we'll never let the Americans impose duties, and yet months later, when something happens, once again we hear, it won't work, we'll never let them. And yet I have not yet seen any change since 2015. Nothing at all. I've seen perhaps flashes of genius when people have said, oh, we're really stuck with this American client. What can we do? We can diversify. Let's go towards Asia. I remember there was such a program. A minister suggested this, but this changes nothing for us.
The Bloc Québécois asked for some guarantees, but when I talk to people in the industry, I'm thinking about someone in particular with whom I speak regularly. How is it that when we get to the other side of our side of the border, there's no one who really is defending this industry? I meet with representatives of the American Congress and people, for example, national home builders, but Canadians in their delegations never discuss this. Is it not the same thing that happened when we renegotiated NAFTA? What it was basically just a form, a kind of token. You know, we're talking about countervail and anti-dumping duties. There are people in Quebec who find this really difficult, but no matter, we're going to protect the auto sector. A debate like the one this evening brings the whole issue of softwood lumber onto the floor of the House of Commons. Is there someone from the government who might, do something, say they're going to do something? My colleague from British Columbia said it's been, 42 years. I'm almost 42 years old. Now, nothing is happening. There's nothing going on. And we in Quebec are suffering the consequences. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank the member opposite for her passionate speech and, supporting the softwood lumber industry through innovation, through diversifying trade is one of our key priorities, but also to stand up for our lumber industries and the workers in the industry. And so we are advocating, we'll continue to advocate. The Prime Minister has raised this on many occasions. The Minister of Trade has raised this on many occasions, and we'll continue to make sure that we fight for our lumber industries because we know it supports over 200,000 jobs across Canada, whether it's in Quebec or BC, Alberta, and all the other provinces. And my question to the member opposite is, in terms of innovation in the lumber industry, what more does she think can be done to ensure that our products, that are state-of-the-art products that people around the world are paying a premium dollar for, what more can we do to make sure those products get out to markets around the world?
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. The first thing I would say is that it's been 10 years where we've been waiting for something to be done about the softwood industry. So, two things we have to do. I'm not sure that we've ever discussed this, perhaps behind closed doors, but when a government wants to engage in diplomacy, it can still act in such a way that the message gets across, that it's understood that this is a priority. But in the Bloc Québécois, you will remember, we have mentioned measures that could be adopted. We're ready to cooperate and work together. But I think that this government is very disconnected from the industry and from our workers. There are people who lose jobs when there are villages that are becoming empty. Well, we have to deal with this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
For North Okanagan, Sushwap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Manicouagan for her speech tonight. We previously sat on or worked on the Fisheries Committee today and always valued her input. The question to her today came from, or just now, from the Parliamentary Secretary, has me puzzled. He was asking her if she thought what there could be done better. I thought that was the government's job to do the best they can for Canadians. Obviously, that's not happening because even he is asking the question, what could be done better? Would the member agree with me that the government has absolutely failed on this and they are looking now to everyone else for answers because they don't have them themselves?
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Madam Chair, it is indeed a failure on the part of the government in not having any solutions to deal with the sector, to help the sector. This is why we need independence, Madam Chair.
I too sat on the Standing Committee of Fisheries and Oceans with my colleague, and I really appreciated her fighting for rural Canada, whether it be her in Quebec or me in British Columbia, and we worked well together. Madam Speaker, I was reading a quote that was sent in to the Standing Committee of Finance. It was in a pre-budget consultation put forward by Paper Excellence, and they put, Madam Speaker, quote, greater support for Indigenous-led development in the forest bioeconomy. We're advocating for increased support for economic opportunities in Indigenous communities to foster the development of the forest bioeconomy and promote partnerships and collaborations through the expansion of the Indigenous Natural Resource Partnerships Program. Does my colleague agree? And again, while we're seeing Liberals and Conservatives pointing fingers at who's to blame for 42 years of failed softwood, what I've really liked about the Bloc is they've brought forward solutions tonight. And we have to talk about solutions because what the Conservatives and Liberals have been doing isn't working. So my question through my colleague, does she support in the upcoming budget that the federal government needs to invest and expand the Indigenous Natural Resource Partnership Program, and how critical it is that we support Indigenous-owned and led businesses and initiatives? Thank you.
The Honourable Member, 30 seconds. Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, it's clear that when we're talking about development, I'm talking about a riding like mine, but I thank my colleague for his question. We sat together on the Fisheries and Oceans Committee. We have to work in partnership. We have worked with the Innu people, the Askapi Nation. It's just common sense that we should do so. And we would like to see their economies being developed, be it for First Nations or for others. We work in partnership. We work together in order to find destinations for our exports. We have to do the work for First Nations, but the government has to do its part. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Member for Towick-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise once again in the People's House and to share on a very important subject that is near and dear to my heart, and that this dispute has been ongoing for now over 8 years without resolution. And quite frankly, obviously for all the rhetoric of it being a top priority of the government, that this needs to get resolved, and we're making this our most important priority, and we're seized with the issue. We are now 8 years out and still no solution. And workers across this country in the forestry sector are wondering at what point it will get resolved. And they wonder what the future is for their livelihoods and for their families. In the region that I represent, in western New Brunswick, we have several forestry-related jobs, mills and factories. In fact, it's quite personal to me in that my father worked in a pulp and paper mill for over 50 years of his life, and he carried a bucket to work every day with his lunch, the old lunch pail, the metal one, the aluminum one. And in fact, I have it in my office on my shelf as a reminder that I'm here because of people like my dad that carry those buckets every day, work hard in the forestry sector, keep our mills going and keep the lumber moving and keep products going overseas to help nations over there, but also provide good employment for people back here at home. And I'll never forget the time in the early 2000s when the mill went down. And my dad at that point had worked over 30 years in the pulp industry. What does a man do after working in that one sector for 30 years, who then all of a sudden loses his employment plus his pensions and everything he paid into, and overnight it disappeared quickly? It was devastating for that community where several hundred and several thousand indirect jobs were affected. The community was reeling, and thankfully, through some direct intervention and people getting very active and another company coming in and taking over, a year later, the mill was up and going again, and my dad was able to get back to work. And he worked several more years there, obviously another 20 years, and was able to get back on his feet. And throughout those years was able to make a good living for our family. But whether it's a pulp mill in Nakawik, or whether it's a softwood lumber mill in Florenceville, Bristol, or the one in Plaster Rock, there are literally hundreds and thousands of people in western New Brunswick whose livelihoods depend upon the healthy forestry sector. Those are good paying jobs and hardworking individuals, men and women who work in those factories and work in those mills to provide for their families. And we can no longer just be talking about getting to a solution, getting to the table, perhaps someday seeing a solution come to this issue. We need a proactive government that will prioritize it, and it can be done. We know what happened under the previous government. When Prime Minister Harper was in place, they got to a resolution within 79 days. If it could be done then, it can be done now, but we need a government that's going to be at the table aggressively fighting for the Canadian worker, because the health and vitality of our rural communities depends upon, in part, a healthy forestry sector, including the softwood lumber trade. Right now, tragically, we've seen in these last 8 years over 183 forestry-related and logging-related companies go bankrupt. How many thousands of jobs does that represent? Not only in the West Coast or in the East Coast, but across the country. The time for prioritizing our forestry sector and getting to solutions around this issue as it relates to softwood lumber dispute is now. And how does that happen? Through direct engagement, through making it a priority and being relentless in our pursuit. Don't say it's a priority. Prove it's a priority. Get to the table. Be forceful. Make sure something happens. I know that our American friends are very much aware that their housing costs are increasing. And in part, their housing costs are increasing for a reason. It's about supply and demand. Canada can help supply much needed, more additional lumber for the construction of houses down there that would help with their housing prices. There is a case to be made economically for more Canadian lumber to be getting into the U.S. We can make that case. And I know in my conversations with some U.S. counterparts on a personal level, because I'm a border riding, they have an appetite and a willingness to talk about that, and they recognize the challenge, and they know how Canada can help meet their resource needs. That country has resource needs. They're a big and a growing country. Canada is their most valued trading partner, and we are the closest in proximity, and we can be the supplier of these things. So let's get to the table and get this resolved as quickly as possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, we know that the Conservatives are saying that the Liberals have not made the softwood lumber agreement a priority, but I can tell you the Conservatives have made partisan politics a priority. And I want to talk about solutions, Madam Speaker. This is a quote from a letter I sent to the Minister calling for the federal government to support the biomass proposal that they did put in the fall economic statement. But I cited that with 1/5 of Canada's clean energy businesses being Indigenous owned, biomass investments reassert Canada's commitment to their 94 calls to action and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Indigenous-owned biomass facilities such as the Natural Resource Canada-supported White Sand Bioeconomy Centre can create hundreds of jobs for local Indigenous communities while simultaneously meeting local energy needs. And I want to talk about, my question through you, Madam Speaker, is hopefully we can actually get back to solutions. And I want to know if my colleague supports expanding the Indigenous National Partnerships Program and funding for companies like ISCOM, the new consortium on the west coast of British Columbia. And does he believe that we should be prioritizing investing in Indigenous-owned businesses and working towards solutions that are outside the box instead of the 42 years of pointing fingers? Because we need to do, obviously, our due diligence on international trade, but we also need to change what we're doing here at home.
The Honourable Member for Topic-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my honourable colleague from the West Coast. I must say that we share a passion for getting to solutions on this issue. And engaging with our Indigenous friends and our Indigenous partners on this is critical. It is a huge piece to the puzzle, but it must go beyond not just one particular group of individuals or Canadians, but it must take on all those who are affected by this across sectors and include what the stakeholders are saying, the mill owners are saying, those who work in the sector, because many times the debates in this House, we make decisions and we talk about things in esoteric terms, and we lose sight of the workers whose lives are most impacted by the decisions we make. Whether it's in natural resources or in fisheries or in any of the energy sector, oftentimes decisions get made without true consultation and considering the lives and the livelihoods that are going to be most impacted by these decisions. So, Madam Speaker, I would encourage that all of us make sure that we're meaningfully at the table to make sure that this situation gets resolved sooner rather than later. It must be a priority.
The Honourable Member for Kootenay-Columbia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my question to the member, thank you so much for your speech. And also, I recognize that you just got into town. It's been busy, a hectic day for you. My question is, it's been 8 years, and I know myself personally, last 4, I've been asking for updates because it's so important for people, Kootenay-Columbia, all the workers I have, forest industries, one of the biggest that one of my biggest industries. Do you think that what the time we're waiting now is excessive, like especially in the last 8 years? Also, can you say, how would you go to the people who are in this industry and say, oh, it's just going to take a few more years?
Just to note, a reminder that the Honourable Member should speak through me. I can't answer the questions. The Honourable Member Topic-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thanks to my honourable colleague from Kootenay-Columbia and tremendous work he does on behalf of those in the forest industry and standing up for those who work in that sector, like I do in my region of the country, over in Eastern Canada and Atlantic Canada as well, and in Western New Brunswick. What is going to be so needed is that this becomes a priority instead of just another talking point. Oh, yes, we're working, or we're thinking about it, or we're going to negotiate. These things take time. No, we need urgency, and this needs to become a priority. The government can make what it wants to be a priority, and the workers from coast to coast need to become a priority for this government sooner rather than later.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, as you know, the lumber industry supports thousands of jobs in communities across the country. But I'd really like to ask through you, Madam Speaker, to the member opposite of, we're working collectively to make sure that we're protecting our softwood lumber industry, but I'd like to know why the Conservative, including that member opposite, voted against funding to support the softwood lumber industry that our government put forward.
The member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Once again, they love to play this game, but the role of the official opposition is to hold the government to account and to make sure they come up with better answers for Canadians' problems and solutions to the challenges that Canadians are facing. And that vote wasn't a vote on a particular line item within a big, huge budget or a spending bill. No, that was a vote of non-confidence in a government that needs to be replaced sooner rather than later.
Resuming debate for 20 seconds. If anyone wants to speak for 20 seconds, the Honourable Member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In 20 seconds, I can say it very succinctly. It was promised within 100 days. We are now at 8 years, 97 months, 2,929 days. They have not got it done. It's time to get it done. Thank you.
It being 10:19, pursuant to order made on Thursday, March 21st, 2024, the committee will rise. En conséquence, la Chambre.
Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.